A duel between the Duke's sons will soon take place. The outcome will determine who will be his successor. Our protagonist is a lifelong loser. He lost every training session. He became a disgrace to the family. And all faith in him was gone. There was no chance to defeat his brother. The protagonist gathered his strength. His brother was confident of victory, but for the first time, he was humiliated. The parents were horrified. And MC wasn't satisfied. In his past life, the protagonist was a powerful assassin. He lived for the clan, and helped his brother become emperor. But his power became so terrifying that the decision was made to kill him. MC couldn't believe it. His eyes closed, and he opened them as a child. His maid was already waking him. After all, the Duke had summoned Sun for a talk. Escorted by a high-ranking knight directly tied to the Duke, Cyan recognizes that he is being treated with unusual seriousness. On the way, he notices a noblewoman and her maid in the corridor. He quickly guesses she had been discussing her son's defeat and, with deliberate innocence, asks whether Krantz is all right. The question enrages her, and she condemns him for beating her son while acting as if he has no right to speak. Cyan dismisses her outrage as the natural outcome of a duel and keeps walking. She retaliates with contempt, reducing him to an illegitimate child who should never have been acknowledged. Then she goes further, insulting his mother as worthless, and saying he should have remained a starving nobody instead of challenging her son. That attack crosses Cyan's true boundary, and murderous intent flashes through him. He reins in the impulse to kill her, deciding that if he chooses revenge, he would rather make her suffer deliberately and at length. When she reminds him that her son attends the academy too, she means it as a warning that her influence can still reach him. Cyan turns that threat back on her, coldly suggesting that if she keeps provoking him, her son's future at the academy may not survive it. For the first time, she is shaken by the realization that he is not someone she can casually trample anymore. Her fury returns and she lashes out, trying to strike him for his insolence. The escorting knight blocks her without hesitation and offers a formal apology that makes clear his loyalty is not hers to command. He informs her that the Duke urgently summons Cyan, ending the confrontation on the Duke's authority. With that, the knight moves them along at once. The Duchess is left speechless and powerless to stop them. Cyan quietly savors the irony that the Duke's absolute authority now shields him from her. As they continue, he reflects that even a knight who would never bow to the Duke's wife or son is personally protecting him. At the Duke's office, they are admitted inside. Cyan enters and faces the man who rules his house, the father he has barely met alone in 15 years. He greets him formally, aware of how distant and unnatural this father-son meeting is. The Duke receives him with calm authority, and Cyan frames him not just as his father but as Duke Willius Vert, one of the Empire's greatest lords. To the world, Willius is the guardian of the continent, a legendary protector. He earned that name by helping repel demonic invasions through overwhelming magic and exceptional judgment. Though burdened with a duty no one else could bear, the Duke's deepest wish was simply to preserve peace across the land. The boy reflects that the man he remembers was not simply a noble figure, but someone who chose of his own will to live in service to others. He judges that choice as foolish, revealing a conflicted view of the person tied to his past. The blonde officer shifts the conversation to the duel and points out that the boy tracked an incoming sword with his eyes and avoided it deliberately. Caught off guard, the boy realizes his instinctive reaction has exposed more than he intended. The officer reconstructs the moment in detail, emphasizing that the boy read the attack cleanly instead of panicking. He concludes that the dodge was controlled and practiced, not luck. That leads him to press the real question: when did the boy learn swordsmanship at all? The boy downplays it, saying he never formally learned and only practiced alone, while the officer notes how sharp he is. Since the boy had always seemed uninterested in the sword, the officer wonders why he hid talent this refined. The boy admits he avoided attention, but the officer counters that he still fought Krantz with unusual determination. The boy hesitates, sensing the question is probing for something deeper. The officer asks why, after winning, he went so far as to humiliate Krantz instead of stopping at victory. The boy recognizes the trap in the question and suspects the officer is trying to measure what kind of person he really is. He answers that he wanted to prove himself. More specifically, he wanted to prove he was better than Krantz despite sharing the same blood, and he took the duel's meaning to be exactly that. That blunt honesty surprises the officer for a moment. Then the officer bursts into approval, praising the boy's directness and saying he likes him far more than expected. He goes further and declares that the boy could one day become a dependable supporter of Askel. The suggestion shocks the boy because it runs directly against what he wants. In his mind, he rejects the idea of serving Askel, the same man he still associates with violence and loss. The officer misreads his intensity as the same old fixation, concluding that the boy remains deeply obsessed with Askel. The boy clenches his fist, holding back the anger and resolve that thought stirs in him. Trying to reward the duel, the officer offers him a favor and invites him to ask for whatever he wants. The boy immediately decides that what he wants is not a prize but the power to tear down everything Askel tried to build. He frames his desire as total destruction of Askel's ambitions. That desire leads into a memory of him declaring that he intends to enter the battlefield itself. His maid Cyan had reacted in horror, unable to believe he wanted to throw himself into a place so dangerous. She imagined it as a nightmare overrun by monstrous demons and warned him what kind of hell he was talking about. The boy had identified that place as Velias, the western fief of the Ushi Empire, specifically the Limia Valley front known simply as the battlefield. He understood it as a brutal war zone where humanity had fought demons for centuries. He also explained that his father had opposed the idea from the beginning and only allowed it under one condition. Within a month, he had to prove his worthiness to go to Limia Valley, even though he still did not know what standard would decide that worth. So he resolved to spend the time strengthening his body as much as possible, knowing he remained physically behind his peers. His one advantage was that although his body had regressed, his combat sense had not. He also retained traces of magical sensitivity, convincing himself that if he rebuilt his body properly he could become useful enough, and he committed to training immediately. Before he could settle into that plan, Cyan suddenly called out in alarm as someone arrived. A new presence entered the room and instantly shifted the mood. It was Alice, whose sudden appearance clearly meant trouble for him. She seized him by the collar before he could prepare himself. While Cyan fled the blast radius, Alice greeted him with open aggression rather than courtesy. She had heard he asked his father to send him to the battlefield and came furious, demanding to know if he had lost his mind. When he tried to laugh it off after defeating Krantz, she refused to indulge him and made clear she would not let this pass. Instead, she ordered him to the rooftop, turning the confrontation into a test. That command moved them outside into the night above the estate. There, sword in hand, Alice gave him an ultimatum: draw his blade and prove himself within 5 minutes if he truly intended to go to the battlefield. He tried to stop the escalation by asking whether she really needed to take it this far. Alice ignored the plea and reduced the matter to a single question. She demanded to know whether his ambition was really about inheriting the family title. He finally understands her motive and rejects it outright, realizing she thinks he is chasing status when he has no interest in that at all. Seeing his answer in his resolve, Alice accepts the duel and tells him to draw his sword. Still drained from his recent duel with Krantz and the chaos of the day, Cyan forces himself back into another fight before he has recovered. He moves first, trying to seize the initiative despite his exhaustion. A sudden realization hits him just before the clash turns dangerous. Alice intercepts his attack head-on and blasts him back, showing she is far stronger than he expected. She is shaken that a 10-year-old managed to stop her strike at all, which makes Cyan's ability immediately suspicious. Cyan tries to throw her off balance by mocking her for going all out against her much younger brother. Alice resets her stance and prepares to overwhelm him with superior reach and technique. She judges that his rapier should never have been able to catch her long sword cleanly, and starts questioning what he is really doing. Even while smiling at him, she tests whether his defense was skill or luck and hints that she sees more in him than she expected. Cyan recognizes exactly who he is facing and realizes he may be in serious trouble. Alice launches a relentless follow-up, driving him into pure defense. She brings another heavy cut down, intent on ending the exchange by force. Cyan barely catches the blow, straining to keep his guard from breaking. His rapier grinds against her blade, and the mismatch in power becomes obvious. Even at close range he manages to hold her off for a moment, which unsettles Alice further. Her surprise deepens as Cyan continues surviving attacks he should not be able to handle. Cyan knows he is reaching the edge of what he can endure. He twists away and uses the bind to break free before she can finish him. The separation buys him space, but only barely, and the duel remains completely in Alice's control. Cyan retreats onto higher footing to steady himself and think. Catching his breath, he admits that if his timing had been off, he would have died, because missed swordsmanship is built to kill instantly. He reflects that his current weakness makes it hard to fight seriously without accidentally turning lethal himself. With his body failing him, he anxiously checks how much time he has left on his limit. He reminds himself that he has been compensating for his lack of strength by pouring mana into his sword, but that method is almost spent. Alice, also breathing hard, begins invoking a high-level spell to turn the battlefield in her favor. Cyan is alarmed when he realizes she is using 6th star magic. She forms Aqua Blade, surrounding her weapon with a deadly magical edge. Cyan is stunned that what he thought was a test now looks like a genuine attempt to kill him. One look at Alice's eyes convinces him she has lost herself to the fight, and will not stop on her own. Knowing he cannot block the next attack directly, Cyan abandons defense and bets everything on one desperate answer. He commits to a risky plan, trusting that the power he needs will respond in time. As Alice's magic surges toward him, Cyan leaps into it, and reaches beyond his limit. He calls out in desperation for Yoken to appear. Alice continues her strike, unaware that Cyan is trying to summon outside help at the last possible second. Just as the killing blow descends, Cyan's plea is answered and a command to stop cuts through the fight. A man in a white uniform intervenes between them, catches the attack with overwhelming force, and halts Alice's spell instantly. The impact still erupts across the area, proving how close Cyan came to being killed. The newcomer addresses Alice formally, making clear he knows exactly who she is. He rebukes her for attacking far too harshly against someone much younger, exposing the absurd imbalance of the duel. Cyan, no longer surprised, admits he had been expecting this man to show up eventually. Alice snaps out of her battle trance the moment she recognizes what she has done. She rushes to Cyan in panic, apologizing and clinging to him as if terrified she nearly lost him. Through tears, she explains that she only wanted to stop him from going to the battlefield and became consumed by that fear. Cyan accepts this as typical of her, recognizing that she always throws herself completely into whatever she cares about. His thoughts turn to the sister he remembers as an unmatched prodigy, the pride of the academy and one of its brightest elites. She had been celebrated for both her beauty and talent, trained from youth in swordsmanship, and treated as someone extraordinary. She was even spoken of as a future guardian of the continent alongside Askelvert, placing her among the most promising of her generation. But that brilliant future was cut short when she was killed soon after joining the Knights of Light. Holding her now, Cyan is overwhelmed by the return of someone he thought he had lost forever. He vows that this time he will protect Alice, while she can only answer in confusion at the intensity of his embrace. Askel realizes the blue-haired woman is Duke Yulkin's guardian knight, even though the Duke has already left for war. The knight admits she was secretly ordered to protect the young master for a time, and is uneasy that Askel noticed what was meant to stay hidden. Askel understands that Yulkin deliberately let his presence be felt, as if he wanted his son to notice him before leaving. That makes Askel wonder why his father chose to pass instructions to Yulkin in secret instead of telling him directly. Before he can dwell on it, he drifts off in the guardian knight's arms like an exhausted child. She quietly holds him through the moment, letting him rest without protest. Watching over him beneath the night sky, she reflects that for all his burdens, he is still just a boy. The next day Alice returns to the academy, and Askel throws himself back into training because he feels he must become stronger. He pushes through another set of exercises, straining to force progress out of a body that has barely improved in 2 weeks. When he collapses at 10 repetitions again, frustration hits him hard because his efforts still cannot break past the same limit. Remembering how confident he once was in his own strength only makes the setback sting more. Unable to accept being trapped like this, he desperately searches for any way to regain the power he lost. His attention snaps to a package from Alice, and the possibility of help immediately lifts his mood. Inside is a foul-smelling bottle Alice had specially obtained for him, despite how revolting it is. She identifies it as Hellhound's blood, a rare item from Lemela Valley that is usually only spoken of in black market rumors. Though known as demonic beast blood with a poisonous stench and a nauseating taste, it is still prepared for him as something to consume. Askel knows the real value hidden behind the rumors. It can permanently increase the mana and physical strength of whoever survives taking it. Trusting his knowledge from a previous life, he ignores Emily's alarm and decides to drink it. He swallows the entire bowl, convinced that only he can endure both Alice's cooking and this kind of brutal treatment. Compared with the infamous mushroom soup that once nearly stopped his heart, this feels survivable. He braces himself as the concoction settles in, waiting for the change he came for. Instead of collapsing, he erupts with manic delight when he realizes the medicine actually worked. He calls out to Emily while surging with energy, already too fired up to stay indoors. With his eyes glowing and his confidence back, he heads out to test whether the blood truly restored his growth. He rushes straight toward the mountains with renewed purpose. Returning to the secluded place he used to visit whenever Yulkin was away, he notes that he has been waiting for this chance for 2 weeks. Being alone here gives him the freedom to act on secrets he cannot reveal to anyone else. He follows a divine revelation he once received from the god of light, Luminal, which spoke of an ancient temple hidden somewhere in these mountains. Though he had doubted it at first, the concentrated flow of mana in the area confirms he has found the right place, even if the revelation itself has not yet appeared. Keeping this discovery to himself, he unleashes his power into the ground. The earth bursts apart under the force, exposing a concealed passage below. Certain that no one else can imagine what he is doing here, Askel commits fully to the secret. He opens the way completely and descends, intent on claiming what lies beneath. Inside, he finds the place altered from how he remembers it, but unmistakably ancient. He recalls that this temple once served the god of light before its history was erased from the land. Its disappearance traces back to the Great Demon War 3 centuries earlier, when much of the old world was buried or destroyed. Askel is struck by the absurdity that such a place had existed all along in the mountains behind the castle. At the heart of the ruin, he finally sees the object he came for. It is the temple's master relic, a radiant sword tied to Liminal. He remembers the old history of the war against the demon king Velias, when humanity was badly outmatched. Humanity survived only by uncovering ancient relics known as God's weaponry. Among them, Duran Arc, the holy sword blessed by the god of light, became the central weapon behind mankind's victory. But Askel also remembers a darker prophecy that this same sword would one day be wielded by him and lead him to a miserable death. Even so, he suspects Duran Arc may be connected to the regression that sent him back, so he approaches it carefully. He places a hand on the sword, testing whether it will react to him. Nothing happens, confirming his expectation that the holy weapon will not acknowledge him. Annoyed, he drops all reverence and kicks the sword in frustration. He dismisses its holiness as worthless to him and decides to stop wasting time on it. Then he notices the real target nearby, what looks like the sword's shadow, but is actually something hidden beneath it. Kneeling by the dark silhouette, Asko recognizes that the shadow itself is the clue to the true object he came to find. The boy rejects the obvious explanation and realizes the darkness before him is not a mere shadow. He concludes that where light exists, darkness must also exist, and the red-black force begins responding to him. The hidden darkness reveals itself as a passage concealed by the altar of light, and he moves toward it. He slips through the sealed entrance and peers into the chamber beyond. Inside the ruin, a waiting presence greets him as if it has expected his arrival. He reaches for the weapon being offered and identifies it as his sword. The blade answers his claim, and he names it the demonic sword Kirim as he draws it free. Dark power coils around the sword, showing that it recognizes his touch. He casually greets Kirim, treating the dangerous weapon like an old acquaintance. As he tests the blade in hand, he wonders if it is still half asleep. Kirim revels in the reunion and immediately hungers for bloodshed. A lurking demonic presence rises and tries to reassure him that there is nothing to fear. He flatly rejects that logic and says the sword being in his hand means it belongs to him now. The demon recognizes what he has done as the awakening of a sleeping demonic sword. It warns him that he is too late to regret this choice. The demon declares that his body now belongs to it and lunges to seize him. He intercepts the attack with his bare hand, shocking the creature. The demon manifests through a woman's body and realizes he is far more dangerous than he first appeared. With predatory confidence, he reminds her that the sword is his, so she has no right to lay hands on him. Her hand distorts into claws as she prepares to tear him apart. He knocks her strike aside and throws her back with open contempt. She is hurled across the chamber, crashing hard and losing control of the exchange. Staggering up, she demands to know who he really is. Standing in a surge of demonic aura, he lets her see the authority surrounding him. She senses Era's presence on him and asks if he is the successor, and he confirms it. He goes further and orders her to bow, claiming the place of her former master. She refuses to accept that a child could inherit Kirim and rejects his authority outright. Her denial turns into a renewed attack as she tries to overwhelm him by force. He decides explanation is pointless and states the sword's true function. It can take over its user's body. Realizing the danger, she understands she cannot hold back anymore. He promises to be gentle, then turns that power against her and seizes control of the fight. He invokes demonic sword control, using Kirim's authority as a command rather than a strike. The command slams her down violently, forcing her body to obey against her will. He warns her only once more and offers a final chance to accept him peacefully as her owner. She writhes in pain and outrage, unable to believe he can wield that technique. He repeats the command without emotion, crushing her resistance again. By relentlessly invoking demonic sword control, he breaks her defiance completely. When he asks if she understands now, she finally yields and agrees to accept him. Her surrender becomes complete as she acknowledges him not just as human, but as master. With the matter settled, he turns to leave, satisfied that he has accomplished what he came for. He decides it is time to return after being gone too long, carrying Kirim with him. Kirim delights in being outside again and savors the sensation of fresh air. Freed from the blade, the sword's spirit appears openly and basks in its release. The spirit eagerly asks his name, and he introduces himself as Cyan Vert. Kirim is startled by the unfamiliar name and questions why Era would choose someone so young. Cyan confirms it and explains that Era chose him in a previous life. When Kirim demands an explanation, Cyan calmly reveals that he has already died once before. That revelation leaves Kirim genuinely shaken and confused. Cyan then notices another weapon still dormant, and remarks that its true owner will not awaken for several more years. Kirim points out that Cyan is speaking as if he already knows what lies ahead. A mysterious relic is violently struck apart, as if someone is deliberately breaking a sealed magical object. In a ruined chamber, the young master is caught tampering with the artifact, and a shadowy observer demands to know what he plans to do with it. Grinning with red eyes, he implies he is meddling with fate itself because he expects it to make the future more interesting. Elsewhere, a carriage carries him toward a formal destination as the day of a long-awaited decision arrives. The journey continues over rough ground, underscoring that he is being brought to an important and possibly dangerous meeting. By the time the carriage stops, the moment he has been anticipating is finally at hand. Stepping out in armor, he reflects that the day has come sooner than expected and that time has passed quickly. He is brought before the Duke, who gives him one final chance to reconsider. The Duke asks whether he is truly resolved to go to the battlefield and makes clear that he will not stop him if he turns back now. The boy answers without hesitation that his heart is already committed to the front lines. To test that resolve, the Duke orders a sealed item opened in front of him. A knight produces a scroll, preparing to reveal the trial the boy must face. The boy immediately recognizes it as a magic scroll and suspects they are about to summon something. The scroll activates in a burst of red magic, confirming that this is no symbolic test. A demonic beast is summoned in flames before the assembled knights and nobles. The creature lands with force, turning the trial into a real combat situation. The boy identifies it as a hellhound, a low-ranked demon from the Limia Valley. He calmly notes that the knights must have struggled to capture one alive, showing he understands the seriousness of the setup. The surrounding knights ready their weapons, prepared to intervene if the danger escalates. Seeing that precaution, the boy realizes they intend to step in only if he proves unable to handle the threat. The Duke declares that every action carries responsibility, and demands that the boy prove his resolve by passing this trial himself. One veteran knight studies the order with skepticism, recognizing that this test is harsher than it sounds. That knight grips his weapon, already bracing for the possibility that he may need to act. The scene shifts to an earlier memory in which the boy bluntly asks that same knight, Yoken, to duel him. He explains that only 3 days remain before a promise to his father comes due, so simple practice is no longer enough. What he wants now is the feel of a real fight, and he asks Yoken to help him get it. Yoken is uneasy because asking a grown knight to duel a child sounds absurd even to him. The boy admits he cannot fully explain it, but the ruins seem to reject him whenever he appears, leaving him desperate for another way to improve quickly. Yoken sees the request as troublesome, yet he does not dismiss it outright. The boy immediately offers a compromise to make the duel acceptable. Yoken agrees to fight only with his sword sheath and only on defense, allowing the boy to attack freely without true lethal risk. The boy thanks him, then asks one more favor before they begin. With sudden intensity, he orders Yoken not to tell his father anything about what happens next, making it clear he wants this kept secret. Yoken is caught off guard by the seriousness behind that demand. The instant the duel starts, the boy launches forward with startling speed and focus. He crashes into Yoken's guard with a force far beyond what Yoken expected from him. Yoken is shaken by the weight behind the blow and realizes the frail child he knew is no longer weak. The boy keeps pressing, chaining attacks together before Yoken can comfortably reset his stance. Yoken recognizes that the boy's speed is the real threat and begins reassessing him as a genuine opponent. For a moment he loses track of the boy's position entirely. By the time he looks up, the boy has already vaulted overhead and taken the initiative from above. Yoken sharpens his focus, realizing he cannot afford to underestimate him any longer. The boy drives down in a flurry of descending strikes, forcing Yoken to absorb repeated impacts. He follows with another rapid combination, keeping Yoken pinned in defense despite the knight's greater strength. The boy commits to one more fierce overhead attack, pushing himself to the limit for a breakthrough. Yoken finally meets that assault head-on and knocks him back, ending the exchange before it can turn in the boy's favor. As he lands and retreats, the boy admits he still cannot beat Yoken yet. Even so, he cheerfully praises Yoken and thanks him for helping, treating the loss as useful progress rather than failure. Yoken, still stunned, praises the young master in return and reflects that the once feeble boy has changed dramatically. The memory closes on the boy's relieved smile, while Yoken silently acknowledges just how much he has grown. A veteran commander reflects that his earlier judgment has been proven right, because the young master has grown into someone formidable. Cyan faces a flaming wolf-like monster and realizes he can overcome an enemy of that level now. The beast lunges first, trying to crush him with a sudden charge. Cyan reads the attack in time and moves to meet it instead of retreating. The monster commits fully, snapping and slashing as it rushes past in a burst of fire. Cyan catches the opening in its movement and locks onto its weak point. He slips around the charge with a single clean evasive step, leaving the beast exposed. Knowing a prolonged fight would be dangerous at his current strength, he decides to finish it immediately. As the monster turns for another attack, Cyan resolves to kill it with one decisive strike. He draws his sword into position and commits everything to the counter. His blade lands hard across the beast's head before it can recover. The blow tears through the monster's momentum and sends it crashing down, dead before it can strike again. The nearby knights witness the kill and are visibly shaken by how easily the young master handled it. His father watches with quiet satisfaction, already pleased by what Cyan has shown. Standing over the corpse, Cyan dismisses the bloodshed as too little to matter to him. He jokes that collecting such a small amount of blood would make him look insane, even if it might be useful. His father openly praises him, calling the performance impressive. Satisfied, the commander leaves Cyan there and returns to the larger battle, trusting him to manage himself. Cyan answers with open gratitude, calling him father as he departs. Once alone, Cyan hears his demonic sword stir and call for his attention. The sword immediately complains about being ignored and demands to know why Cyan is not feeding it blood. It bluntly insists that if Cyan wants it stronger, he should use the fresh corpse in front of them. The sword drops all pride and begs for even a single gulp, but Cyan only stares back in silence. Instead of giving in, Cyan calmly tells it not to worry. He reveals he expects far greater bloodshed soon and promises the sword a much richer feast once the real fighting begins. The sword snaps back that if Cyan wanted cooperation, he should have awakened it earlier. Before that argument can continue, an alarm goes up that an ogre has appeared in the northwest. A bell rings and orders spread to form a defensive line and eliminate the threat at once. Cyan's father takes command without hesitation and orders that no enemy be spared. The knights activate a formation called Restraint of Salvation to contain the incoming monsters. A radiant magic circle flares above the battlefield, pressing down on the advancing ogres. The spell binds and slows the monsters, pinning them in place long enough for the knights to take control of the fight. Even restrained, the ogres struggle violently and try to break free through brute force. The commander leads the counterattack personally, charging in on horseback as he gives the order to strike. The mounted knights follow his lead in a coordinated assault. One knight cuts into an ogre while the restraint magic keeps the creature from fully defending itself. The attack line continues through with disciplined momentum, turning the trapped monsters into easy targets. An ogre roars in pain and fury as the formation tears into it from all sides. The knights press the advantage with precise follow-up strikes rather than letting the monsters recover. The ogres are overwhelmed under the combined pressure of magic and cavalry, collapsing before they can mount a real counteroffensive. From a safe position behind the lines, Cyan watches the slaughter while a frightened servant clings to him in panic. The servant scolds him for coming so close to the battlefield and cannot understand why he would willingly be here. Cyan, however, feels strangely at home in the chaos, as if returning to a place he remembers. His father notices him at the rear and asks how the front lines feel to him, testing his reaction. He warns Cyan that death can come without warning in a place like this, so carelessness is fatal. Cyan answers obediently, but inwardly treats the lesson as routine because this kind of frontline danger is familiar to him. He reflects that several battles can erupt in a single day here, each demanding its own immediate response. The frontier system is built around advanced knights who rapidly intercept and destroy any monsters trying to break through. As the camp settles back into order after the clash, Cyan takes in the structure of the military rear area. He notes that his assigned tent lies in the rearmost section, the safest place in the camp. A young servant boy thinks the guards are so strict now that he can skip feeding Kirim for a while. When he notices Emily hiding under a cloth and trembling, he realizes she is panicking again. Emily collapses into full panic, clinging to the Duke's warning that they could die at any time and in any place. He dismisses her fear as excessive and bluntly suggests she leave if she cannot handle it. That only enrages Emily, who insists he is helpless without her. She argues that with monsters everywhere, abandoning him would mean no one could protect her young master. Still fuming, Emily storms off to eat, and he hurriedly reminds her about the cape he asked her to make. She ignores him and leaves him alone in the room. Left behind, he bitterly wonders whether driving her away would really count as mistreating his servant. Later, he tests the finished cape by hiding under the blanket and making sure it can pass for him asleep in bed. Satisfied with the decoy, he stands over the bed in the new cloak and judges the setup good enough. Emily wakes and catches him preparing to train even here, forcing him to improvise. She praises his diligence and assumes his late-night effort would please the Duke. He plays along, saying he is heading out and wants her to keep handling things as usual. To avoid suspicion, he firmly tells her he is already asleep, and she accepts the absurd instruction. Once outside, he explains that tonight is ideal because guard patrols are heavier, making secret movement harder later. He races through the canyon under a red aura, reasoning that if he moves now he can still act before the area becomes too restricted. He activates Fog's Descent, preparing the battlefield the way he remembers it. As expected, the place is crawling with monstrous wolves. Seeing the horde, he decides this is the perfect chance to use Kirim and grow stronger through combat. The blood-scented blade stirs violently, thrilled by the prey in front of it. Kirim all but begs to be unleashed, and he grips it with the same predatory intent. As the beasts charge, he gives Kirim permission to act. The sword answers eagerly, promising complete obedience as long as it gets to kill. He launches into the pack in a sweeping crimson strike. Without slowing, he shifts into another technique, rushing Fog Storm. The follow-up attack tears through multiple wolves in rapid succession. The battlefield falls briefly still under the night sky after the burst of slaughter. He finishes one surviving beast by driving his hand down into its skull. Then he calmly fills a wooden mug with the monster's blood. He drinks it on the spot, treating the kill as fuel rather than just victory. The blood refreshes him immediately, and he revels in how invigorating it feels after his long hunger. Surrounded by more wolves, he decides this hunt will double as training until both he and Kirim become stronger. He reassures the blade that there is no need to rush because the night has only begun. When even larger monsters emerge from the flames ahead, his excitement only grows. Elsewhere that night, a guarded royal carriage advances along the cliff road toward the front. Inside, an attendant worries that the front lines are far too dangerous for their passenger. The white-haired princess refuses to turn back and rejects being treated like a child. She reminds her attendant that she is a princess of the empire and obligated to accompany her father on these tours. When the attendant keeps pressing, the princess warns that she will be angry if the subject is raised again, forcing obedience. The attendant changes topics and mentions that the youngest son of the Vert family is also at the front. That catches the princess off guard, and she asks whether Duke Vert really brought his youngest son here. The attendant explains that the Duke did not intend to. The boy volunteered on his own, and she suggests they might get along because they are close in age. The princess immediately pretends not to care and tries to end the conversation by declaring she is going to sleep. The attendant bows out, but the princess is clearly no longer at ease. After a tense silence, she quietly asks for the boy's name. The attendant answers that he is called Cyan Vert. Hearing the name, the princess repeats it as if confirming a memory she cannot ignore. Alone with her thoughts, she leans toward the window and lingers on the name Cyan Vert with growing interest. At that moment, a shrill cry from outside signals a sudden beast attack on the carriage. After the battle, the commander orders an immediate check for casualties among their side. The report comes back that everyone survived, so the unit prepares to withdraw from the bloodied valley at once. Before leaving, the blonde commander pauses as if something about the scene has caught his attention. He steps onto a fallen beast's corpse to inspect it more closely. The young swordsman relaxes for a moment, thinking the danger has passed while the others stand guard. His father uses the lull to ask how he is handling life on the front lines. The boy answers respectfully that he is learning every day, and his father notes that he no longer seems eager to flee back home. Instead of criticizing him, the commander admits the boy has endured a great deal and says he is proud of him. The unexpected praise leaves the boy stunned, unable to process hearing such warmth from him. The commander turns away and tells him to come to his tent early the next morning because there is something important to discuss. Still dazed by this unfamiliar kindness, the boy agrees and wonders why his father is acting so differently. Night settles over the valley, and the uneasy silence is broken by movement in the rocks. A massive creature suddenly bursts up from underground and crashes into the battlefield. Its momentum tears across the ground, forcing an immediate response. The boy plants himself and draws his blade, bracing for a fight. He recognizes the attacker as a death worm, a monster that should not have appeared this close to their position. As he readies his demonic sword, the entity within it offers to take control, but he refuses to hand over his body. His first strikes carve into the worm's flesh. The cuts begin healing almost instantly, and the spirit warns that shallow wounds will never stop it. Realizing the monster can keep attacking indefinitely, he reflects that even a month on the front lines has not made him strong enough yet. Despite consuming the blood of many demonic beasts to strengthen himself, he feels it still is not enough for this threat. When the worm lunges again, he accepts that he has no choice but to use a riskier method. He allows the spirit Kirim partial control and invokes Thick Fog 9th form, trusting her power just enough to survive. Wrapped in red demonic energy, he unleashes a violent flurry meant to shred through the worm's hide. The attack tears the monster apart in a brutal burst of slashes. He follows by launching upward and preparing another technique, Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals. A vertical line of crimson light drops like a guillotine through the night. That finishing strike splits deep through the worm's body. The empowered assault continues through the creature until its resistance finally collapses. By the time the others arrive, the worm is already dead, and the commander notes the kill is recent. He orders the area searched and the corpse examined, unwilling to dismiss the appearance of a demon this close to camp. Looking over another slain beast nearby, he notices the sword wounds resemble something he has seen before. The familiarity unsettles him, as if an old memory is resurfacing. A subordinate then calls him over to see a more important discovery. He follows the torchlight into a narrow passage and is shocked by what they have found. There lies the enormous death worm's body, and the scale and precision of the kill make it clear someone else brought it down. The commander immediately suspects a hidden organization may be operating in the valley again. Later, the boy reflects on the demonic sword manifestation, understanding that Kirim can use her true power only if he loosens control of his body. He also knows that if he lets his guard drop too far, she could completely possess him. That danger makes him realize how reckless it was to rely on her just to defeat a single monster. Waking sore in bed, he admits his body would have broken down from that strain a month earlier if not for the demonic beast's blood he has consumed. As he thinks it through, Kirim senses that he has finally understood something important. She points out that despite his childish appearance, he does not think or speak like an ordinary child. She lists what convinced her. He handled life and death combat with unnatural composure and already knew the terrain of the Linnea Valley. His swordsmanship also looked like the work of someone trained through many real battles rather than a novice. Putting those clues together, Kirim concludes he has died once before. The boy goes straight to the implication and asks if she means he is a regressor. When she hesitates, he dryly points out that saying he died before makes the answer obvious enough. Kirim explodes in frustration at his refusal to explain himself, while he dismisses the effort as too bothersome. Even so, she shifts back to the point and says that, if she had to guess, killing someone like him in his previous life must have been difficult. A talking spirit tied to the holy sword tells Cyan that the previous owner, Duran Dark, was likely betrayed rather than fairly defeated. It judges that from Cyan's disgust toward the sword and bluntly concludes that revenge must be driving him. The spirit warns him to remember that motive, making clear it has already seen through him. It adds a threat of its own, promising to consume him if he ever falters or loses. Cyan refuses to be intimidated and knocks the spirit away, making it clear he will not be toyed with. The spirit crashes into a pile of books, stunned by how little control it has over him. Cyan realizes with grim amusement that the sword's personality is exactly the same as in his previous life. By morning, unrest has spread through the camp as soldiers gather under a tense red sky. Cyan notices the unusual commotion and senses that something serious has happened. A servant named Emily rushes over and tells him the camp is in an uproar now that he is awake. She explains that a high-level monster's corpse was found near the valley entrance. Cyan immediately suspects she means the death worm he killed in secret. Emily stresses how abnormal such a monster sighting is near the camp, while Cyan urgently probes for what else was discovered. His sudden intensity catches her off guard. He presses harder, trying to find out whether anyone mentioned a suspicious person or anything that could point back to him. Before Emily can answer, a knight arrives and interrupts the exchange. The knight delivers an order from the Duke, summoning Cyan at once. Cyan inwardly curses the timing, realizing he never got to dispose of the monster corpses. He remembers that soldiers appeared before he could clean up the evidence, ruining his chance to stay unnoticed. Frustrated, he laments that his plan for a quiet life before entering the academy is already collapsing. He presents himself formally before his father, the Duke, while worrying that the truth may already be obvious. The Duke receives him calmly, and Cyan braces for questions about the previous night. Instead of accusing him outright, the Duke invites him to sit, which only deepens Cyan's uncertainty. Cyan struggles to think of any believable excuse before the questioning begins. The Duke gets straight to the point and asks what Cyan was doing last night. Cyan lies that he simply went to bed early because he was tired. The Duke recalls the sword traces on the slain beast and silently notes how much they resembled Cyan's style. Even so, he wonders if he is reading too much into that resemblance. Cyan cautiously asks why his father is asking in the first place. The Duke explains that it is hard to believe a child could have killed a death worm, though the evidence is troubling. Cyan tests the mood by asking whether something else is bothering his father, and the Duke shifts the discussion to the attack near the camp. The Duke says the matter needs deeper investigation and reveals his current suspicion, the secret assassin organization known as MIST. The name startles Cyan, because it has nothing to do with what he expected. The Duke explains that MIST is an ancient organization tied to covert murder and terror. He describes how they slaughter nobles under the pretense of purification, leaving chaos and bloodshed behind them. Their signature was a black fog, and though they vanished long ago, that darkness was always linked to their presence. What convinced him was that the death worm's corpse from last night was covered in that same black fog. He adds that the fog is tied to an evil god worshipped by MIST and serves as the source of their power. From that, the Duke concludes that MIST must have been behind the death worm and the other demonic beasts. Cyan is stunned that his father has built such a precise but completely wrong explanation, one that conveniently pulls suspicion away from him. The Duke says he will report the matter to the Empire, investigate further, and warns Cyan to be careful. Cyan realizes with relief that his father is going to accept his innocence. The Duke privately reassures himself that Cyan is too young to be involved with an organization like MIST and ends the interrogation. He then changes the subject and asks whether Cyan remembers the important visitor he was supposed to meet that day. The Duke admits he actually wants a favor from Cyan concerning that visit. Cyan is caught off guard by the request. Before the favor can be explained, a horn announces the arrival of the Emperor. The Duke immediately kneels with full ceremony and orders proper respect for the imperial guest. The Emperor arrives on horseback, calling out to Villiers as he enters the camp. His retinue dismounts, marking the start of an imperial audience that abruptly overtakes the family discussion. The Emperor greets the local lord warmly and drops the formal distance, signaling that this visit is personal as well as political. His attention quickly shifts when he notices a child nearby and asks who the boy is. The hooded boy introduces himself as Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Vert family, while the Emperor studies him with interest. Seeing how young Cyan is to be living in such a harsh frontier, the Emperor concludes that the Lord's children are far from ordinary. Cyan realizes the favor his father sought was not some hidden reward, but a chance to present him directly as his son. He recalls how, in his previous life, he was always kept out of sight whenever the Emperor visited, making this trust feel startlingly sincere. Pleased, the Emperor reveals that he has brought someone else to meet Cyan as well. A new arrival steps down from the carriage, drawing everyone's attention. She introduces herself as Erin Severius, the Empire's fifth princess, a royal figure Cyan immediately recognizes. Cyan remembers her as the tragic fifth princess from his past life and understands the weight of this meeting. His father calmly assigns him to escort Princess Erin for the day, treating the task as already decided. Caught off guard, Cyan can only ask how this suddenly became his responsibility. His father explains that Cyan only needs to keep her company, since they are the same age and will attend the academy together anyway. Cyan remembers that in his previous life he barely interacted with Erin at the academy, seeing her only in passing. The Lord makes his real intention clear. Building ties with the royal family could be useful, and he wants Cyan and Erin to get along. Though Cyan has no desire to do it, he accepts that his father is acting with long-term political purpose. He suspects his father hopes to recreate the kind of bond he himself shares with the Emperor through Cyan and the princess. But Cyan already believes that hope is misplaced, because the future he remembers never allowed Erin to become his friend. Even so, he keeps that knowledge to himself, knowing he cannot explain a future only he remembers. So for now he obeys and joins the Imperial party as they move through the dangerous frontier. Trying to start the forced companionship, Cyan awkwardly speaks up. He asks about a strangely red river, and Erin matter-of-factly identifies it as the Blood River. She explains that it is a stream running through the center of Lemus Valley and that its color has a specific cause. The river is stained by the remains of demonic beasts, whose bodies and fluids melt into it after they kill and consume one another. When Cyan reacts in disgust, Erin confirms that the river is exactly as foul as it sounds and warns him never to enter it. Still unsettled, Cyan asks what lies at the river's end. Erin tells him it leads to the demon realm, the land where demons live, which shocks her even as she says it aloud. Cyan casually adds that following the river far enough would even bring someone to the Demon King, teasing her with forbidden knowledge. He knows no sensible person would actually attempt that, but he enjoys provoking her. Their banter is cut short when a sudden flare of light erupts in the distance, and everyone turns toward it. Eren identifies the source as the 3rd Western Sentry Post, and the ominous signal immediately changes the mood. Cyan explains that a yellow warning light means demonic beasts are approaching. Eren is stunned to learn that demonic beasts are already this close to them. The Guardian Knight instantly moves to protect the Emperor and reports that troops have already been dispatched to reinforce the threatened post. When the Knight urges caution, the Emperor dismisses the overprotectiveness and makes clear he intends to act personally. Rather than retreat, the Emperor decides to head out himself, treating the crisis as welcome relief from boredom. The Guardian Knight reluctantly yields to the Emperor's will. Orders spread at once. The Emperor and his men will join the battle, while the demonic beasts are to be driven out. Cyan is also ordered to go, and he accepts immediately. Eren is surprised that Cyan can fight at all, and he tells her he can at least support from the rear while urging her to get to shelter. Instead of withdrawing, Eren insists on going with him. Cyan is baffled by her logic when she argues that if they are the same age, she should be allowed to come too. He bluntly warns her that the battlefield is not a playground, but Eren stubbornly declares that she is going anyway. Before the argument can continue, Cyan calls for Yoken to intervene. He orders the knight to ignore the royal escort assignment and take the princess safely back to camp instead. Yoken obeys and firmly tells Eren it is time to leave. Humiliated by being handled like a child, Eren protests that this is no way to treat a princess. Cyan cuts through her pride and forces her to face the reality that reckless stubbornness could get many knights killed trying to save her. He demands to know whether she is prepared to bear responsibility for all the lives that would be lost because of one impulsive decision. That question finally breaks her defiance, and Eren falls silent in tears as the weight of his words sinks in. As 3 figures advance through a battlefield at dusk, one of them coldly tells the hesitant royal to turn back if he cannot handle what is coming. Ahead of them, a heavily armored emperor stands with 2 younger companions, facing the chaos without retreat. A giant horned demonic beast looms nearby, its massive body shifting as it bears down on the defenders. The creature crashes through the front line, hurling soldiers aside and breaking their formation in an instant. Even as panic spreads and some men try to halt the collapse, the beast keeps driving forward and the line buckles. A sword rises as a commander tries to restore order and force the troops back into formation. The Emperor cuts through the fear with a direct order to protect him and exterminate every monster without mercy. His command reignites the soldiers, and they surge back into the fight with renewed aggression. The narration shifts to the imperial family, explaining that Emperor Dion Severus had 2 wives and that his first empress died after bearing the first and second princes. It continues that his current empress later gave birth to the 3rd prince and 4th prince. But Eren Severus, the 5th princess, was not born from either empress and instead came from a peasant mistress, making her an illegitimate child of the emperor. Because of her mixed blood, people treated Eren less like a true princess and more like a disgraceful symbol within the palace. Eren, however, refused to let other people's contempt define her. She still fulfilled her role in the royal family while devoting herself to study more seriously than anyone else. That diligence did not protect her, and those who resented her eventually framed her for treason. She was expelled from both the royal family and the empire, and rumors twisted her exile into a tale that she died alone of illness, while people mocked her as a tragic princess who should have lived quietly without ambition. Hearing that story, the black-haired young man rejects the idea that her downfall came from ambition alone. He argues that royal politics are different, implying that Eren's fate cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Before the discussion can go further, the Emperor unleashes lightning into the demonic beast and tears into its body. The monster collapses under the assault, and the observers note that the Emperor's combat ability is as formidable as expected. He follows with a named spell, Holy Lightning, driving another pillar of power into the battlefield. Dion attacks with the confidence of a ruler who is also an elite mage, pressing the advantage without hesitation. His lightning continues to rip through the beast until its resistance is effectively broken. The narration explains that Emperor Dion is publicly recognized as a Beastar mage, a level of power that would have made him a leading figure even outside the throne. In other words, his authority is backed not just by rank but by overwhelming personal strength. The black-haired youth casually concludes that a demonic beast of this level is little more than routine work for someone like the Emperor. Later, in private, Dion shares a drink with Villiers and remarks that it has been a long time since they sat together like this. Villiers declines to drink while on the front lines, and the Emperor admits the conversation was prompted by concern over the Empire's current state. He turns serious and begins explaining what has been troubling him. Across the Ushif Empire, assassinations of nobles have sharply increased, spreading fear and instability. When Villiers asks whether the killings follow a pattern, the Emperor confirms that they do. The victims were all corrupt officials, suggesting the murders are targeted rather than random. Dion adds that black fog was found at every crime scene, and Villiers immediately understands the implication and asks if the Emperor suspects someone. Villiers reveals he found traces of the same force nearby the day before, meaning the black fog followers are active again. The Emperor agrees and leaves the deeper investigation to Villiers, trusting him to pursue the matter. Still, Dion says he cannot simply wait. While public fear grows, even if Villiers is already handling the filth behind it. He then admits there is another issue weighing on him beyond the murders themselves. Someone among the nobility has started spreading the claim that the fifth princess is responsible for the incidents. Villiers is alarmed that people are trying to tie Princess Erin to the assassinations at all. The Emperor explains that he has dismissed the rumor publicly, but he fears a faction intends to use Erin as a scapegoat once again. Dropping his imperial distance, Dion asks Villiers as a friend that if he dies first, Villiers must protect that child. Villiers solemnly swears to carry out that wish to the end, and the Emperor accepts his answer with gratitude. Back at the camp, rain begins to pour over the tents as the night deepens. Inside one tent, a short-haired girl is baffled that the black-haired young man seems ready to leave matters there. He answers plainly, as if no further explanation should be necessary. She protests that he just ended his escort of a princess as though it were nothing, and cannot believe he would walk away so casually. Their argument turns teasing when she snaps that at this rate he will never get married, while he insists this was never anything romantic. Ignoring the complaint, he says he is heading out again and entrusts the camp to her while he is gone. When she asks if he is really going to train in such heavy rain, he tells her not to worry or stay up for him, but a hooded figure appears behind him in the doorway. The girl notices the stranger first and, startled by the sudden presence, demands to know who it is. A nervous girl stops the boy before he can leave and asks where he was going. The visiting princess apologizes for interrupting and asks if she can speak with him. Her maid realizes the boy is someone important and blurts out his status in surprise. Outside, rain falls over the rear camp where the princess has come in secret. Inside the tent, the boy learns she has been at the camp for about a month. He immediately asks why she came to see him. The princess hesitates, struggling to say what she really wants. Sensing the tension, she asks for privacy and sends her maid outside. The maid teasingly assumes this is a romantic meeting and leaves them alone. The two are left facing each other in an awkward silence. The boy is baffled by the maid's joke and tries to refocus on the conversation. The princess begins by apologizing for how poorly she behaved earlier and admits she failed to act with proper dignity. He dismisses the apology, saying he would have reacted the same way, which only makes her more self-conscious. She praises him as more respected and mature than herself, revealing how lowly she thinks of her own standing. He starts to understand that her meekness may be part of her true disposition. Trying to move forward, she brings up that they will both enter the academy and attempts to suggest a better relationship. Before she can finish, his expression hardens as he makes a decision. He cuts her off and says he cannot be of any help to her. He makes it clear that if she only wants friendship, she should leave. She insists she only wanted them to be on good terms, but he bluntly calls her naive. His rejection strikes at her deepest insecurity, and she lashes out by asking whether he also sees her as an empty figurehead of a princess. He stays silent, letting her fear speak for itself. Taking his silence as confirmation, she concludes there is no value in being friends with her and apologizes for bothering him. As she turns to go, she admits she misjudged him and had hoped they could at least talk. Then she compares him to Sir Askel and says he is nothing like him, jolting the boy. The mention of that name shocks him so badly that he instantly suspects manipulation. He grabs her arm before she can leave, startling her. Demanding answers, he asks how she knows his brother. She explains she met Askel while touring the Royal Academy last year, and that he told her not to let others think she should only fulfill the role of a princess. The boy is shaken because that advice sounds nothing like the brother he knows. He realizes this is exactly how a demon beast that preys on personality would begin its scheme. In his mind, the princess appears like a puppet, and he understands that a plot to ruin her may have started the moment she met Askel. He urgently tries to warn her. Before he can explain, she suddenly senses something wrong. Her maid bursts back in through the tent entrance and screams for the young master to run. She warns that they are under attack and there is no time to talk. An instant later, the tent is ripped apart from above. The structure explodes into splinters and debris around them. Outside, the guards realize the young master's tent has been hit and rush toward it. The maid is thrown into the wreckage and cries out in pain. Terrified and hurt, she breaks down in tears. A hulking demon beast looms through the collapsing debris as the camp calls for the young master. Far away, news of the attack reaches the capital and causes immediate alarm. A royal figure demands confirmation of what was just reported. The report states that advanced-rank demon beasts attacked the rear camps near the border, and that the princess was there when it happened. The imperial court orders the army to the rear camps at once and prioritizes securing the princess. One listener is stunned that she was in the rear camps at all and begins wondering who she had gone there to meet. Back at the camp, ogres rampage through the ruins as the battle spreads. From cover, the boy identifies not just ogres but a death worm as well, realizing the enemy force is far too dangerous for this area. With the princess and her maid beside him amid the chaos, he concludes that something has changed if monsters like these have reached the rear camps. A shaken attendant fears the young master nearly died because of her and breaks down at his side. Relieved to find him alive, she vows through tears that she will never leave him again. Their reunion is cut short when a violent blast erupts overhead, signaling a new attack. As danger crashes down around them, the young master shields the white-haired princess and stays calm under pressure. He dismisses the troll as far beneath the kind of enemy that could actually kill him. While the attendant worries about the knights outside, Reassurance comes that the Imperial Guards are strong enough to hold the line. The princess blames herself for the disaster and fears the knights who followed her are paying the price. Her guards immediately reject that guilt and remind her that protecting her is their sworn duty. They double down on that promise, ready to die for her if necessary. The young master suddenly senses the real threat and urgently orders everyone to move. A knight barely has time to register the warning before the troll looms behind him. The monster seizes the knight and crushes him hard enough to make him cough blood. With the knight trapped in its grip, the troll roars in triumph as the princess watches in horror. The young master rushes in front of the princess and takes control of the battlefield, ordering her back. The troll prepares to smash him with a massive fist. He realizes the monster is not attacking at random. Understanding that he is the true target, he decides to draw the troll away so the princess can escape. The attendant immediately agrees, even as the princess hesitates in shock. As the attendant drags the princess to safety, he dryly notes how quickly she was willing to leave once given the chance. The troll takes the bait and charges after him with a furious roar. He meets that charge head-on, readying his sword with complete focus. His strike lands cleanly and forces the troll back in pain. While moving through the exchange, he reflects that powerful demonic beasts keep coming for him as if they can smell something on him. A hidden spirit confirms that his body carries the scent of high-grade demonic blood, the kind monsters seek to grow stronger. The spirit explains that this attraction is inevitable because of what he contains. He demands to know why this crucial truth was kept from him until now. The spirit reminds him that its real goal has always been to take over his body. He cuts off the spirit's taunting by grabbing it outright. Without slowing down, he hurls it aside and keeps moving through the fight. When the spirit protests, he shuts it down and refuses to indulge it. Facing the towering troll again, he makes clear that the number of monsters drawn to him changes nothing. He launches himself forward, fully committed to ending the fight. The troll swings down with brute force to crush him. He slips past the blow and carves across the monster in a fast, rising slash. He follows with a relentless combination, driving the troll off balance. The assault ends with the troll crashing into the ground, badly wounded and buried in debris. Once the others are no longer watching, he finally relaxes and prepares to use the monster for another purpose. He intends to harvest the advanced demonic beast's blood, expecting it to be highly effective. Before he can proceed, he notices a new presence and realizes something else has arrived. A heavy creature lands nearby, shaking the ground. He identifies the newcomer as a devil dragon, a far more dangerous beast. The dragon announces itself with a violent roar. The spirit coolly notes that it is only a baby, but that it has clearly picked up his scent as well. He decides the reason for the dragon's appearance no longer matters and manifests his demonic sword to capture it. The spirit urgently changes its advice, insisting that if he catches the dragon, he must devour it. Before that plan can unfold, another powerful strike slams into the battlefield and interrupts the moment. The scene shifts to the aftermath, where a caped commander confirms that the fallen troll appears to have been the last villain present. He immediately asks about the missing princess and the other noble's son. A knight reports that their trail vanishes beyond the tent, and the commander notes that the father is worried about his son as well. The father forces himself to stay focused, insisting that his son can be left for now and that rescuing the princess takes priority. When the white-haired noble is accused of being heartless toward his own son, he coldly insists Vert should survive on his own. That detached stance breaks when soldiers report they have found the missing princess, and he turns in alarm to confirm it. The rescued girl rushes in and recognizes her father, while he realizes it is Eren standing before him. He checks that she is unharmed and urgently says they must save someone, leaving her confused about who he means. Eren reveals the person in danger is Cyan and blames herself for what happened to him. Her father struggles to stay composed, while Villiers steps in and demands a clear explanation. Villiers identifies the trembling girl as Cyan's maid and presses her to explain what happened to Cyan. Dropping all pretense, he forces the issue and demands the truth immediately. Terrified by how severe he looks, the maid admits Cyan stayed behind as bait. She explains that Cyan sacrificed himself to buy the others time to escape. A knight says he remembers Cyan's last location and asks for permission to lead a rescue. Eren's father urges haste, but Villiers stops the impulse to rush out blindly. He makes the hard call that they will not launch that rescue. The refusal shocks Eren and her father, who cannot believe he would abandon Cyan. Villiers explains that the camp itself must come first. If the ruined defenses are not restored, demonic beasts will pour into the Empire. He insists immediate reconstruction is the only way to prevent even more deaths. When asked about Cyan, he answers that Cyan has already fulfilled his role. By helping the princesses escape, Cyan acted exactly as a Vert is expected to act. Eren's father cannot accept that logic, and Eren rejects it outright. In tears, Eren concludes that Cyan is suffering because of her once again. Before the argument can continue, a strange cry from above interrupts everyone. Eren recognizes the sound and freezes in disbelief. Looking up, she sees a dragon crossing the moonlit sky. The sight stuns her as she realizes what that must mean. Her fear turns to shock when she spots Cyan clinging to the dragon's back. Cyan struggles to hold on as the beast dives through the air. The narration frames dragons as ancient, noble creatures closest to the creator. Because they are so exalted, Ordinary humans are not meant to approach them casually. Cyan bitterly notes the absurdity of ending up on one despite that reverence. As the dragon sweeps over the battlefield, Cyan panics that it is carrying him straight over the people below. From the ground, Erin can only watch the dragon continue overhead. Unable to bear it, she cries out Cyan's name. The older noble is astonished by the dragon itself, while Villiers cuts to the real question of why Cyan is riding it. Pressed to save his son, Villiers stays silent for a beat, weighing the impossible situation. Meanwhile, Cyan curses his luck as he fights to keep from falling. He reveals he had only intended to drink the dragon's blood, not get dragged into this disaster. Realizing the creature is no ordinary dragon but a devil dragon, the danger becomes even clearer. A sinister inner voice tells Cyan that if he wants to seize that dragon's power, he must devour it. With monsters closing in below, Cyan decides he has no time to hesitate. He draws his weapon and unleashes Fog Sword, rising Fog Storm in a burst of red slashes. The attack tears downward through the battlefield as Cyan drops away from the dragon. Wrapped in dark red power, he lands hard and regains his footing. The devil dragon wheels around and descends to face him directly. Cyan judges from its size that it is still immature, but that does not make it harmless. The dragon answers with a concentrated blast of violet energy. Cyan braces himself as the beam surges toward him. The impact erupts in a blinding explosion around his position. The beam gouges through the ground in a violent streak of purple force. As the attack bears down, the inner voice urgently warns Cyan that he is about to die. A red-haired fighter crashes into a dragon midair, furious that it interrupted a private meeting and determined to force it back into the fight. His opening slash rakes across the dragon's face, making the beast recoil in pain. He follows with a rapid series of cuts, driving the dragon backward before it can recover. The dragon is hurled away through the sky, and the attacker presses the advantage without letting up. The beast regains control and dives straight down at him like a spear. At the last instant, the swordsman shifts his body aside to avoid the direct hit. Declaring he can fight even without a sword, he prepares a close-range technique with his burning red aura. His 8 fluttering petals attack detonates around the dragon in a storm of crimson strikes. The barrage slams the dragon into the ground hard enough to blast apart the earth. Landing lightly, he admits the dragon is tougher than expected and that the exchange has already strained him. Even so, he decides to finish the battle now and charges in again. The dragon pulls away and climbs, trying to create distance instead of meeting him head-on. He braces for another trick, convinced the beast will not catch him the same way twice. Then he notices something off and abruptly stops focusing on the attack. Realizing the dragon is fleeing rather than fighting, he panics at the thought of where it is headed. He chases after it, shouting that he cannot let it reach the area ahead. Elsewhere, a black-haired young man riding another dragon reflects that his luck may have run out after encountering this monster. He forces himself to think past the panic and search for a way out. Looking over the dragon beneath him, he realizes he has no clear plan for controlling the situation. His floating flame companion berates him for freezing up, while he points out the danger to the people below. The spirit insists that if he can move at all, he has to do something before the dragon carries him over a populated area. The young man protests that any public display of his powers would expose him and ruin his life. The spirit pushes harder, demanding to know whether he intends to stay on the dragon forever, while he struggles to think under pressure. At that moment, a distant mage unleashes an advanced 8-star spell, summoning a radiant formation of giant swords. The young man immediately recognizes the level of magic and realizes someone powerful has entered the battle. He understands that the caster is using the secret sword of the heavens, and that the dragon will be forced upward to avoid it. As the golden blades rain down, he realizes the attack is effectively hurting the dragon toward him. The dragon twists through the descending swords, trying to evade the magical barrage. Watching its movement, the young man sees that the beast is being driven into a predictable path. He starts to tell himself to keep dodging, but the dragon's maneuver suddenly turns the trap on him. A golden blade flashes past as the dragon's movement knocks him loose, and he realizes too late that this strike was the one he could not avoid. He is flung away from the dragon and sent tumbling through open air. Falling fast, he bitterly realizes he missed his chance to use a special means of escape. The spirit mocks him for heading straight toward the ground, and he grimly notes that even surviving would still leave him exposed. When the spirit asks if he is really going to die like this, he admits his mind has nearly stopped working. Then a sudden idea hits him in the middle of the fall. He decides there is still one possible way out, and commits to it despite the spirit's alarm. Ignoring the warning, he dives toward the red, tainted water below because he sees no other choice. He plunges into the corrupted water with a violent splash. Far away, someone senses the disturbance, and turns their attention toward it. A white-haired demon notices a young dragon flying over the canyon and remarks on the unusual sight. His subordinate suggests the creature must have wandered into trouble. The white-haired demon rejects the idea that demonic beasts are responsible and points out that humans live beyond the border. That possibility shocks the subordinate, who cannot believe a dragon could lose to a human. The white-haired demon falls silent, clearly bothered by a thought he cannot yet place. His subordinate notices the pause and asks what is wrong. He says he feels a strange energy coming from that direction, something unfamiliar yet oddly familiar at the same time. He tells the subordinate to investigate if he is so concerned, but adds a condition before letting him go. Recalling the subordinate's habit of provoking fights, he warns him not to start trouble with every living thing he sees. The subordinate agrees and promises he will not cause any unnecessary problems. A young man lands in a hostile realm and is met with stunned silence as he takes in where he has ended up. He bursts up out of a blood-red current, confirming he has been swept somewhere unnatural. The violent emergence leaves him gasping and disoriented as he fights for air. He collapses onto the rocky ground, barely able to steady himself. Dragging himself away from the red water, he realizes just how badly this situation has gone. Pain and exhaustion hit him all at once, and he can only grit through it. Once he catches enough breath to think, he bitterly sums up his luck as disastrous. He checks whether Kirim made it through with him. Kirim answers as an enraged floating spirit, furious enough to threaten him instead of reassuring him. The boy tries to calm Kirim by promising they can clean up later if they make it back. Kirim snaps him back to reality, warning that this is the demon realm and not a place for carelessness. The boy starts to argue that no higher demon should be able to cross over here anyway. Before he can finish, an excited newcomer announces that this place has delivered exactly the kind of amusement he wanted. The voice instantly puts the boy on edge. He recognizes it at once as someone burned into his memory. That certainty hardens into dread when he realizes the owner of the voice is the one being he could never forget. A winged demon appears above him and directly asks the impossible question of whether he is human. The boy identifies the figure as the demon king Valkyrion. Everything he has heard about Valkyrion resurfaces at once. Those stories all describe the same thing. Facing him felt like facing evil itself. The boy freezes under that pressure, knowing the nightmare is now standing right in front of him. Even the battlefield around them reinforces that this is a monster far beyond anything he should survive. He draws his blade anyway, cursing the timing as he forces himself to respond. Valkyrion ignores the threat and repeats his question, still focused on whether the boy is truly human. His sharpened gaze makes it clear the question matters to him. Then, with predatory curiosity, Valkyrion asks if the boy intends to fight him. Driven by fear more than confidence, the boy commits himself to action. He launches a desperate slash with his crimson blade, trying to strike first. Valkyrion is caught off guard only for a moment. Instead of getting angry, he seems impressed that the boy managed to nick him at all. Kirim, startled by the absurd turn in tone, identifies the target again as the Demon King. Kirim warns that fighting Valkyrion in their current state is hopeless. The boy reaches the same conclusion and admits to himself that escape is the only realistic option. Even so, his shaking grip reveals he is not sure he could survive a retreat either. Against Valkyrion, even running feels impossible. Before panic can spiral further, Valkyrion tells him to calm down. He dismisses the boy as no real threat and makes it clear he has no interest in attacking a child. To prove it, Valkyrion casually lies back on the ground and insists he will not fight kids, even if he is a bastard. The boy is left baffled by how completely the feared Demon King is refusing to match the terror of his reputation. Still lounging, Valkyrion asks once more whether the boy is human. This time the boy answers yes, and Valkyrion immediately presses for how a human reached the demon realm. The boy explains that the current of the water brought him here, leading Valkyrion to realize this is his first time in the realm. Valkyrion notes that the boy's aura feels strange, while the boy insists he is just a normal human. Valkyrion repeats that claim skeptically because the boy somehow feels familiar to him. The boy denies any prior connection and says they have never met. Valkyrion accepts that he has never seen a human before either, which only deepens the mystery of that familiarity. Watching how relaxed the supposed Demon King is, the boy starts doubting his own image of him and asks why he is here. Valkyrion answers simply that he sensed a strange energy while making his rounds. He explains that, as Demon King, he routinely patrols the lands under his rule. The boy repeats that claim in disbelief, still trying to reconcile this casual figure with the title of Demon King. The horned young man notices the boy's reaction and pointedly asks whether learning his identity as the Demon King is really that shocking. The boy realizes the face and manner feel familiar and reasons that no ordinary child would react so calmly unless he had somehow already known this Demon King. A memory surfaces of the Demon King unleashing overwhelming power, and the boy understands this is the same being whose true nature he once witnessed. Seeing him clearly now, the boy confirms to himself that the figure before him truly is the Demon King from that earlier incident. He struggles to understand what could have changed this future tyrant from the monster he remembers into someone acting differently now. Instead of panicking, the boy directly asks the Demon King what he actually wants to achieve. The Demon King is amused that a human would dare question him so bluntly. He answers with disarming simplicity. He mainly wants his people to live well and eat well, but he adds that anyone who obstructs that goal will be treated as an enemy and destroyed. He frames that ruthlessness as the unavoidable duty of a king responsible for demonkind. That answer makes the boy connect this calm ruler to the catastrophic future he remembers, where the Demon King's power and the human's response spiral into disaster. He resolves that whatever happens, he has to stop that future incident from ever occurring. Acting on that resolve, he proposes a deal directly to the Demon King. He warns that a threat is coming soon, one that will endanger the people under the Demon King's rule. The Demon King rejects the warning as vague nonsense and demands a clearer explanation. The boy admits he cannot explain how he knows, but insists the coming event will ignite a major war between humans and demons. He argues that once the Demon King moves to seize human lands, that war will become inevitable, which is why he wants to negotiate now. His condition is simple: no matter what provocation comes, the Demon King must promise not to start that war. Though still skeptical, the Demon King decides to humor him and agrees in principle not to begin a war. In return, he demands to know what the boy can possibly offer for such a promise. The boy offers himself as an ally, vowing to help the Demon King no matter what happens. The Demon King closes the distance, testing whether the boy truly understands the weight of that pledge. Looking into him, he realizes the boy is hiding real knowledge about the future. The boy's tense silence confirms he has been seen through. Rather than press harder, the Demon King laughs and asks for the boy's name. The boy introduces himself as Cyan Vert. The Demon King formally accepts the bargain, promising as ruler of the demon realm that he will not invade human land first. To seal it, he marks the agreement with his power. He warns Cyan that a deal binds both sides, so Cyan must also bear responsibility for keeping his own promise. Left alone with the weight of the pact, Cyan braces himself and holds on to his weapon as the encounter ends. Satisfied, the Demon King declares the agreement complete. Later, human soldiers spot Cyan and rush toward him. They find him alive in the wasteland and celebrate his survival as if it were a miracle. Cyan explains that an inspection team discovered him collapsed there and brought him back. His survival earns him a new reputation as the boy who lived through the Devil Dragon incident. Afterward, he is taken to an abbey near the border of Velias that has been turned into a temporary military hospital. While recovering there, he is abruptly confronted by a white-haired princess. She makes it clear she has come because matters between them did not end as neatly as he assumed. Flustered and struggling to say it, she works up the courage to ask something personal. She blurts out a proposal, asking him to become hers. Cyan is so blindsided that he can barely process what she means. The princess immediately realizes how badly she phrased it. Trying to recover, she awkwardly explains that she is a politically powerless princess. Cyan, already irritated, finds her increasingly exhausting to deal with. He reflects that her lack of power was obvious, but her personality makes the situation even worse. From his perspective, the outcome around her is already easy to predict. What troubles him more is that he remembers a blonde man tied to a cursed shard and senses that this princess is connected to a tragic future. He finally answers, agreeing with her self-assessment. He bluntly tells her that, as things stand, she offers him no benefit at all. He goes further, saying she has neither influence nor proper sense, and that being close to her would only drag him down. The white-haired girl hesitates, but he adds a condition to his support. He promises to keep watching over her from a distance until she grows into someone better. His words catch her off guard, and she struggles to process that he truly intends to believe in her. He starts to reassure her not to overthink it, but she suddenly moves with renewed energy. She quickly decides that his meaning is simple: she just has to improve until he can no longer overlook her worth. She presses that resolve directly onto him, making her vow feel personal and unavoidable. With fierce confidence, she declares that one day she will become so powerful that he will have to acknowledge her. He accepts that promise calmly, noting to himself how easily she recovered once given encouragement. Just as she is about to leave, she turns back with one last thought. Blushing, she sincerely thanks him for surviving, revealing how much his continued existence matters to her. After she leaves, he is left sitting in silence, absorbing the weight of that exchange. Elsewhere, in the rear camps beyond the forest, someone moves through the snow toward a covert meeting. Two fur-clad men stand guard in the freezing woods, unaware that they are being approached. One of them checks a glowing cube and reacts with greedy satisfaction. He notes that the artifact is nearly depleted, implying they have been using it heavily. A hidden observer identifies the man as Reynald Crimson, confirming the target at last. Before Reynald can react, an unseen force locks his body in place and leaves him panicking. The cloaked intruder steps out, explaining that a 7-star spell has finally materialized to restrain him. He identifies the cube as a rare dimensional artifact fueled by mana and spatial magic, capable of limitless storage. He further reveals that it is a missing relic from the Grey City Lord's collection. The intruder makes clear he has been tracking Reynald for some time because something about him felt suspicious. Having confirmed his method, he takes the dimensional box for himself. Reynald recognizes too late that the person confronting him is no ordinary pursuer. The intruder reveals himself as Cyan Vert, surrounded by ominous dark power. Cyan immediately demands to know why Reynald is here while exposing the remains of demonic cargo hidden in the snow. The buried evidence shows mutilated demonic beast parts, proving this is more than a simple theft. Cyan lays out the scheme. Blood and organs from demonic beasts were extracted and smuggled through supply caravans allowed across the border, and he suspects Reynald helped manage it. Reynald tries to deny everything, but his panic only deepens. Cyan dismisses the act and states that the blood is already being sold on the black market. He connects the operation to Alice as well, concluding she obtained Hellhound blood through Reynald's network. Cyan wonders who betrayed them, while Reynald realizes he cannot let Cyan leave alive with this knowledge. Though still partly restrained, Reynald forces enough movement to begin casting a spell. He unleashes Breath Fire in a desperate attempt to kill Cyan before the truth spreads. Reynald taunts him for lowering his guard, convinced the sudden attack will finish him. Flames erupt violently through the snowy clearing. When Cyan survives, Reynald understands the rumors about his strength were true. The fire tears across the ground, turning the ambush into open combat. Reynald laments losing the dimension box and curses the disaster that struck during what should have been a routine transport. His complaint is cut short when his hand is severed in an instant. As black-red mist coils around him, Reynald realizes Cyan's power is far stranger and more terrifying than expected. Standing amid fire and dark aura, Cyan closes in, and Reynald starts to grasp whose power this resembles. Cyan drives the attack home before Reynald can finish the thought. Pinning him beneath a surge of dark force, Cyan offers him a final decision. He gives Reynald one chance to reveal the smuggling route and the identity of the spy in exchange for a less painful death. Otherwise, Cyan promises a level of suffering so extreme it would make even a saint beg for mercy. The scene shifts to the Velia's western border trading post, where goods and wagons move through a busy checkpoint. Among the workers, a hooded man quietly watches the flow of cargo with suspicious interest. He and an accomplice inspect a crate of bottled goods and note that this shipment contains 2 boxes, meaning they can move even more than before. As one of them reaches for another crate, a sinister red-black presence stirs from inside. The smugglers recoil in shock, realizing something unexpected is waiting in the box. A hidden compartment is opened to reveal Reynald's severed head, making it clear someone has executed him. In the middle of a busy transport yard, the discovery throws the scene into alarm as word of the killing spreads. From above, the hooded observer confirms he has no intention of saving the smugglers and treats their fate as deserved. He identifies the victim as Reynald Crimson, a 7-star mage knight who had been secretly smuggling demonic beast blood out of the front lines. The blood had been funneled to the Garum Kingdom's Mage Association, where it was used in dangerous research and to create artifacts tied to dimensional magic. Realizing those experiments could eventually produce even worse uses for demonic beast blood, he decides the operation has to be stopped now. Though his companion notes that this is unusually selfless for him, he insists he simply refuses to let more people exploit that power. The story shifts to a residence in the Ushif Empire. Inside, a blond young man stands by a window reading a letter that has just arrived. The letter tells him that Cyan Vert has gone to the front lines with their father, which immediately catches his attention. A woman in his room recognizes the name and identifies Cyan as his half-brother. He admits Cyan has been irritating him for some time and decides he will go see him personally. Later, luggage arrives as a journey from the front lines comes to an end. Emily bursts with relief and excitement, thrilled that they have finally left the battlefield behind. She eagerly imagines academy life as something bright and glamorous, while Cyan privately expects it to be miserable. His distrust is justified by the academy's reputation as a place overshadowed by predatory figures and hidden pressure. Rather than a haven of learning, it is known as a nest of politics, jealousy, and social maneuvering. Emily, oblivious to that ugliness, becomes even more excited at the thought of meeting handsome instructors. Cyan can only wonder whether she is going there for him at all, as she drifts into romantic fantasies. Once they arrive, Cyan sets down his luggage and steps into the estate grounds. He walks across the courtyard toward the mansion, with staff already waiting in the distance. A sudden gasp stops him and makes him turn toward the source. A blond young man rushes forward in shock, recognizing him as Cyan. Cyan's attempt to respond is cut off when the other boy loses control of himself and stumbles away in panic. Asked who that fool was, Cyan dismisses him as Krantz, his half-brother, and tells his companion not to worry about it. The floating companion remarks that Cyan seems nothing like the rest of his family, but Cyan quietly disagrees. He knows the true opposite within that family is someone else entirely. The mansion doors open before him, signaling his return home. The servants formally welcome Cyan back as young master, a level of respect that immediately feels unusual to him. He notices the difference at once, because these people used to ignore him completely. Their sudden politeness makes him suspect they are only acting this way because his father or that other brother is present. As he heads deeper inside, he reflects that the past year has changed the household enough to make his hard-won status visible. But the moment he reaches a certain door, a familiar presence on the other side makes him stop. He recognizes the aura instantly and braces himself. It is the same oppressive presence that has always made him shudder. Even so, he opens the door and faces what is waiting beyond it. Behind the door stands the person he most expected and least wanted to meet. The sight of that blonde brother ignites Cyan's killing intent almost instantly. The blonde man greets him calmly, as if this reunion were ordinary. Cyan struggles to contain himself while the other man lightly asks whether he no longer remembers him. The blonde brother smoothly explains that their last meeting was before he left for the academy, pretending the gap between them is harmless. Cyan's rage spikes so violently that he is ready to abandon restraint and kill him on the spot. He begins to draw on his power and move against him. His hand closes around a weapon as the attack is about to begin. A dark-haired woman intervenes from behind, warning him to pull himself together because killing the man now would gain him nothing. Her interruption cuts to his fury just enough to make him hesitate. Cyan forces his eyes shut and drags his emotions back under control. He lowers himself into a formal greeting, addressing the blond man as his older brother instead of striking. The older brother immediately notices that Cyan does remember him after all. Cyan answers with controlled bitterness that forgetting his own older brother was never possible. The blond noble gently reassures the black-haired boy, pleased that he still remembers him. He admits he had feared being forgotten, revealing that this reunion matters to him more than he expected. Keeping his back turned, he praises the boy's improved speech and notes that he has even become useful enough to assist Cyan Vert. With a sly smile, he adds that he looks forward to seeing that usefulness proven on the battlefield. The boy answers politely, but his glowing eye and shaken thoughts reveal how intensely he is reacting to the idea. The noble catches that charged response and pauses, sensing something unusual beneath the boy's words. He smooths over the moment by saying he is glad and claims he came only to see the boy today. The boy realizes that this man normally ignores anyone he considers worthless, so the visit itself feels significant. That unexpected attention steadies him, and he warmly returns the sentiment, admitting he missed him too. Elsewhere in the manor, a maid struggles in with heavy luggage and grumbles that the boy offered no help. Exhausted, she drops the cases and complains that the work has worn her out. Still annoyed, she storms to confront her young master for abandoning her with the burden. She opens the door ready to scold him, only to freeze when she finds the blonde noble inside. The noble lightly remarks that she seems even more at ease with this boy than she was with Cyan, then tells her to continue her duties and ignore him. Terrified of having overstepped, the maid immediately bows and retreats into formal obedience while the boy keeps his head down. Once outside, she blurts out her panic and accuses the boy of not warning her that such an important guest was present. The boy cuts her off and orders Emily to leave him alone for a while. When she hesitates, his voice turns cold and threatening, making it clear he will not repeat himself. Emily is startled by the sudden menace in him and can only falteringly address him. The boy drops to a hidden chamber pot and retches violently, as if the encounter has pushed him past his limit. Bracing himself on the floor, he struggles to recover his breath and composure. His shadowy companion appears and asks why he interrupted it, implying it had been ready to intervene. The boy accuses the creature of trying to use the moment to seize his body for itself. The creature denies that motive and says it only wants his rage to keep growing, because that would be even more useful. Instead of resisting, the boy accepts that logic with a grim smile, and the creature approves of his response. Having regained control, he heads off with a new purpose. He stops outside a large set of doors, preparing to report to the blonde noble. From inside, the noble grants him permission to enter. A servant reports that he has located the second young lady, exactly as ordered. The noble immediately asks where she is, and learns she is in the northern territory of the White Elves, Furkina. Reflecting on that answer, he notes that Furkina is hostile to outsiders, which means she must be remarkably capable to manage there. He orders the servant to keep watching and inform him if it seems she intends to return, and the servant accepts the task. Noticing the noble's mood, the servant cautiously asks whether something good has happened. The noble turns the question back on him, inviting an explanation. The servant says the noble seems brighter than usual and guesses that meeting his younger brother amused him, which the noble half acknowledges. He abruptly rejects that interpretation, insisting he is actually in a terrible mood. The servant immediately apologizes for misreading him. Elsewhere, the boy's obsession sharpens into a dangerous grin as he fixates on the noble's eyes. Meanwhile, the noble privately compares the boy's stare to that of a lifelong enemy and wonders what hidden truth he is missing. He dismisses the servant's concern by saying the boy merely irritates him, but still orders someone assigned to watch him closely. Left alone by the window, the noble sits with that suspicion lingering in his mind. The boy, however, remains consumed by the same feverish fixation. The noble silently names Cyan Vert and questions what the boy is concealing behind this connection. Soon after, a carriage is prepared outside the estate, signaling a departure. Emily confronts the boy in outrage, disappointed that he is leaving without properly telling her. He snaps back that it is not his fault he can only travel under a night escort to the academy, though she argues he still should have warned her sooner. As the escort readies the carriage, he brushes off the argument and tells Emily to behave while she fires the same order back at him. From inside the carriage, he ends the exchange curtly and orders them to depart. The carriage pulls away under guard, and Emily is left behind in disbelief that he is truly going. Even as he leaves, she shouts after him not to lose heart, adding with rough affection that he should endure it even if he gets bullied. As he remembers Emily seeing him off with genuine concern, he reflects that caring for others was always in her nature. His thoughts return to when he was 8, sick and abandoned, with no one in the mansion willing to look after him. In that miserable time, Emily was the one who took responsibility for him and carried him through the storm. She rushed him to the nearest doctor and begged for help for the young master despite the chaos around them. The doctor immediately let them in, answering her desperate plea. Emily stayed by his bedside and nursed him through the fever. He knows that without her intervention, he likely would have died unnoticed in that house. Because of that, he cannot treat her as merely a servant, and makes clear that anyone threatening her will answer to him. To him, Emily's place in his life goes far beyond that of a maid. Back in the present, he calmly weighs the situation from inside the carriage. He finds it suspicious that 6 intermediate-class knights were assigned to escort a single person. The excessive escort only deepens his sense that something is wrong. That realization confirms his suspicion that trouble is coming. He concludes that an attack is likely to happen before he even reaches the academy. As evening falls on the forest road, the convoy presses on toward the trap ahead. The knights remain alert, but their movements suggest mounting unease. Inside the carriage, he pretends to rest while continuing to observe everything. When the escort announces they should camp for the night, he casually asks where they are. They claim to be near Saffron and say they will reach the city by morning. He outwardly accepts the explanation and tells them to inform him once camp is ready. Privately, he recognizes the lie at once, because no forest like this exists near Saffron. He realizes the escort has deliberately led him somewhere isolated, and soon they invite him to step outside. He gets down from the carriage without resistance, already prepared for what comes next. Feigning ease, he remarks on the pleasant air while testing how openly they will move against him. Once he is surrounded, he stops pretending and demands to know who ordered the ambush. The men hesitate, caught off guard that he understood the setup. Their silence spreads through the group as none of them wants to answer first. One of them finally breaks into a grin, deciding there is no need to hide the truth any longer. When the boy repeats his demand, the killers are startled by how calm he remains. Their spokesman tells him the mastermind no longer matters because he is supposed to die here anyway. The assassins close in, insisting the murder is only business and not personal. He answers with the same composure, almost inviting them to try if they think killing him will be that easy. Taking his confidence for helplessness, one attacker lunges in to finish him with a single downward strike. The boy does not flinch, and the attack passes the point where it should have killed him. Instead, the attacker is suddenly torn apart, his body thrown upward before anyone understands what happened. The rest of the ambushes freeze as their first man collapses dead, and the boy remains untouched. The fallen killer can only stare in shock, unable to grasp how instantly he was defeated. Now armed with a crimson, energy-wreathed blade, the boy coldly repeats his demand to know who is behind this. The men nearest him recoil, their confidence breaking under the sudden reversal. Even those farther back are shaken as the realization spreads that they are facing something far beyond their expectations. He presses them again, mocking their paralysis now that the balance of power has flipped. With one eye glowing and murderous energy surging around him, he makes clear they should have expected consequences for trying to kill him. Their apparent leader can barely believe the monstrous scene unfolding in front of him. Another desperate attacker charges anyway, hoping brute force can still overwhelm him. The boy answers with a sweeping crimson slash that cuts through the assault in an instant. The strike tears into the attacker, leaving him choking on blood as he is carved open mid-charge. A second follow-up slash lands before the man can recover, finishing him with brutal efficiency. As another assassin screams and tries to flee or reposition, the boy watches with detached contempt. That man is hit as well, his cry breaking into a bloody gasp. By the carriage, the survivors are left staring at the boy as his crimson power cuts through them and turns the ambush into a massacre. A terrified witness breaks down, unable to believe the survivor of the massacre is only 11 years old. Amid the wreckage and bloodshed around the carriage, the boy's survival makes the whole mission feel even more unnatural. He realizes the only reason he lived through a dragon attack was that this assignment had been doomed from the beginning. Acting on that conclusion, he draws a red energy blade and turns on the surviving escort. His killing intent hardens as he decides to force the truth out immediately. The escort confirms it outright. The mission was a setup from the start. The man panics when the boy closes in and demands an explanation. With the blade at his throat, the boy pressures him to reveal who arranged the betrayal. The escort blurts out that Mrs. Margaret was behind it. The boy is unsettled because the confession comes too easily, making him suspect there is more to this than one frightened culprit. The escort breaks down completely, sobbing as his fear overwhelms him. They resume moving, leaving the killing ground behind as the carriage rolls on. While driving, the escort explains that he heard young Master Krantz had asked Mrs. Margaret for a favor, so everyone assumed that was why this mission existed. The boy connects the name to an earlier humiliation and realizes Krantz is likely the one who set this in motion. That implication makes him pause and reconsider the chain of responsibility. The escort, now expecting judgment, asks what will happen to him next. He goes further and asks whether the boy intends to kill him. The boy sees that the man is more resigned than remorseful and notes that he does not seem truly saddened by the possibility. The escort admits he has no right to complain, since they were the ones who tried to kill the boy first. Instead of executing him, the boy draws a line between being worthless and being useful, and orders him to keep driving because he still has value as the carriage driver. Overwhelmed by the reprieve, the escort thanks him and accepts his place as a subordinate. Soon the boy announces that they have reached their destination. Their carriage arrives at Central City, Saffron, where the Royal Academy stands. Elsewhere, the news of the failed ambush triggers violent outrage. A servant reports that of the 7 sent after the boy, 1 is missing, 6 are dead, and Cyan left Saffron 10 days earlier. Margaret is shaken and furious that what was supposed to be manageable has turned into a disaster. Her subordinate admits they underestimated the young master, and she lashes out that they could not even eliminate a child. He argues there must be hidden factors they do not understand and begs for one more chance to send someone to the academy. Margaret refuses, fearing that any further move could provoke Cyan if Krantz is touched. A sudden memory or warning makes clear that exposing Krantz would endanger her own position as well. She orders her people to do nothing openly, swallowing her anger for the moment. But in secret she decides the incident must be buried and commands that anyone who knows about it be eliminated. An unseen listener catches this order, silently learning how far she is willing to go. 10 days after leaving Saffron, the boy reflects during the journey. He notes that Brian has served as his subordinate the entire way. Assuming his enemies already know he survived, he focuses on reaching the Royal Academy safely. He decides he will think later about what to do with Brian once they arrive. The familiar dynamic almost feels like old times, though he keeps his thoughts guarded. The city and academy come fully into view as they enter a new stage of his life. He admits his memories of the academy are not good, but he also knows the place changed him in many ways. Presenting himself as Cyan Vert of the Duke Vert family, he formally begins his return. Inside the registration hall, he approaches the desk to enroll. The clerk confirms his registration and directs him toward his assigned room. She also informs him that the entrance ceremony and elemental test will be held in 2 days, which catches him off guard. Along with the room assignment, he is given a sealed letter and key. The unexpected treatment makes him question whether the academy has mistaken him for someone else. As they head inside with his luggage, the scale of the place begins to sink in. Brian is stunned, realizing this academy is far grander than he imagined. The opulence of the royal hall confirms they have entered a world reserved for the kingdom's elite. Seeing how little baggage Cyan brought, Brian is baffled that the boy arrived at such a place with almost nothing. Having safely reached the academy with all the luggage, Cyan expects his duty to continue. Instead, his master coldly dismisses him and makes it clear their arrangement is over. Brian panics and tries to stop him, afraid of being abandoned. Cyan tosses him a pouch of money as a final severance. Brian is stunned to realize he is being paid off for everything he has done. Cyan tells him the money should be enough to start over somewhere else, and warns that returning to Velia's could get him killed, though he admits he cannot stop him if he insists. Brian is left conflicted, absorbing both the warning and the unexpected concern. He suddenly drops to one knee and formally offers Cyan his life and service. Rather than leave, Brian begs to remain at Cyan's side forever. Cyan is caught off guard to learn the man he thought was only a coachman is actually a knight. Brian explains that his father taught him to devote himself completely to anyone he judged worthy of trust. Cyan dismisses that creed as dangerously foolish. Brian can only ask what he means. Cyan reminds him that blind loyalty would have left him defenseless if Cyan had ever chosen to betray him. Even so, Brian insists his faith would not change and begs Cyan never to become that kind of person. Cyan ends the exchange by skipping the entrance ceremony and heading straight for the elemental test, while Brian accepts his place as attendant and follows. Brian rises, now firmly attached to Cyan despite the earlier dismissal. Elsewhere in the dean's office, the academy reviews this year's unusually gifted results from the elemental test. Students gather in the testing hall as the evaluations proceed one after another. The ceremony begins with mana flaring through the chamber as candidates are measured. Aaron Severus is recorded as physically average, but aligned with light at a modest level. Seth Jaharkin proves far more impressive, combining strong mana, top physical ability, and a sand affinity. The dean notes that the class is talented overall, but Cyan's case stands apart. Cyan's result is extraordinary in one sense and troubling in another. His darkness affinity reaches 92% despite weak mana and poor physical rank. Instructor Sarika points out that even Alice Vert, once hailed as a chosen prodigy, had only reached 88% in water by graduation. Dean Kundal adds that even the Empire's most praised talents have failed to surpass their younger siblings. Still, Sarika warns that darkness is a ruinous element, and such talent may decay rather than flourish. The dean turns from the test result to Cyan's personal file. Sarika asks whether he knows Cyan has been assigned to the Royal Hall. The dean reveals the placement came directly from the Emperor, shocking her. He explains that Cyan recently saved the youngest princess from monsters on the front lines and is even being considered as a marriage candidate for her. That possibility reframes Cyan from failed prince to politically explosive figure whose union with the princess could reshape the imperial succession. Sarika immediately sees the danger. The struggle over inheritance could intensify enough to fracture the empire into civil war. The dean tells her not to overeat it yet, though he admits the empire's internal weakness may invite exactly that kind of collapse. Walking the academy halls afterward, Cyan reflects on his absurdly high darkness score and dryly compares it to an old life exam result. His thoughts are interrupted when he runs into a blonde student and casually greets him. The boy recoils in terror because he recognizes Cyan as someone he believed was dead. Another student identifies Cyan as the servant the blonde boy used to mistreat. Cyan recognizes the blonde student as Popper Penneron, son of Marquis Penneron, and recalls hearing that even Popper's own family looked down on him. He also remembers Popper as the kind of bully who tormented him as relentlessly as the worst people from his previous life. Seeing him again awakens a vicious urge in Cyan rather than fear. When Popper's larger companion moves in to beat Cyan, the mood shifts as Cyan's killing intent becomes impossible to ignore. Popper notices Cyan's eyes and senses too late that something is deeply wrong. Cyan strikes first and violently smashes the larger boy into the wall and floor in a single overwhelming blow. Popper screams as his protector is instantly crushed. Cyan calmly turns to the fallen thug, calling him by name and making it clear this is no accident but a settling of accounts. Before Popper can flee or speak, Cyan seizes him and strips away any illusion of safety. He tells Popper he does not care what petty schemes happen out of sight, but warns that another direct encounter will have consequences. Cyan delivers the threat with a smile that makes it even more terrifying. He promises that if Popper crosses his path again, he will leave the academy crippled, and Popper breaks down in tears and fear. Cyan enters the academy convinced his new life there is going to be enjoyable. The story shifts into the academy's vast library, where an important encounter is about to begin. A purple-haired woman moves through the quiet stacks with a specific objective in mind. She judges Cyan as someone who could become either a hero or a disaster, and decides she needs to watch him closely. Acting on that suspicion, she heads deeper into the shelves to check on a hidden item. She searches the books for the object she expected to find there. When it is missing, she immediately realizes someone has already reached it first. Cyan appears behind her holding the book, calmly confirming her suspicion. She masks her alarm with playful authority, but inwardly realizes he slipped past her senses. Pretending this is a harmless academic matter, she identifies him and asks him to hand over the book for her research. Cyan plays along and agrees without resistance. As she reaches to take it, the exchange becomes a trap. Cyan reacts instantly as dark power lashes toward him from behind. The attack tears through the books and papers instead of catching him off guard. Dodging cleanly, Cyan reveals he already knows she is not an ordinary instructor. He names her as Sarika Nigrathi, the hall master of the assassin organization Mist, forcing her to drop the act. Cyan recalls that in his previous life he once dismissed Sarika as an unremarkable counselor. Back then, he had met her guarded and distrustful. She had presented herself as a necessary but tedious mentor for troubled students. Because Cyan was being abused by his own brother, he had treated her concern as meaningless and insincere. But Sarika had made clear that her interest in him was genuine and unusually strong. She explained that his dark element affinity was extraordinarily high, far beyond what most people understood. Sarika insisted that the world underestimated that element, and told him his potential could be limitless. Her words had left Cyan confused and unsure what to believe. Still, he had briefly thought she might become an ally worth trusting. Now he realizes that hope was a mistake and that he had been deceived. He identifies her true role, not a teacher, but a killer hiding in plain sight. Cyan states outright that she is the master of mist, and her expression confirms the accusation has landed. He further exposes the scale of her deception, noting that she has been hiding inside the Royal Academy itself. Instead of denying it, Sarika abruptly agrees to hear him out. She invites him to continue the conversation privately in her lab, signaling a shift from ambush to negotiation. Cyan is caught off guard because she accepts the revelation far more calmly than he expected. They move into her cluttered laboratory, a place filled with research tools and old materials. Cyan recognizes the room from before and notes that it has not changed. Once seated, he tests the situation by drinking the tea she serves. He immediately calls out that she poisoned it, realizing the meeting was never truly safe. Sarika casually admits it, and jokes that the poison is only severe enough to melt his organs. Cyan remains unfazed, knowing his body has survived far worse toxins and monstrous substances. With his eyes turning ominous, he tells her she will need something stronger if she wants to affect him. That display finally unsettles Sarika, and she decides to stop testing him and start talking seriously. She demands to know who he really is and how he uncovered her identity. Cyan points to the obscure book he found, noting that he knew both the coded orders hidden inside it and its exact location. Sarika begins to wonder if his knowledge means he belongs to Mist as well. Cyan leans into that suspicion, implying that his access to her secrets should be proof enough. She laughs off the idea and instead credits his boldness to his exceptional elemental talent. Cyan changes direction and brings up the trip to Chatran, where he says everyone requested escort knights. When Sarika questions him, he explains the reason. Nobles have been getting murdered repeatedly, making the mission dangerous. Then Cyan strikes at the hidden core of the matter by asking when the purification project began. Sarika repeats the term, probing whether he truly knows what he is saying. Her denial collapses into open hostility as dark power surges around her, and she prepares to respond by force. The boy makes it clear that when he spoke of assassination, he meant it seriously, and without hesitation. The purple-haired woman answers his provocation with open menace, while he throws her position back at her by framing her hostility as a teacher threatening a student. Her restraint breaks at that challenge. She lunges across the table, turning the confrontation into an immediate attack. He meets her aggression head-on, deciding to answer force with force. Their first clash explodes violently as her dark power crashes into his defense. While evading her follow-up from above, he insists that his identity should already have been enough to prove who he is. She rejects that claim, arguing that even if he belongs to Mist, a hall master like her would still have no reason to know every member. She presses the attack with twin blades, forcing him backward across the room. Her pursuit turns obsessive as she refuses to let him escape. Realizing words will not convince her, he decides he has to reveal stronger proof. He breaks through her assault and creates the opening he needs. Drawing a glowing dagger, he declares that if she will not believe him, he will show her. The sight of the weapon shocks her badly enough to interrupt her attack. He closes the distance before she can recover, keeping the pressure on. She recognizes the dagger as something impossible for an impostor to possess. The weapon is revealed to be the demonic sword Kirim, a blade said to be wieldable only by Eru's chosen successor. Holding the blade as proof, he asks whether she finally believes him. Now shaken, she realizes Miss must already be searching for its successor, and demands to know how he learned that. He answers that the successor she seeks is standing right in front of her, and orders her to take him to Eru. The scene shifts to a quiet street in Lewin later that night. At a secluded building, the approach becomes covert and deliberate. A hand activates a magical seal on the door, unlocking a hidden entrance. Two hooded Mist members step inside the concealed passage. One of them notes that he is not even surprised to find a Mist base hidden in such an ordinary place. She leads him onward, saying the path to the altar lies ahead and that from here he must continue on his own. As he enters, he is told the altar exists within a special realm shaped by the power of the god of fog. Because of that divine distortion, the interior is far larger than the building's exterior suggests. He calmly identifies hidden enemies by position before they strike, showing he anticipated the ambush. When blades fly at him from all sides, he sweeps them away in a single motion. More assassins descend from above, but he remains composed enough to mock the ceremony welcoming him. The attackers rush him in waves, trying to overwhelm him with numbers and momentum. He uses the walls and open space to keep moving instead of letting them surround him. A fresh barrage of attacks converges on him mid-movement. One masked assassin is stunned to find his strike intercepted at the last instant. The boy turns the exchange around, knocking aside multiple weapons in a blur. His opponents realize he deflected a dagger in an impossibly short moment, confirming his reflexes are far beyond normal. Even as they marvel at him, one assassin escalates by invoking a secret technique. The technique, Deathhorn Formation, closes the circle around him with coordinated killing intent. He answers by releasing a red aura of his own and activating a secret technique in return. The assassins are horrified that someone his age can use such a method, just as his bloodthirst wave is unleashed. The Crimson Force tears through the formation and slams into the surrounding attackers. Bloodthirst Wave is revealed as an assassin-exclusive technique that manifests bloodlust into a physical assault on the mind and body. The struck assassins collapse choking and panicked, unable to steady themselves even enough to breathe properly. He looks back at the fallen group and judges that most of them will not be getting up anytime soon. But he immediately senses the fight is not over. One cloaked figure remains standing in the blood-red aftermath, making him suspect this survivor holds higher rank. Without waiting, he begins another technique, drawing power into his sword. He invokes Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree, preparing a decisive finishing strike. The surviving opponent charges to meet him before that attack can fully land. A violent clash of purple power sends one fighter crashing down, and the black-haired successor realizes his attack has just been interrupted by someone far stronger than expected. Stunned, he understands that an unknown opponent has not only appeared but has halted his technique in midcast. The newcomer immediately judges him as unusually skilled in the very art she specializes in. The purple-haired Hall Master Sarika closes in at blade range and admits she can no longer hold herself back against Cyan Vert. Caught off guard by her words, Cyan hesitates instead of pressing the exchange. Sarika excitedly identifies herself, and demands that he stop holding back and show his real power. She launches a named miss technique, turning her excitement into a direct assault. Her attack sweeps through the hall with enough force to keep the pressure entirely on him. Sarika becomes even more intrigued when she sees that Cyan can handle both dense fog techniques and the fog sword. From a distance, she urges him to reveal his full potential as her battle lust rises further. Cyan recognizes that Sarika is driven by a dangerous obsession with combat that only another true fighter could understand. As he retreats under a barrage of attacks, he realizes she intends to keep fighting until one of them dies. Sarika openly embraces that desire and insists this deadly struggle is exactly what he wanted to. She escalates again with another fog sword technique, trying to overwhelm him before he can settle the fight. Cyan breaks the flow of her offense and makes clear he is far less desperate for battle than she assumes. He reveals they are inside a realm created by Eru, where outside energy cannot interfere, removing any reason for him to hold back. With that restriction gone, Cyan calmly decides he can finally use whatever techniques he wants. He draws on a dangerous red-black power and coldly concludes that killing Sarika would be easy if he chose to. Before he can act, something inside him shifts in a way that interrupts his control. He suddenly collapses, and Sarika instantly senses that this confirms a suspicion she already had. As dark energy coils around his fallen body, a new voice tells him he can rest, taking over in his place. Sarika realizes with alarm that someone else has emerged through him. The manifested woman, Kairam, says she had not wanted to interfere but assumes Sarika should recognize her. Sarika identifies her as the demonic sword Kairam, while demanding an explanation for why she has appeared in this fight. Kairam points out the contradiction. Sarika is supposed to serve Eru, yet she is attacking Eru's chosen master. Sarika answers that she was testing whether Cyan truly is the successor he claimed to be. Keiram mocks that logic and says Sarika should have called on her god instead of taking matters into her own hands. She goes further, inviting Sarika to treat this as a direct challenge if she insists on continuing. Sarika abruptly changes course and says the real priority should be the successor, not their argument. Keiram notices Cyan is in bad shape and demands to know why he is already dying. Sarika explains that Keiram has manifested in her full form, which is an extremely inefficient state. She warns that this full manifestation consumes the life force of its owner. Keiram dismisses the danger and complains that all the beast blood Cyan drank should have made this strain trivial. Sarika reminds her that, as Hall Master Sarika Nigrithi of Mist, she is bound never to refuse a fight. And because Keiram herself is now the opponent, Sarika admits she has no desire to turn this battle down. Keiram is unnerved by how eagerly Sarika welcomes the chance to fight her. Cyan regains enough awareness to question why Keiram manifested so suddenly at all. Keiram orders him to stay behind her and prepares to punish Sarika personally. Sarika accepts the challenge with pleasure and calls Keiram forward. Keiram answers with arrogant confidence, warning Sarika not to beg for mercy afterward. Sarika only grins wider, hoping Keiram can push her to that extreme. Before they can clash, a higher authority intervenes and commands them to stop. A blue portal opens overhead, signaling Eru's direct presence. Cyan recognizes the summons immediately. Eru orders that the successor be sent to the altar, and Sarika obeys without resistance. Instead of fear, Cyan feels satisfaction that he is finally being brought to meet the god behind all of this. As he is drawn toward a dark throne, he realizes he is about to stand before Eru, the god of darkness. The story frames Eru through rumor first, as a god of black fog feared for evil. Those rumors claim he kills without hesitation and excuses slaughter as if it were mercy. Eru's own answer is chillingly simple. He gives people exactly what they wished for. A shadowy god dismisses morality as irrelevant, insisting that protecting one's own people is justification enough. Someone objects that this logic is madness, but the god only reduces the absent protector to a fool who cared too much about appearances. A portal opens, signaling the arrival of a new participant in the ruined sanctuary. The young man steps into the hall and advances toward the throne at the top of the long staircase, with his small fiery companion following. From the throne, the hooded deity challenges him to prove he knows exactly who he is facing. The young man calmly identifies him as Eri, the god of black fog. Eri immediately tests him further, asking whether he is Cyan Vert and what business he has with the god's successor. The young man reveals that he carries the fog's power and understands the two ways succession can happen. He explains that one path is to personally hand over the mist stone to the chosen heir. The other path, he says, is for the mist stone itself to seek out and acknowledge its successor. Since Eri does not know him, the god concludes the second case must be what happened here. Eri adds that the mist stone meant to rest on the altar vanished last year, confirming that something unusual has already been in motion. He then hints that this is not the only strange thing about the young man. Eri notes that the boy awakened Crom despite being untraceable, and his companion bristles at being discussed so casually. He goes on to say the light in the boy's eyes exceeds what should belong to Eri's own successor. From that, Eri concludes the boy comes from a timeline outside his own history. The young man is shaken, realizing Eri was not responsible for bringing him here after all. Eri admits he is no omnipotent god and says most of his divine authority has long since been stripped away. The boy accepts that explanation and reproaches himself for expecting help from a powerless remnant. Eri, however, finds the situation useful and hints that the boy's arrival solves a problem for him. He decides that a successor who came of his own will requires little effort from him, while the companion mocks his laziness. Still, Eri's attention shifts to the troublesome thing the boy brought with him. He identifies the holy sword the boy carries and realizes the boy is also trying to claim its power. The young man denies any immediate scheme and says he only had a practical concern in mind. He argues that if the world learns the sword exists, it could lose its value as a hidden advantage. Eri recognizes that ruthless pragmatism in him and says he will not interfere for personal reasons. But he warns that he still intends to uphold the rules governing succession. Invoking his authority as the former master, Eri unleashes pressure and demands to know what kind of life the successor intends to live. Faced with that question, the boy is pulled back to the same challenge that once confronted him in another life. He remembers his old answer, that he would live for his brother. Eri dismisses that response as foolish, and the memory reminds the boy that such devotion never saved him before. Another figure from his past surfaces in his mind, tied to the regret and failure of that earlier path. The memory turns violent and accusatory, forcing him to confront why everything collapsed despite his loyalty. From that reflection comes a hard lesson. Blind faith is more dangerous than ignorance. He recognizes that Eri may already know how pitifully his previous life ended, but that knowledge no longer controls him. Steadying himself, he rejects grand ideals, divine purpose, and any noble justification for what comes next. He insists that this time his answer must be completely different. At last he declares that he will use this power for selfish reasons alone, purely for himself. Eri leaves morality to the boy's own judgment, and presses him on whether he can bear the regret that choice may bring. He warns that the answer matters, because a wrong response could mean immediate death. The threat becomes real as Eri's killing intent surges through the hall. The boy remains unmoved and says he does not care what consequences his actions create. He goes further, rejecting obedience altogether, and choosing a path that belongs to no one but himself. That resolve intrigues Eri, who asks him to explain the plan behind such defiance. The boy flatly refuses to share it. Eri lets the refusal pass, deciding that as long as his name is not disgraced, he will stop prying. A sudden shift in Eri's gaze signals that his attention has moved elsewhere. He abruptly announces that he will now speak with his daughter, catching the fiery companion completely off guard. The companion panics as Eri teasingly points out how fiercely she has attached herself to the boy. Eri delights in her flustered reaction, while she desperately tries to shut him up and escape the embarrassment. A spirit servant complains that its master never gave it a body, and the black-haired woman abruptly decides to fix that herself. She pours her own life force into the spirit, triggering a sudden transformation that catches it completely off guard. As a magic circle flares, the spirit panics while the ritual rapidly takes hold. The life force condenses into a human form, and the servant's existence begins changing in real time. The servant emerges as a woman and realizes with shock that she now has a physical body. The young master notices the change cost him none of his mana and concludes the woman must have used her own power to do it. The newly embodied servant demands to know what was done to her, and the woman calmly explains that she only shared some of her life force. When the servant recalls, the woman points out that a physical form is necessary if she wants to properly serve her master. The servant is stunned that someone would sacrifice lifespan for that purpose, while the young master can only note that this recklessness runs in the family. By the next day at the dorm, the aftermath still hangs over the household as someone nervously tries to address the young master. He brushes off the confusion around him and tells his attendant to stop prying into whatever is happening. The attendant remains uneasy, sensing the situation is too strange to ignore. Inside, the two women are already facing off, turning the room into a tense standoff the attendant clearly wants no part of. The black-haired servant mockingly frames her closeness to the student as innocent guidance while openly provoking the other woman. The purple-haired hall master fires back with the same claim, insisting her involvement with him is perfectly normal and justified. The young master finally snaps at the hall master, warning her to be more careful about how she handles things. His rebuke lands like a direct challenge, and the hostility between the two women surges into open aggression. The hall master refuses to accept interference, making it clear she does not care what anyone thinks of her actions. The servant declares that only she is needed by her owner, while the hall master counters that he is her disciple, exposing a possessive rivalry over him. Unwilling to stay trapped between them, the young master leaves for a walk as his attendant begs not to be abandoned with the pair. The moment he is gone, the two women are ready to escalate into a full fight, leaving the attendant horrified. Outside, the city seems peaceful, giving the young master a brief chance to escape the chaos. He passes through the busy streets while ordinary life continues around him. Finding a quiet rooftop above the town, he finally thinks he has a moment to breathe. That relief vanishes when he catches the scent of blood nearby. Following it leads him to a brutal scene where a pink-haired student is slammed violently to the ground. The victim coughs up blood, already badly hurt and struggling to stay conscious. Even so, the boy tries to rise, clutching his injuries as he faces his attackers. 3 upperclassmen toy with him, treating the beating like entertainment and preparing to continue. One of them forms a glowing orb, clearly intending to use it as the next step in the abuse. The injured student desperately tries to stall them by drawing attention to the attack. Instead, the blonde ringleader grabs him by the face and cruelly presents the spell as a snack he is expected to swallow. He mocks the victim further, calling it a handmade gift and demanding obedience. The boy is forced toward the spell and breaks down in fear. A sharp command interrupts the assault before the orb can be forced into him. A white-haired girl steps in and condemns them for humiliating a fellow student while pretending to be nobles. The blonde bully recognizes her status and asks who she is, even as he keeps hold of the victim. She identifies herself as Erin Severus, the princess of the Dushif Empire. Rather than back down, the blonde boy laughs, now understanding exactly who has interfered. He dismisses her rank by reducing her to merely the 5th princess of another empire. With false politeness, he offers a handshake while towering over her and making the insult deliberate. Erin refuses the gesture outright and demands an explanation for what she is seeing. The other boys close in with smug confidence, pressuring the victim to support their version of events. The blonde ringleader claims she has misunderstood and suggests they let the injured student speak for himself. Under that pressure, the pink-haired boy is ordered to tell her what happened. The threat becomes physical as the blonde bully seizes him, making clear what answer is expected. With an arm draped over him like a display of ownership, the bully asks whether they were harming him, and the boy denies it. Erin sees through the lie immediately and insists his condition proves he is being intimidated. But the victim, frightened and exhausted, begs her to leave and claims they were only playing around. Hearing him submit, the blonde ringleader turns openly menacing, pleased that his control is holding and ready to punish any further interference. The white-haired girl refuses to leave him behind and insists she is taking the injured boy with her. Before she can act, someone seizes her wrist and stops her by force. A blonde student steps in, coldly making it clear she has misunderstood her place, while the injured boy is left alarmed by the sudden hostility. He reminds her that Leximus already told her to leave, and she threatens to fight if he does not let go. The blonde boy mocks her as weak, trying to crush her resolve through humiliation. That insult draws the attention of the black-haired student, who decides to intervene. In an instant, he strikes and sends the blonde attacker flying away from her. The white-haired girl is stunned to realize who just stepped in. Hearing the name Leximus, the black-haired boy freezes, as if that title means something important. The others are equally shaken that this quiet student is supposedly Leximus. Elsewhere at Klein Castle, the story shifts to a nighttime duel tied to that name. A pink-haired swordswoman launches a fierce assault against a cloaked opponent, their blades colliding violently. The cloaked fighter endures the pressure and prepares a counter despite being pushed back. The narration reveals the woman is Leximus Klein, famed as the continent's greatest swordsman despite originally coming from the Ashi Empire. It further explains that after graduating, she entered Count Klein's household in Garum, and even changed her nationality for reasons unknown. Their duel escalates into a storm of sword strikes that tears through the surroundings. Leximus drives the fight across the rooftop with overwhelming momentum. Her opponent suddenly senses danger from an unexpected shift in the battle. Leximus closes in with a decisive rushing strike, refusing to let him recover. At close range, she realizes too late that something about his response is wrong. The assassin slips behind her in midair, turning her attack into an opening. He catches her from behind and drags her down before she can escape. Both crash into the ground, the impact shattering the courtyard beneath them. Pinned in the rubble, Leximus learns the truth. He was sent by the Empire to kill her. The assassin reflects that his mission was murder, but facing her skill made him hesitate and search for another way. He admits he could not bring himself to secretly kill a sword master who had reached the peak of technique without mana. Back in the present, the bullied student is still dazed while the others urge him to pull himself together. The black-haired boy cuts through the confusion and forces the crowd aside. The blonde ringleader identifies him as Cyan Vert, notes he has returned from the front lines, and invites him into their cruel pastime. Cyan dismisses the invitation with contempt. He knows exactly what they are doing and points out that mishandling a mana marble can destroy the mana inside a person's body. He exposes their game for what it is, forcing someone to swallow a mana marble. Then, to everyone's shock, Cyan says he will join and produces a mana marble of his own. The blonde boy is caught off guard, unable to tell what Cyan intends. Cyan raises the swirling orb overhead, gathering ominous power as the white-haired girl demands an explanation. With a chilling stare, Cyan turns the threat back on them and orders one of them to open his mouth. The confrontation abruptly gives way to a later, calmer day at the academy. The injured pink-haired boy is told that his outer wounds are mostly healed, though his internal injuries still need rest. The white-haired girl cheerfully orders him to take the day off, while he struggles to express how grateful he is. She proudly credits their clan for scaring off the bullies and brushes aside his thanks as simply doing what was right. Cyan quietly assesses the boy's condition, noting that surviving fractures and a concussion only reinforces how extraordinary Leximus must have been. The recovering boy nervously asks Cyan if they know each other, having noticed Cyan's attention on him. Embarrassed, he admits he keeps feeling Cyan watching him. Cyan answers that he thought the boy resembled someone he knew, but realizes he was mistaken. The boy hurriedly downplays the awkwardness, flustered by the exchange. The white-haired girl asks where he lives, worried the bullies might target him again. When he says he stays in the commoner hall, she is startled to learn he is a peasant student. He explains that instructor Velton had arranged special financial support for his schooling, but that support vanished when the instructor was suddenly dismissed. That leaves him with no one backing him, and the white-haired girl realizes he may be forced to leave the academy. Hearing that, she immediately pities him and reacts as if his situation is far worse than he let on. A boy suggests that instead of treating Leximus as a male attendant, the princess should simply take her in as her own princess and teach her swordsmanship. The princess is baffled because she has believed Leximus was a boy all along. The misunderstanding is cleared up bluntly. Leximus is actually a girl. That revelation leaves the princess stunned as she finally reevaluates the person standing before her. Leximus immediately apologizes, afraid the hidden truth will be taken as deliberate deception. She explains that boys' clothes and short hair felt more comfortable, and that people often mistook her for a boy anyway. The princess realizes even Cyan had not known, so her shock gives way to guilt and an apology of her own. Putting the mistake aside, she asks for Leximus's opinion and decides Cyan's proposal makes sense. She offers Leximus protection from bullies under her authority and promises she can study whatever she wants. When Leximus asks why she is being singled out for such kindness, the princess frames it as a chance at a safe and comfortable life. Pressed for her true motive, the princess admits she simply does not want to be alone and wants Leximus beside her. Leximus accepts with gratitude and vows to become someone the princess can be proud of. The princess tries to deflect the thanks towards Cyan, but Leximus is already overwhelmed and crying. When the princess turns to acknowledge Cyan, he is already gone, having quietly left once his part was done. Outside, Cyan reflects that he has done enough and leaves the rest to the princess. His thoughts turn darker as he concludes that Loomis abandoned the Ashi Empire because she never let go of her feelings for Barrett Louis Mill. He also judges the continent's strongest swordsman as a serious future obstacle, especially because that man never lost his mana. For now, though, Cyan sets those larger concerns aside because he has a more immediate task. He recalls the order Hall Master Sarika gave him that morning for his first purification mission as a mist. Though he puts on a confident face, he knows this first assignment is both important and difficult. The mission details in his hand only reinforce how serious the job is. Sarika's encouragement does little to reassure him, and he privately dismisses her confidence. As he walks the academy halls, Cyan worries that if this is how things start, life under her command will only get harder. His thoughts are cut off when he senses sudden danger. A violent impact tears through the area, blasting debris and dust into the corridor. Cyan braces himself and instantly realizes something monstrous has broken into the academy. The intruder reveals itself as a demonic beast in human form, and Cyan recognizes the name Cyan Vert being thrown back at him. When Cyan demands to know how the creature knows him, the answer comes with unsettling certainty. The beast identifies him precisely by his magic and physique ranks and names him as the youngest son of the Vert family. It introduces itself as Seth Jaharkin, an 11-year-old newcomer who claims to be just like Cyan. Cyan is thrown off by the absurdity of an enormous fighter being only 11, while also wondering whether this person existed in his previous life. Seth makes clear he has sought Cyan out specifically because he has already heard of Cyan's feats against demonic beasts. He adds that Cyan's survival of a dragon attack has only made him more eager to test him. Seth is especially fired up by Cyan's top physique rank, something he himself failed to achieve. Driven by rivalry, Seth openly challenges Cyan to a fight. As Seth lunges in, Cyan suddenly remembers where he knows him from. The clue is the emblem branded on Seth's chest. Cyan recognizes it as the symbol of Sparnia, confirming rumors that the prince of the desert nation had entered the academy. He recalls that Sparnia lies in the eastern desert at the center of the continent. Its strength came from a brilliant first prince whose military genius and magical power once made even the Ushi Empire struggle against it. But Cyan also remembers that this formidable nation eventually collapsed. Its downfall began with the sudden death of its only heir. That death was officially blamed on illness, with the absurd explanation that the prince had neglected his health while obsessing over building muscle. Realizing he has met that supposedly dead prince in person, Cyan understands why Seth is demanding an answer immediately. Cyan notes that this encounter did not happen in his previous life, making the whole situation even more troublesome. As his memory catches up, he confirms that Seth should not be here at this point in history. Seth insists on settling their rivalry right now and refuses to accept a refusal. Cyan flatly rejects the challenge, catching Seth completely off guard. He explains that academy rules forbid unsanctioned duels and proposes filing for an official match instead. Seth immediately accepts that condition and asks where they need to go, and Cyan directs him to the third floor of the main hall. A reckless brute eagerly accepts the challenge and crashes off at full speed. He promises Cyan he will become stronger quickly, but Cyan can only watch him charge away. Cyan dryly realizes the man is as muscle-headed as rumored and has even run off in the wrong direction. Since that distraction will keep him away for a while, Cyan decides to focus on the purification project instead. The story shifts to a grim district tied to chains and captivity. There, a subordinate reports to Mr. Zitcherman that all preparations are complete. Zitcherman orders the goods delivered to the clients at once, revealing his authority over the operation. He is publicly known as Zitcherman Albus, one of the continent's richest men and a celebrated philanthropist. In truth, he secretly runs slave markets and conducts cross-species breeding experiments. Proud of his crimes, Zitcherman declares that today will unveil the masterpiece of his life's work. Hidden nearby, Cyan confirms the target and realizes the assassination may be easier than expected. But the spirit accompanying him senses an unusually complex energy around the target, and warns him. The warning sharpens when the spirit says Zitcherman is concealing something strange. Before anything else, Zitcherman visits a caged girl and notes that she has finally calmed down. He leaves her with chilling affection, treating her not as a person but as a source of profit. As he walks away, he notices an unfamiliar red smoke gathering nearby. The smoke suddenly lashes out and strikes him before he can react. The ambush throws Zitcherman into panic, and his guards scramble to identify the attacker. Zitcherman screams for his men to earn their pay and capture the hidden assassin. Cyan answers by cutting through the first wave with brutal speed. A guard tries to counter, but Cyan's red blade tears through him. The attack continues in a seamless rush, carving through anyone in Cyan's path. He slips behind another guard and takes control of the fight at close range. That guard realizes too late that he has already lost. Cyan kills him in front of Zitcherman, making the threat unmistakably personal. Now isolated and terrified, Zitcherman realizes all his hired protection has vanished. Cyan tells him he will soon learn where they went, because he is about to join them. The answer is shown in the pile of corpses, proving Zitcherman's wealth bought him nothing tonight. Reduced to begging, Zitcherman offers money as if everything can still be bought. Cyan rejects the bribe with violence, and drives him further into despair. Standing over him, Cyan names Zitcherman directly and makes clear this execution is deliberate. He recites the man's crimes: inhumane experiments, breeding, and illegal slave trafficking. Cyan declares that death is the punishment Zitcherman deserves and grants him 1 minute before it comes. He coldly tells the man to spend that final minute repenting, because only death will end his pain. Zitcherman understands perfectly that Cyan is not offering mercy, only a delay before execution. Instead of remorse, he excuses himself as a businessman serving demand and blames the buyers rather than himself. Cyan is unsurprised by the lack of guilt and ends the grace period immediately. He unleashes a punishing technique that tears through Zitcherman's body. With the purification complete, Cyan decides to search the place before leaving. The spirit guides him toward a cell where two different energies are mixed together. Cyan breaks open the bars to reach whatever is hidden inside. What he finds catches him off guard. Inside lies a woman who appears dead, collapsed around something she was protecting. At first Cyan dismisses her as an ordinary human, but the spirit urges him to look at what she is holding. The object turns out to be a dragon egg. The egg glows with a life that should not be possible. Later, Cyan shows the egg to Kirim, who is stunned and demands to know where it came from. Cyan insists he truly just found it by chance, which only makes the situation feel more absurd. He realizes Zitcherman had been planning to sell something as dangerous as a dragon egg to someone. Kirim panics about what will happen if it hatches, but Cyan assumes that cannot happen. Kirim explains that dragon eggs normally need their mother and proper elemental mana, so abandoned eggs are usually just expensive stones. That assumption collapses when the shell suddenly cracks. Both boys freeze as the impossible begins. The egg bursts open under a surge of purple light. For a moment, they can only stare in stunned silence. Then something small pushes through the broken shell. What emerges is not a dragon but a tiny horned girl with wings and a tail. Kirim loses his mind as the impossible hatchling appears and demands to know what they are supposed to do now. Cyan realizes the dead woman had not been protecting an egg at all, but nurturing a draconic human hybrid. That revelation makes the problem far bigger than he expected. The newborn immediately reaches towards Cyan and calls him father in baby speech. She clings to him as if she has already decided he is her parent. Cyan is bewildered by how naturally she has imprinted on him. Kirim finds the situation hilarious. He mocks Cyan for somehow becoming a father at 11 and blames him for the absurdity. The spirit recalls Cyan once asking whether he should take the egg at all. Now Cyan wonders if keeping it is truly dangerous, while the spirit reminds him that such a thing would be disastrous in the wrong hands. The spirit still insists it should have remained inert, like a dangerous stone rather than a living child. A black-haired woman appears and admits even she never expected to witness something like this. When Cyan protests that this was supposed to be impossible, she answers that impossibility is exactly why the event is extraordinary. She warns that a hybrid like this girl could become a threat simply by existing. Cyan immediately understands how serious that is. The sleeping child's innocence only makes the danger feel crueler. The woman stresses that this is no ordinary beastkin mix but a human-dragon hybrid, something the world would never tolerate. If the Academy discovered her, even its leadership might try to eliminate her as an outside threat. And if dragons learned of her existence, they would likely kill everyone connected to her to erase the stain on their bloodline. Faced with that future, Cyan wonders whether he should avoid the danger entirely. Looking at the sleeping child, he thinks that if her life is destined to be suffering, perhaps ending it now would be kinder. He actually raises his hand to do it. The woman notices his intent and coldly accepts that choice as the practical one. Cyan's hand closes around the child's throat. The woman agrees that if misery is all that awaits her, death now would spare her. Cyan tries to convince himself that sending her off immediately is the better answer. Then the child stirs and opens her eyes. She looks at him with complete trust and softly calls him father again. That single word breaks his resolve. Instead of killing her, he pulls her into his arms, and she happily tells him she likes him. Feeling her warmth makes the choice suddenly human instead of abstract. The child clings to him as if she belongs there. Cyan is shaken by the unfamiliar tenderness rising in him, but decides they will somehow make this work. He chooses to raise her and tells Kirim exactly that. The black-haired woman dismisses the idea as sentimental and lame. The scene then moves to Vert Castle. There, a noblewoman paces in private panic, unsure what to do. She curses Cyan and fears that if she does nothing, Krantz will suffer because of him. Her son Askel arrives and immediately senses her distress. He gently invites her to confide in him, noticing how anxious she is. She lies that everything is fine and quickly tries to leave the conversation. Once she is gone, Askel drops the gentle act and orders a report. A servant informs him that 6 knights were found dead in the mountains, and that the last one likely entered Lewin with the youngest son. Askel confirms that the mastermind was Margaret, just as he expected. When asked if there is more, the servant admits the trail on the youngest son ended after he was taken into the royal hall. Askel is furious that the servant still learned nothing useful about his brother. The servant instantly understands that disappointing Askel could be fatal. Knowing Askel discards failures, he desperately decides he must recover his standing at any cost. He begs for one more chance and vows to go personally so he will not fail again. Askel grants permission, praising his diligence but demanding speed. He orders the servant to uncover whatever his brother is hiding. Elsewhere, the servant hurries off carrying official papers. He arrives to find Cyan with the baby and the black-haired woman, and immediately questions why Cyan is here on a day without classes. Then he notices the child and is completely thrown by the sight of a baby in Cyan's room. Cyan refuses to explain the whole mess, and tells him to get to the point. The servant decides the explanation can wait because a more urgent matter has come first. He tells Cyan that his latest stunt has caused serious trouble. The trouble is an approved duel request, forcing Cyan into a public match he had hoped to avoid. The servant berates him for drawing attention to himself, and reveals that even the principal will attend, while Cyan realizes Seth really managed to push it through. The black-haired woman shrugs off the fuss as nothing more than children fighting. Cyan disagrees, knowing Seth is no ordinary 11-year-old, and asks when the duel will happen. When he hears it is only 2 hours away, he realizes he has far less time than expected. At the arena, Seth greets Cyan with open excitement, convinced they have both been waiting for this moment. Cyan answers with weary calm rather than enthusiasm. Seth says he wanted a full combat duel, but since only swordsmanship or magic are allowed, he asks Cyan to choose, and Cyan insists that if Seth avoids magic, he will too. Seth approves of that answer and becomes even more eager. The duel begins with Seth launching the first attack at once. He charges in aggressively, determined to overwhelm Cyan from the start. Cyan immediately reads Seth's style, noting his surprising speed and the heavy force packed into his blade. He judges that such power is easy to redirect if handled precisely. When Seth follows with another crushing strike, Cyan slips the line of attack instead of meeting it head-on. Cyan reminds himself that against a powerhouse like Seth, precision matters more than raw strength. Seth rejects that logic and keeps pressing with brute force. Their blades clash again, but Cyan's technique keeps neutralizing Seth's momentum. Seth feels his attack being twisted off course and realizes Cyan is controlling the exchange with a simple rapier. That realization shocks him, because Cyan is dismantling his power through timing and leverage alone. Cyan creates distance while Seth is still trying to recover his balance. Seth surges after him without hesitation. Cyan catches Seth's weapon hand at the critical moment and disrupts the attack. He slips past Seth's body so cleanly that Seth loses track of him entirely. Seth is left stunned by how completely Cyan vanished from his awareness. As Cyan moves behind him, Seth can only wonder how anyone could react like that. The answer comes as Cyan slams Seth into the arena floor with decisive force. Seth crashes hard and feels the difference in skill for the first time. Even while Seth is still reeling, Cyan has already completed the counter and reset the exchange. Cyan notes that Seth managed a response in an instant, confirming he is talented as well as strong. The spectators are left stunned, questioning whether Cyan is even human after what they just saw. Seth drops to one knee, breathing hard, while Cyan stands over him in control. Instead of despairing, Seth starts to laugh. The humiliation only excites him further. He openly admits that he has lost in swordsmanship. Refusing to accept defeat, Seth decides he will now win by any means and begins pouring all his power into the fight. Cyan can only sigh at how exhausting his opponent is about to become. As the duel intensifies, one side urges the other to stop holding back and commit fully. The white-haired fighter answers by detonating his strength into the arena, turning brute force into a magical shockwave. Seth Jaharkin throws himself into the attack with savage confidence, clearly enjoying the escalation. From the stands, an observer realizes the match has shifted from pure swordplay into magic. The dean coolly notes that the boys are reckless, but also recognizes they are alternating swordsmanship and magic rather than combining them. A nearby instructor confirms that Cyan had deliberately kept the fight in the realm of blades until now. The spectators compare the two students and recall that Seth's physical ability was ranked above Cyan's. By ordinary standards, that ranking should have made Seth the obvious winner, but the dean reminds them that physical talent only qualifies a student for higher-tier spells, and Seth's mana rank is merely 3-star, the highest among current students. He quietly wonders what Cyan will do now that the fight has entered Seth's strongest territory. The purple-haired instructor dismisses Cyan's restraint as attention-seeking and assumes he is out of his depth. Seth answers the doubt by tearing a mass of stone from the arena with raw magical force. He unleashes Death Fist, sending the huge chunk crashing down at Cyan. Seth drives the spell with full killing intent, convinced overwhelming force will end the duel. Cyan immediately recognizes that Seth has fully switched to magic. Instead of meeting it head-on, Cyan slips away as the impact shatters the arena around him. He keeps moving lightly through the debris, refusing to be pinned down. Frustrated, Seth swears he will not let Cyan escape the next attack. He sweeps the battlefield with repeated waves of sand-like force to cut off every route. That barrage takes shape as Desert Tooth, a wide-area spell meant to corner Cyan. Cyan studies the incoming wall of magic instead of panicking. He threads through the collapsing gaps with precise timing, escaping the trap again. While moving, Cyan recalls that Seth's mana had only been measured at 3-star. Another violent eruption slams into the arena, proving Seth's output is exceeding that expectation. Cyan lands safely beyond the blast zone and keeps his composure. He concludes that Seth should not have been capable of using 4-star magic at all. Cyan further realizes the instructors maintaining the protective barrier are beginning to struggle under the pressure. Across the ruined arena, Seth mocks Cyan for surviving only by running and dodging. Cyan dryly points out that avoiding attacks is the rational response to attacks meant to hit him. Seth takes that as cowardice, insisting a true warrior would have stood and endured the blows. Cyan undercuts the insult by reminding Seth that he is just a kid too. Humiliated and enraged, Seth launches Sandstorm, a far more violent spinning assault. The dean's interest sharpens as he senses the duel has crossed into something unusual. The purple-haired instructor is stunned, realizing Seth is casting a 4-star spell despite his supposed limit. Seth drives the storm forward and boasts that Cyan will not be able to evade this one. Watching the attack close in, Cyan finally decides to stop dodging. He resolves to take this spell directly instead of continuing the chase. Elsewhere, a hand sets down a baby bottle, abruptly shifting to a memory or parallel scene. A man in an apron checks the milk and reflects that caring for a baby comes naturally to him. He remembers raising younger siblings and realizes that experience is unexpectedly useful now. With cheerful affection, he calls for a little princess to come eat. Then he is startled by how much the child has already grown. The small horned girl, now bigger than expected, innocently focuses on food. Back at the duel, the arena barrier begins to warp around the clash, and the crowd senses something is going wrong inside it. The protective field visibly cracks under the force of the colliding powers. The hooded instructors panic as the barrier they were maintaining starts to fail. One of them demands to know why the dean is still watching when the situation has clearly become dangerous. The purple-haired instructor begs to stop the duel immediately, but the dean refuses to act yet. He senses that the disturbance is not just excess power, but the sign of a new development. That intuition is confirmed when Cyan reveals a hidden move, secret technique expansion, Void Sphere, forming a dark orb in his hand as Seth's storm bears down. As the match turns dangerous, a purple-haired woman realizes too late that Cyan is about to do something reckless and tries to stop him. A violent surge of dark purple power erupts across the arena, overwhelming the battlefield with destructive force. Watching from above, the woman is stunned that Cyan would unleash that move in this situation, even as others admit he keeps exceeding expectations. The attack tears through the arena in spiraling devastation, colliding with the opponent's position. At the center of the chaos, Cyan clenches down and seizes control of the dark energy instead of letting it run wild. When the blast clears, his opponent is left confused and winded as the magic restraining him abruptly vanishes. The spectators realize Cyan's black sphere was also a spell and are caught off guard when it disappears on command. Students struggle to classify what they just saw, because it does not resemble any magic they know. Cyan stands calm amid the fading darkness, making it clear he can continue if his opponent insists. The defeated fighter immediately concedes, admitting the outcome is settled. He drops to his knees in disbelief, unable to accept how completely he was beaten. His frustration deepens when he admits he lost not only in swordsmanship but in magic as well, leaving him genuinely crushed. Cyan, instead of feeling triumphant, worries that he may have humiliated the man too thoroughly. The loser suddenly pounds the ground, startling everyone with an abrupt shift in mood. Rather than resent Cyan, he decides the defeat exposed his weaknesses and gives him a reason to train harder. He offers his hand in open respect, turning the loss into the start of a rivalry. With a grin, he asks for another fight someday, whenever the chance comes. Cyan is expected to accept that challenge. He shakes the man's hand but bluntly refuses, ending the moment with dry indifference. Later, Cyan reflects that dragonkind matures far faster than humans, and that fact is becoming impossible to ignore. Back home, the dragon hybrid child greets him enthusiastically, already looking around 6 years old despite how little time has passed. Her growth shocks him again, and he realizes she may soon appear close to his own age if this continues. The household shares his concern that her rapid development will make it harder and harder to keep her existence hidden. Someone warns Cyan that before long he will no longer be able to conceal her at all. The purple-haired woman says she can help with the demonic sword, but hiding a draconic human is beyond what she can solve for him. She sharply rebukes him for losing control in the duel, making clear that behavior like today's cannot continue. Nearby, the demonic sword spirit stirs as if she senses she is being talked about. Meanwhile, the child's draconic traits are visibly developing, with small wings emerging more clearly. Her tail and other features are growing just as quickly, confirming how fast her body is changing. When Cyan looks at her again, she already seems noticeably bigger, driving home how little time he has left. The woman leaves the child's treatment to Cyan, but warns that something he picked up during a mission is becoming a serious burden. Cyan explains that Brian is handling the child for now and that the house is shielded from cameras and outside detection. The woman hands him a sealed letter, implying he is safe as long as he does not cause more trouble. Cyan recognizes it as a poor reward for winning the duel, but the seal tells him it is important. Before leaving, the woman cautions him to stay quiet for a while. She stresses that attracting too much attention will only make his situation worse. The household gathers around as the letter is identified as a warning, alarming everyone. Cyan reads it more carefully and realizes it is not expulsion but an official summons for misconduct. The child panics and jumps to the worst conclusion, fearing they are about to be thrown out and left destitute. Cyan is baffled by how she even learned that idea, and her dramatic reaction only reinforces how fast she is absorbing the world. He reassures her gently that nothing like that is happening and that she does not need to worry. Brian remains anxious about whether returning to Velia's will be safe, but Cyan notes that no formal complaint has been filed. Looking at the signature, Cyan realizes the letter came directly from the dean, meaning this is a private summons rather than routine discipline. When he answers the summons, the dean asks if Cyan intends to join the Knights of Light for the sake of his brother. Cyan says yes, even as the dean points out that the role does not seem suited to him. That judgment hits a nerve, suggesting Cyan has heard this kind of doubt before. The dean notices Cyan already understands the problem and decides to offer blunt advice. He warns that this path will bring neither honor nor reward, only suffering or a cruel end. In the dean's view, serving that cause means living as someone else's puppet and eventually resenting Cyan's brother no matter what happens. Cyan recognizes the warning as an echo of what he was told in a previous life, and he braces himself to hear what will be different this time. A servant suggests the rescued little girl needs a proper name instead of being treated like an anonymous child. Cyan casually names her Nana, deciding it on the spot. The servant is startled by how little thought went into it, but accepts the choice anyway. The girl is delighted, proudly embracing the name and tying it to Cyan's family. As Nana celebrates, Cyan realizes she somehow already knows his surname, hinting at a deeper mystery around her. Elsewhere, the focus shifts to the Royal Academy's dean, where a far more serious confrontation is about to begin. Inside his office, the dean works in silence, unaware that Cyan is already moving to challenge him. Dean Kundal Quizell reflects on Cyan Vert's extraordinary promise. He is especially struck that Cyan, still only a Black Star mage, managed to cast an advanced 5-star spell. What unsettles him most is that Cyan seemed to do it with ease, suggesting talent beyond normal measure. Rather than praise him openly, Kundal decides to test just how far Cyan's ability truly goes. Kundal is introduced as a legendary archmage, teacher of emperors and father of the late empress, making him one of the empire's most influential figures. After his daughter's death, he devoted himself entirely to educating students at the academy. As Cyan heads toward the office, he reflects that Kundal's recent intervention in the succession struggle contradicts the peaceful image he once had of him. Cyan steels himself, recognizing that this meeting will reveal the dean's real intentions. He arrives at the office convinced that Kundal's personality has changed more than it should have. At the door, Cyan reaches out and triggers the trap waiting for him. A powerful barrier flares to life around the entrance, confirming the dean expected his visit. Instead of backing down, Cyan grins, recognizing the barrier as a deliberate challenge. He accepts the provocation as a test and prepares to answer it head-on. Watching from inside, Kundal is pleased that Cyan has taken the bait. He assumes Cyan now faces a wall only a truly great mage could overcome. But before the dean can enjoy the moment, Cyan bypasses the obstacle by smashing straight through the window. He crashes into the office in a shower of glass, instantly overturning the dean's expectations. Without hesitation, Cyan identifies himself and states that he has come to contest the warning filed against him. His reckless entrance makes clear that he has no intention of respecting the dean's stage test. Kundal admits Cyan beat the barrier, but calmly asks what exactly he means by objecting. Cyan answers that the warning letter was supposedly from the dean, yet the barrier outside proved the letter was only bait. He concludes that the warning was never about discipline at all, but about drawing him in for evaluation. Kundal openly confirms the accusation and acknowledges that Cyan passed the test impressively. Even so, he refuses to withdraw the warning and challenges Cyan to convince him otherwise. Cyan shifts from protest to interrogation and asks permission to pose a single question. He goes straight to the heart of the matter by asking whether Kundal seeks the Empire's expansion or the glory of his own bloodline. The question hits hard enough to expose that Cyan has touched a hidden motive. Kundal calls the question audacious and denies caring about either ambition, but Cyan is not persuaded. Cyan presses further, arguing that if later princes try to seize the throne from the current heir, Kundal's neutrality will become the decisive issue. Kundal lashes out at the presumption, condemning Cyan's confidence as arrogance. Cyan answers from experience, saying he recognizes the same manipulative pattern because he once lived as someone else's puppet. He reveals knowledge from another life, where during the succession war Kundal backed the first prince, Lionel Severus. That prince became a monster who murdered all his siblings to secure the throne. When Kundal opposed those atrocities, Lionel framed him as a traitor and had him tortured to death, turning the man who tried to build the future into a victim of his own chosen side. Kundal rejects the story outright, unable to accept such a future. He insists the century-long peace would not collapse so easily and accuses Cyan of mistaking brilliance for wisdom. Cyan counters with concrete signs that the succession struggle is already being engineered through suspicious illnesses and conveniently arranged duels among the princes. He points to the Empress's Nepellus family as a house notorious for ruthless ambition. In Cyan's view, that family will do anything to preserve power, meaning the Empire's peace is already dangerously fragile. He warns that once that peace breaks, the Academy itself will be destroyed along with the rest of the old order. Kundal is shaken by how deeply this child understands the Empire's political reality, far beyond his years. Realizing Cyan is not merely provoking him, Kundal demands to know why he is revealing all this. Cyan finally states his purpose. He is offering an alliance, promising to help protect Kundal's family and their peace. An old mage asks Dean to withdraw the warning he had given him. Instead of backing down, Dean hears the old man's mocking amusement and realizes the test is turning hostile. Dean demands to know what kind of power the old man thinks can stop him. The mage answers by deciding to crush Dean's pride and invokes a punishment spell. Golden chains pour down from the magic circle above, turning the room into a trap. The chains of judgment bind Dean, a 4-star spell meant to leave him helpless. Even restrained, Dean grins and challenges the old man to see whether this is really enough. The mage declares that Dean cannot escape this spell no matter what he does. But as he watches, the old man starts to suspect he has badly underestimated Dean. Dean calmly decides to prove his worth instead of pleading for mercy. The old man is jolted when Dean's power suddenly changes in a way he did not expect. Dean applies Void Sphere, surrounding himself with dark energy even while chained. The void begins swallowing the chain's power instead of being suppressed by it. The mage is stunned that a mere 1-star technique is absorbing his 4-star spell. The chains continue to lose their force as the void consumes them piece by piece. Dean condenses that power into a dense sphere that overwhelms the restraint spell. The old man can only watch as his confidence gives way to alarm. He realizes Dean's talent is far beyond what he had imagined. The void expands into a vortex around them, proving Dean can overturn the entire situation. With the demonstration complete, Dean asks whether he has finally shown he is useful. The old man concedes and agrees to take back the warning, then asks if that is truly all Dean wants. Dean says it is, insisting he only wants a quiet student life. The old man presses him again, but Dean refuses to ask for anything more. Dean reveals his real motive anyway. He does not want to see the academy collapse a second time. Elsewhere, evening settles over the town as the story shifts away from the duel. A man carrying groceries wonders if he bought too many sweets because he has a child waiting at home. He reassures himself that he is simply happy at the thought of sharing the food. That contentment breaks when he senses something wrong. He notices the streets are unnaturally silent and starts to fear he is not imagining the danger. He stops at a dark alley, recognizing that someone is hiding nearby. Rather than flee, he calls the hidden figure out. Footsteps answer him from the shadows. When he sees who it is, shock overtakes him before he can finish speaking. His groceries slip from his hands. The spilled food in the empty street underscores how suddenly the encounter has turned serious. Back at the academy, Dean keeps his promise to attend class, though he treats it as the last thing he wants to do. He is immediately miserable, finding the lesson unbearably dull. Since the material is something he mastered decades ago, he sees class as pointless torture and decides he would rather go train. As he slips away, the princess catches him and demands to know where he is going. She blocks his escape by reminding him that class is not over yet. Dean tries to lie that he is only heading to the bathroom. The princess instantly calls out the lie, and Lexmus nervously backs her up by pointing out that he is going the wrong way. She then shifts the argument, demanding to know why Lexmus is allowed to call Dean by name while she is not. Dean explains that Lexmus is a civilian, while she is royalty, so he keeps addressing her formally as Your Highness. When she accuses him of being too serious, Dean accepts it without embarrassment. The exchange is interrupted when someone from above recognizes the princess by name. Erin, hearing herself addressed so casually, leaves her stunned. Dean notices her shaken reaction and waits for an explanation. 2 upperclassmen descend the stairs, one greeting Erin like an old acquaintance after a long separation. The white-haired student identifies the other by name, Pavian, making clear that an important reunion has just begun. A red-haired noble recognizes Neriovian and signals that an old connection is being reopened. Erin, a white-haired girl from a lower position, bows stiffly as if forced to endure the encounter. 2 aristocratic boys mock Neriovian for associating with servants, and sneer that he and Erin belong together as low company. Neriovian understands at once that the boys are Nepellus family members and that their hostility is aimed especially at Erin. The white-haired noble realizes who Neriovian is and places him as Cyan Vert. Cyan introduces himself politely as the youngest Vert, keeping his tone formal and controlled. The nobles abruptly turn flattering, praising Cyan's duel and invoking his famous father to claim familiarity. One of them pushes for future contact, offering invitations in an obvious attempt to attach themselves to him. They press further, proposing friendship, while Erin and another servant remain in the background watching the shift in treatment. Cyan accepts just enough to end the exchange, while the nobles frame his attention as a rare chance they expect him to value. Once they leave, Erin quietly absorbs what just happened. The red-haired noble suddenly leans in behind her and reminds her that Cyan's courtesy does not extend to her. He warns Erin to remember her place and not mistake proximity to Cyan for status. The white-haired noble backs him up, telling her to be more aware of how insignificant she is in their eyes. As the 2 princes walk away, the servant boy asks if that was really how royalty behaves. He tries to excuse them as family acting harshly within their own bloodline, but the explanation rings hollow. Cyan rejects that idea and judges their relationship to be worse than what strangers would show each other. Erin is startled by how directly he sees through the cruelty. Cyan reflects that blood and water mean nothing when power is involved. He tells Erin that if they treat her that way, it is because they see her as a threat worth suppressing. He tries to lift her spirits, saying their cruelty is really an effort to keep her in check, and his reassurance catches her off guard. Erin blushes hard at his words until the servant boy snaps her back to herself in alarm. The scene shifts as Cyan arrives elsewhere and announces himself to someone sleeping. Finding the room strangely empty except for a small figure on the bed, he calls for Brian and Kirim and gets no answer. A pink-black spirit appears, grumbling as if dragged into work again. The spirit explains it took this form to stay hidden and asks why Cyan summoned it. Cyan orders it to find Brian immediately. The spirit balks, confused by the command. It protests that it is not a tracking dog and complains that Cyan is treating it like a servant. Mid-complaint, the spirit catches a scent and abruptly focuses. It detects blood, and Cyan instantly realizes something is wrong. Elsewhere, Brian is hurled across the floor, already badly beaten. A group of thugs closes in, saying he should have cooperated while they were still pretending to be reasonable. Their blonde leader makes clear that Brian has become a nuisance they want removed. Brian, bloodied on the ground, learns they never respected him as a guardian knight and only saw him as disposable trash. The blonde attacker promises to carve Brian up and send the pieces back to his master as a warning. He reveals the real motive is resentment toward Brian's owner for daring to challenge him. Even while coughing blood, Brian answers with calm acceptance instead of fear. The gang is thrown off when he dismisses their threat as laughable. A cold, murderous resolve sharpens in Brian's eyes. Still sprawled on the floor, he mocks them for boasting about something they cannot actually do. The blonde leader loses his composure and rages at Brian's defiance. As the thugs move in to kill him, a new command cuts through the scene and halts the moment. From above, a hooded figure demands to know what they think they are doing. The blonde leader turns in shock as the intruder descends behind him. The newcomer is identified as Barrett Ramil, exposing that this intervention was not random. Brian, barely conscious, recognizes his young master has come for him. Barrett coldly notes how pathetic the attackers look, implying even their threats have fallen apart. The blonde thug, thrilled by the challenge, shifts his attention to Sion Vert and vows to tear him apart instead. Sion answers with a grim smile, making it clear he welcomes the fight. The hooded attacker opens with the 8th assassination technique, Wild Strike, sending crimson slashes tearing through the alley. One mercenary tries to defend himself, but the attack cuts through his guard before he can react. The barrage keeps going, shredding another man mid-cry and making clear this is a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, the assassin overwhelms the entire group, leaving the blonde noble at the center of the chaos. Watching his hired men fall immediately, Barrett realizes with panic that brute force may not be enough to stop this opponent. As the pressure mounts, a dark purple spell begins forming nearby, hinting that an even more dangerous power is being prepared. The hooded youth advances through the wreckage, and Barrett can only see him as a monster. Cornered and furious, Barrett abandons fear for rage and vows to kill his attacker with fire magic. He lunges to cast, but the assassin closes the distance first, and drives a blow into him before the spell can be completed. The impact sends Barrett flying across the alley and crashing hard into the wall. Winded on the ground, Barrett is met with cold contempt from the person he thought he had left behind. The hooded youth accuses him of never changing and of still taking pleasure in tormenting those weaker than himself. Barrett answers with a mocking grin, treating other people's suffering as trivial and daring his attacker to kill him over it. The youth identifies him as Barrett Ruemil, eldest son of House Ruemil and a noble infamous for the cruelty of his former life. That reputation was earned by routine abuse, including beating his own servants without reason. His sadism went further, as he even burned small animals alive for amusement. Eventually he crossed an unforgivable line by murdering a fellow female student and excusing it as magical experimentation. In response, an order was issued from Mist to purge him. When the hooded youth later tracked him to this manor after his expulsion, he personally confirmed the truth of those crimes. What he found in the basement was a mass of servant corpses, proof that Barrett's cruelty had never stopped. The youth had intended to make Barrett pay slowly, but the memory of Barrett calmly waiting to be killed still lingers with him. Even then, Barrett wore the same deranged expression he had during all the atrocities he called pranks. Now the youth reflects that Barrett may not have been acting entirely of his own will, since he was unable to do anything once the end came. Even if someone else changed Barrett's life, the youth decides that such interference is nowhere near enough to settle the cost of his crimes. Before Barrett can process that judgment, the hooded youth seizes him by the throat and takes complete control of the encounter. A dense purple sphere of magic gathers in the youth's hand, ready to be used at point-blank range. Pinning Barrett down, he forces him to stop posturing and repeat the threat he made a moment earlier. Barrett tries to reclaim authority by invoking his status as one of the strongest fire mages in Garum, but it only exposes his desperation. The youth dismisses the boasting and slams the purple power into him. He admits Barrett was always detestable, but makes clear that personal dislike is not the real reason for this punishment. As Barrett chokes and writhes, the youth says he does not care what insults were spoken behind his back. What matters is that Barrett's actions have interfered with the youth's subordinates, making this personal in a far more serious way. The purple energy tears through Barrett's body, leaving him gasping and unable to resist. His scream echoes through the alley while the hooded youth watches in grim silence. From above, a hidden observer realizes the young master has been concealing frightening power and decides this could threaten Lord Eshel's plans. The spy prepares to report that the youth may become a major obstacle, but before he can slip away, the youth appears behind him, catches him, and reveals he already knew someone had been feeding information to a student. At ground level, An injured servant notices the youth approaching after the fight. The servant apologizes for failing to hold off the attackers, explaining they came at him in overwhelming numbers. The youth sees how badly the servant was beaten and falls briefly silent at the sight. He questions why the man tried to fight at all when he was clearly outmatched. The servant's battered condition itself answers him. This is the loyalty he had spoken of earlier. The youth asks why he did not simply run, already understanding that the servant stayed because he was trying to protect him. He rejects that kind of self-sacrificing loyalty, and tells him not to die for something so foolish. The servant can only bow his head and apologize again, accepting the rebuke. With that settled, the youth calls out for Sirika to come out of hiding. A purple-haired woman reveals herself from the shadows, amused that he noticed her presence so easily. Without turning, the youth tells her he has brought her a present. That present is the captured spy, bound and thrown forward for her to inspect. Seeing the prisoner, Sirika realizes this is the very person who has been secretly reporting on her, and asks whether the youth already knew about it. The hooded boy admits his understanding is only approximate, but he has already reached a dangerous conclusion. The purple-haired ally begins by openly recognizing the boy's extraordinary ability, treating him as far more than an ordinary heir. He lists strengths that should not belong to someone in this position, including power beyond a mist assassin. He adds that the boy also has the diplomacy to handle high officials and the will to control a demonic blade. From all of that, he concludes the heir is actually a demon flawlessly impersonating the real person. Even so, he decides not to press the matter now, warning that others will become suspicious if this continues. He asks the boy to remember that warning and prepares to leave the issue alone for the moment. The boy silently rejects being manipulated through the people around him and resolves to destroy anyone who tries. The ally realizes that threat means the boy intends to protect his own circle by his own rules, and he accepts it with amusement. Satisfied with that understanding, he withdraws and notes that the heir's reaction was unexpectedly direct. Before going, he tells the boy to deal with Bereit and his thugs while he handles the larger cleanup, and the boy agrees. Bound and terrified, Bereit demands to know whether he is about to be tortured or killed. The boy makes clear that death would be too merciful for him. Bereit tries to steel himself, insisting that interrogation will get nothing out of him. The boy immediately identifies him as Kellen, Eshel's top subordinate, making it clear resistance is pointless. That recognition triggers a memory of a man who had always stood behind Eshel in another life. The boy recalls him as someone who had been jealous of both Eshel and himself before. He realizes this man may be dangerous in a different way than he first assumed. Acting on that thought, he reaches out to use a new method instead of simply killing him. He decides the captive is more valuable alive because he is tied directly to Eshel. Purple shadow power gathers around his hand as he commits to turning that connection into an advantage. The bound man panics as the unnatural force closes in and tries to recoil despite being helpless. The boy invokes a darkness spell called Shadow Persona. The spell engulfs the captive in a vortex of shadow and begins forcing itself into him. The man screams as the new personality takes hold. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a bright training ground at the academy. A pink-haired student charges in aggressively with a practice weapon. Eren meets the attack head-on and throws him off balance with superior technique. She presses the advantage without hesitation, showing that his effort is nowhere near enough. The exchange ends decisively with her controlling the duel. Reshmas concedes immediately and acknowledges her victory. He apologizes for slipping into informal speech, revealing they are close enough that rank sometimes drops away in private. Their attention is suddenly pulled elsewhere by an urgent call for Lady Eren. Eren and Reshmas turn to the disturbance, and realize another fight is breaking out nearby. A larger trainee is struck hard in the side as the new spar escalates. The black-haired boy follows with a low attack that takes the man's leg. He launches the bigger opponent backward with a clean combination. The larger trainee staggers while the boy settles back into stance, calm and controlled. Watching him, the boy judges that this opponent is not especially skilled for his rank and that his own body still lacks endurance. The bigger trainee, face blurred, tries to act tough, but the boy is already thinking about whether the man can still be useful later. When the trainee insists on continuing, the boy is caught off guard by that stubbornness but lets the match go on. Privately, he decides Brian must become strong enough to protect himself, because there is no guarantee a past tragedy will not repeat itself. Asked whether Kellen can be trusted, he dismisses the concern and says the man is already on their side. The story cuts back to Kellen still writhing inside the shadow vortex as the spell finishes reshaping him. A nearby guard watches the purple glow in stunned silence, realizing something irreversible has happened. The hooded boy kneels beside the fallen captive while another man keeps his distance, too shaken to interfere. As the shadows settle, the boy remarks that using this technique again after so long is harder than expected. He reflects that Shadow Persona is a high-grade darkness spell that creates a new self from shadows and lets him control the target. He notes that he had used this spell only once before in his previous life. With the transformation complete, he cuts Kellen free and demands his identity, and the man obediently introduces himself as Kellen Diego, an official guard knight of Velas. A cloaked subordinate reports that he came to Ruben under orders to watch over young Master Sion. Sion immediately tests him, noting how obedient he is and demanding to know who truly commands him. The man admits he had originally served Eshel, but says he now wants to serve Xian instead and asks to be accepted. Xian takes control of the situation and orders him to return to Eshel in Valias and deliver a message. He stresses that the report must omit exactly one crucial detail, making clear that this is a deliberate deception. The kneeling man, Kellen Diego, submits completely and promises to carry out Xian's instructions. Xian watches him with sharp focus, already calculating the consequences of this new loyalty. Later, Xian reflects that the man's sudden trust in him felt excessive, though he decides it will probably work out. At the training grounds, a guard knight asks whether Xian is there to train as well while Reshmis and Aaron practice nearby. Aaron explains that she has been training every weekend since the recent incident because she wants to be prepared. Xian understands that she is still reacting to what happened a week earlier. He recalls Barret Ryumo being found in the rain, utterly broken and unable to expose the culprits before the state found him. The damage was so severe that Barret has effectively lost the ability to use magic forever. What unsettles Xian more is that Reshmis responded to that outcome in an unexpected way. He had assumed she would feel some satisfaction, but her silence suggests something more complicated. The mood is shattered when a small pink-haired child suddenly cries out for her father. Everyone looks up as the child drops dramatically into the courtyard from above. The guard is stunned to recognize the child as Nana. Xian is equally alarmed, realizing Nana should have been left in Kiram's care. The answer is revealed elsewhere. Kiram has been sleeping through the chaos and failed to notice anything. Nana arrives clinging to Aaron, who appears to have brought her along. Nana excitedly announces that she has found her father. Aaron freezes as the implication of Nana's words finally hits her. When Nana runs straight to Xian and calls him Papa again, the misunderstanding becomes impossible to ignore. Aaron is thrown into confusion, demanding to know when this happened and with whom. Xian can only stand there blankly as her panic spirals into disbelief over how any of this could be possible. Once the situation is explained, the misunderstanding is finally cleared up. Aaron awkwardly admits Nana is not Xian's child and that the girl had simply mistaken him for her father. Even so, she is surprised to learn Xian has a softer side, while Xian worries this princess is getting too close to one of his weaknesses. The guard privately panics as well, realizing the academy must never learn that Xian is tied to a dragonborn child. Aaron quickly promises she will not tell anyone about Nana. The guard is shocked by how seriously Aaron takes the secret, and Xian is caught off guard too. Aaron cheerfully seeks Reshmis's agreement, and Reshmis goes along while doting on Nana. Reshmis readily agrees to keep quiet, partly because she has no interest in spreading gossip anyway. Xian presses Aaron on why she is willing to help so easily. Aaron admits the reason is simple: she feels sorry for Nana. She explains that Nana belongs neither to humans nor dragons, so neither side is likely to fully accept her. Xian is relieved to hear that Aaron's concern is genuine and that Nana will be cared for rather than exposed. Aaron then cautiously asks whether she may visit Xian's room from time to time. Flustered, she insists he should not misunderstand and says she only wants to see Nana occasionally. Trying to recover her composure, Aaron tells herself it should not matter. Xian agrees, but says Nana's existence, and these visits must remain a secret between them. Aaron latches onto the idea of sharing a secret with him and is visibly pleased by it. With that settled, the group prepares to leave, and the others politely see Xian off. Before going, Reshmis stops Aaron, sensing something odd in her behavior. Aaron panics inwardly, afraid her feelings for Xian have become too obvious. The scene shifts back to Kairam, who wakes up furious that such a major development happened while she was asleep and resents being left out when even a demon blade got involved. Xian snaps at her to stop complaining and think about her own failures, while noting that Nana's unpredictability clearly comes from her father's side. The guard suggests taking Nana out for a walk, reasoning that she must be restless after staying inside all this time. Xian agrees that it is a good idea, and the room settles into a more manageable calm as they decide what to do next. Two dragons race through the night sky toward the outskirts of Lewin. The silver-haired dragon suddenly senses something below, and realizes an unexpected presence has caught his attention. He halts midair, forcing the red dragon traveling with him to stop as well. When she asks what is wrong, he identifies a foul presence and demands to know where they are. She explains they are still far from their destination, near the outer edge of Lewin. That answer makes him suspect the source is connected to Ruin Academy, though he decides to delay that matter for now. What truly unsettles him is a dragonborn energy below that he finds intolerable. On a road outside Lewin, three travelers continue on under the night sky. The pink-haired half-dragon girl excitedly runs ahead despite the danger, while her guardian rushes after her. The black-haired young man lets her enjoy herself, reasoning that this remote place is safer than the city center. He believes the outskirts are harmless enough for her to play freely. His floating companion mocks him for acting like a father, and jokes that he should find the girl a mother too. He tries to ignore the teasing and keep moving. The spirit abruptly cuts off its joke after sensing something approaching. At the same moment, the silver dragon closes in, repulsed by the scent he has tracked. The guardian realizes the threat too late and shouts for the girl to get back. A violent blast crashes down beside them, and the young man throws himself in front of the child to shield her. As the dust and energy surge around them, the guardian confirms the girl survived the strike. The young man immediately takes command and orders the others to stay behind him. When the impact clears, the attackers stand revealed at the center of the crater. The group is stunned to find not one but two high-ranking dragons standing before them. Holding the trembling girl, the Guardian realizes the sickening aura they felt came from these intruders. The silver dragon, Lucian, openly expresses disgust at what he has found. The red dragon, Catalina, is equally appalled that such a creature could exist here. They identify the young man as the halfling tied to the demonic sword, while his spirit bristles at being dismissed. Catalina furiously denounces him as a degraded being for serving humans. The spirit snaps back with open hostility, ready to kill over the insult. Catalina flares in anger at being challenged by it. Lucian cuts through the exchange and makes clear he has no interest in the others. He demands the half-dragon girl be handed over to him. Seeing her mixed blood as a curiosity worth studying, he treats her like a specimen rather than a person. He offers to spare the rest only if they surrender her immediately. Instead, the young man answers with blunt contempt and refuses. Lucian, unused to such defiance, turns back in disbelief. The young man repeats the insult more viciously, his killing intent finally surfacing. Rather than rage, Lucian laughs at the audacity. The young man's power begins to rise, darkening the air around him. A burst of force tears through the area, and the Guardian panics at the sudden escalation. Even so, the young man stays focused on the fight and orders his allies to retreat from the battlefield. Lucian answers with a refined attack that rips a destructive path through the ground. As he invokes a demonic sword technique, he mocks the halfling as inherently inferior. The young man responds by unleashing the exile's power, surrounding himself with violent red-black energy. Catalina is startled enough to recognize that this is the feared power of the exile. Lucian admits the knight keeps surprising him, but still dismisses his opponent as only a human. That arrogance costs him when the young man suddenly vanishes from where he stood. Lucian realizes too late that he has lost track of his target. The young man appears above and behind him, launching a rapid assault that drives Lucian into a frantic defense. Lucian's composure breaks as he is forced to acknowledge the threat. He counters by sweeping down with a massive blue arc meant to crush the attacker from above. Then he follows with Shockwave, gathering crackling force in his hand for the next strike. A red-haired fighter drops from beneath a glowing magic formation in the night sky, launching straight into battle. He dives headfirst with overwhelming speed, turning his descent into an attack. A pillar of blue force crashes down with him, announcing a powerful opening strike. Before his horned opponent can fully react, he shifts into thick fog third form, Fog Glide, and follows with Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. The attack slams into a fiery defense instead of its target, exploding against a barrier of flame. A red-haired woman steps in to shield her superior, insisting she can handle this enemy and ordering the others to stay back. She steels herself, vowing she will not lose to him. But the scale of the clash is already beyond her expectations, as the fire barrier strains against a force that should have been impossible for a human to break. The attacker escalates with Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals, surrounding the battlefield with killing intent. Her confidence falters the instant she realizes the barrier may not hold. His slashes hammer the shield from every direction at once, driving through it in a storm of impacts. The barrier bursts apart, and the defenders are suddenly exposed to the assault. She can only stare in disbelief as the impossible happens and her protection fails. The masked swordsman presses the advantage with double serial slash, chaining the attack before they can recover. The white-haired winged leader witnesses the devastation and realizes his side is being overwhelmed. Shaken, he demands to know what kind of being could wield this much power. He cannot reconcile it with what he knows, because the god of fog should not possess such authority. The attacker turns on him and demands answers instead, forcing him to reveal his identity. The winged leader decides the enemy has earned that much and prepares a spell beneath a fresh magic circle. He names the spell Polymorph. Blue magic surges around him as he begins to cast in earnest. He explains that Polymorph makes a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original body. A massive dragon jaw forms within the spell, confirming the transformation. The rest of the body follows, scales and wings rebuilding under crackling energy. The white-haired leader fully becomes a huge dragon, trading his humanoid shape for raw draconic power. The masked fighter immediately reads the opening this creates. He rushes in at once, recognizing that the moment of transformation is the dragon's greatest vulnerability. The dragon notices too late, and tries to understand what the attacker is attempting. As the fighter lands on its head, the dragon is horrified that a mere lesser being knows the weakness of Polymorph. A vertical crimson strike drives down into the dragon before it can escape. The dragon panics and tries to flee, realizing too late that it has been caught. The attacker cuts off that hope, declaring it too late and unleashing Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree. He drives the technique into the dragon at point-blank range, pinning it in a violent burst of red power. The dragon thrashes and roars as the attack tears through it. The finishing force erupts upward, leaving the transformed enemy suspended in a catastrophic blast. From a distance, an ally runs toward the aftermath, calling out an alarm for the young master. A man and a small horned girl watch in shock at the scale of the destruction. The man quickly covers the child's eyes to spare her from the sight, while she protests that she cannot see. In the aftermath, a black-haired young man stands over the fallen dragon and casually offers part of its flesh to someone named Brian, treating the corpse as useful spoils. When the little girl asks for some too, he flatly refuses her. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a quiet office where a blonde noble questions whether an unknown force is backing his brother. His subordinate confirms it and adds that the people who were gathering information were likely eliminated by that same force. The blonde man presses for more, but the report ends there with an apology for the lack of details. That answer only deepens his suspicion, because the situation no longer makes sense to him. The subordinate notes that Kellen's behavior is especially strange, since killing Ivan before leaving serves no clear purpose and feels unlike the man they knew. The blonde noble accepts that point and turns the conversation directly toward Kellen. He announces that he has a question, putting his subordinate under sudden pressure. The subordinate hesitates, saying nothing while bracing himself. Internally, he realizes this is a test, and that his master has begun to doubt him. Cornered, he tenses and grabs at his vest, preparing for whatever comes next. A servant formally blesses Cyan, and Cyan accepts the gesture with polite restraint. Cyan makes clear that he recognizes the servant's respect and addresses him as Sir Kellen. Kellen nervously downplays the ritual as routine, and Cyan dismisses him before the exchange can grow more awkward. As he leaves, Kellen realizes Cyan is perceptive enough to become dangerous if he ever grows suspicious. He resolves to stay out of his young master's way and quietly withdraws. At the door, Kellen is caught off guard by an unexpected visitor. The visitor introduces herself as Emily, Cyan's maid, with cheerful confidence. Kellen challenges her presence, only to learn Cyan summoned her himself. Cyan steps in, confirms her identity, and immediately takes control of the situation. With a friendly smile, he asks Emily to help him with something. Emily is startled but receptive, unsure what kind of task he means. Elsewhere, alarming news spreads that Lucian and Catalina have disappeared. Investigators determine the missing pair manifested divine powers near Owen, and the traces left behind exceed S rank. The shattered mana stones show that someone deliberately erased evidence with magic after the battle. That means the killer of the two dragons also had the power to conceal what happened. The evidence points toward dark elemental magic, which would normally implicate Kindle Cursal. But because Kindle lacks dark powers, the investigators conclude a fourth unknown person was involved. They note that Cyan Vert is the Academy's only known dark element user, making him impossible to ignore. Rumors that Cyan survived an attack from the Devil Dragon on the front lines deepen suspicion around him. Two men connected to the case, Rinald Crimson and Zitcherman Albus, are identified as suppliers of test subjects and materials. The investigators begin wondering how all these people connect and decide Cyan must be watched closely. A hooded figure orders Lyn of Rainreaver to have his granddaughter get close to Cyan Vert. Back at the Royal Academy dorms, the story shifts to Cyan's daily life. A white-haired girl proudly presents a special palace-made cake as a treat. Nana is instantly delighted and openly adores the gift. The girl encourages Nana to enjoy herself, while Cyan quietly watches the scene from a distance. Seeing Nana happy, Cyan decides to keep their presence hidden for a while. He reasons that if dragons can sense Nana, revealing her again could invite another ambush. At the same time, Cyan vows to protect the people now in his care, having chosen a quieter life for himself. Beneath that calm resolve, he also plans to sabotage an enemy's schemes completely. The white-haired girl notices his mood shift and becomes curious. She points out that Cyan looks unusually pleased and asks what happened. Cyan brushes it off as nothing more than a satisfying thought. Later, at the Vert residence garden, Askel meets with the first prince after a long separation. The prince observes that Askel seems to be doing well. Askel answers respectfully, crediting the prince for his current position. The prince quickly turns from pleasantries to the issue that really interests him. He presses Askel on why he is still hiding away at this estate and brings up Alice's departure. Askel claims concern for Alice's safety, though his answer sounds guarded. The prince bluntly suggests the real issue is fear that Alice could threaten Askel's standing. Askel refuses to discuss that accusation openly, signaling that the subject is sensitive and likely true. The prince pushes further, invoking their friendship and asking whether Askel's younger brother is Cyan. He reveals that his father has taken an interest in Cyan, and may even be considering a match between Cyan and Aaron. The prince dismisses Aaron with contempt and admits he does not understand why the king is so intent on protecting her through Cyan. Askel advises patience, arguing that the more attention and power Aaron receives, the easier she will be to use. The prince is pleased to find that Askel shares his cynical view. When a guard offers Askel a drink, Askel realizes he has never seen this knight before. The prince casually explains the newcomer away as a talented man he picked up from the slums. Askel immediately senses the hidden meaning behind that introduction. The disguised guard introduces himself as Boris Ichel and presents himself as the prince's finest new acquisition. 2 years pass at the academy. During that time, the narrator keeps a low profile and avoids drawing attention. He settles into academy life and learns to move within it quietly. That routine changes when Alice suddenly returns. Her arrival marks the start of a long-awaited reunion. A door opens on a meeting that has clearly been delayed for a long time. The reunion begins warmly, with both sides acknowledging how much time has passed. An old man asks Alice whether her journey taught her anything. Alice explains that she traveled to Frona. He is surprised, since Frona is the kind of place where humans are not accepted. Alice admits it took her a year to adapt there, but says she went because she needed to understand harmony for herself. She adds that staying in that place would only stunt her growth, so she had to decide where she truly belonged. The old man realizes she has already chosen her path. Alice confirms that she intends to join the Knights of Light. She frames it as accepting her family's duty because someone has to carry that burden. Her resolve is also personal, since she worries about her younger siblings, especially Cyan. That concern makes the old man burst into laughter. He finds it absurd that she still thinks of Cyan as timid. Before Alice can defend her view, Cyan himself appears behind her. Alice is startled to realize he has been there. Cyan quietly waits for her to recognize him. He greets her gently and admits he missed her. The siblings leave together, and Alice immediately notices how much he has changed. Seeing that he is now as tall as she is, she realizes he will soon surpass her. Cyan answers with playful confidence, and their reunion slips easily into teasing familiarity. For Cyan, the date fixes itself in memory because he remembers this day from his previous life as well. He knows this is the last day he will ever see his sister alive. As they walk, Alice asks whether he will return home during summer break. Cyan says he cannot, because no one there would welcome him except her. Alice is troubled to realize that this isolation is why he stayed away for 2 full years. Cyan explains inwardly that the danger at home is real, starting with Satchel. He also knows the Duke's wife keeps looking for chances to kill him, while his father does nothing to stop it. To him, going back now would be suicidal, so he plans to stay away until he graduates. He then asks Alice whether she is close to Krantz. Alice rejects the idea outright and is confused by the question. Cyan reminds her that she already knows how cruelly Krantz treated him. He reveals that Krantz even tried to kill him. A guardian knight named Brian Kendrick steps in and confirms Cyan's claim. Alice is caught off guard, only now realizing the knight has been shadowing them as her escort. The confirmation forces her to confront that the attempted murder truly happened. Brian explains that the Duke's wife and Krantz were responsible, and Alice had no way of knowing while she was in Ferna. Alice is shaken as the truth sinks in. Cyan notices her distress and tries to bring her back to the present. When he asks whether she has told anyone else, Alice dismisses the idea of dwelling on the past. Cyan starts to point out that Krantz has shown no remorse and remains a threat. Before he can finish, Alice pulls him into an embrace. Holding him tightly, she tells him he does not have to carry everything alone and that he can rely on her. She promises that from now on she will protect him, leaving Cyan momentarily speechless. Still embracing him, Alice says she must leave soon, but urges him to stay safe until she returns. Brian watches the siblings bond in thoughtful silence. A blue-haired girl clings to a flustered knight and entrusts him with looking after little Cyan before she leaves. The young master immediately senses trouble when a dark-haired boy glares at him and insists he is innocent. The scene shifts to the estate at sunset, marking the end of her departure. At the gate, the blue-haired woman heads off while the dark-haired boy sees her away and the knight remains bent over from her sudden embrace. The boy reflects that it has been a long time since he last saw her. He remembers her former self as someone far colder and angrier than the woman who just left. That thought leads him into a memory of the mansion in the past. In that memory, a black-haired boy is struck hard with a wooden weapon and knocked off balance. His blonde attacker mocks him for collapsing so quickly and keeps the pressure on. The blonde boy, Krantz, refuses to stop and treats the beating like entertainment. The victim tries to surrender and begs for it to end, but his plea only exposes his weakness. Krantz cuts him off with another blow, annoyed that he is still talking. He continues the assault with obvious delight, turning the punishment into a one-sided beating. The attack is finally interrupted when Alice orders Krantz to stop. Krantz is startled to find Alice standing over him and demanding an explanation. Alice forces the issue and commands him to apologize at once. Back in the present, the young master realizes that same expression has returned, meaning the Duke's household is about to be thrown into chaos. He decides Alice must learn the truth about her family. His reason is simple: he wants to protect her from the ruined future he remembers. That future includes Alice fighting desperately against monsters in a devastated world. A servant brings him a sealed red letter addressed to the young master. Asked where the letters came from, he explains that one is from the academy, and the other came through a janitor. The servant accepts that answer and hands over the second envelope as well. When asked if he will open it, the young master guesses it likely came from the palace. The imperial seal confirms that the letter is indeed from the royal family. A sharp-tongued woman appears behind the servant, immediately curious about what the palace has sent. As he opens the black letter, the servant notes that the palace usually holds a banquet around this season. The contents reveal something far more serious. The other message is an assassination order. The target is Draeneen Nephilis, a prince of the empire, and the boy recalls that the attempt took place during a palace banquet. Because Draeneen is the empress's younger brother, the incident became a major political shock. When asked whether he will attend, he confirms that he has business at the palace. Privately, he notes with annoyance that the mission from his past life has been assigned to someone else this time, which means his superior must value him. The woman identifies the sealed palace letter as one from Princess Erin. She gleefully teases him for receiving what she calls a love letter and realizes he is no longer just a child. He shuts her down with a demonic sword restriction, instantly punishing her for the teasing. While she collapses in pain, He calmly orders preparations for a trip to the palace, and the servant obeys. The interruption comes from an unexpected source when a small voice complains of hunger. The servant panics at the sound, but the young master stays composed and asks what is wrong. Then he recognizes the voice and is stunned. A tiny horned demon girl in a maid outfit appears, and he is shocked by how much she has grown. The story then moves to the ducal mansion under a bright daytime sky. Someone runs urgently across the grounds toward the entrance. The front doors are thrown open with force. Inside, the staff and attendants turn in disbelief as Alice suddenly returns. Her reappearance leaves the household stunned, with servants barely able to believe she is back. Alice ignores the reunion and immediately demands to know where the Duchess is, rejecting any attempt to call that woman her mother. The Duchess is shown calmly seated in her room, unaware of the storm about to reach her. She senses the disturbance and looks up in surprise. Alice bursts into the room and confronts her directly. Instead of fear, the Duchess greets Alice warmly and asks whether her daughter has been well. Alice moves first, striking before anyone can stop her. She knocks Duchess Margaret down with enough force to throw the room into chaos. The attendants panic as they realize Alice has openly attacked a Duchess and the guards still have not intervened. Margaret calls Alice insane, but Alice turns the accusation back on her and makes clear this is personal. Alice exposes the real grievance at once. Margaret once tried to have Cyan killed. Margaret instinctively denies it, but her frantic demand for proof reveals she already knows exactly what Alice is accusing her of. Alice seizes on that slip and treats it as confirmation of Margaret's guilt. Even surrounded by guards, Alice keeps pressing the charge while Margaret tries to hide behind rank and procedure. Unable to refute the accusation, Margaret orders the guards to throw Alice out. The guards obey, but Alice stands her ground as they close in. She decides in an instant that she will not be taken quietly. Alice breaks through their formation and turns the attempted arrest into a fight. Her first counterattack drops a guard immediately. Then she summons the water spirit Undine, revealing she can use spirit magic. A surge of water blasts through the room and sweeps the guards aside with ease. Margaret is shaken by how effortlessly Alice defeats trained men with power she did not expect. With the guards down, Alice advances and says Cyan's guardian knight has already confessed everything. She reveals the full truth. Margaret was behind the assassination attempt on Cyan 2 years earlier, and only Cyan's silence kept her safe until now. Margaret still tries to dismiss the testimony as beneath her, clinging to status instead of innocence. Alice cuts her off and warns that their father will hear about this, so Margaret should prepare for the consequences. The threat lands hard enough to leave Margaret stunned. Alice walks out, leaving Margaret among the fallen guards and the wreckage of her authority. Once alone, Margaret drops the act and sneers that Alice still understands nothing. She bitterly concludes that Duke Villiers cares about no one except Cyan, and her resentment is aimed as much at that favoritism as at the boy himself. In the aftermath, the Duke admits he already knew Margaret had tried to kill Cyan. Alice is horrified that he can speak so calmly when his own child was nearly murdered. He refuses to justify himself and explains that at the time he believed Cyan was safe because Brian Kendrick was with him and had fought off 6 official knights. To the Duke, that survival only proved the attackers were weak, not that Cyan had truly been in danger. Alice is taken aback by the implication that Cyan himself may have overcome the threat. The Duke tells her bluntly that she does not understand Cyan at all. Instead of arguing further, he hands her a sealed letter. It is an imperial banquet invitation, and because he will not attend, he orders Alice to go in his place. He tells her to stop worrying so much about Cyan. When Alice hesitates, he insists Cyan is far stronger than she thinks and leaves her with that unsettling claim. Alice is left alone in silence, holding the invitation and trying to process what she has heard. She heads out, still troubled by the Duke's confidence. As she walks, she cannot shake the thought that Cyan is only 13 and should not have to bear so much. Her brooding is interrupted when someone recognizes her as Miss Alice. Alice turns in surprise toward the familiar voice. She finds Cecilia, who warmly welcomes her back. Cecilia immediately throws her arms around Alice and blurts out how hurt she was by Alice's long disappearance and silence. Alice can only apologize, relieved and guilty at once. The reunion carries extra weight because Cecilia is not just a knight of the Knights of Light, but also Alice's former maid, teacher, and close friend. Sensing Alice needs a break from everything weighing on her, Cecilia proposes taking her somewhere else. Alice brightens and decides they should use the imperial invitation as an excuse to visit the palace together. Elsewhere, a carriage races along a rough road, carrying the story into a new scene. Inside, a pink-haired maid suddenly cries out in alarm. She excitedly points outside after spotting a deer. A black-haired young man, clearly used to her antics, calls her Nana and tells her to put her tail away. Nana sulks at the reprimand, her excitement collapsing into a pout. A small maid named Nana bursts in with childlike excitement, showing off that she can hide her dragon features and pass more safely in public. Her master is relieved by the disguise, but he immediately senses that Nana is far too excited to stay out of trouble. Nana proudly repeats the role she was taught, reminding herself that she is supposed to behave as her young master's maid. Instead of acting reserved, she loudly revels in her identity, confirming exactly why her master is worried. He grows more anxious, convinced her enthusiasm is going to create problems the moment they leave. Before that can happen, the carriage is stopped, and he notices Nana standing tensely as trouble approaches from outside. A guard checks the disturbance and realizes the road has been blocked by bandits. The bandits move in to rob the carriage, treating the travelers as easy prey. Their leader openly demands everything they have, confident no one can resist him. The young master dismisses the threat as trivial and orders the guard to eliminate them. When Nana asks what is happening, he hides the danger from her and tries to keep her calm. Outside, the guard answers that order with a single strike that cuts into the bandit leader before he can react. He follows through with a sweeping attack that drops the surrounding bandits in one motion. The surviving men realize too late that they attack someone far stronger than expected. Desperate for revenge, the remaining bandits throw themselves at the guard all at once. The guard barely treats it as effort, taking a breath as if the fight is already over. He unleashes serial slash and tears through the attackers in a rapid finishing assault. His swordwork lands with crushing precision, leaving no room for resistance. With the bandits scattered on the ground, he boasts that the weakling he once was is gone. Pleased with himself, he declares he has grown stronger, while the young master cuts off the celebration and tells him to move on. The guard obeys at once, and the carriage resumes its trip toward the banquet. Elsewhere, a woman gathers the banquet guest list, focusing on who will be present. Her subordinate warns that attendance is unusually large and asks whether their plan should be delayed. She refuses, insisting the operation cannot wait. The target is revealed to be the assassination of Drenian Nephilius, and her subordinate questions the urgency. She answers that Drenian is a predator who abuses his power to force marriages, and she wants him dead as soon as possible. She then turns her anger toward another man on the list, calling him a bastard as well. Her fury sharpens when she admits that man is her own fiancé, making the betrayal personal. While reviewing more names, she notices a profile that catches her off guard. She is stunned to learn that a reclusive child will also attend the banquet. That child is identified as Luna Rain River, a rare elemental prodigy and granddaughter of the Magic Association's head, someone who almost never appears in public. The woman immediately suspects that Luna's sudden attendance means something unusual is being set in motion. Her subordinate explains that the association president personally ordered Luna to attend. That only deepens her suspicion, and she becomes convinced the banquet is hiding a larger scheme. Meanwhile, the travelers arrive in a lively city decorated for the occasion. Nana is overwhelmed with delight at finally seeing a real town and blurts out her amazement at everything around her. Her excitement makes her careless, and she bumps into a passerby. The man starts to scold her, but Nana immediately apologizes and tries to make amends. She leans into the apology with disarming innocence, asking what she can do to fix it. The passerby melts instantly and lets her off without complaint. Nana happily concludes that city people are kind, while her master realizes the man was reacting to her charm and panics. He remembers how little Nana understands about people and recognizes that leaving her unchecked in public is dangerous. The guard notices Nana's eyes changing again, warning that something is wrong. The young master instantly understands the situation is turning bad. Nana bluntly announces that she is hungry, and her master is relieved for a second when her pupils return to normal. But he also realizes she is starting to emit a visible aura, meaning others may discover what she really is. He urgently orders the guard to get Nana to a restaurant before her condition draws attention. As the guard rushes her away, the young master grimly realizes that simple hunger is enough to trigger dangerous changes in her. They make it to an eatery just in time to contain the problem. After devouring a mountain of food, Nana finally settles down and declares that eating has made her feel alive again. Cyan reflects that raising a child is expensive, relieved he brought plenty of money. His meal is interrupted when he senses a strange presence beside him. A mysterious girl calmly introduces herself as if she already knows him. She immediately confirms his identity, calling him Cyan Vert. Her confidence makes it clear she approached him on purpose. Caught off guard that a stranger knows his name, Cyan demands to know who she is. Instead of answering directly, she asks to sit with him, ignoring his suspicion. She finally identifies herself as Lunev, a second-year student from the same academy. Cyan finds the name familiar but admits he pays little attention to students outside his year. Lunev brushes that off and frames him as someone far more well-known than she is. The others at the table notice the odd interaction and doubt these two are actually friends. They point out that Cyan is already close enough to his guardians to dine with them, making Lunev's approach even more unusual. Lunev praises Cyan as kinder than the rumors suggest, while Cyan insists there is nothing strange about sharing a table. Cyan grows more wary, sensing that her sudden flattery has some hidden purpose. Lunev steers the conversation toward the capital banquet and probes whether he came for that event. When Cyan confirms it, she shows she has been watching him closely enough to know he rarely leaves the academy. She reveals she was invited as well and hints that they will meet again at the banquet. That makes Cyan realize she must have received the same letter, meaning she is likely a noble. Lunev cuts the encounter short, saying introductions are enough for now before she leaves. Before going, she asks Cyan not to forget her. She gives her full name as Lunev Rainreaver. The full name jolts Cyan's memory. He recalls that she is the granddaughter of Rijin Rainreaver, the Garum Mage Association president, and suspects that old man sent her. Cyan reflects that his life keeps changing because people who should never have crossed his path are now appearing, as if the future itself is shifting. The constant interference frustrates him, especially because each new encounter suggests events are diverging further from what he expected. His thoughts return to the coming banquet, the same day tied to the catastrophe known as the Banquet of Blood, and he wonders why everything is converging there. Elsewhere, a white-haired princess prepares herself carefully for the banquet. Unsure of her appearance, she asks Leximus whether she looks acceptable. Leximus enthusiastically assures her she looks beautiful and insists Cyan would think so too. Still dissatisfied, she changes outfits again. Leximus, exhausted by the endless wardrobe changes, begs to be released from the task. She rejects the latest choice as well, still trying to find the right look. A maid encourages her by saying Cyan would probably like what she is wearing. That suggestion makes the princess panic, since Cyan is obviously going to see her at the banquet. Her flustered denial only makes her feelings more obvious to everyone around her. A maid then presents a gift sent by her brother, Luenel. The mention of her brother immediately puts her on edge. The gift turns out to be an ornate necklace, which surprises her. Before anyone can connect the gift to Cyan's tastes, she angrily shuts that idea down and insists she does not like him. The scene shifts to the palace, where the banquet is about to begin under a grand and glittering atmosphere. Guests gather in large numbers, filling the hall with nobles and attendants. More high-ranking attendees continue to arrive, underscoring the event's importance. Cyan enters in formal wear, notes how crowded it is, and quietly searches for his target. Something catches his attention and sharpens his focus. He spots Kellen and immediately infers that Askel must also be present. When Cyan approaches, Kellen confirms he is currently serving Princess Luenel but urgently asks to speak first. Cyan instantly suspects the purification mission may have been compromised and asks whether something has gone wrong. Kellen admits he has a bad feeling and warns that many people, including Cyan, may be in danger. He reveals that Askel ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet begins because he has prepared a small event. That warning makes Cyan realize with shock that Askel may be the one behind the future massacre known as the Banquet of Blood. A servant admits he stepped in because he could not stand by and watch his young master get hurt, but the young master cuts him off and dismisses him. Even while sending him away, the young master warns that the servant may be in even greater danger if he stays. The servant reluctantly obeys and leaves, trusting his master to protect himself. Left alone, the young master realizes the threat he was told to expect is far more serious than a minor disturbance. He concludes that Rachel's son is even more unstable and dangerous than expected. A mischievous spirit tests his motives by asking whether he is worried about innocent people dying. He brushes that off and claims his concern is really about how troublesome the situation has become. Deciding to act quietly, he uses psychological influence to push for delaying the purification mission. His suggestion reaches Cyan, who suddenly senses the thought and is startled by the intrusion. From a distance, he plants the idea that the mission should be postponed. When Cyan demands a reason, he tells her he has just received urgent intelligence. He warns that the banquet hall is about to turn into a massacre, leaving Cyan shaken. He refuses to explain everything yet and insists they first confirm whether monsters are already nearby. Cyan hesitates, unsure whether she can trust such alarming information. He admits he cannot prove it, but his instincts and knowledge of the likely culprit leave him certain. He adds that Cyan's unwanted fiancée is likely to die as well, accidentally revealing he knows more about her private life than he should. Before she can press him, he ends the exchange and heads off to handle the danger himself. Cyan vows to force an explanation later, but her attention is pulled away when she hears a familiar voice. The voice instantly unsettles her because she recognizes it. She realizes the newcomer is Alice, an old acquaintance from the academy. Alice approaches casually, and Cyan tries to downplay her own presence as routine. Privately, Cyan panics because Alice may get caught in the coming incident. A nobleman intrudes with shallow flattery, admiring Cyan and Alice as if they were decorations. Cyan grows more irritated, overwhelmed by the chaos piling up around her. The man introduces himself as Drenian Nephilis, and Cyan recognizes with alarm that even the intended target is already here. Drenian's smug expression confirms the kind of arrogant man he is. Elsewhere, the young master moves quickly to set his own countermeasures in motion. He calls for Brian and gives him a task. Brian immediately offers his full obedience, though the young master awkwardly struggles to phrase the order. He notices Brian has become unusually capable lately and reflects on the change. He compares Brian to a true guardian knight now, likely transformed by the dragon blood he took in. He orders Brian to inspect the palace's underground passages, despite Brian's obvious reluctance. When Brian complains, the young master snaps that he has good reasons and insists he go. Before he can say more, Brian senses someone behind them and warns him. The hidden watcher turns out to be a suspicious maid, whose presence the young master immediately recognizes as unusual. Brian lunges to subdue her before she can act. The maid is knocked down hard, and the young master stops Brian from escalating further. He tells Brian to stand down because they already know who she is. Brian apologizes while helping the injured maid up, still wary of her. The maid is left dazed and hurting from the sudden takedown. Meanwhile, deep below the palace, someone descends a spiral stair into the underground. A cloaked figure advances through the lower passages by torchlight. The figure reaches a ruined chamber hidden beneath the palace. There, the cloaked intruder announces that the time has come for his subordinates to move. At his command, stone-like monsters awaken in the darkness. Back at the banquet, guests begin to notice another important arrival. Princess Erin appears annoyed that the people she personally invited are nowhere to be seen. Her irritation sharpens into contempt as she calls their absence fickle. A blue-haired girl approaches respectfully and addresses her as Princess Erin. Erin recognizes the speaker as Lynn of Rainreaver, a second-year student from the academy. At the banquet, Princess Erin recognizes the famed genius of the Garum Kingdom, who respectfully accepts the imperial welcome. The guest warmly praises Erin and formally greets her on behalf of the empire hosting the event. Erin returns the courtesy and quietly hopes Cyan will one day see this woman just as favorably. When Cyan's name comes up, the guest admits she was with him just yesterday, revealing an unexpected familiarity. That closeness slips out more bluntly than intended, making the implication impossible to ignore. Realizing she exposed her own thoughts, Erin freezes in embarrassment, while the other woman catches on. The guest confirms her suspicion and directly confronts Erin with what she has understood. Erin is left flustered by the accusation that she is in love with Cyan and can barely process it herself. Their awkward moment is shattered by a scream from elsewhere in the hall. Both women turn at once, their attention snapping from private feelings to sudden danger. A panicked woman calls for the guards as a hooded attacker strikes with lethal force. In full view of the crowd, the masked intruder cuts through the ballroom and throws the banquet into chaos. Erin can hardly believe a monster like this has breached the palace at all. As guests panic and demand protection, the intruder advances deeper inside, spreading terror. The masked figure reveals his purpose. He has come specifically for the princess. Hearing herself targeted, Erin and her companion realize the attack is no random assault. Elsewhere, Cyan's maid Nana introduces herself, drawing attention to her sudden presence. Another maid is abruptly silenced before she can react, as if Nana is asserting control over the room. The subdued maid is forced down, making clear that resistance will not be tolerated. Nana sizes up the other girl with petty jealousy, resenting that she seems younger and cuter. She mockingly asks whether Cyan abandoned her for this new girl, while Cyan flatly denies it. Cyan presses for the truth, asking whether Askel was the one who brought the girl here, and she confirms it. The girl smugly explains that Askel pursued her insistently, and even offered her employment. That mention of a job jolts Cyan, because it matches a memory he did not expect to hear repeated. He recalls Askel once proposing that the same girl work as his maid while Cyan was away at the academy. In that memory, Askel framed the offer as concern for her loneliness and asked her to accept. She had refused at the time, insisting she only needed to be there when Cyan returned. Even now she says Askel's latest move proves he still has not given up on whatever he wants from her. Cyan falls silent as the pattern finally becomes harder to dismiss. With danger outside, Cyan orders Brian to guard Emily and Nana while he goes out himself. He decides to move immediately, troubled by the fact that Emily had no place in his previous life and sensing events have changed. He remembers catching Boris spying and realizing that Askel had already been preparing something behind the scenes. That suspicion hardens into fury as Cyan resolves not to let Askel touch the people around him. He rushes out, leaving the others behind as the room reels from his sudden departure. In the aftermath, the girl produces a bow Askel gave her, saying it was meant to be delivered as a gift. She belatedly remembers the errand and offers the bow despite having nearly forgotten it. Nana's attention sharpens the moment she notices something off about the item. As the bow is raised, an ominous trace around it suggests it carries more than simple decoration. Nana identifies a suspicious scent, recognizing the gift as dangerous. Outside, the palace looms under the night sky as the crisis spreads beyond a single room. A hidden hand reaches for a weapon, signaling that the conspiracy is moving into its next phase. Prince Lunel is informed that everything has begun. Askel answers with satisfaction, saying the long-awaited day has finally arrived and acknowledging Lunel's efforts. Lunel reports that their gift should already have been delivered and notes that Boris served them well. Askel intends to keep using Boris as they move to overturn an empire he sees as stagnant in peace. Lunel agrees and declares that the time has come to show the empire what kind of ruler it truly needs. Askel embraces that ambition with a dark smile, ready to reveal his chosen answer. Back in the palace, people are urgently directed toward an exit as the evacuation begins. Erin takes charge amid the panic, ordering everyone to flee quickly and leave the fighting to the guards. Even when told to save herself first, Erin refuses to abandon the others and insists on protecting the crowd before her own safety. When Lunev sees the crisis unfolding, she immediately commits herself to helping. A white-haired ally accepts her support with confidence as the battle intensifies. The defenders rush a rampaging enemy and resolve to stop it no matter the cost. Their captain is jolted by the chaos and realizes the situation is worse than expected. He sees that more monsters have appeared, including a massive one looming over the hall. A hooded assassin slips in behind him, and his plea for help comes too late. He understands he has been fatally struck and can only despair. Even as others call for him, the captain forces himself to stay focused. He recognizes the attackers as high-level demonic mandrakes and realizes such giant beasts should never have reached this place. The impossible scale of the attack breaks his composure, and he fears everyone is about to die. One of the monsters unleashes a destructive blast toward the defenders. A purple-haired instructor intercepts the attack with magic, creating a barrier that halts the strike. She orders everyone to use the opening to evacuate the civilians at once. The captain recognizes her as an academy instructor just as another assassin closes in behind him. A blue-haired swordswoman cuts that attacker down before it can finish him. She follows with a swift blade technique, driving back another threat. The two women take control of the battlefield and tell the guards to leave this area to them. The captain rallies his shaken men, and they reorganize to protect the evacuation. But the giant mandrake shifts its attack away from the fighters and lashes its roots toward the rear. The instructor realizes too late that the next strike is aimed elsewhere. The swordwoman also senses the danger and turns toward the new target. The roots tear through the hall toward the people being escorted out. The women realize the monster was never focused on them and that its true objective lies behind them. The attack bears down on the evacuation route where the princess stands with her attendants. The princess and Lunav look up in alarm as the threat reaches them. The warning comes too late. Princess Erin is the real target. Erin freezes as the roots surge straight at her. The wounded captain throws himself into the attack and intercepts it with his body and blade. With his last strength, he calls for the guard to protect Princess Erin. Erin is struck by the shock of what he has done and can only stare upward in horror. The reality of his sacrifice settles in as tears well in her eyes. The roots wrap around the captain and crush him before Erin can reach him. She calls his name, finally recognizing the man who saved her as Morris. His blood spills as the monster's roots continue to tighten around him. Erin rushes to him and desperately begs him to wake up. Morris can no longer respond. Overcome with guilt, Erin blames herself for his death and apologizes to him. Lunav steps forward and gathers magic, refusing to let the sacrifice end in failure. She combines her spells into a powerful fused attack that blasts upward into the monster. The others are stunned that a second-year student can fuse magic so skillfully. Lunav tells Erin there is no saving Morris now and urges her to evacuate somewhere safe. Erin remains beside Morris in grief, unable to answer at first. The monster is still alive, and Lunav warns that it will attack again soon. The remaining guards step in around the women and declare that they will hold the creature back. They vow that their captain's sacrifice will not be meaningless and promise to stop the mandrake somehow. Pressed by the danger, Erin finally agrees to leave as Lunav urges her onward. As she departs, Erin silently swears she will never forget Morris's sacrifice. His name lingers heavily over the scene as the survivors steel themselves. One guard activates grim armor, using his mana to form a protective barrier. He explains that the mandrake's roots carry lethal poison, so the barrier is their only way to shield the princess during the retreat. A poisonous mandrake rampages through the hall, and the princess is warned that direct contact could kill her even if a barrier can block the toxin. The white-haired princess orders herself into the fight anyway and demands that no one let her die. Her knights immediately rally behind that command and prepare to defend her. As the roots crash down toward them, the guards throw themselves forward to protect the princess. The blonde knight meets the attack head-on and hacks into the incoming vines. He keeps cutting through the mass, trying to force back the creature before it can reach the royal party. But the mandrake answers with more monstrous growths, its snarling heads multiplying around them. The blonde knight drives a strike into one trunk-like body, trying to stop its advance at close range. Even so, the creature's roots keep surging through the chamber and overwhelm the space. Seeing the line collapse, a blue-haired woman orders everyone to retreat. She casts freeze, locking part of the mandrake in jagged ice to halt its momentum. While the others pull back, the princess demands to know who this rescuer is. The woman identifies herself as Alice Vert and urges the princess to follow her. The mandrake roars and keeps pressing after them despite the interruption. A new fighter rushes into the chaos, moving low and fast through the roots. She leaps above the monsters and cuts through them with a flurry of purple blade arcs. The purple-haired woman realizes that fighting openly with a dagger could expose her true identity as the Academy's alchemy instructor. She decides that secrecy no longer matters as long as she can stop the attack. Using Fog Sword 8 fluttering petals, she shreds the mandrake with a rapid barrage of strikes. With the monster briefly immobilized, the knights regroup and prepare a counterattack. Before they can act, a hooded figure drops in behind one of the knights with killing intent. The attacker reveals a stitched mask and glowing red eyes as a blade flashes toward its target. The purple-haired woman intercepts the danger and warns the knight that monsters still remain, ordering him to stay alert while she takes over. She tells herself that Alice must get the princesses out safely, yet an uneasy feeling keeps growing in her. Meanwhile, Alice leads the two princesses through a dark corridor in search of safety. As they run, the white-haired princess realizes that if this woman is Alice Vert, she must be Cyan's sister. That thought softens her for a moment, as she worries about whether Cyan is safe. Their escape is cut off when something smashes violently into the corridor ahead. A massive nightcrawler appears before them, proving the enemy has already tracked their route. Alice immediately judges that this high-ranking monster may be too much for her to handle alone. Facing the towering beast, she recognizes just how dangerous an opponent it is. The white-haired princess kneels and casts Chain Trap to pin the monster down. At the same time, the younger princess forms flame spear spells to support the attack. Golden chains wrap around the nightcrawler's body and restrain its movement. The younger princess's flaming spears slam into the trapped monster and wound it. Alice is startled to see the princesses backing her up instead of fleeing. They insist on helping and push her to strike while they hold the monster in place. Their resolve steels Alice, and she decides she cannot show weakness in front of those depending on her. The Nightcrawler tears free and unleashes a huge crystal-like attack down the corridor. The blast rips through the hall with enough force to crush everything in its path. The younger princess answers with protection, raising a barrier that shields them from the impact. Using that opening, Alice launches herself above the monster for a decisive counterattack. As blue power gathers around her blade, she embraces her duty as a defender of the Empire. She vows to make the creature regret standing in her way. With Aqua Blade, Alice cleaves through the Nightcrawler in a crushing surge of water magic. The strike obliterates the surrounding lesser monsters as the corridor is cleared in one sweep. Back in the main battle, the purple-haired woman looks over the aftermath and wonders if only one enemy remains. When she examines a fallen hooded monster, she senses that this one is different from the others. A disturbing possibility dawns on her as she looks closer. The mask breaks away to reveal a human corpse-like face, and she realizes the monster is Marionette. The crisis is traced to a forbidden necromantic spell that lets the dead be controlled like puppets. A purple-haired woman assesses the carnage and explains that creating so many undead would require extraordinary skill, vast mana, and time. From that, she concludes this could not have been the work of a lone culprit. She realizes the scale of the preparation suggests something as serious as an attempt to ignite war. Elsewhere in the hall, a white-haired ruler cuts down another attacker with ease. Even while catching his breath, he treats the massacre at the banquet as an insultingly poor challenge. His strength falters for a moment, as his sword drops to the floor. His children rush to him in alarm, but he downplays it as simple overexertion. Still, he is genuinely relieved that the two of them made it to his side. He addresses Lionel and Askel by name as Askel moves to support him. The ruler accepts Askel's hand and lets him help him up. Lionel watches the exchange in uneasy silence while Askel appears shaken. Askel insists on tending to the other survivors first, trusting the castle knights to handle the rest. He vows that they will remain at the ruler's side no matter what. Before anyone can settle, another crystal-studded corpse creature erupts into the scene. Among the guests, a blue-haired woman and her companions realize the monsters are appearing from all directions. The undead keep pouring in, confirming that the assault is still escalating. In another part of the banquet, a maid examines a red ribbon gift and confirms it came from Askel to Cyan. A guard finds that detail unsettling, sensing something wrong about the gift and the situation around it. He cannot explain it fully, but Askel giving Cyan a present feels out of character enough to raise suspicion. His thoughts turn to Cyan's deep resentment toward Askel, a bitterness that goes far beyond ordinary family conflict. Acting on instinct, he tells Brian they need to flee immediately. The maid Nana suddenly reveals a monstrous awareness and warns that something dangerous is about to reach them. Emily is startled by Nana's transformed eyes and realizes something is very wrong. A violent blast tears through the area before they can react. The guard orders Emily to run as he turns to face the threat himself. The attacker reveals itself as Viamuth, a high-ranking monster. Panic spreads through the banquet as guests and attendants flee for their lives. One fleeing noble realizes too late that his chances of surviving are collapsing. Though he prides himself on escaping faster than everyone else, he is horrified that monsters have already overtaken the route out. At the front doors, hooded killers block the exit and trap the survivors inside. The noble's fear turns selfish and desperate as he fixates on surviving and returning to his family. He clings to that desire so fiercely that even in the chaos his thoughts turn lustfully possessive. His panic curdles into ugly obsession, exposing the kind of man he truly is. As he runs, he demands reassurance that the rear exit is secure. When the answer comes back uncertain, he explodes in outrage at being left in danger. A hooded assassin cuts him down before his status can save him. Witnesses scream as Marquis Drenian is killed in front of them. With nobles surrounded by assassins and monsters, the survivors begin to think they are finished. A blonde knight notices droplets forming out of nowhere and realizes water magic is gathering. A blue-haired mage unleashes Aqua Explosion, sweeping a massive wave through the attackers. Without pausing, she calls for Lunav to follow up immediately. Lunav answers with ice magic, freezing the flood into a killing field of jagged crystal. The trapped assassins and monsters are impaled and immobilized in an instant. The sudden counterattack turns the battlefield around and gives the survivors breathing room. The stunned onlookers realize these two women just wiped out the enemy force before anyone even understood who they were. The blue-haired mage identifies herself as Avis Vert, warns that the danger is not over, and orders the princess protected. A knight checks on the princess, who says she is safe but worries about the exhausted girl beside the ice wall. The white-haired princess supports the weakened Lunav, who insists she will recover and starts to explain the larger threat. Lunav warns that the enemy's next attack will begin soon and urges them to evacuate at once. The white-haired princess realizes Lunav is involved and turns grim as the crisis deepens. The royal knights rush to shield her, forming a defensive line while the battle erupts inside the hall. A woman in heels joins the defense from the rear, promising support as the frontline braces. Orders spread through the nobles to stay behind barriers while the guard knights focus on keeping them alive until the fighting ends. The royal knights are specifically tasked with protecting the princess, and their captain accepts that he may fall as long as they cover him. Lunav throws herself into the fight with blue magic, determined to destroy the creatures no matter the cost. Even as she cuts them down, she realizes the enemy cannot be beaten by attrition because new monsters keep appearing elsewhere. From the carnage around her, Lunav understands this endless spawning is exactly what makes the attack so dangerous. The princess senses another wave approaching and orders an immediate counterattack instead of waiting to be overwhelmed. Her red necklace flares, signaling that she is activating some power or artifact tied to the crisis. Elsewhere in the palace, a monster crashes in near a servant and her armored protector, bringing the terror directly to them. The maid panics and begs for help, while the knight forces himself to stand between her and the threat. Faced with a towering beast, the maid remembers her young master warning that monsters were invading the palace. She realizes she can no longer rely only on her master's protection and must somehow learn to defend herself. The knight knows he is the only one who can protect both of them for now, but the situation is already turning against him. Because the maid is clinging too close for him to maneuver, he tries to reassure her and keep her from losing nerve. The beast lunges with a roar, ending any chance to retreat. The knight braces for impact and orders the maid not to let go or get separated from him. The monster comes down with lethal force. He manages to block the first strike, barely stopping the attack before it reaches them. For a moment he believes the fight might be survivable if he can keep holding the line. That hope vanishes when more attacks crash in at once, proving the enemy is stronger and faster than expected. He takes the blows himself to shield the maid, absorbing the damage while she fears he is about to collapse. Still straining, he insists he can endure and swears the creature will not touch her. Then the beast opens its jaws above them, making clear that his defense is no longer enough. As death seems certain, he apologizes to his young master for failing his duty. A sudden purple strike slams into the monster and interrupts the kill at the last instant. The knight stares in shock, recognizing that something impossible has just saved them. The maid peeks out from behind him, equally stunned and trying to understand what appeared. A violet barrier or winged form now stands between them and the monster, turning the tide of that encounter. The rescuer is revealed to be Nana, transformed and shielding them with demonic-looking purple wings. Nana's expression shows she is fighting with feral intensity, as if drawing on a dangerous power. Outside under the moonlit sky, the sense of a larger dark force over the city hangs over the battle. The scene shifts back through the chaos, suggesting bloodshed and hidden movement behind the palace assault. The princess raises radiant magic circles and begins using light-based power of her own. Her spell reinforces the knights, letting them cut through hooded attackers pressing in from all sides. At the same time, Lunav keeps carving through enemies with sweeping blue attacks, refusing to yield ground. But she realizes the assault was carefully planned to exhaust them, and simple fighting will never end it. As knights continue clashing with the attackers, Lunav concludes they need another answer before everyone is worn down. A hooded enemy is struck hard, yet even that does not resolve the deeper problem. The fallen attacker moves again unnaturally, confirming the enemy is not staying dead. Lunav immediately grasps the implication and searches for the principle behind it. She identifies the attackers as undead puppets raised through dark magic rather than ordinary living foes. Thinking through the counter, she tells herself the answer must be a magic that opposes dark magic directly. While still fighting, she reaches the obvious conclusion that only light-aligned power could purge them. She recalls the god of light, Lumindal, and realizes true light magic could give them a chance to win. With no better option left, Lunav decides this is the path they must take. She turns to the princess, who is already channeling luminous mana, and calls out to her. Lunav asks the princess to pour that mana into her sword, but the princess hesitates because doing so would drop the protective enchantments on the knights. Before that choice can be resolved, the knights keep defending the princess at close range and urge her not to worry while they hold the attackers back. A blonde ally urges the others to trust them and hold on a little longer while the white-haired girl hesitates under pressure. Despite her fear and uncertainty, she finally agrees to go along with the plan. The blue-haired swordswoman channels blessing light through her blade, and the spell begins to take effect. She realizes that if she adds spirit magic to the difficult fusion of mana types, she may be able to stabilize it. A spirit form answers her call, surging out in blue light as the combined magic starts flowing far more smoothly. Even knowing the attempt could fail, she accepts the risk and commits to it. Around them, the aftermath of slaughter fills the hall with fallen bodies. Among the dead, clues point to the involvement of Marionette and Mandrick. The black-haired man concludes that Boris had already been working under Askel by this point. His floating familiar identifies the magic here as an ancient necromancy-type dark art that modern humans should not be able to use. He explains that the enemy had been using dazed stones to strengthen monsters by drawing them in with concentrated mana. Sensing more of those stones deeper inside, he wants to move on quickly, but first he decides he needs to change out of his blood-soaked clothes. The absurd request lands in the middle of the carnage, showing how unfazed he is by the scene. Meanwhile, the summoned spirit power continues to swell around the blue-haired swordswoman. Her companions recognize that she has temporarily called Spirit Marion by feeding light mana into the summon. They also understand the cost. Mixed mana cannot remain stable for long, so this state will soon destroy her body. Realizing the danger, One of them insists they must stop her before the damage becomes irreversible. But the swordswoman stands beneath the towering spirit and keeps pushing forward even as her body starts to fail. The spirit addresses her tenderly, lamenting that a child blessed by the spirit realm has been driven into such desperation. Marion mourns the cruel fate that has cornered her chosen child. As enemies close in, Marion judges the situation intolerably unjust. She lashes out in anger, ordering the attackers away from the girl she is protecting. That command becomes a devastating blast that tears through the hall and obliterates the oncoming foes. The shockwave keeps ripping outward with overwhelming force. Watching the destruction, the others realize that even a casual motion from Marion carries terrifying power, and that ordinary resistance will not be enough. Yet the dead begin rising again, proving the enemy can keep replenishing the threat. Her allies beg her to stop before she kills herself, but she refuses because ending the fight now would only make everything worse. She steels herself with the conclusion that she has to finish this, no matter the cost. Drawing on the Spirit King's authority, Marion prepares an even greater technique through the swordswoman. Before it can be unleashed, a masked figure wreathed in black-red fog suddenly seizes her sword arm. The interruption catches Marion off guard for the first time. The blue-haired girl is equally stunned by the unexpected interference. The two young women behind her can only stare in shock at the newcomer. They turn to see a masked man with a burning red-black aura standing directly against the swordswoman. At first he resembles another marionette, but his presence feels fundamentally different and far more ominous. The strange black fog around him immediately becomes the real threat in their minds. Its grip locks the swordswoman in place, and she realizes she cannot move at all. The masked intruder's glowing eyes and seething aura make clear that this paralysis is deliberate and controlled. As the fog crawls over her arm, she understands in horror that it is consuming her. The spirit bids Alice farewell, making it sound as though this may be the end of their bond. Marion calmly declares that Alice's journey is ending, treating the parting as sorrowful but inevitable. Alice struggles against the corruption, but her strength is draining too quickly to break free. Forced to one knee, she realizes the fog has left her body almost completely powerless. Then Marion speaks to her one last time, urging her to remember. The spirit leaves Alice with the promise that the spirit realm will always welcome her, and her manifestation begins to disperse. As the spirit vanishes, the white-haired girl demands an explanation and is told that the intruder severed the mana flow sustaining Marion's manifestation. Even that answer offers little comfort, because the masked being may not even be human. Kneeling with her sword as support, Alice sees the undead advancing again and believes the battle is lost. At that moment, the masked figure turns on the approaching enemies instead of finishing her, intercepting one of them in a blur. He cuts through the attacker with brutal speed, revealing that his arrival has shifted the fight in an unexpected direction. When the blue-haired woman realizes the masked intruder is actually helping them, her alarm turns into stunned disbelief. At that moment, the masked man charges through the attackers, cutting down the marionettes with ruthless speed. He confirms his suspicion that the enemies are reacting to a hidden source rather than acting independently. As he draws their attention, he concludes that if he advances alone, the entire swarm will follow him away from the princess's group. He asks whether anyone among them carries unusual mana, excluding Lunev, and learns the princess's necklace is the likely source. The white-haired princess recognizes that the necklace is giving off a monstrous aura, explaining why the creatures were drawn to her. With the cause identified, the masked man decides to close the distance himself and asks for cooperation. He activates a spatial creation ability to reshape the battlefield in his favor. A black fog domain erupts around the hall, swallowing the area and trapping the marionettes inside his control. Within that fog, the marionettes are torn apart one after another as his attack spreads through them. The knights realize they have been dragged into a different space and brace for whatever might still be hiding in the fog. The black mist creeps along the ground like a living force, overtaking everything it touches. One marionette is seized and consumed by the fog before it can resist. Watching in shock, the blue-haired woman identifies the phenomenon as the black fog. She understands that the fog itself is devouring the marionettes rather than merely obscuring them. Moments later, the slaughter ends, leaving the blue-haired woman kneeling in eerie silence as the last traces of the fog recede. The others approach cautiously, unsettled by how completely the chaos vanished as if nothing had happened. While catching their breath, the princess and her companions realize the masked stranger eliminated the entire threat and begin wondering who he really is. Their attention shifts when Lunev suddenly collapses to the ground. The princess moves to steady herself and tries to pull Lunev back together before the lingering danger reaches her. Instead, the masked man appears behind the princess in an instant and seizes her as a hostage. The knights whirl around in panic as they realize their princess has been taken. Holding her at blade point beside the fallen Lunev, the masked man forces the others to stop and demands they back off. As he restrains her, the princess is shaken by an inexplicable sense that this man is someone she already knows. He strikes the princess's necklace directly, shattering the object that had been attracting the monsters. The knights erupt in outrage, believing he has attacked their princess. The blue-haired woman suddenly recognizes him and blurts out the name Aaron. Before anyone can process that revelation, the black fog surges again and forces the knights to defend the princess. One knight struggles to understand the nature of the fog as it coils around them. The masked man moves through the haze toward the unconscious Lunev, ignoring the other's confusion. The princess realizes too late what he is targeting and cries out for him to stop. He reaches down toward Lunev, intent on finishing the threat before it can awaken. Desperate to protect her maid, the princess unleashes God's stinger at him. The masked man remains unnervingly calm in the face of the attack. Her beam passes through him as he dissolves into fog, avoiding the strike completely. Reforming nearby, he assures the princess he has no intention of harming her and explains that destroying the necklace should stop the monsters from pursuing her. The princess is left reeling as she connects his words to the necklace her brother gave her and begins to grasp why she was targeted. He opens a way out through the front gates and tells them he has already cleared their escape route. As the distorted space returns to normal, the knights regroup around the princess and check whether she is injured. She insists she is fine, but her mind stays fixed on the stranger's identity while she asks after Alice and Lunev. After confirming the others are safe, she decides they should recover and leave through the route the masked man prepared. The blue-haired woman agrees that protecting the younger girls comes first and postpones any attempt to unravel who that man was. But Lunev's eye opens with a sinister purple glow, and a different presence stirs within her. That awakening is linked to a monstrous beast, suggesting something far more dangerous has taken hold. Blood and dark energy spread violently, as if the creature's manifestation is tearing through bodies and space alike. A horned, purple-shrouded figure emerges close to the blue-haired woman, revealing the threat has not ended at all. Elsewhere in the palace, servants and guards are horrified by a maid transforming into something they barely recognize. The demonic form fully rises amid a storm of violet power and blood, towering over the room. This catastrophe triggers a memory from another life about a notorious palace massacre. The narrator identifies it as the Banquet of Blood, a disaster remembered for leaving many people dead. Rumors begin to point to the Empire's fifth princess, Erin Severus, whose hunger for power may have driven the incident. The true trigger is suspected to be the Day's Stone, and suspicion falls on Askel or Linnell as the ones who placed it in her hands. In the aftermath, those two were celebrated as heroes and gained the most from the chaos. That leads to the darker conclusion that the entire disaster may have been staged for their benefit. The man hearing this accepts that possibility and reflects that humans can be crueler than demons, and that this crime may be only the beginning of what they intend. He condemns himself as well, admitting he committed even worse massacres in a past life and may be no better than the people he judges. He ends the discussion, deciding Nana is waiting and that the palace knights can handle what remains. Before leaving, his companion brings up one last detail that bothered her about the princess's necklace. When he asks what she means, she identifies the princess as Emily and points to something familiar about her scent. The revelation hits him at once. Emily carried the same Day's Stone smell. That scent has already driven Nana into a feral obsession, making her fixate on Emily as prey. Inside, Nana loses control and lunges only for Emily while the others struggle to restrain the situation. Her transformation makes it clear she is no longer acting like a person, but like a monster. Seeing that Nana is targeting only Miss Emily, the knight resolves to stop her. But his resolve collapses when he remembers the child he cares for and realizes he cannot bring himself to hurt her. Nana, consumed by hunger, gives in completely and charges before anyone can calm her. Emily panics as the attack closes in. The knight breaks down under the pressure, unable to act even though he knows he must. At the last instant, the black-haired man throws himself into Nana's path and takes the blow himself. His intervention tears through the room's momentum and knocks the attack off course. The others are stunned as his ally moves in immediately to secure the scene. Bleeding from the strike, he urgently tells Kirim to hurry. His ally ignores the confusion around her and zeroes in on the real clue she was looking for. She kicks away a red necktie ornament and identifies it as the item Askel had given Emily. Even as the room reels, the significance of that object begins to explain why Nana singled Emily out. His ally snaps at Nana to come back to herself. She then uses the one thing that can reach the child through the frenzy, calling herself Nana's beloved papa. That word pierces the madness, and Nana recognizes him. Her monstrous state starts to break as confusion replaces bloodlust, and she remembers Nana. Seeing the wound on his back, she realizes she was the one who hurt her papa. He gently lies to protect her heart, insisting it does not hurt and that she never meant to do it. His reassurance pulls her fully out of the rampage, leaving her shaken and ashamed rather than violent. The knight can only stare as the crisis ends in a way he never expected. With the room wrecked and a corpse looming over the devastation, the group decides to leave the ruined place behind. Elsewhere, a blue-eyed observer senses that something is wrong. A search party moves through the palace expecting monsters, only to find eerie silence, as if the threat vanished without a trace. Lionel reports to her father that no monsters remain, and that the situation appears already resolved. Askel hears this and immediately grows wary. Then Erin appears alive, supported by Askel, shocking her father with her voice. She runs toward the group with her escorts behind her, desperate to reach him. Her father's fear breaks into relief when he realizes Erin survived. Father and daughter embrace, each overwhelmed that the other is safe. Still holding him, Erin anxiously checks whether he was injured, while Lionel watches the reunion closely. Erin explains that these two protected her and made her survival possible. Lionel is relieved Erin lived, but her thoughts turn immediately to the man who saved Nana and the questions surrounding him. Erin returns the relief, while privately deciding she has many things she needs to ask him. Her father sets those questions aside for later, first thanking the rescuers formally and promising them a generous reward. As the court's attention shifts, Askell quietly draws the long-haired man aside for a private exchange. He leans in and says something low and serious, forcing the other man into guarded silence. Watching them from a distance, Aaron grows tense and demands to know what Askell is saying to him. A white-haired man opens the confrontation with quiet confidence, already acting as if he controls the outcome. A blue-haired woman realizes who may be behind the incident just as a blade is leveled at her. The guards identify her as Luna Rainreaver, granddaughter of the Garum Mage Association president, and place her under arrest. Her allies are stunned, immediately sensing that this arrest serves some hidden purpose. The blonde officer stays silent, watching the white-haired accuser as if weighing his next move. Lunav's supporters protest that she helped save lives, accusing the arresting side of crossing a moral line. The white-haired man dismisses her heroism as a calculated ploy and claims Garum has long waited for a chance to strike at the Ushif Empire. Lunav challenges him to prove it, refusing to accept treason charges built on speculation. The blonde officer presents a suspicious clue. Unusual mana was detected the night before at the place where Lunav had been staying. That accusation shocks the nobles, and Lunav's family demands he be careful before making such a claim. The white-haired man insists he invited the Garum group only to watch them closely and asks for time to gather evidence. After a tense pause, Lunav's father reluctantly allows the investigation to proceed despite his daughter's protest. The white-haired man eagerly takes charge, pleased to handle the matter himself. Lunav immediately suspects the arrest may be a trap, possibly one her grandfather anticipated. She is imprisoned with the rest of the Garum group while the Empire begins its investigation. Elsewhere, Leximus reunites with Aaron after the chaos, while the Guard Knights continue securing the nobles. In the aftermath, the dead are honored and the wounded treated, but the massacre is remembered as the Banquet of Blood. As Cyan recovers from his injuries, his sister tends his bandages and tries to reassure him that things could have ended far worse. He tells her she does not need to fuss over him, but she insists on caring for him as family. She reminds him he barely escaped with his life, while he answers with dry sarcasm about his talent for running away. Her tone turns serious as she admits that without the mysterious person from that day, she would have died too. Cyan recalls the terrifying masked figure who intervened during the attack and wonders who that savior really was. His sister notes that the person's build was similar to his, prompting Cyan to reconsider the memory. The mood lightens when she notices how much stronger and more scarred he has become, evidence of harsh training. Cyan grows embarrassed under her attention, and she teases him for it. When she jokingly asks to feel his muscles, he flees the teasing, and she notes how quickly he has recovered. Their playful moment is interrupted by the blonde officer, who remarks that the siblings are still unusually close. Cyan immediately turns guarded, though he politely thanks the man for checking on him. His sister notices Cyan's wariness and asks how the investigation is progressing. Privately, she wonders whether Cyan also knows that Askell has a cruel side hidden beneath his calm exterior. Askell confirms that darker motive himself, saying he came because of exactly that matter. He reveals a key piece of evidence. A bracelet with an embedded daze stone was found in Luna's room. Since Luna said the bracelet was a gift, Askell argues that the true suspect should be whoever gave it to her. He presses Cyan to remember whether anyone gave Lunav anything during the banquet. Cyan cannot recall, so he asks instead who gave Lunav the bracelet. Askell says he traced it to a merchant who had been in the palace. But that lead is already dead, because the merchant was found murdered, leaving Askell searching for whoever silenced him. Askell abruptly sharpens his tone and asks Cyan again whether he received anything that day. Cyan realizes this is less an investigation than an attempt to manufacture a scapegoat. At the same time, a hooded figure moves quietly elsewhere, suggesting another thread of the plot is advancing. That cloaked person approaches a lone-seated girl from behind, hand near a weapon. The girl senses something, and Cyan suddenly feels a jolt of alarm that Emily is in danger. The warning hits Askell like a headache or mental disturbance, briefly breaking his composure. Cyan uses the moment to act weak and unsteady, while his sister rushes to support him and blocks the interrogation. She explains that Cyan lost a great deal of blood and needs rest, reinforcing the excuse for ending the questioning. Askell backs off for the moment and agrees to leave so Cyan can lie down. As he turns away, Askell claims he does not remember receiving anything himself, but the thought clearly unsettles him. He reasons aloud that anyone who had tried to target him likely would not have survived the banquet's monsters anyway. That conclusion satisfies him enough, and he accepts Cyan's answer with a smile that suggests he is still calculating. Leaving the siblings behind, Askell decides the matter is settled for now because no other witnesses remain alive, while privately lamenting that his own brother is gone. A blond man coldly reflects that this confrontation might finally give him a chance to eliminate the one before him. His dark-haired opponent meets that hostility with the same lethal resolve, making clear either side intends to back down. Elsewhere, a boy calls for Cyan, and his sister answers him at once. She forces the stubborn boy back into bed, insisting he rest and obey her for once. In a darker turn, a wounded maid collapses to the floor, blood pooling beneath her hand. A cloaked figure approaches as she desperately asks why she is being punished. She pleads that she only followed orders and even handed over the princess's necklace as instructed. When she begs for mercy, the assassin acknowledges that she served her purpose, which only confirms she is no longer needed. He admits he takes no pleasure in it, but insists he still has a role to play and must kill her. As she realizes how carefully she had prepared for everything, she is left bitter that it still ended like this. Her final resistance is cut short by a brutal finishing blow. The assassin leaves her corpse behind with a curt farewell, treating the murder as routine. A moment later, he remembers one loose end that could expose him. To prevent the body from being discovered again, he summons a sinister red grimoire. A monstrous maw answers his call, and he orders it to consume the evidence. By daylight, the same cloaked man walks away from that crime as if nothing happened. He arrives at a quiet overlook where Emily is waiting on a bench. Emily notices his approach and turns toward him. He greets her warmly as Mr. Bryan and offers a bag of apples from town. The simple gift immediately softens the mood, and Emily thanks him with easy familiarity. She bites into an apple, comfortable enough with him to drop her guard. As they sit together enjoying the weather, Emily asks how much longer they must remain hidden there. Bryan explains that the young master will decide when it is safe, so their stay has no clear end. The story shifts to an earlier warning, when the young master examined a ribbon gift from Askell and recognized it as a dangerous message disguised as congratulations. He concludes that Askell tried to make the threat look as polite and complicated as possible. While Emily is still focused on the gift itself, he urgently tells her to listen and understand the danger. He reveals that neither the palace nor the Vest estate can protect her anymore, so she must stay hidden until he says otherwise. Bryan appears with the injured Nana in his arms, ready to help carry out that order. The young master entrusts Emily's safety to Bryan because he has other matters to handle himself. Before leaving, he adds Nana to Bryan's charge as well, making sure both girls are protected. He reassures Nana with a strained smile, asking her not to cry because the separation will only be temporary. Bryan is shaken by seeing that vulnerable side of him and resolves to support him properly this time. Back in the present, Emily asks after Nana, and Bryan reports that she struggled for a few days but seems to be recovering. Looking over their secluded refuge, Bryan reflects on how much must have happened to the young master while he was away. Nana, resting in bed, reaches the same conclusion and decides she should help however she can now that she understands more. Emily agrees with that determination, and the two seem united in wanting to be useful rather than remain passive. That resolve suddenly stirs an awkward memory in Emily as she grabs onto Bryan's armored arm. Bryan is blindsided by the reminder of that intimate moment, and inwardly panics at how flustered it makes him. Emily quickly redirects herself, saying they should simply do their best for the young master. Her earnest appeal catches Bryan off guard and leaves him quietly moved. He answers with calm loyalty, ready to follow her lead in supporting their absent master. The scene then shifts to a political confrontation, where someone demands to know why their father would release obvious suspects despite damning evidence. Lin-Yuel openly challenges that decision, furious that justice is being abandoned. Their father shuts the outburst down immediately, making clear the matter is settled because he has already chosen his course. Lin-Yuel presses harder, accusing him of weakness and asking how someone so soft could ever hope to dominate the continent. That ambition provokes a violent interruption as the father's power erupts and silences the challenge. He dismisses the dream of ruling the continent as attractive in theory but dangerously short-sighted. Using the map, he explains that the Ushif Empire borders not only Garum but also the Demon Realm and the nations of Sparnia and Fruna, making Garum a crucial buffer. If Garum were wiped out, the Empire would lose its shield against the Demon Realm and the whole continent would be flooded by monsters. Even if conquest were possible, he insists that gaining power at the cost of so many lives would be unacceptable. The king condemns anyone who would spare a proven monster, insisting such mercy is unfit for an emperor. He presses Linnell over the day's stone, furious that she tried to let the matter go despite clear evidence. Aaron realizes with alarm that the king somehow knows more than he should, even though Linnell's side had not finished its investigation. The king reads Linnell's guilt immediately and accuses her of always forcing things until she gets what she wants. Linnell tries to deny it, but the king cuts her off before she can keep lying. Instead of arguing the case, he bitterly demands to know how his daughter became this kind of person. He declares that Erin is more fit to rule than she will ever be, disowns her, and orders her out. That judgment snaps something inside Erin. Her restraint breaks into open rage. Erin explodes in fury, blaming Linnell for ruining everything she had planned. The guards outside hear the outburst and realize the princess has become dangerous. Erin storms out with violent intent, forcing everyone in her way aside. A servant tries to stop her for the princess's sake, but only provokes her further. She strikes him down without hesitation and keeps moving. The servant collapses as the younger princess cries out in shock. Erin braces herself to continue the attack. Her eyes harden with murderous resolve. Facing her younger sister, Erin claims she only came because she wanted to speak with her. The younger girl stays composed instead of panicking. Erin twists that claim into obsession, declaring she came to see her precious sister. Leximus warns that even a prince can be restrained if he interferes, but Erin treats him with contemptuous silence. She mocks his authority and reduces him to a parasite living off rank. Erin escalates into a death threat, vowing to wipe out his entire bloodline and every trace of it. The younger princess abruptly stops the confrontation and reminds Eren that she came for a reason. She calmly offers to say what Eren really wants to hear. That composure unsettles Eren, who realizes this is not the sister she thought she knew. The younger princess presses on, ready to answer without being asked. She states plainly that Eren Severus has never received anything from her. That direct denial catches Eren off guard. The scene shifts to the king questioning his daughter, and she firmly tells him she has no connection to Linnell. The king accepts that answer but points out that the necklace she brought him contains no ordinary jewel. He explains that it is a dazed stone from the Black Blood tribe, a forbidden dark artifact once used to control monsters. He adds that palace intelligence recently learned someone inside the palace had been secretly buying such stones. The suspected suppliers are a black market merchant and a maid who appear to have been arranging those deals for some time. But both suspects are now missing or dead, leaving the trail dangerously incomplete. Because those two often contacted Linnell, the king asks again whether his daughter truly received nothing from her and whether Linnell might have given her the necklace. Though shaken, she insists the answer is no. The king studies that denial in silence as she repeats that Linnell never gave her anything. She then asks him to release Linnae from suspicion, arguing that the necklace was likely planted and that Linnae was seen by many people at the banquet. The king agrees for now, while she privately fears what Linnell might do if she learns she has been implicated. She decides she can no longer tolerate that threat hanging over the people around her. Remembering the servant's injury, she resolves to stop further harm before it happens again. Returning to the present, she confronts Eren with the implication that this was the answer Eren truly wanted. Eren confirms that she already told their father the same thing, insisting no gift ever passed between them. But the denial only deepens Eren's resentment, as if she is being blamed for some unseen offense. The younger princess coolly redirects the conversation, asking whether Eren would rather deal with her injured subordinate first because she has another guest. Eren is stunned that anyone could matter more than she does in this moment. The younger princess reveals that the guest matters to her too, and Leximus is shown waiting nearby. Leximus apologizes for intruding and says he did not intend to interfere. Eren is rattled that she never sensed his presence at all and demands to know why he is here. Cyan steps out and reveals he overheard everything. His sudden appearance unsettles the room, and the others demand to know how long he has been there. He brushes it off by claiming his assassin trait makes him hard to notice. Linnell is offended that someone so insignificant would speak so casually in front of him. Cyan leans in on Eren and openly challenges Linnell to act if he dares. With a predatory grin, Cyan makes it clear he is ready to expose Linnell as well. Linnell realizes Cyan may know about his secret engagement scheme and his hostility toward Eren. As they walk away, Linnell admits he wants Eren removed from the succession, and his companion questions why he is targeting his younger brother. Linnell answers that Eren simply irritates him. The real reason follows. He senses Eren is hiding something major, and that unknown threat bothers him even more. Cyan begins to understand the source of Linnell's unease. Standing behind Eren, Cyan recognizes that his own intimidating aura is what has been pressuring Linnell. Eren silently absorbs that realization. Sensing the mood turning dangerous, Linnell abruptly pretends it was all a joke and withdraws before things escalate. Cyan identifies the prince as Linnell Severus and decides this is not the right time to confront someone from his past. He remembers Linnell as a deranged figure from his previous life and would rather avoid entangling with him for now. At the door, Linnell and the servant exchange stiff apologies to smooth over the incident. Before leaving, Linnell quietly warns the servant to be careful around Cyan. Once the threat is gone, the room finally relaxes. The servant gratefully praises Cyan for helping, while Cyan downplays it and privately notes that the swordswoman beside him must be someone exceptional. Eren immediately insists the prince deserves most of the credit and becomes flustered by how much Cyan helped her. When Cyan sits beside her, Eren panics at the sudden closeness and awkwardly asks whether she is even allowed to stay there. Cyan tells her she can, though he is puzzled by how intensely shy she becomes. The servant is surprised Eren said so much to the prince and silently judges Cyan for missing the obvious reason. Cyan explains he deliberately let Linnell think he and Eren are together so the prince will leave her alone for a while, then prepares to go. The servant thanks him, while Eren is left thrilled by the implication and the servant notes that Cyan accomplished exactly what he intended. Elsewhere, Linnell corners his blonde ally and demands an explanation for their failed plan. He rages that the supposedly perfect scheme collapsed and that the targets they meant to kill are still alive. The blonde man realizes the failure has cost him their father's trust and endangered his standing as heir. Linnell explodes over losing the position of savior and future ruler he believed should have been his. A cloaked man arrives, claiming that despite the failure there was still some success, drawing both men's attention. He introduces himself as Boris Laum and formally greets Prince Linnell. When questioned about his absence, Boris says he was carrying out an order from Askel. The blonde prince mentions Emily's disappearance and demands to know what success Boris is talking about. Boris reveals they have been underestimating the people around Princess Eren. Pressed to explain, he calmly insists there is indeed something worth examining. He presents a mana crystal taken from one of Eren's companions during the battle and says most of its mana is ordinary. Then he activates the crystal and exposes a darker power hidden inside it. Lionel recognizes that this second mana is extremely rare. The blonde prince adds that it carries an evil, ominous nature. Boris identifies it as the mana of the demonic sword. That revelation leads them to conclude one of Aaron's friends possesses the forbidden demon sword. Later, the strange creature they are eating looks disturbingly like a giant segmented insect rather than crab stew. One diner is baffled that this grotesque dish was supposed to be food at all. Yet Nana and Cyan eat without hesitation, astonishing the others with how unfazed they are. Nana happily enjoys the meal, while the adults watch in disbelief. One of them suddenly thinks the thing on the table may have moved. The meal winds down, with Nana satisfied while the others urge Cyan to eat more. Cyan refuses, deciding he should leave before Asko realizes he has been lingering here. He explains he only came to make sure Brain was safe and tells him not to visit the house again, but to send word if help is needed. The young master assures the household that this hideout is currently the safest place, with guards already stationed nearby. Even so, he decides to leave at once, ignoring the protest that he has to return safely. He reassures Brian before departing, treating the farewell as routine despite the tension. Inside, a servant acknowledges him, and the young master notices something unusual in the room. A sudden sound from outside interrupts the calm and signals an intruder's arrival. The young master steps out in disguise and is met by a hooded woman who mockingly comments on the family he is protecting. He demands an explanation, making clear he has recognized that she knows far too much. She accuses him of acting like someone with knowledge of future events, citing his awareness of the banquet bloodshed and his fiancée's death. He warns her that her answer will decide whether he treats her as an enemy. She presses harder by naming him directly as Cyan Vert, confirming that she knows his true identity. To prove her point, she invokes the chain of tragedies beginning with the banquet of blood. She continues through the death of Drenchen Nepelus, showing knowledge of events that should not be public. She points out that even her engagement to that man was not widely known, so his awareness of it is deeply suspicious. Cyan answers that Drenchen had been marked for purification anyway, but his attempt to dismiss the detail only deepens her suspicion. She concludes that he could be an operative from another faction and tests how he will respond to that accusation. Cyan's answer is simple: if she is a spy, he will deal with her accordingly. That threat turns the standoff into combat, as she draws her blade and releases dark energy. Cyan remains composed and calls out to his hidden ally instead of meeting the attack alone. Their clash erupts in a burst of force before the hidden protector fully enters the fight. The hooded woman realizes someone else is intervening and shifts her attention to the new opponent. Diani appears beside Cyan, furious that anyone would dare target her master, with demonic power gathering around her arm. The attacker, Lady Kairam, welcomes the interruption and says the situation has become even more interesting now that Diani has joined. Diani answers with open hostility, eager to punish Kairam for provoking her. The two women collide in a rapid exchange, tearing up the ground as either gives way. Kairam escalates by forming a destructive red sphere, deciding to stop playing and use something more serious. Seeing the attack coming, she expects Diani to be caught by it. Instead, Diani unleashes the authority of the Black Fog, Adamant, meeting the attack with overwhelming force. Kairam tries to stay confident, believing that even such a powerful skill can be avoided if she moves correctly. That confidence breaks when the attack detonates across the battlefield with far greater reach than expected. Kairam realizes this is Lady Kiram's level of power and understands that taking it head-on would have killed her instantly. Cyan judges from Diani's current sword form that she is still restraining herself, and that her full strength could devastate an entire city. He concludes that only a being on the level of a demon king could truly block an attack like that. Diani, thrilled by the fight, declares that she has only been warming up and is ready to get serious. Kairam responds with equal excitement, announcing that she will finally use her full power as well. She invokes Demon Blade Control, preparing another escalation. Before the battle can spiral further, Cyan abruptly cuts in and shuts the momentum down. He reminds Diani that if she keeps causing this much destruction, their hiding place will be exposed. His scolding instantly reframes the fight as a practical problem, and Diani is forced to admit he is right. Dropping her battle fervor, she agrees to relocate the others instead of continuing recklessly. Cyan leaves the cleanup to the two women and heads back inside while the damaged yard and fallen debris show how close they came to disaster. Once the door closes, the fight outside is effectively put on hold. An awkward silence settles between Diani and Kairam, both left stranded by Cyan's refusal to indulge their showdown. Inside, Cyan quickly changes plans and orders everyone to pack immediately. As he does, he senses an unexpected presence and realizes a senior figure has arrived. He finds the household gathered around a blue-haired woman, while Brian apologizes that she appeared suddenly during cleanup. Cyan is alarmed that she somehow bypassed the barrier and the Mist's watch, and demands to know how she found this place. The woman calmly says that discovering such things is simply one of her talents, and hints that the hideout is no longer secret anyway. With the earlier disturbance already compromising the location, she brushes past the confusion and asks Cyan why he came here in the first place. After thanking him respectfully, she reveals that she came specifically to deliver a message. She states that he has nothing to offer her, and Cyan answers that he already understands exactly what she means. Lunav recalls the moment she first realized the strange power tied to the mana that entered her body. Her blunt wording shocks the others, leaving them scrambling to understand what she is implying. The memory turns grim as it becomes clear she had seemed unconscious while someone was forcing mana into her wounded body. She demonstrates that she can draw out one element at will. She immediately shifts that mana into a different element, proving precise control rather than a simple affinity. Lunav explains that she can handle every element, combine them freely, and even use mana to identify a specific person. She presents this ability as something extraordinary, a gift inherited from her grandfather. The young man rejects that romantic view and reminds her that this power came from a body that had already been badly damaged. Lunav accepts his point and suggests they continue the conversation somewhere more private. As the two leave, he orders the others to get ready before he returns, while the remaining group gossips in confusion. The maid follows obediently, though she still does not know where they are headed. He reveals that they are going to Ruin Academy, and Lunav accompanies him. The maid is thrilled by the idea and eagerly decides she will devote herself to serving him there too. Her excitement becomes so excessive that the others can only stare at her in disbelief. Elsewhere, Lunav reflects on how her life was consumed by experiments and confinement, all endured for the sake of her bloodline. She reduces that suffering to a single reason in her mind: duty. That duty had been imposed on her as the granddaughter of Ridge and Rain River. While walking with him, she asks whether he carries any comparable obligation, and he admits he does not. She then presses him on why he hid the fact that he saved them, and he answers that publicizing it would only create trouble for both of them. As they continue across the bridge, she lingers on that answer and the motive behind it. Turning to his mana, she reveals that she first mistook its nature for darkness. She explains that she collected a sample from him the first day they met at the diner. He realizes she can read the properties of mana through contact alone, a talent unfamiliar even to his prior knowledge. She adds that when he infused mana into her unconscious body, she was able to examine that power more closely. What she found was something abnormal, a force that felt otherworldly rather than merely elemental. He understands that this strange mana is probably why she approached him, and asks whether she plans to report it to Rygans. She refuses immediately. Lunav argues that exposing him would gain her nothing except more irritation. He teases that this sounds like rebellion against the Rain River family. She counters that he should already understand the real reason she would keep silent. Instead of answering directly, she leans against him and quietly thanks him for easing an old burden she had carried alone. He explains his intervention with a metaphor. Lunav's body had become like a pot boiling with too many conflicting elements. In his view, someone had sealed that unstable vessel instead of fixing the problem. That seal may have slowed mana loss, but it also trapped the imbalance until it grew worse. As a result, her overflowing mana was burning out the last of her life, and she was nearing death. So rather than remove the seal entirely, he only opened a small outlet to relieve the pressure. He admits he acted partly because he could not stand seeing her treated as another person's puppet. When she thanks him, he brushes it off, tells her to leave if she is done, and asks her to keep his secret. He walks away with one last warning not to overexert herself again, leaving her in thoughtful silence. Once he is gone, Lunav lets herself smile and decides she finds him unexpectedly charming. He, meanwhile, concludes that she is fundamentally a good person. At the Garum Council head office, a furious outburst signals that news about Lunav has reached the authorities. An elder slams his fist down, enraged by the report. When an aide suggests petitioning the Ustif Empire now that Lunav may be free of her chains, the elder rejects that explanation outright. He insists the real problem is that Lunav is no longer being controlled, and orders her to be found and brought in immediately. As that pursuit begins, a carriage races along the road toward the city. Inside, the maid can barely contain her happiness at being allowed to serve her young master again. He questions whether she is truly that excited, and she happily confirms that serving him is exactly what she wanted. When she worries that maids are forbidden at the academy, he assumes the principal can be persuaded to make an exception. That hope is crushed at once when the principal flatly refuses to allow it. Cyan asks an elder to let him secretly keep a girl nearby, promising to hide her presence if he is allowed to do so. The elder refuses to be swayed by trivial promises and reminds him that attending lessons is already expected, not a bargaining chip. Seeing Cyan is serious, the elder presses him to reveal the real reason. He directly asks whether Cyan's request is connected to the banquet of blood, assuming Cyan would not ask for permission over something foolish. Cyan tests him first, wanting to know exactly what the elder suspects. When Cyan tries to trade the truth for approval, the elder gives in with irritation, convinced Cyan will act regardless of any refusal. Even so, Cyan admits he cannot explain everything yet and offers only one firm answer. He states that he was not the one behind the banquet of blood, giving the elder the denial he wanted. The elder studies him and asks whether that denial is truly certain. Cyan is baffled that the elder would still doubt him after hearing that. Offended by the suspicion, he demands to know what kind of person the elder thinks he is, and the elder can only retreat to warning him not to skip lessons again. Afterward, Cyan reflects that the conversation with Kundal ended better than expected. As he walks away, he privately wonders how Kundal would react if he learned the mastermind behind the banquet of blood was actually his own grandson. Cyan reasons that Lionel could not have orchestrated it alone because he lacks the patience and thoroughness for such a scheme. He concludes that Askell must have designed the plan while Boris carried it out. That thought brings to mind the quiet accomplice who always stayed in the background. Cyan recalls that this division of labor has always been how those two operated. His thoughts are interrupted when he finds Brian still doing an absurdly high number of push-ups in the hallway. Brian keeps counting through the thousands, completely absorbed in his training. Cyan realizes he has run into the same obsessive fool again, and Brian happily greets him. Cyan braces himself, expecting another challenge. Brian immediately demands a fight to settle who is stronger, still eager to prove himself against Cyan Vert. Before the challenge can continue, Brian notices something off nearby. Remembering Cyan has not missed a day in 2 years, Brian assumes he must be busy and postpones the duel for another time. Cyan steps toward a collapsed figure lying in a puddle of strange dark fluid. He finds a man sprawled unconscious on the floor, apparently felled by whatever he consumed. The victim lies motionless with blackened residue around him, making the situation look dangerous. For a moment, Cyan worries the man may already be dead. Emily arrives just then, and Cyan immediately asks what happened to him. Emily casually explains that the man passed out after eating the cookies she baked for Cyan, while she herself feels fine after eating them too. The cookies themselves look catastrophically inedible, making the cause obvious. Cyan orders Emily never to cook for Brian again, refusing to explain further beyond insisting it is for the best. Once the crisis passes, Cyan sinks down and worries about what kind of future awaits with people like this around him. He then notices a letter and asks where it came from, but Emily only says Brian received it. Reading the sender, Cyan realizes it is from Lunev. Emily is shocked that he can identify the sender so quickly, just as someone arrives. Lunev appears in person, cheerfully greeting him and announcing that she has run away from home. Elsewhere, filthy water pours through underground channels as another plot moves in secret. 2 cloaked figures meet in the sewers, and one reports that the Garum Association's guards should arrive soon, only to be told the problem has already been handled. The older man reminds his companion that this plan is the only way to stop Reigen's Rainreaver. The woman answers coldly, asking whether he is worried she might feel guilty about what they are doing. He hesitates because the target is her student, but she repeats the word student as if it means nothing now. Revealed as Lewin Academy instructor Nella Aronis, she says she is not foolish enough to pity that monster. Satisfied with her resolve, the old man says he will head to the designated site while their allies should already have reached Lunev. They part with a fanatical blessing for the glory of the Garum Kingdom. Back in town, Cyan and Lunev sit together at an outdoor table to talk. Lunev teases him for dragging her out so forcefully, amused by how abruptly he pulled her away. Cyan asks how she bypassed the barrier spell placed on the dormitory doors. Lunev proudly explains that she analyzed the barrier with her mana and simply cast a spell to cancel it. Cyan is stunned by how absurdly powerful that ability is, realizing she can dismantle spells just by understanding them. Lunev asks whether he has read the letter she sent. He says she arrived before he had the chance. She admits she came in person because she could not wait for his answer, and Cyan immediately asks whether Reigen sent her. That question makes her expression harden. Cyan presses further and demands to know if Reigens was the one who told her to contact him. After a pause, Lunev admits that was true at first, but says it is no longer the reason she is here. She leaves it to Cyan whether to trust her, while he bluntly says he does not trust people easily and asks what she really wants. Lunev begins by saying that several ominous incidents have recently occurred around the association. She explains that 2 dragons who had dealings with the association suddenly vanished somewhere in the Lewin region. Another missing figure is implied to be tied to the same pattern. She adds that smugglers bringing in overseas goods were later discovered as frozen corpses. Among the evidence was a severed hand marked by the same sinister power. From that, Cyan realizes she is accusing him of being involved in all those incidents. Lunev says it had only been a suspicion before, but now she is certain. Cyan answers that he never knew those dragons were connected to the association, then asks what she intends to do with that knowledge. Lunev abruptly reveals that she is going to die soon. She says Cyan helped her before, but that does not change the fact that she knows her own body is failing. She remembers the experiments that ruined her beyond repair. Even with Cyan's help, she believes she has only about 3 years left. Cyan refuses to accept that, and demands to know why she can speak so calmly about her own death. Lunev smiles sadly and admits she wishes she could feel something about it at all. Her detached answer only irritates Cyan further. Unable to deal with her fatalism, he tells her it is none of his business and starts to leave. He claims he wants no part in such troublesome matters, and Lunev lightly lets him go. As he walks away, his companion's spirit questions whether abandoning her there is really acceptable. Cyan decides it is better to leave because staying involved will only drag him deeper in. The spirit points out that the Garum Association has already surrounded the place, meaning Lunev was never truly alone. Lunev notices the approaching agents and remarks that they have arrived earlier than expected. The cloaked men order Miss Lunev to come with them because Mr. Reigens is waiting. She studies them in silence, immediately sensing something is wrong. Lunev says the person who always came for her was someone named Sir Victor, and asks who this man really is. The imposter claims Victor is busy and says he has come instead as a member of the 6th Guard Division. Lunev instantly exposes the lie, stating there is no one named Victor in that organization. She blasts the fake escorts aside with wind magic and tries to break free. As she escapes, she wonders if these attackers are extremists, and realizes she must flee first and sort out their identity later. One of them counters with a sleep spell aimed directly at her. The attackers are amused that she resisted as much as she did. Their leader orders that she be loaded into the carriage before she can recover. Lunev collapses unconscious and is taken. Hearing the disturbance from afar, Cyan's spirit notices that a fight has broken out. The spirit asks if the people involved are not supposed to be from Garum, making Cyan reconsider leaving. Cyan silently reads the situation and decides to move. By nightfall, a carriage races toward a cathedral with Lunev inside. The kidnappers arrive at the cathedral and are told to wait outside while Lunev is taken in. The bald captor reports that he has delivered Lunev Rain River and is praised for it. He coldly remarks that she is a pitiable child who spent her whole life enduring experiments, only to be used and discarded. Nella, now present at the cathedral, reflects on Lunev's miserable life without sympathy. Instead, she says that miserable life will finally be put to good use. Outside, one of the escorts notices something strange spreading near the carriage. Black fog suddenly engulfs the area, confusing the guards. A hidden attacker strikes, and one guard recognizes the style as Marcel's just before being cut down. Red slashes tear through the escorts before they can react. The attack continues through the fog, dropping more of them in an instant. The surviving escort panics, unable to understand what is happening. He begs for the unseen killer to stop. Instead, a masked assassin appears above him, turning his fear into certainty. The bald captor hears the screams and realizes the ambush is real. Inside, Nella calmly notes that someone has tracked them down. Treating the intruder as an enemy, she orders Ralph to show what happens to those who oppose them. Ralph accepts the order and moves to eliminate the threat. The masked attacker dismisses the fallen guards as only the beginning and says the real objective lies inside the cathedral. Ralph confronts him and remarks that the intruder is impressive for a mere brat, asking whether he came alone. The masked youth notes that Ralph is not truly alone either and senses that he is somehow similar to Lunev. Ralph charges with violent blue mana, deciding to crush the child himself. The masked fighter answers that he is more than enough on his own. Before Ralph can finish him, another presence arrives and interrupts the clash. Nella is startled by the newcomer's appearance. Watching from the side, she realizes the battle has taken an unexpected turn. Ralph is smashed into the ground by a sudden overwhelming blow. The masked youth asks if Ralph is the last one outside and demands to know why they took Lunev. Nella answers with mockery instead of information, telling him he asks too many questions. As she prepares another spell, the youth realizes she can freely fuse different elements together, just like Lunev. That confirms his suspicion that she is the same kind of experimental being. Nella unleashes a fused thunder and flame attack powerful enough to flood the battlefield. The masked youth survives the torrent, and decides he now has even more reason to interrogate her. He draws his red blade and closes the distance. Nella is shocked that he is still coming through her spell. She cannot believe he is deflecting that barrage with nothing but a dagger. He breaks through her defense and catches her at close range, forcing a scream from her. Ralph tries to rejoin the fight from above with an aerial attack. Realizing how dangerous the masked youth is, Ralph decides he must kill him immediately. He fires a charged shot, but the youth cuts through it and keeps advancing. A second ally joins the masked youth mid-battle, proving he was not alone after all. The newcomer strikes Ralph from behind and sends him reeling. Ralph desperately tries to break free by releasing more mana. His power erupts upward in a massive blue blast that tears through the ground. The explosion rips across the cathedral grounds and shatters the area around them. Even after seeing that destructive output, the masked youth judges it as nothing more than brute mana. Nella, now bound by dark restraints, struggles in panic and demands to be released. A tall black-haired woman tells her resistance is useless and asks whose orders she followed when kidnapping Lunev. Behind them, a dark pillar of power rises as the masked youth adds a second question about how many more people like Nella exist. Bleeding and cornered, Nella laughs weakly and says he will learn soon enough. She promises their side will find him again and leaves him with a threat of meeting in hell. The black-haired ally identifies the reaction in Nella's body as the effect of an artifact called Heart Curve, which traps mana in the user's heart and causes it to build up dangerously. She concludes that Lunev must be suffering from the same condition, which explains her abnormal mana accumulation. The masked youth connects this to a monstrous Garum Council organization born from countless experiments, and asks if its name is the Path of Evolution. When Nella demands to know who they are, he refuses to answer and says she can figure it out in hell. As death overtakes her, Nella can only protest that such an end is too cruel. The masked youth finishes her with a final decisive strike. He then recalls that in his previous life he found an ancient book in a Garum laboratory, one that explained how the Heart Curve artifact was used and how it could be controlled. A hooded young man prepares to remove a harmful effect from an unconscious girl, warning that failure could make things worse. After checking the glowing object in his hand, he confirms it is still active and asks where it should be used. The black-haired woman orders Karam to bring Lunev out of the carriage, overriding Lunev's reluctance by implying she may lose control otherwise. Lunev is laid out for the procedure, and the man admits this is his first attempt. He cautions that the method may not work smoothly, but commits to trying anyway. He crushes the object to trigger its power. Blue energy surges into Lunav as he begins extracting the foreign force lodged in her heart. He presses the power into her chest, forcing the embedded influence to respond. The change reaches her eyes, showing the corruption or seal is being disturbed. By sunrise, the scene shifts to the Garam Mage Association. Lunav wakes with an unfamiliar sensation and realizes something inside her has changed. She feels physically lighter, as if a burden that had weighed on her body has been removed. As cyan energy stirs around her more strongly than usual, she realizes her condition has improved in a way she cannot explain. Elsewhere, the black-haired woman demands to know why the young man interfered at all. He admits he spared Lunav because he thought she might still be useful later. She accuses him of disguising charity as strategy and warns that mercy could become a liability. He brushes that off with dark humor, and their exchange makes clear they are allies bound by mutual suspicion rather than trust. They decide to leave immediately, seeing no reason to remain any longer. Back at the association, Lunav's grandfather presses her about the kidnapping, trying to learn who brought her back. Lunav can only confirm that she remembers being kidnapped and nothing after that. Her grandfather erupts in anger, condemning the household's failure to protect a direct descendant of the kingdom's bloodline. A subordinate accepts the blame and apologizes for not finding her sooner. The old man dismisses the apology as incomplete but acknowledges the man had been acting for Lunav's sake. He says the subordinate had served well until now, then abruptly turns on him. Without further warning, he burns the man alive as punishment. He reveals he had already concluded the man betrayed them and frames the execution as justice for endangering his granddaughter. When the victim begs to explain, the old man silences him and refuses to hear another word. His disgust hardens into open fury as he rejects any excuse. He finishes the execution in a violent burst of flame. Lunav is horrified by the cruelty, but her protest carries no weight. Her grandfather coldly informs her that the man had helped arrange her kidnapping. He immediately shifts to interrogation, asking what she learned about Cyan Vert. Realizing he likely already suspects the truth, Lunav tries to downplay Cyan as unremarkable. He sees through the lie at once and demands a real answer. Lunav admits she returned late because she had gone to meet Cyan, though she claims the first meeting revealed nothing special. He grabs her and makes it clear that evasions will not be tolerated. Using intimidation and authority, he demands to know what the boy is hiding. He insists Vert must be concealing something, or else someone powerful is helping him. Lunav argues that Cyan only has a guardian knight and an ordinary maid, and asks why her grandfather is so fixated on him. Her question confirms his suspicion that Cyan matters more than she understands. He shuts her down, reminding her that as a Rainreaver she is expected to obey, not question him. He orders her out until she has a useful answer and effectively confines her from leaving again for the time being. Lunav leaves with the fresh remains of the execution still burning behind her. Privately, she reaches a breaking point and admits she is sick of this household. The story then moves to Lewin Academy. Outside Cyan's dorm, a muscular student waits in irritation for him to return. Cyan notices the man lingering at his door and decides to avoid him for now. As he walks away, he runs into other students discussing a sudden disruption and a missing person. Hearing that classes were cancelled and someone still has not been found, Cyan grows concerned and asks what happened. He learns that an instructor named Nella Aronis has gone missing, immediately recognizing the seriousness of the news. A purple-haired instructor corners the boy and accuses him of murdering the magic instructor. He immediately denies it, insisting he had never even known that instructor. She dryly points out that his constant absence from class explains that ignorance, and he realizes she has a point. She identifies the dead woman as Lauren, a gifted mage from the Brand Kingdom who had come to Lewin for something important, though her true purpose had been kept quiet. She admits kidnapping Lauren was never part of the plan, but since the boy already resolved the matter, their side can move sooner than expected. While she explains, he finally recognizes Lauren's name and face, which only irritates her because he has barely been listening. She reassures him that only she knows his involvement, then orders him to stay outside the academy for a while on a mission. When he asks about replacing the dead instructor, she expects the other teachers to cover temporarily while the academy searches for a new public face. Elsewhere, a suitcase rides hidden in a wagon full of hay. The wagon rolls through open country as one traveler admires the view and chats easily with the driver. The old driver asks what business could bring someone from the city this far out, and the traveler says a job opportunity is waiting. The traveler explains that the position has just opened up, so there is reason to hurry. When the driver guesses it must be a teaching post in Lewin, the traveler laughs it off and says that is not official yet. Back at the dorm, Emily lies around in boredom with nothing to do. Kiram barges in and angrily demands her usual place back. Emily refuses to yield, reminding her that the room belongs to the young master, not to Kiram. Kiram's irritation spikes at being challenged. The boy walks in mid-argument, caught off guard by the scene. He finds Emily cowering from Kiram's temper and asks what on earth is happening. Ignoring the squabble, he wakes Kiram and announces they have a mission, prompting Emily to beg to come along too. He tells Emily no, but raises her hopes by saying he has an important task meant specifically for her. That task turns out to be making sure Nana does not go hungry while they are gone. Emily protests that he is just trying to dump responsibility on her instead of taking her seriously. Then she notices a dark, ominous presence gathering behind the door and realizes Nana may be slipping into one of her dangerous hunger states again. Remembering how bad Nana became before, Emily fears a repeat of that transformation. The door cracks open and Nana appears with glowing eyes, weakly pleading for food. Emily reacts instantly and stuffs bread into Nana's mouth before the situation can escalate. Nana calms down at once, happily eating, and Emily promises to keep everything under control. The boy accepts that promise and entrusts the dorm to Emily, who regains her confidence. He adds one warning: Brian is still recovering, so Emily must not feed him. As they set out, the floating spirit asks where they are headed, and he answers that their destination lies in the southwest of the Ushif Empire. That destination is Lambaster, a city of crime where money and violence rule openly. In Lambaster, gamblers roar from the stands and throw their support behind a fighter named Zelbert. The crowd's bloodlust grows as they demand a brutal finish. An underground match begins with Zelbert facing a man named Zaber in a packed arena. Zaber realizes too late that his opponent is a monster, but pride keeps him from backing down. Zelbert taunts him for hesitating and dares him to attack if he has any courage at all. Zaber lunges as the fight officially starts, trying to seize momentum. Zelbert answers with overwhelming force, smashing the ground and blowing past Zaber's opening move. He mocks Zaber as too slow and prepares to punish him for underestimating him. Before he can finish boasting, a giant fist suddenly closes around him. The hulking Zelbert reveals he had baited him in and now crushes him in his grip. Zaber is left broken and helpless, and the match is effectively over. He coughs up blood as the last of his resistance collapses. The arena declares Zelbert the winner while he revels in the kill. Outside in Lambaster's filthy streets, drunks and wreckage show how lawless the city really is. The boy and Kirim arrive and note that while Lewin is neutral by treaty, this place is only untouched because no one truly controls it. Kirim questions that logic, but their arrival immediately draws the attention of local thugs. A large gangster steps forward, dismisses the boy, and crudely invites Kirim to join them instead. Kirim answers with contempt, implying the city is crawling with criminals and that men like him are exactly why she has no interest. A rough thug corners a young newcomer and mocks him, warning that this place is not gentle. The boy is told to run while he still can, dismissed as an inexperienced child. Instead, the thug is abruptly dropped to the ground, left groaning from a one-sided defeat. The boy walks away through the night street, leaving the unconscious man behind as if the threat never mattered. He heads straight to an inn and demands the best room, signaling he has money and purpose. The receptionist hesitates over his age and tries to brush him off, but he refuses to be ignored. He presses harder, insisting on proper treatment and demanding to know who runs the establishment. Caught off guard, the receptionist realizes this customer is not someone she can casually dismiss. She nervously welcomes him to Lambaster Cage, revealing the inn's name while trying to recover her composure. Before settling in, the boy notices people gathering outside and turns his attention to their arrival. He recognizes that the ones he was waiting for have finally shown up, and decides he must move as well. Outside, suspicious men converge on the area, suggesting the place is tied to something criminal. As he descends, he confirms the receptionist's name as Lisa, preparing to test her directly. Lisa answers politely, but her guarded tone shows she is measuring him just as carefully. He drops the pretense and asks to use the cage itself, making clear that this is his real objective. Lisa refuses at once, claiming new customers are not permitted access. He reads the situation instantly, concluding the place is dealing drugs and that her refusal is hiding something. He pushes further by asking what happened to the earlier customers and whether he is the only outsider present. That question hits a nerve, and Lisa's composure cracks into open alarm. He senses killing intent from her and realizes she is ready to silence him. The moment he notices, Lisa immediately backs down and begs forgiveness, pretending she was only doing her job. Rather than being fooled, he becomes intrigued by how dangerous she really is beneath the polite act. He decides to force the issue and see what secret she is so desperate to protect. Lisa reacts first, drawing hidden blades the instant she thinks he is about to expose her. She launches a sudden attack meant to cut him down before he can act. He evades with ease, turning her ambush into a failed gamble. A sharp impact interrupts the clash, stopping the attack before it can escalate further. Lisa freezes in shock when she realizes what blocked her strike. The object is only a golden coin, and possibly used as a precise counter. She understands she misread the source of the murderous aura and is stunned that it came from this boy. He calmly laments the damaged coin while Lisa panics and apologizes for attacking him. When he asks if she really tried to kill him, she scrambles to call it a misunderstanding. He seizes the advantage, acting offended and demanding that she take responsibility for what she did. Lisa is left flustered and overwhelmed, no longer in control of the exchange. The tension breaks as the scene shifts toward the hidden route deeper inside the building. Lisa gives in and tells him the cage lies below, accessible by the stairs ahead. She also hands him a VIP plaque, acknowledging him as someone who can enter restricted areas. She explains that the plaque marks users of special rooms and will help keep him safe inside. Even while allowing him through, Lisa warns that the cage is deadly and not a place to enter lightly. He brushes off the warning and makes clear he intends to handle matters his own way. Annoyed, Lisa takes his attitude as a threat and storms off, leaving him to face the consequences alone. His floating companion questions why he did not simply bring Lisa to the owner if that was the mission. The companion reminds him that their actual order was to meet the owner of Lambaster Cage, not get sidetracked. That owner is revealed to be Linza Nyloff, a mysterious veiled woman with a fearsome presence. Because almost nothing is known about her, the boy is left wondering why the order to find her was so cryptic. As they move deeper in, he decides they will learn the truth soon enough. His companion reveals prior knowledge of the area, recalling that this place once collapsed during the Civil War. When the boy questions how ruined this district really is, he is told again that the answer is close. They arrive before the hidden depths known as the true Lambaster Cage, where the real business lies. Elsewhere, a scarred smoker hears that a mere boy injured someone, and his amused reaction hints that the disturbance has reached dangerous ears. A thug reports that the strange boy was found near the city entrance, and insists he was no ordinary child. The white-haired boss confirms the boy is the one from the Lambaster Cage and learns his men failed to bring him in because the boy somehow booked a room they could not enter. That detail makes the boss suspect the boy may belong to a noble family. The battered thug cannot answer clearly and instead begs Gunther for help, more distressed by his condition than by the question. When the thug laments that he can no longer show himself in public, Gunther decides the matter is worth investigating personally. Amused and intrigued, Gunther announces that they are heading to the cage at once. At the arena, the fighting remains brutal as one combatant is smashed down at close range. The crowd erupts in support of Linda Weasley as the match swings decisively. Linda celebrates her victory by standing over her defeated opponent, while the audience roars. Watching from above, Simon realizes why the town has fallen into chaos. This illegal betting ring has become a major attraction. He reveals that this underground arena is exactly why he came, catching his floating companion off guard. Simon decides that if approaching Linda Nahal directly is difficult, he can force the situation by making her come to him. His companion is left trying to understand what he means. Before Simon can act, staff on the balcony notice him and move to stop him. The guards warn that children are not allowed here, but Simon sees their interruption as useful timing. He immediately strikes first, dropping one of them before they can control the situation. The second guard panics at Simon's sudden violence, but Simon keeps the initiative as the man stumbles into fear. Simon seizes the other guard by the hair, completely taking command of the encounter. With his eyes glowing and his intent clear, Simon ignores the man's plea for mercy. He hurls the guard away with overwhelming force, smashing him across the hall. The remaining staff freeze in shock as the injured men collapse screaming. Standing over them, Simon turns the disturbance into a challenge and asks how to enter the fights instead of merely watching and betting. His grin makes it clear he is not improvising anymore. He genuinely wants into the arena. The spectators are baffled that the cage would even consider such a young challenger, wondering if they are that desperate for fighters. The idea of letting a child participate sparks open outrage in the crowd. Simon calmly wraps his hands as the audience protests that a kid cannot possibly belong in the ring. Privately, Simon admits he had no idea this kind of event existed and is thrilled by it. His opponent, the giant Zelbert, looms over him and mockingly asks how he should kill such a tiny challenger. Even the audience assumes the organizers have lost their minds, expecting a hopelessly one-sided slaughter. Others perversely welcome that imbalance, especially because the boy has been matched against Zelbert. Zelbert embraces his monstrous reputation and charges in, promising to crush Simon. Simon slips past the giant's attack with precise footwork before the blow can land. Zelbert realizes too late that the boy has already gotten inside his reach. Simon launches upward with perfect timing, striking from a blind angle the giant failed to cover. The hit lands with explosive force, snapping Zelbert's head back and shattering the crowd's expectations. Simon rides the momentum high above the giant, turning a single opening into complete domination. Zelbert crashes face first into the floor, instantly defeated by the boy everyone dismissed. The spectators can only stare, stunned into silence by what they just witnessed. The arena finally announces the impossible result. Lemia's Simon has won. A beat later, the crowd explodes into deafening cheers around the lone victor. As his companion calls him by name, Simon reminds it that he cannot reveal his true identity because he is the son of a duke. When the companion points out that his face is visible anyway, Simon explains he already prepared a spell to deal with that problem. The companion grumbles that the god who empowered Simon has interfered again, while Simon's disguise begins to take effect. A mask-like distortion covers Simon's face, ensuring that anyone who tries to remember it will retain nothing useful. Satisfied, Simon brushes off the concern and sends his companion away to rest, though it denies ever being worried. From the stands, Gunther hears the winner's name and focuses on Simon with sudden interest. Excited by what he has seen, Gunther chooses Simon as his next opponent and warns him not to disappoint. Outside, the building stands quiet again, hiding the violence and schemes unfolding within. Elsewhere inside, a stern woman asks what urgent matter has brought someone to her. A richly dressed woman identifies herself as Dalkia, manager of the Red Rose, and says she will skip pleasantries because she does not intend to stay long. An enraged madam demands that the boy who caused trouble in her territory be found and dragged before her at once. Simon refuses to submit, insisting she has no right to barge in and order him around. The woman asserts control over the room and threatens to unleash her men if he keeps interfering in her domain. Before things can turn uglier, the inn's maid steps in and warns that no more disturbances will be tolerated, especially where customers are concerned. The madam realizes the boy is already here and moves to seize the chance, while her men wait for her command. Seeing how serious the situation has become, Simon realizes his earlier actions have brought real danger to the inn. He suddenly appears between the thugs and calmly presents himself, catching everyone off guard. Even the maid is startled that he has been standing there unnoticed, ready to intervene. Simon reveals he came forward the moment the woman claimed authority over the matter, making himself the true target. He redirects the confrontation toward himself and away from the maid, forcing the woman to deal with him directly. The woman is instantly struck by him, her anger faltering as fascination replaces it. Simon offers a polite apology, trying to smooth things over without surrendering his dignity. As he starts to explain that he was provoked first, she ignores the dispute and eagerly takes his hand instead. Rather than punish him, she turns flirtatious and asks for his name, drawing him into her pace. When he introduces himself as Simon, she openly admires both his name and his looks. The maid panics at the sight of an adult woman fixating on a minor, and urgently tries to pull him away. Simon, not grasping the danger, reassures her that he can handle it, while the maid desperately insists the woman is not safe. The madam slips him her business card and invites him to meet her again for something far more intimate. Simon studies the card for Delkia's room of pleasures and realizes exactly what kind of establishment she runs. As Delkia leaves in a love-struck haze, Simon is left rattled by how wildly the confrontation has turned. On her way out, Delkia promises Simon special treatment, and even offers herself for free if he visits. Once she is gone, the room falls quiet except for her lingering delight, leaving Simon and the maid in awkward disbelief. The maid immediately scolds Simon for not listening earlier, while he defends himself by insisting the others started it. She reveals word of his recent match victory has already spread, confirming that his name is beginning to circulate. Still worried, she warns him never to go near Delkia's brothel, and he hurriedly insists he had no intention of doing so. Left alone with her thoughts, the maid is relieved Delkia backed off on her own and quietly finds Simon's embarrassment endearing. That relief vanishes when she senses someone else has arrived. Linza Nyloff, the owner of Lambaster Cage, appears from the shadows and notes that the boy must have become important to Lisa. Linza dismisses any personal attachment, claiming she only treated Simon as she would any valued customer, though she admits she did advise him. Lisa insists her concern is practical, reminding herself that Simon is still just a kid. A new voice cuts in and mocks that judgment, warning that Simon is far more dangerous than Lisa thinks. Lisa turns in shock and anger at the intrusion. The newcomer identifies himself as Gunther Lichtus, and casually returns to a place he was once cast out from. Linza reveals she summoned him herself, leaving Lisa stunned and demanding an explanation. Linza states her purpose plainly. She wants Lisa to arrange a fight for Gunther. Lisa, alarmed by the request and Gunther's history, asks who he intends to face. Gunther answers without hesitation that he wants Simon of Limia as his opponent. He pushes the idea as a profitable spectacle, making clear he sees Simon as prey and money at once. Elsewhere, night settles over the city as the story shifts to Delkia after her encounter with Simon. Inside her room, Delkia erupts in frustration, rejecting one attempt after another, as if nothing is good enough. Her attendants hear her screaming and recognize that she is in one of her obsessive moods again. They laugh over how completely she has fallen for Simon, noting that she left determined to be the one to seduce him. They conclude she will go to any length to lure him into her establishment. One of them agrees that Delkia always gets whatever she sets her sights on. As her tantrum continues behind closed doors, the attendants can only pity the boy who caught her attention. Delkia keeps destroying failed attempts, still unable to accept any substitute for what she wants. At the center of the mess, she is surrounded by discarded sketches and breaks down because she cannot recreate Simon's face. Even though she saw him only recently, every drawing slips away from her memory before she can capture him. Her obsession turns frantic as she fixates on the fact that his beautiful face is the one thing she cannot remember. In tears and confusion, Delkia is left tormented by the impossible question of why Simon's face will not stay in her mind. A hooded young man wakes into a haze, struggling to think clearly or even see straight. As his memory stirs, he recalls a woman whose presence stands out sharply in the fog. That woman, Limia Simon, comes back to him as someone seductive and dangerous, tied to vice and manipulation. He places her in the world of indulgence and corruption, where pleasure is used as bait. His thoughts narrow further to Lambaster's red light district, a place built on gambling, drinking, and exploitation. Deciding that area may hold answers, he heads toward it to search for clues. He remembers hearing that Limia Simon has especially questionable tastes, which makes her a likely lead. While planning to investigate the surrounding streets, he accidentally collides with a small girl carrying a basket. The impact spills her goods across the ground, revealing boxes of cigarettes. He stops when he sees she is hurt, and notices how frightened and submissive she is. Instead of blaming him, the girl immediately begs forgiveness, as if expecting punishment. Her reflexive apology catches him off guard, making it clear she is used to being treated badly. Looking closer at the fallen goods, he realizes she is selling imported cigarettes. He checks on her injuries and quietly recognizes that he should be the one apologizing. When she bows in gratitude just for being spared, he firmly stops her from humiliating herself further. He asks about the basket, and she explains she is selling expensive cigarettes from the Grey Merchant Union. That name means nothing to him, and since he does not even smoke, his interest shifts from the product to the situation behind it. She quickly apologizes again, and he asks where she is supposed to sell them. The girl explains she must keep selling in the alleys west of the red light district until every pack is gone, only then being allowed to go home before sunrise. He understands she is trapped in a harsh arrangement, and cannot leave until she finishes the job. So he offers a gold coin and asks if it is enough to buy her entire stock at once. The girl is confused because he already said he does not smoke, but he insists she take the money anyway. He adds a second coin purely for her, turning the purchase into an act of help rather than business. The unexpected kindness overwhelms her, and her fear gives way to stunned joy. She runs off gratefully, promising she will never forget what he did for her. Left alone, he reveals he never intended simple charity. Suspecting something, he decides to follow her toward the waste dump area. When his floating companion questions him, he only says the reason will become clear soon. His suspicion is confirmed when the girl is suddenly thrown to the ground before she can get away safely. A group of thugs corners her, accusing her of hiding another gold coin and cheating them. Their leader makes clear the money is not the only issue. He also wants the cigarettes and an excuse to vent his anger. He admits he is taking out his frustration over Simon on the helpless girl. Terrified and injured, she insists she did not steal anything and begs them to believe her. The hooded young man steps in from above, calling out the men for ignoring her pleas and preying on a child. He openly condemns them as pathetic adults stealing from kids. The thugs recognize him as a threat and brace themselves, determined not to be caught off guard again. He answers their bravado by dropping in with a brutal first strike that floors the leader instantly. The girl recoils in shock as the fight erupts around her. Within moments he overwhelms the gang, and their confidence collapses into desperate pleas for mercy. When they ask why he is doing this, he answers with cold amusement rather than compassion. He reveals the simple truth: he enjoys hurting bad people. To prove it, he crushes one thug's leg underfoot with deliberate force. The man's scream makes it clear the punishment is crippling, not just painful. He calmly tells the girl that thug will not be walking for a while, as if this were merely a practical update. Then he returns one of her dropped coins and lightly reminds her not to lose it again. Before the moment can settle, a white-haired man appears, applauding the display with delighted approval. The hooded fighter is unsettled that this stranger seems to know him despite the spell concealing his identity. The newcomer explains he had doubts, but there is only one person he knows capable of fighting like that. He identifies the hooded man as Linnea Simon's son, Gunther Lichtus, and introduces himself as the one who runs this area. Gunther accepts the introduction without warmth and says he had planned to question the thug, but can question the boss instead. The white-haired man dismisses the beaten thug as useless now, implying Gunther's real answers will have to come from him. A dying witness identifies the attacker to Mr. Gunther as the man responsible. Gunther, thrilled by the chaos, decides the victim is no longer useful and focuses on the fight he wants. A terrified girl realizes she is trapped in the middle of the confrontation. Simon condemns the needless killing, and Gunther brushes it off as excitement overtaking him. Gunther reveals he returned from the meeting for one reason alone: he wanted to challenge Simon himself. Simon is shaken when he recognizes that Gunther somehow knows Linza Nyloff. Gunther is caught off guard by Simon's reaction, not expecting that name to matter so much. Simon answers by launching straight at him, turning the exchange into open combat. Gunther immediately senses the unusual force behind Simon's blow and welcomes the challenge. He blocks and counters without hesitation, delighted that Simon is finally fighting back. Gunther drives in with a roaring punch, pouring brutal power into the attack. The impact hurls Simon away and smashes him through the area. Gunther's strike tears up the ground and wrecks the surroundings with overwhelming force. While recovering midair, Simon realizes Gunther is destroying everything around them just by attacking. Seeing the shattered ground, Simon suspects Gunther is using some kind of reinforcement ability to amplify his strength. Gunther confirms he has no intention of waiting for any formal match and means to settle this now. The battle spills across the ruined street as the force of their movement keeps ripping into the town. Gunther rushes Simon again and admits Simon is stronger than he expected. Far from cautious, Gunther urges Simon to keep entertaining him with a real fight. Simon concludes that Gunther is as unstable as he is dangerous. Gunther crashes down with another savage blow aimed to crush Simon outright. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a hidden pocket dimension tied to the god of black fog. There, a purple-haired figure sits calmly amid dark power, overseeing events from afar. He notes that Cyan has been given an unusual mission. He identifies the target as the person from the altar list, the one mentioned in that mission. A shadowy subordinate remarks that Cyan's personal involvement with that child is unexpected. The observer openly admits the accusation is true. Even so, the subordinate reminds him that Linza Nyloff was always marked for elimination eventually. The purple-haired man explains that he wanted to test Cyan, to see whether he can be trusted as a successor or whether he might become another Linza Nyloff. The subordinate finds that possibility fascinating and treats Linza as a dangerous mystery. The observer leaves the outcome to fate, certain the answer will reveal itself soon. Back in the ruined town, Simon rises from the wreckage, still standing after Gunther's devastating attack. Simon steadies himself and admits he is relieved to have finally found Gunther. Gunther casually invites him to continue, treating the destruction like sport. He mocks Simon's evasive style and demands a more direct fight. Their clash sends debris flying across rooftops and through the battered town. Simon uses speed and repeated feints to pressure Gunther from multiple angles at once. While trading blows at close range, Simon presses the real issue and demands to know where Linza Nyloff is. Gunther flares with anger at being questioned like that and refuses to be looked down on. He answers with a barrage of crushing strikes that blast apart everything around Simon. Simon realizes Gunther's reinforced arm is absorbing his attacks without taking meaningful damage. Gunther escalates further, charging a heavier attack and daring Simon to evade this one too. The unleashed force rips through the area in a destructive wave. Simon escapes upward and lands on a high perch, forcing distance between them. Gunther praises him with a predator's grin, now genuinely impressed by Simon's ability. From below, Gunther calls him back down, unwilling to let the fight end. Before Simon can respond, he senses another presence approaching and realizes someone else has arrived. A commanding voice orders Gunther to stop, interrupting the battle before he can attack again. Gunther turns on the newcomer with open hostility, warning them not to interfere unless they want to die. The arriving officials confront him anyway and demand an explanation for why he is attacking one of their valued customers. A white-haired fighter tries to pin the blame for starting the brawl on the black-haired newcomer, but the staff immediately reject his excuse. The newcomer realizes the staff and the white-haired man already know each other, and their argument makes it clear the white-haired troublemaker has a history of causing scenes. The white-haired man storms off while being reminded not to forget his scheduled fight, and the newcomer notes that this man is acting far more obediently than before. Once the outburst ends, a maid checks whether the newcomer was injured, and he answers that he is physically fine but clearly irritated. His mood settles into cold displeasure rather than relief. The maid hurriedly shifts into customer service politeness, and the newcomer correctly senses that she wants something from him. Caught off guard that he saw through her so easily, she hesitates before admitting it. She explains that the white-haired fighter asked to meet the owner for a match, and the newcomer agrees to help without much concern. The staff are surprised he would accept so readily, but he adds that he has one condition. His price for arranging the fight is simple: the maid must be given a job. The red-haired girl he is helping is left stunned by the sudden turn in her favor. Later, word spreads through the city that Gunther Lichtus is returning to the cage, and people immediately connect it to a major fight. The gossip grows harsher as onlookers mock Gunther and assume his next opponent is in serious danger. Soon the whole city is buzzing over the upcoming match between Mine and Gunther. Over the following week, Mine fights around the cage and learns its usual rules through experience. The first rule is straightforward: no weapons are allowed. The next rules are that a bout ends when an opponent loses the will to fight, and under normal circumstances killing is forbidden. Those expectations are overturned when the announcer declares that this particular fight will have no rules at all. He emphasizes that the cage's owner personally approved the exception, shocking Mine with the scale of what has been arranged. Mine protests that nobody told him this, while the announcer gleefully frames the match as total lawlessness. Gunther is thrilled, revealing he has wanted exactly this kind of fight, and even comes armed, to Mine's disbelief. Mine tries to object to the unfairness, but the match is pushed forward before his complaint can matter. The start is called, and Mine is forced to enter a deadly contest on terms he never agreed to. From above, a dark-haired woman watches the arena with interest, treating the fight as a test of Mine's true ability. She identifies Gunther's reputation by naming him as Simon of Lemia, making clear this opponent is no ordinary brute. Mine confirms he was never informed about the no-rule condition, but Gunther answers by flaunting his weapon and daring him to arm himself too if he is scared. Gunther readies his metallic gauntlets and openly invites Mine to fight dirty. Mine refuses the bait and decides he can win without taking a weapon. Instead, red-black energy begins to gather around his hands. Mine commits to a plan of his own and prepares to fight with magic. Gunther welcomes that choice, saying magic lowers the chance that he will accidentally kill Mine too quickly. Mine answers calmly that he never intended this to become a death match. Gunther makes it clear Mine has misunderstood him completely, and that his own bloodlust goes far beyond sport. He reveals that he has learned to enjoy killing humans, exposing the fight as an outlet for his cruelty. Mine meets that confession without fear, his glowing eyes showing he is no longer taking Gunther lightly. Enraged by Mine's composure, Gunther vows to tear out those arrogant eyes first. He launches in with overwhelming speed, trying to end the fight through brute force before Mine can react. Gunther's strike lands hard enough to drive Mine back and make it seem like the attack succeeded. But Gunther suddenly realizes something is wrong as a red slash of energy cuts across the exchange. Mine's counterattack sends Gunther reeling away, turning the momentum in an instant. Gunther screams in pain, stunned by how badly he has been hurt. The audience is left confused because the reversal happened too fast for most of them to follow. Clutching himself, Gunther realizes his arm has been severely damaged while Mine stands behind him, almost untouched. Humiliated and furious, Gunther swears revenge and tries to keep the fight going through rage alone. Mind coldly warns him not to move any further unless he wants to die for real. That threat finally breaks Gunther's momentum, and he freezes under the pressure of Mind's killing intent. With Gunther unable to continue, the match is called for Simon of Lemnia, and the crowd is stunned by how completely Gunther was crushed. Among the spectators, one man fixates on the strange black mist and the unfamiliar mana Mind used. He reaches a frightening conclusion: the power Mind displayed resembles the demonic sword. Away from the arena, Mind wonders whether the people who manipulated the match rules finally understood the warning he was trying to send. A young waitress eagerly offers Simon a drink, thrilled by what she has just seen from him. She introduces herself as a new assistant named Lewis and cheerfully explains that manager Lisa put her under his guidance. Lewis asks to be treated kindly, making her nervous attempt to win over the intimidating man she will be working beside. Simon accepts the arrangement with little warmth and tells her to focus on doing her job. He decides this is the right moment to confront Lisa about hiding something from him. When he calls her out, Lisa immediately panics and apologizes, realizing she has been caught. Simon presses her over the secret, making clear that today will not be handled by the usual rules. Lisa insists she was not trying to deceive him and says the matter was shared only among the owner, Gunther, and herself. Simon demands to meet the owner, but Lisa says that is impossible because the owner deliberately remains anonymous. Seeing that this route will not expose the truth, Simon drops the issue for the moment and tells Lisa to be more careful. Before he can go further, an older visitor stops him and asks for a moment of his time. The man introduces himself as Morris of the Grey Merchant Union and approaches with exaggerated politeness. Morris reveals that he came for a very specific reason. He names Simon's hidden weapon as the demonic sword and asks to buy it from him. Simon's mood turns dangerous at once as he denies the claim and tests how much Morris really knows. Morris answers that Simon had no reason to hide it from him because he is one of the few people capable of recognizing such a blade. To prove it, he explains that he once worked for the Albus Guild. He adds that his former guild collapsed after its leader, Lord Zykerman Albus, was murdered 2 years earlier. After leaving that ruined organization, Morris became the manager of the Grey Guild. He boasts that his expertise is ancient weaponry and that he even supplied relics to the Garum Council. Morris claims no one on the continent understands weapons better than he does, and says that is why he immediately recognized Simon's sword. He identifies it as the demon blade of the Black Fog and marvels at finally seeing a legendary weapon that should have remained hidden for ages. Driven by greed, Morris tells Simon to set any price because he intends to obtain the blade no matter the cost. Simon instead confirms that Morris truly believes no one else knows about the sword. Once Morris admits it, Simon seizes him by the throat and makes clear that a witness to his secret is a liability he can simply erase. That threat is interrupted when shadowy figures suddenly appear around them. One assassin emerges from the darkness at Simon's feet, showing that Morris came prepared. The attackers surround Simon and order him to release Morris if he wants to live. Simon only smiles, amused that they think such a group can stop him. He recognizes them as shadow assassins from Spanta, revealing that Morris hired specialists for this meeting. Simon connects the Grey Guild to the aftermath of Zykerman Albus's death, realizing this organization was built from that collapse. Even while choking in Simon's grip, Morris mocks him and insists these assassins will kill him before he can act. The commotion draws Lisa and Lewis back, and they are horrified to find their guest caught in a deadly standoff. One assassin warns the women to stay out of it and threatens to restrain them if they interfere. Simon immediately considers the new risk that Lewis could be dragged into the fight. That possibility settles his decision, and he coldly concludes that the situation has become troublesome. He spits Morris aside, ending the chokehold on his own terms. Simon grants Morris a single chance to leave and warns him not to push his luck further. The assassins ask for orders, but Morris abandons his bravado and tells them all to stand down. Humbled and shaken, Morris admits he let his obsession with the sword cloud his judgment and backs away from open conflict. Simon accepts the retreat for now and indicates that he will let the matter end here. Morris withdraws, but not before reminding Simon that his offer to buy the sword still stands. He and his assassins leave, taking their threat with them but not their interest. As the danger passes, Simon reflects that the Grey Guild was born from the fall of Albus, linking Morris to a larger hidden history. Lewis timidly checks whether Simon is hurt, worried by the violent people who just surrounded him. He reassures her and gently pats her head, calming her fear. Without lingering on the incident, Simon turns to Lisa and says he has another matter to ask her about. He states plainly that he wants to meet the manager of Lambert's Arcade. Lisa is stunned by the request, caught off guard by the name he suddenly brings up. Elsewhere, a scream erupts as something crashes down violently, signaling that another crisis is already beginning. As Simon's wounds threaten to reopen, the others try to calm Gunther before he loses control again. Gunther erupts in rage, consumed by the need to kill Simon. He convinces himself that unless he kills Simon first, Simon will be the one to kill him. That fear leaves him feeling helpless and cornered. His mind fixates on how utterly powerless he had been against Simon. Desperate for any way to destroy him, Gunther can barely think through the panic. Then he remembers the young girl nearby, vulnerable and within reach. The idea hits him all at once. He realizes he can use the girl to shake Simon's composure. Certain he has found an answer, he pulls out an item to act on the plan. Elsewhere that night, the story shifts to an inn in town. Inside, a young maid goes about her work in the lobby. A sudden knock interrupts the quiet. Assuming it is a late guest, the maid opens the door and welcomes them in. The visitor arrives with a predatory confidence. When he addresses her familiarly, the maid is immediately unsettled. Gunter confirms she remembers him and physically asserts control over her. He presses her to help him, making the request sound more like a threat than a favor. At the same time upstairs, Louis complains that he still cannot meet the woman he came for. A maid explains that filing a complaint would not help, because the woman is not easily accessible. Louis notices how protective the staff are when Linza is mentioned and realizes she is no ordinary guest. He pieces together that she arranged Simon's match with Gunter, and even changed the opponent at the last moment. The maid warns him respectfully to leave the inn immediately. She makes clear that staying could get him killed, though Louis still wonders whose side she is on. Their exchange is cut short by a scream from the lobby, and the maid recognizes Louis's voice in the commotion. She rushes downstairs at once. They arrive to find the lobby wrecked, as if someone smashed through it by force. Louis calmly inspects the debris, already suspecting who is responsible. Among the wreckage, he finds Louis's name tag, confirming the target. Deciding to act immediately, he tells the maid to stay behind while he goes after her. The maid is shaken by how exactly his earlier deduction is coming true. Louis also realizes his guess was right, and the danger is now directly in front of them. Meanwhile, papers bearing a young man's face are scattered across a lavish bedroom. A woman named Delkia, annoyed by the intrusion, demands to know who dared enter her room. The intruder, a merchant named Morris, mocks her appearance and reveals himself without fear. He says he has come to make a deal, and Delkia shows little interest in pleasantries. Morris points out that she must be deeply fixated on the boy whose face she keeps around her. When she challenges his presumption, he skips the games and gets to the point. He presents a rare paralysis potion from the Garum Kingdom, something only someone with wealth and reach could obtain. Delkia asks what he wants in exchange for bringing her something so valuable. Morris says he only needs one item that the boy possesses, implying she can keep the boy himself. That simple demand satisfies her enough for her to accept and wait. As he leaves, Morris reflects that if killing Simon becomes necessary, he now has the proper means and someone else to set it in motion. Back at the ruined site, Gunter waits in ambush and openly calls out for Simon over Mia. When Simon arrives, Gunter immediately asks where the girl is, showing he knows exactly what this confrontation is about. Instead of answering, Gunter throws him a gruesome souvenir. The object lands between them as Gunter watches for Simon's reaction. Simon sees that it is a severed ear, stained with blood. Gunter reveals he has already disposed of the rest of the body and dares Simon to recover it if he can. That cruelty pushes Simon into a murderous fury, and he answers Gunter's provocation with lethal intent. Simon revels in the fight, unleashing his red power and demanding Gunter meet him head-on. With a feral grin, he pushes the clash further, eager to test himself against Gunter. Elsewhere, a dark woman coolly questions whether Simon could truly kill Gunter. Her maid answers without hesitation that he can, then wonders why her mistress is so focused on him. The maid admits she has no personal attachment to Gunter anymore and instead wants to understand Simon's importance. Amused by that curiosity, the woman decides to explain. She asks the maid if she remembers Simon's face, forcing her to confront a strange gap in her memory. The maid realizes with alarm that Simon's face slips from recall the moment she tries to picture it. The woman reveals this is one of Ero's authorities, a power that makes others forget his face. The maid recognizes Ero as the god of darkness, grasping the weight of that revelation. The woman confirms it, and concludes that a buried part of her past has finally resurfaced. The maid fears that this connection puts her mistress in danger, but the answer comes back as a calm refusal. Instead, the woman treats Simon's return as a welcome development, and orders Lisa Lictus to regard him accordingly. Back in the battle, Simon lunges again with his blood-red arm as the pressure on Gunter intensifies. His strike slams into the ground with enough force to shatter stone and tear up the street. The impact rips forward in a destructive surge, blasting through the area toward Gunter. Gunter lands amid the wreckage and steadies himself instead of being overwhelmed. Simon notices Gunter is holding back a previous skill and taunts him for not using it. He openly provokes him, demanding more from Gunter Lictus while flaunting his own monstrous strength. Gunter stands among scattered human remains, and Simon uses the setting itself to press his point. He argues that the bones are here because the dead were discarded as worthless, just like everything else in this junkyard. Simon frames Lambaster as a city built on trash and makes clear that he and Lisa were raised inside that cruelty. He remembers their childhood in the refuse, surviving together while surrounded by the cast-offs of society. That memory hardens into his explanation that life there was a constant struggle just to endure. As a child he fought anyone who threatened them, until one boy entered his life and changed his direction. That boy first appeared as someone powerful enough to make even abusers beg for mercy. He cut down the junkyard's tormentors, ending the fear they had imposed on others. For Simon, that was the day the manager who preyed on them was finally removed. The boy then cleaned out the rest of the garbage in the junkyard, leaving behind a scene of total purge. To Simon, that savior promised safety and became an unforgettable ideal. From that moment, Simon chose admiration, and his life began revolving around that example. He embraced the same dream of clearing Lambaster's filth, and slowly built power until he became the junkyard's manager himself. He started by killing for money, justifying every death as the removal of trash that deserved to be scrapped. Lisa recoiled and cut ties with him, but Simon no longer cared because he had already fused his identity with the junkyard's brutality. He resolved completely to scrape all the garbage out of Lambaster, and that obsession became his creed. When he finishes his rant, Gunther cuts through it as delusion rather than conviction. Gunther rejects Simon's warped ideal of perfection and tells him to come at him seriously. Simon delights in that answer and decides to answer with everything he has. He launches a barrage of red attacks, forcing Gunther to defend against a sudden storm of blows. Simon's transformed arm reveals chained, weapon-like power as he invokes scalpels. The ability expands into a larger, more dangerous form, and Simon welcomes the chance to make the fight truly interesting. Gunther quickly realizes Simon is wielding an artifact and wonders where he obtained such an ancient relic. Simon presents the cube-like item and names it Gravity Chamber. He explains that the relic creates a mana-filled room at a chosen location. A glowing cube forms around Gunther, trapping him inside the artifact's field. Simon reveals the real effect. The chamber multiplies gravity 20-fold. Even with that crushing weight, Gunther remains standing, prompting Simon to praise his endurance and threaten to pile on more. Simon drives his empowered body down onto the chamber, combining brute force with the gravity trap to crush Gunther. Someone offers Gunther help, but he refuses, insisting he does not need it. With cold resolve, Gunther rejects Simon's entire worldview and declares that this kind of filth does not need to be scraped away. The fight opens with a violent impact that tears through the ground. The white-haired man drives into Simon with overwhelming force, slamming him through the rubble. Even with a grievous wound, he keeps pressing the attack instead of slowing down. That impossible resilience shocks him, because Simon should have left him barely able to move. The clash shreds the surroundings as the white-haired man barrels forward through blood and debris. He hurls Simon away and coldly warns that he intends to spare only his ears. Simon realizes too late that the threat is deliberate torture, not just violence. For the first time, the white-haired man falters as fear and pain catch up with him. Simon turns the opening into a brutal counter, driving him down with crushing force. The white-haired man hits the ground hard enough to crater it. Simon follows with a barrage that leaves no room for recovery. The final blow detonates the earth beneath him and ends the fight. When the dust settles, Simon stands over the white-haired man buried in the wreckage. Coughing blood, the defeated man accepts that his death was inevitable from the start. He says he has no regrets, because a child born in Lambaster was always meant to be shaped into filth. He ties that fate to the city itself, blaming the owner and the rules that govern it. With his last strength, he begs Simon to stop another child from being ruined the same way, believing Simon can do what he could not. Before Simon can answer, the man dies. Simon is left staring at the ruined ground, stunned by how abruptly it is over. A coffin-like crate nearby draws his attention amid the debris. He pries it open and is startled by what he finds inside. At that moment, 3 newcomers arrive above the wreckage and demand to know what happened. From their vantage point, they take in the crater and the body at its center. The woman recognizes the dead man as Gunther and admits she feared this outcome. She immediately orders her men to secure the VIP before anything else. Her escort moves to obey while she stays focused on Simon. Seeing him kneeling in the ruins, she calls out to him with concern. She is caught off guard by what she sees next. Simon is holding Louise, unharmed and merely asleep, as if he has just recovered what mattered most. When asked about himself, Simon brushes off his own condition and tells them to look after Louise. As he rises to leave, he says he still has cleanup to do. The woman cannot understand what he means by that. Simon answers with a single target in mind, Lambaster itself. The story then explains that Lambaster is divided into 4 districts centered around the cage. Although the city has no formal security institution, violence is kept in check through an internal power structure. That order is enforced by the managers who rule each district. The white-haired man had once challenged Simon with the real question: how do you conquer a place like that? Simon had first considered simply eliminating the managers one by one. But Askel dismissed that plan, convinced the city would collapse on its own. He argued that Lambaster was so rotten that all they needed to do was wait for the right moment to seize it. Simon doubted that certainty and pressed him for a reason. Askel answered that he had seen the city's corruption firsthand, and Simon was forced to admit he was probably right. That conviction hardened into Simon's belief that Lambaster is rotten to its core. He resolved not to trim its branches but to tear out the source of the rot. That resolve sharpened later when he noticed a sweet mint scent coming from a cup that was supposed to be plain black tea. He immediately recognized it as a common paralysis drug from Garum and understood someone was trying to hide it in the tea. The blonde hostess keeps up her pleasant act, thanking Simon for coming and promising he will enjoy the evening. Simon plays along and pointedly remarks on the tea's unusual fragrance, letting her know he has noticed more than he should. Her composure cracks as she realizes he may have detected that the drink was tampered with. Simon's glowing eyes confirm he is fully aware of the trap and ready to answer it on his own terms. A young man abruptly drains the entire drink in front of a startled blonde woman. The emptied cup slips and shatters on the floor, marking the end of whatever was mixed into it. He immediately collapses against the woman on the sofa, overcome by the drug or spell he just consumed. Delkia exults that her scheme worked and claims the helpless young man as hers. Elsewhere, at the Grey Merchant Union, news arrives that Delkia has successfully captured Simon. The merchant leader is delighted by the report and sees the situation turning in his favor. He regrets wasting a valuable gravity chamber on Gunther, since he had worked hard to obtain that artifact. Even so, he dismisses the loss as acceptable. What matters to him is that the demonic sword should soon be his. His shadowy subordinate warns that the operation has gone too smoothly and may be suspicious. The assassin insists his instincts are reliable and asks to scout ahead first. The merchant agrees, but orders him not to act recklessly. Left alone, the merchant grumbles that the people of Sparnia are too nosy and should simply do their jobs. He begins to suspect that their interference may be driven by greed for his demonic sword. At the same time, a carriage barrels through the streets as people are shoved aside in panic. The rush continues toward Delkia's location, with no concern for anyone in the way. The merchant bursts in triumphantly, announcing his arrival to Delkia. Delkia coolly notes that he came early and implies she had more time to enjoy her captive. She teases that she was only just about to begin having fun with him. The merchant makes clear he does not care about Simon himself, only the item Simon carried, and Delkia says she already removed it. Overjoyed, he demands that she hand it over immediately. Delkia stalls him and promises that what she reveals will shock him. Instead of producing an object, she binds her own wrists as part of the setup. The supposedly unconscious young man is shown nearby, quietly present as the reveal unfolds. The merchant realizes something is wrong before he can finish the thought. The curtains are opened to expose a room full of hidden human bodies, turning the scene into a grotesque display. Observers identify the truth. Delkia had been concealing stuffed humans behind the curtains, and the missing thing is not among them. Delkia presents the center of her display as the true answer to his demand. She raises her bound arms and calls attention to herself as the focus of the reveal. When the merchant asks who she is, Delkia mocks his lack of manners. She places a hand over her face and begins releasing a dark, purple power. Delkia reveals that she herself is the demonic sword he has been seeking. The merchant breaks into horrified disbelief at the revelation. As Delkia stands over him transformed, he can only stammer that the demonic sword became a human. Behind him, Simon rises with a murderous aura and declares that the merchant now knows too much. The merchant desperately calls for the Shadow Assassin Squad, while Simon complains about the noise. Simon silences him with a brutal strike. As the merchant crumples, Simon coldly offers to send him to the very assassins he wants so badly. Simon activates a creation ability called Space, Fog Swamp, flooding the room with sinister red-black power. The merchant watches in terror as the surrounding shadows begin dissolving into fog. The transformation engulfs him and tears away his last sense of control. Simon accuses him of giving Delkia the artifact and the paralysis medicine, naming the crimes before passing judgment. With glowing red eyes, Simon says he already knows the excuses and bids the man goodbye. The merchant begs for mercy as the fog closes around him. He is dragged down into a vast red abyss filled with monstrous shapes and drifting debris. Suspended in that nightmare space, he realizes too late that he has not escaped. A dark figure looms over him from above, deepening his panic. One of the shadow assassins finally appears, but only after the merchant has already been cast into the trap. From above, the assassin sees the merchant falling deeper into the crimson fog world among lurking creatures. Back in the room, Simon leaves Delkia to handle the aftermath herself and prepares to move on. As the young man is warned not to overdo things, the woman controlling the situation makes clear she has no intention of showing restraint. She storms toward a battered blonde woman and treats even touching her master as an unforgivable offense. The captive lies bruised and barely conscious, showing how badly she has already been abused. Sensing that the woman is awake, the attacker gleefully threatens to carve her apart piece by piece. Terrified, the blonde victim breaks down and begs forgiveness for ever trying to resist. Her plea is cut off as the tormentor strikes again with brutal force. Outside the room, the young man hears the scream and realizes the beating is getting out of hand. As he listens, he suddenly detects a mana signature he recognizes. That familiar presence shocks him into immediate alarm. The surroundings shift into a fog domain, confirming that a hidden power has taken control of the battlefield. A voice from within the swirling mist mocks his reaction as the trap closes around him. The intruder identifies herself as Linza Nyloff, one of Lambaster's managers. He recognizes her at once as the veiled Linza Nyloff, someone tied to the organization called Ms. Dry. The revelation lands hard because he understands she was part of the same hidden faction. Linza notes that Sarika never told him about her and casually reveals that she was the one who hunted down the other managers. He dryly thanks her for saving him the trouble of searching, while she closes in expecting to deal with him here. As blood-red power gathers around his hand, he rejects any pretense of respect and brands her a traitor instead of a senior. Linza dismisses the challenge and reveals he is not even the opponent she intends to test him against. He senses another hostile presence entering the fight, and is caught off guard by the sudden interference. A third combatant crashes into the battle, forcing an explosive clash that interrupts the exchange with Linza. Realizing there is another enemy in play, he shifts instantly from confrontation to defense. Linza watches with a predatory smile and introduces the newcomer like a planned surprise. The young man is visibly rattled as he tries to identify who has appeared. Linza presents the attacker as someone he already knows, Lisa, acting under her command. With glowing eyes and absolute hostility, Lisa declares herself Simon of Lemia and moves to kill him. She launches a direct assault, and their powers collide in a violent burst. He tries to stop the fight by telling Lisa he only wants Linza, but she refuses to separate herself from the conflict. Lisa keeps pressing the attack, ignoring his attempt to reason with her. Seeing no other option, he decides he must incapacitate her before he can deal with Linza. He unleashes secret technique, Bloodthirst Wave, sending a concentrated red strike at Lisa. The blow hurls her back across the ruined ground, but it does not finish her. He immediately realizes she has been trained too well to fall that easily. Lisa steadies herself and proves his judgment right by enduring the Bloodthirst Wave. From the fog, Linza points out that he could have killed Lisa if he truly wanted to and questions why he held back while she remains hidden. Linza explains that this was a test of the child Sarika trained and that she wanted to see how he would handle one of Sarika's disciples. That mention of Hall Master Sarika makes him realize Linza knows her personally, deepening the mystery between them. Linza warns him he should worry less about her motives and more about the immediate threat in front of him. Lisa answers that warning by summoning Needle Shower, surrounding herself with a ring of floating blades. The blades rain down in sweeping arcs, forcing him to evade a barrage designed to pin and shred him. Using the barrage as cover, Lisa rushes in for a finishing strike at close range. He meets her charge head-on and catches the attack before it can break through. At close quarters, Lisa reveals the source of her fury. She has cut ties with Gunther but cannot forgive him for taking away her last remaining family member, Simon. He understands from that confession that her bond with Simon was far deeper than ordinary acquaintance. Reading her condition, he realizes Linza activated a shadow-based subordination effect and used a fragment of memory to inflame Lisa's resentment. He also sees Linza's mistake. By forcing them into close combat, she gave him the opening to break Lisa's momentum. He seizes Lisa by the throat and slams her down, taking control of the fight in an instant. Before she can recover, he follows through with a decisive blow to shut her down completely. Lisa collapses unconscious, and he confirms that knocking her out was the outcome he needed. With Lisa removed from the field, he turns his attention back to the hidden manipulator and calls Linza out directly. Linza emerges from the fog and reveals that the domain itself is her nest, then expresses surprise that he is not only a Mizrahi member but also a talker and a thief. A woman in black is caught off guard when the young man abruptly identifies the ring she used earlier. He presses the point, recognizing it as Anbari's ring and forcing her to realize he knows more than he should. He explains that the ring is an artifact that absorbs power itself, whether ordinary mana or divine authority. That revelation leads her to understand how he imitated Mist's power, though she still cannot explain how he obtained such an item. He strips away her bluff by declaring that her supposed identity is false. Enraged at being exposed, she tries to crush him by invoking her overwhelming authority. But he had been baiting her, and he immediately realizes she has fallen into his trap. Using fog, he activates a hidden effect around her instead of meeting her power head-on. A sealed domain blooms outward, swallowing the battlefield and isolating everyone inside it. The young man remains calm as the realm takes hold, showing he expected this shift. One of the others lies helpless on the ground, unable to interfere once the domain is established. The woman reveals the cruel truth of the place. It is her realm alone, where only she can move freely and everyone else is rendered powerless. She leans in to savor his helplessness, insisting that this is what true power looks like. Certain she has won, she moves in to kill him and mockingly dismisses his borrowed identity as Mist's successor. Before she can finish him, another presence suddenly locates and breaches the realm from outside. The intrusion shocks her, because something impossible has just torn into the space she controlled absolutely. A red-eyed woman rips through the barrier and demands to know whether someone is targeting her master as well. The woman in black is stunned that anyone could force entry into her realm, and the young man immediately connects that feat to the level of the Black Fog God. As he reasons through who could possess that kind of power besides Eru, the answer narrows to a single person. That person appears as Kirim, a demonic sword wielder, annoyed that others keep aiming at what belongs to her. With casual confidence, Kirim decides to destroy the realm first before dealing with anything else. She snaps her fingers and cracks the supposedly inviolable space apart like glass. The woman in black can hardly believe her absolute advantage has been broken so effortlessly. The young man greets Kirim with irritation instead of gratitude, as if her rescue took far too long. Kirim bristles at his attitude, thinking she just saved him from real danger and gets complaints for it. Humiliated and furious, the woman in black rejects the idea that he could truly be the successor. She insists no successor has appeared for 300 years and that someone like him could never have been chosen, while the others realize they have thoroughly provoked her. Her anger hardens into contempt as she reduces him to nothing more than a child. Driven by wounded pride, she launches herself at him and denounces him as a fake successor. Kirim, now sharing his irritation, wonders why the woman is this irrationally enraged. The young man answers with action, drawing Kirim's demonic blade and judging that his opponent lacks the instincts of a true assassin. He unleashes rushing fog storm, filling the area with a lethal web of slashing trajectories. The attack overwhelms her movement and tears through her defenses before she can escape cleanly. She is smashed violently into the ground, losing control of the fight in an instant. Her weapon is knocked away and left stuck in the earth, showing how completely the exchange turned against her. Standing over the result, he tells her that if she still doubts him, he will show her genuine divine authority. She struggles up from the ground, shaken and coughing, no longer able to hide how badly she has been beaten. He begins invoking the Black Fog's power, and her confidence falters the moment she recognizes what is coming. A massive red force gathers above him under the name Adamant, turning the battlefield into a display of overwhelming authority. Even the power itself seems to sneer at resistance, daring anyone to try blocking it. Watching this, she is struck silent by the realization that his claim may be real after all. The unleashed force detonates across the ruins, tearing up the ground with catastrophic impact. Its reflection in her eye confirms the scale of the attack and the fear now replacing her earlier arrogance. The story then shifts to the Temple of Black Fog, where someone asks if another is truly leaving. A cloaked woman explains she is done waiting in that place for the successor to appear, and her companion accepts the decision with regret. The departing woman turns back with a faint smile and asks whether the other intends to kill her for leaving. The purple-haired woman refuses, saying there are many other reasons to condemn her, but not that one. She adds a warning instead. The moment she sees that the other has been tainted, she will personally purify her. She also vows that when that day comes, she will reclaim the equipment that was stolen from the temple, startling the one who thought her theft was secret. The exchange ends with a cold warning to remain virtuous, making clear that trust between them has already been replaced by watchful judgment. He reflects that his farewell to Sarika ended with him walking away from everything tied to her. He had abandoned the hidden power base he built inside the organization, hoping to disappear before the powerful noticed and before any successor had to be chosen. Now, with blood on his hand, he realizes that all his efforts still led him here. Facing ruin, he can only wonder how everything collapsed so completely. In the aftermath, a defeated woman kneels amid the wreckage while he stands over her with lethal calm. He offers her a final chance to speak before he ends it. With her last strength, she asks him to tell Sarika Nigrathi something. He waits in silence for the message. She admits she was wrong and begs for the pain to stop. As he reaches toward her with his red power, he reflects that no one can foresee the moment of their own downfall. He finishes her off, acknowledging that he too once stood on the edge of the same fate. The domain around them begins to dissolve, revealing the outside world again. Seeing the barrier fade, he notes that this saves time, and someone nearby demands to know why he is being spared. The surviving manager confronts him, reminding him she tried to kill him and knows about Mist, so she sees no reason he should let her live. She insists there is every reason for him to silence her. He simply asks whether she plans to tell anyone, and when she panics, he decides that is answer enough. Left alive and shaken, she struggles to understand what she is supposed to do now. Her confusion breaks when Louise rushes in with others, desperate to know if she is hurt. Louise reveals how frightened she was when the manager suddenly vanished. The manager, relieved and emotional, checks Louise for injuries instead of thinking about herself. Louise clings to her and fiercely declares she will never let her out of sight again. Still crying, Louise confesses that this woman has been the kindest person in her life and begs not to be abandoned. The manager comforts her, then realizes this attachment may be the purpose she was searching for. He tells her to stay and run the place until the district managers are replaced, and to raise Louise better than people like Yahello or Gunther would. Though overwhelmed, she accepts the responsibility. He entrusts Louise to her care, and the child immediately senses that he is preparing to leave. He confirms that he is checking out and parts with a light, reassuring smile. As he walks away, Louise asks if he will ever return, and he gives only an uncertain answer. The manager refuses to accept that uncertainty and demands that he come back, forcing him into a casual promise. As he departs, he hopes that next time he returns he will not find the place consumed by disaster again. Soon after, a purple-haired woman appears holding a blade wreathed in blue-violet power and congratulates him for purifying Linza Nyalov. She treats the ordeal as a harsh but expected trial, and he immediately presses her on why she sent him into it knowingly. She welcomes his questions, making it clear she expected this confrontation. He asks the question that matters most to him, what Linza Nyalov was to Mist. She confirms that Linza had indeed been part of Mist. She explains that they trained together, but Linza left when she lost faith in where Mist was heading. Before leaving, Linza took with her a ring that had been passed only among the hall masters. He realizes she is talking about Anvari's ring, the one now in his possession. She confirms it and says that although it should have been hers, she wants him to keep it. When he objects that such an heirloom belongs to the hall masters, she cuts him off and insists anyway. She says she no longer needs the ring because she has already become strong enough without it. Holding the ring, he admits he had assumed she sent him after it, so her decision catches him off guard. He reasons that Linza must have resembled her somehow, and that the two women clearly knew each other well. She says she is only honoring a promise, adding that the ring's power tends to break weaker minds. He takes that as a test of whether he can bear its influence. As the ring pulses ominously in his hand, he wonders if she is trying to see whether it will corrupt him. He bluntly asks whether she is really judging if he is fit to inherit power, or whether she simply dislikes him as Mist's successor. She answers that a successor must be measured to see whether he will become a hero or a disaster, and even suggests Kirim may have chosen wrong. That remark enrages the woman beside him, but he keeps the exchange calm and acknowledges the intent behind the test. Elsewhere, at Lewin Academy, concern is rising in the dean's office because instructor Nella has disappeared and the students are growing anxious. The dean admits he had doubts about the newly appointed instructor because of his sudden promotion, but chooses to trust him. Boris answers with formal humility, promising to treat the students well and do his best. Satisfied, the dean accepts his attitude and tells him to familiarize himself with the academy. As Boris leaves, the dean reflects on his name and notes that the man carries an unusually strange kind of mana. Before the meeting can fully settle, Sarika rushes in late after being summoned by the dean. The moment Boris introduces himself, Sarika is visibly unsettled. His polite self-introduction only deepens her alarm instead of easing it. While Boris departs casually, Sarika senses a murderous aura around him and concludes he reeks of blood. She warns the dean that Boris is dangerous and notes that he came from the capital. The dean orders Sarika to keep watch on Boris, judging him capable and well-mannered despite his abnormal mana. Sarika agrees, but insists the stench of blood around him is so deep that no amount of washing could erase it. To her, Boris feels less like a man than death itself walking in human form. Elsewhere, the story shifts to the city of Harmony, Lewin. The city is under heavy guard, with lines of armed soldiers welcoming arrivals under its banners. The Titan's security is obvious from the sheer number of guards on patrol. A princess notices the unusual military presence and asks if something serious has happened. Her companion explains that the guard count has surged because of the recent banquet of blood, though even that does not seem enough to justify this scale. Their attention is interrupted when someone calls out to Princess Erin. Erin turns and recognizes the approaching girl as Lunev. Lunev greets her warmly, making it clear they have not seen each other in a long time. The tense atmosphere gives way briefly to a calmer reunion in the garden walkway. Erin expresses relief that Lunev is doing well, and Lunev credits Erin for helping her. Erin brushes off the praise, while Lunev insists she is fine now despite what she suffered because of that past incident. Erin introduces Lunev to her friend Lygium, who is immediately charmed and curious about her. Their conversation is cut short when a man approaches and addresses them. Boris introduces himself as the new instructor and directly asks whether Erin is the princess. Erin confirms it and recognizes his name, knowing he is supposed to teach mana application. Lunev, however, grows uneasy when Boris asks Erin for a moment of her time. When Erin questions the timing, Boris downplays the matter as something minor. He claims he has been evaluating students and wants to see the princess's mana sphere for himself. Erin obliges and manifests a bright sphere of mana in her hand. Boris accepts the display with a satisfied smile that suggests he was waiting for exactly this. Lunev senses danger and tries to warn Erin, but Erin assumes this is only a harmless assessment. Boris moves in under the pretense of ending the test quickly, closing the distance with suspicious intent. Instead of examining the mana, he suddenly seizes Erin's wrist. The contact shocks even Boris for an instant, as if something unexpected reacts back at him. Erin immediately realizes something is wrong and demands to know what he is doing. At that moment, Cyan appears and steps in front of the girls, forcing a confrontation. Cyan's eye flares with recognition as he identifies the threat before him. He names Boris and ties him to Lewin, exposing that this is no ordinary instructor. The revelation triggers a flashback to a devastating raid by the Demon King's army a century before the city's founding. In that battle, defenders desperately cast protection magic as the enemy closed in. Their barrier rises, but a colossal force crashes against it from above. The impact tears through the defense and throws the defenders into panic and pain. The ground erupts under the blow, showing how completely their line is being overwhelmed. Even amid the carnage, the surviving soldiers are ordered back into formation to avoid total collapse. A commander warns that if they break, the enemy will keep advancing, but then word comes that someone is approaching. A lone figure descends from the sky toward the battlefield at tremendous speed. He lands like a weapon among the enemy, instantly turning the tide and announcing his arrival through violence. The soldiers realize the rumors were true. The man believed to be away on the western front has come to save them at the critical moment. Young Master Cyan arrives to rescue the battered defenders, orders the wounded to withdraw, and takes responsibility for the battlefield himself. A special rank monster gathers power to strike, looming over the ruined front line. Its attack tears across the ground toward the defender's position. Before it can turn the tide, a brilliant counterattack erupts upward and overwhelms the monster. The creature is crushed before it can put up any real resistance. Cyan admits he had expected more from a special rank enemy, only to dismiss it as disappointing. Standing atop the fallen beast, he concludes the monster was far too slow to threaten him. He calmly forms a dark spell called Void Sphere in his hand. The sphere expands into a concentrated mass of destructive mana under his control. Watching this, Boris Lelm is delighted by Cyan's talent and immediately takes a strong interest in him. He notes that Askell values Cyan highly, and Cyan realizes this man is connected to Askell's side rather than the battlefield command. Boris explains he came because the Northern Front needed reinforcements, but Cyan had already resolved the crisis before he arrived. By the campfire afterward, Cyan reflects that the soldiers on the front are barely surviving and that the war has become endless. The explanation is grim. After elite knights were pulled from the front to support Emperor Linenel's rise, the lines weakened. The monsters exploited that weakness, invaded, and turned the conflict into a war with no end in sight. Cyan blames the disaster on the Emperor's greed and admits he would never have come here if Askell had not personally asked him. Boris warns that such words are dangerous, but Cyan makes clear he sees no reason to hide what he thinks. When Cyan questions why Boris serves the Emperor, Boris says he was chosen for his ability, though his temperament aligns more with Askell. As the conversation shifts, Boris demonstrates his own power with dark mana swirling around him. He explains that he can gather the traces of mana Cyan has used and condense them into a sphere. He further reveals that he can preserve that mana for later use. After examining it, Boris remarks that Cyan's mana is unusually distinctive rather than flawed. That uniqueness convinces Boris that Cyan may be the exceptional person he has been searching for. Looking back, Cyan recognizes that this was the moment Boris began targeting him. Later at the academy, Cyan remembers how badly things went the last time he handed his mana over to Boris, and resolves not to repeat that mistake. He immediately rejects the idea of giving Boris any of his mana again. Boris is startled to realize that the boy in front of him is Cyan Vert. Trying to smooth things over, Boris pretends there has been a misunderstanding and claims he was only checking students as an instructor. Cyan instantly identifies him and sees through the excuse, recognizing that Boris has somehow become an academy instructor. Boris backs off politely and apologizes if his behavior made anyone uncomfortable. Cyan accepts the apology only enough to end the scene and firmly tells Boris to leave before the situation becomes worse. Boris agrees outwardly, though Cyan's hostility clearly unsettles and intrigues him. He gives a courteous farewell and withdraws without pressing the matter further. As Boris departs, Cyan and the others watch him go in tense silence. The princess turns the name Boris Lelm over in her mind, sensing it may be important. Only then does another student point out that Cyan is still holding the princess's hand. Cyan quickly lets go and apologizes to her. The princess reassures him that she understands he had a reason and that she does not mind because he was protecting her. Her own words catch her off guard, and she suddenly becomes flustered by what she almost confessed. Embarrassed, she jerks her hand away before anyone can dwell on it. She blurts out an excuse about urgent business and flees, leaving the others bewildered. After she runs off, Cyan is asked whether he knew Boris from before, and he admits there is at least some prior connection. The blue-haired girl says she has never heard of Boris, but Cyan flatly shuts down further curiosity. He warns her not to learn more about Boris or approach him under any circumstances, then leaves as well. Left behind, she notices how unusually sharp Cyan has been and suspects there is more going on than he is saying. Instead of discouraging her, his secrecy only makes her more curious. Elsewhere, a red magical effect activates from a hand gesture, signaling a different kind of power at work. That magic unleashes a torrent of candy, burying a room in sweets and turning the chaos into a bizarre windfall. When an adult returns, they praise the children for managing things while they were away, even as one child revels in the candy pile. The final complaint reveals the domestic problem behind the scene. Brian keeps interfering and preventing the girl from cooking. A girl admits she liked being the one who cooked for him, but now feels replaced and resentful. He abruptly changes the subject and orders Brian to come train with him. When Brian hesitates, he insists on doing it immediately and sends him to change. The two head out together without wasting any more time. At the academy training grounds that night, they notice someone else is still practicing. The lone trainee struggles to control a large sword, clearly pushing hard. She continues a demanding drill, swinging the claymore through repeated forms. Brian is impressed that someone her size can handle such a weapon so smoothly. He is not surprised, already recognizing her talent. He recalls that she is considered one of the continent's finest sword prodigies. Deciding to test that reputation, he calls out to young Master Cyan and asks to see her progress. Cyan is caught off guard as he draws a wooden sword and faces her. He challenges her directly and tells her to attack first. Cyan protests that her blade is real and dangerous while his is only wood, and tries to make the match fairer. Before she can settle the issue, he attacks so suddenly that she barely reacts in time. He crashes down with overwhelming force, and she manages to block only by instinct. Pleased by that response, he praises her reflexes while pressing the assault. Cyan is stunned that a wooden sword can hit with such crushing weight. He keeps driving her back with wide, powerful strikes that dominate the exchange. Frustrated, Cyan decides to stop holding back. She counters with sharper, faster attacks, forcing a real clash between them. He handles everything easily and pushes her to do better. Then he raises the stakes, telling her to attack as if she truly means to kill him. Cyan realizes she still cannot break through his reach or defense. Refusing to give up, she commits to one desperate all-out strike. He ends the bout in an instant, stopping her attack and disarming her. Her sword goes flying, making the result undeniable. Rather than mock her, he points out the flaw in her style. Emotional agitation creates openings. Cyan admits she is completely outclassed and envies strength like his. He reassures her that she is genuinely skilled and already doing something many adults cannot. He goes further, saying that if she keeps improving, few people will be able to face her in a sword fight. When she is bewildered by praise after such a harsh lesson, he brushes it off as something she is not ready to understand yet. He then hands Cyan over to Brian and tells him to continue training with her. As Brian prepares to switch to a wooden sword, he informs Leximus that he is leaving the rest to him. Brian asks where he is going, but he only says he has somewhere else to be. Brian awkwardly accepts the assignment, while Cyan agrees with far more intensity than he expected. Her fierce enthusiasm makes it clear Brian is about to have a much rougher session. Brian can only resign himself to the situation and admit she is intimidating. Walking away alone, he is struck by a familiar feeling he has not had in a long time. That feeling leads him to notice a girl standing alone in the street at this late hour. He recognizes her as Lynn of Rainreaver. As he approaches, he follows her gaze and realizes she is focused on a particular building. She identifies it as Instructor Boris's research lab. He immediately asks whether she intends to go inside. Linov is surprised he guessed her intention so easily. He asks why she wants to enter, and she admits it is simple curiosity. She explains that Boris is an 8th Circle mage, yet even the Garum Association seems to know almost nothing about him. He recognizes how dangerous that mystery is and thinks she may be inviting trouble. Linov takes his reaction as a sign that he understands the situation and asks him to help her. She presses the point by saying he seemed to know Boris already, almost as if he hates him too. Kirim parts from Linov with the uneasy conclusion that another girl is creating trouble for both of them. Once he is gone, Linov confirms she is finally alone and free to move. Kirim checks the area and, sensing no hidden presence, decides it is safe enough to proceed. He takes the lead into the room and orders Linov to stay behind him while they investigate. He unlocks a sealed door marked Basim, opening the way into a hidden chamber. The two step inside cautiously and find what appears to be a private archive. Linov is struck by the sheer number of books, realizing this room was built to preserve knowledge. Seeing that the shelves are filled with ancient texts, she judges the owner to be an obsessive collector. As she flips through one volume, she notices the collection focuses heavily on ancient magic rather than ordinary scholarship. Kirim suddenly senses something wrong, as if a hidden force has just stirred nearby. A voice calls him by name and directs his attention to the roof, telling him to let Linov continue her search. While Kirim tries to understand why the roof matters, Linov excitedly announces that she has found something important. He turns toward her discovery and immediately realizes it is significant. Linov identifies the object as an extremely old text, but Kirim recognizes it as something far more dangerous than a simple book. He names it as Boris's armor and identifies the entity tied to it as Hearthcrea. At that same moment, a sinister red-black aura unfurls elsewhere, signaling the awakening of another threat. On the roof, a black-haired woman catches Hearthcrea's scent and calls him out, disgusted that she can recognize him instantly even after ages. She directly addresses Hearthcrea, forcing him to reveal himself. Feathers descend as Hearthcrea greets Kirim like an old acquaintance after a very long separation. He appears in an angelic form and casually asks how Kirim has fared since waking after 3 centuries. The woman cuts in with open hostility, saying the reunion was tolerable until Hearthcrea spoiled it by appearing. Hearthcrea mocks her unchanged temperament, and notes, with amusement, that Kirim ended up with her of all people. His remark enrages her enough to trigger a violent, transformed response. Hearthcrea tells her to calm down before the confrontation escalates further. He insists he did not come to fight, trying to steer the encounter toward conversation instead of combat. With a smug smile, he confirms that talking is exactly what he wants. She refuses to trust him and demands to know what scheme he is really pursuing. Back in the archive, Linov studies the text and realizes it reads less like a spell book than a historical record. Kirim sees that most of the writing is encoded and understands that deciphering it will take time. Linov admits there is only one part she can clearly recognize. That recognizable section shows a sun obscured by dark shapes, but the image looks incomplete and cryptic. As Linov tries to interpret it as a sun hidden by clouds or fog, Kirim abruptly grasps its meaning. He slams the book shut the instant the realization hits him. Kirim urgently tells Linov they must destroy it at once, without waiting to explain. He reveals that this book is the root cause behind everything that has gone wrong. More specifically, he identifies it as the source of the banquet of blood and the other disasters tied to it. Before they can act, Boris appears and calmly refuses to let the book be destroyed. Kirim realizes too late that he missed Boris's presence because the book distracted him. A burst of force erupts from the book, knocking Linov back and breaking Kirim's attempt to protect it. The text ignites with golden power as Boris seizes control of it. Holding the awakened book, Boris remarks that he had considered seeking Kirim out himself, though he dislikes meeting under these circumstances. Kirim coldly condemns Boris for spying on them, while Linov watches the situation turn dangerous. Boris politely asks Linov to leave, backing the request with threatening magic. When she resists, he forcibly expels her from the room with a blast of power. He dismisses the act as necessary and assures Kirim that he merely sent her back to the dorm. Now alone with Kirim, Boris invites a private conversation. He admits a deep interest in Kirim, especially in the gap between the public image and the hidden truth. Kirim recognizes how bad the situation is and suppresses an immediate urge to kill Boris. Boris notes that Hearthcrea complicates matters, while Kirim worries this crisis erupted precisely when Kirim was absent. On the roof, the black-haired woman rejects Boris's framing and prepares to explain the situation in her own terms. An angelic figure reminds the demonic sword that a master chosen by a god cannot be treated as disposable, and warns that she is already losing this confrontation. The sword rejects any idea of betraying Lumendal or abandoning her owner, insisting she has no reason to side with heaven against the one she serves. The angel calmly suggests there are easier ways to resolve this than direct loyalty or rebellion. He proposes a loophole. If the sword steals her owner's body, she could escape her current bond without truly handing him over. Instead of being offended, the sword is amused and immediately senses he is plotting something under that suggestion. The story frames their conflict as the old clash between light and darkness, creation and destruction, locked against each other again. It recalls that light prevailed in the last Great War, just as it always has. Centuries later, the surface world has prospered so thoroughly that the old demon war feels distant. As peace endures, even the memory of beings like them is fading from the world. That decline in reverence leads the heavenly side to a new conclusion after long deliberation. Their answer is chillingly simple. They need darkness, because only an enemy can make their own radiance matter again. Back in the present, the sword dismisses that logic as pathetic rather than noble. She bluntly summarizes his offer as a plan for her to seize her owner's body, kill him, and turn herself into the new savior. The angel eagerly confirms that she has understood his proposal exactly. Before he can continue celebrating his idea, she cuts him off with a sudden attack. She lunges in, ending the discussion by trying to carve him down outright. Even while being struck back, the angel treats her refusal as a wasted opportunity rather than a threat. As their powers collide, he notes that a demonic sword was supposed to covet its owner's body and wonders why she is resisting that fate. She answers that evil is defined by those in power, and that people like him condemn others only to avoid facing their own dependence and weakness. Floating above the clash, he laments that she has become impossible to reason with now that she is bound to Eru. She ends the exchange coldly, making it clear she is done with him and leaving him behind. A burst of light and feathers marks her abrupt departure from the battlefield. Left staring after her, she curses Eru as a foolish god and blames him for whatever the angel has just done. The scene shifts to a quiet tea meeting where a robed man offers a refined blend from Sparnia to a student he has invited to talk. The student cuts past the politeness and reminds the man that he claimed to be interested in him personally. The man jokes that only an instructor would take interest in a student, but the boy undercuts that by admitting he barely attends class. When asked why, the boy states with confidence that there is nothing left there for him to learn. The man immediately tests the limits of that arrogance by asking whether the dean or the duke know about this attitude. The boy, already irritated, demands that he stop circling and say what he really wants. The man obliges and asks the real question directly, whether the boy knows who he is. The boy pushes back, refusing to accept that assumption without proof. The man explains that from their very first encounter he sensed intense hostility from the boy, as if he had been marked from the start. What convinced him most was the murderous hatred he saw in the boy's eyes. He admits they have never formally met, which means that hatred must have come from prior knowledge rather than personal experience. The boy answers that the stranger should be far more famous than he is, because a mage with 8th circle mana ought to be known everywhere. The man reveals that obscurity is deliberate, preferring to remain hidden and live quietly. When he asks about the boy's own origins, the answer is evasive and clearly meant to conceal the truth. The man instantly recognizes the lie and understands the boy is guarding his background. The boy internally resolves not to expose that secret, noting that he had hidden it even in his previous life. Sensing the resistance, the man lets the subject rest for now and suggests they can continue another time. Afterward, the boy reflects that the man's cold, unreadable manner left him unusually unsettled. Alone, the man concludes that Askel's fear was justified and identifies the boy as the likely force aiding Princess Erin. He calls the situation tragic. The younger brother blessed as the savior has instead become the owner of a demonic sword. As he studies the matter, he starts to reinterpret fate itself as something that may be steering events toward a darker purpose. He decides Kirim may be part of that purpose as well, perhaps the very darkness they have been seeking. If that is true, then the boy's role is to make Askel shine brighter, fulfilling a prophecy likened to black fog hiding the sun. From that conclusion, he declares that the savior's recession is about to begin. Elsewhere, the demonic sword senses a disturbance as a swirling portal opens before her. In Black Fog's hall, she steps through and notes with surprise that someone important has come to meet her in person. The visitor is revealed to be Kirim, seated in shadow, and his sudden appearance leaves her demanding to know why he is here. A bitter young woman mocks the idea that she understands the situation, insisting she has only just met Hearthcrea. The hooded figure presses her about Hearthcrea's closeness to them, and whether he made any move before this. Realizing the figure already knew, she angrily demands why nothing was done despite the danger surrounding the Duke's daughter. She reveals how completely she has fallen and declares that, having already hit bottom, she no longer has anything left to fear. When the figure asks what she truly wants, she rejects being used by others through her and Cyan and turns the question back into a challenge. Her answer becomes clear: more than anything, she wants Cyan protected. Accepting that wish, the hooded figure produces a decree infused with ominous power and promises to make it happen. The figure seals a pact, vowing that all mist await both her and the child. Even while taking the offered help, she scorns the figure's passivity and suspects something must have happened to Limendal. The figure implies every choice was made for her sake, but she refuses to hear excuses from someone she sees as a coward. Her fury erupts into open contempt as she condemns the figure for hiding forever instead of acting. The hooded being can only wilt under her harshness, unable to answer her accusation with strength. Elsewhere, Alice Vert approaches a sacred ceremony in a radiant temple. Before the clergy, she is told she will receive a blessing as proof of the god of light Limendal's favor and of her worthiness as a savior. The ritual challenges her to consider whether she truly means to accept that role. She is asked if she intends to become a light that can save the world from its darkness. The vow is sharpened further, demanding that she swear to stand on the front lines and fight. Alice formally offers her name and swears before Limendal to take on that burden. Even as she commits, doubt lingers in her mind over whether this is really the right path. She reflects that the Empire has recently been recruiting talented people into the Knights of Light and sending them to the front. That memory is tied to disasters like the Banquet of Blood, tragedies so severe that even the Royal Guard could do nothing. Though becoming a knight had once been her dream, she now frames it as a duty to protect others, even if she still wonders whether it is the correct choice. Her thoughts are interrupted by congratulations on achieving what she worked for. Cecilia appears and warmly celebrates Alice for finally reaching her dream. Alice immediately tries to treat Cecilia with formal respect as a superior, but Cecilia tells her to relax when they are alone. Alice's reverence overwhelms her into an awkward bow, showing how seriously she takes rank. As the moment settles, Cecilia realizes Alice's real unease is not about etiquette at all. Sitting together, Cecilia reassures Alice that she trusts her judgment completely, yet Alice admits she is still conflicted. Alice confesses that she can still hear the cries of people begging for help, and that memory is what keeps troubling her. Cecilia tells her the only way to resolve that doubt is to see whether the front lines are truly where she belongs. When Alice asks how, Cecilia invites her to come along the next time she heads there. Cecilia reveals that Duke Villiers has entrusted them with an important mission, making this Alice's first official assignment. Alice is stunned to learn that her father himself has already given them a mission. Elsewhere, a man hurriedly finishes dressing for departure. He arms himself with a weapon, making it clear he is preparing for something urgent. Brian notices the sudden departure and wonders where the man is going. The household explains that he simply ordered preparations, while a worried maid fears they may not see him again for a long time. He reassures them that this trip will not take long. Stepping forward in a cloak, he calms Nana and asks Brian if he is ready to leave. Brian agrees but still wants to know their destination. The answer is Lemia Valley. The others are startled because the valley is far away and was difficult enough the last time. He opens a red portal and explains that this shortcut will get them there quickly because they are out of time. He reveals the reason for the urgency with chilling certainty. Today is the day Alice dies. At the valley, Alice arrives with the knights under a blood-red sky, unaware of the fate now racing toward her. Their advance is abruptly checked by a shouted order to stop. A veteran named Sir Yoken greets Alice at their destination, noting the journey was hard on her, and she bristles at being addressed so delicately. As they look over the harsh battlefield, Yoken proudly acknowledges her presence as part of the Knights of Light. Alice rejects the praise, insisting she still has much to learn before she deserves such compliments. Yoken answers that she will do well and adds that the Duke would surely be proud of her too. At the frontier, Alice Vert arrives under her father's summons while he brusquely shuts down familiar teasing and reminds everyone the Duke is waiting. Alice steadies herself and steps forward, bracing for a formal reception. Her father introduces her as Alice Vert, the eldest daughter of the Vert household. Alice confirms that she came as soon as she received his message. Her father informs her that the third and fourth princes and the second princess will be visiting today, and orders her to prepare. She obeys outwardly, while privately noting that his coldness toward her has not changed. The expected royal party finally arrives, drawing everyone's attention. A full escort advances across the wasteland, making clear this is an important and heavily guarded visit. The third and fourth princes appear openly disdainful of the harsh frontier and question how anyone can live there. The second princess greets Sir Vert with polished courtesy and thanks him for his service. A formal welcome is offered to the visiting royals as the reception begins. One prince makes it clear he wants the ceremony finished quickly and only cares whether the area is safe from monsters. Alice's father reassures them that the monsters near this rear line are weak. He adds that their strongest knight is present, so the royals have nothing to fear. That knight steps forward and greets the Duke as his father, revealing himself to be Askel Vert. Alice is shaken by the sight of Askel, clearly recognizing him from somewhere important. The Duke places his expectations on Askel, and Askel answers with absolute loyalty, promising not to fail him. The fourth prince coldly orders Askel to kill any threat before it gets near them, treating his own life as expendable compared with royal blood. The princess also thanks Askel for his service, acknowledging his role as their protector. Askel accepts the praise with calm, practiced deference. The princess notices Linnell's absence and points out that he would not normally miss such a formal occasion. Askel explains that Linnell left this duty to him because of urgent business elsewhere. The princess accepts the explanation and says she is glad to have Askel as their bodyguard instead. With the formalities done, the royal party prepares to move under Askel's protection. Alice grows suspicious, realizing Askel usually guarded only the first prince, yet now he has suddenly been assigned to these less prominent royals. That change feels too deliberate to be mere coincidence. Askel turns to Alice and acknowledges her achievement in joining the knights at the top of her class. He personally congratulates her, speaking with unsettling familiarity. His eyes trigger a memory in Alice, and she realizes why he feels so familiar. She remembers her childhood, when Askel visited on her birthday and gave her a present. The gift had been a magic scroll, and at the time she accepted it innocently. Later she learned it was a 4th-star scroll far beyond what a child her age could safely use, meant for someone with much greater mana. Once she eventually reached that level, she finally revisited the old gift and tried to understand it. When she activated it, she discovered it was not harmless at all but a summoning scroll. Before the spell could complete, someone forcibly stopped her. That person was Cecilia, who intervened just in time. Cecilia warned that the scroll would have summoned an intermediate monster, and that using it could have ended disastrously for Alice. Alice realized that if the summoning had gone through, she might have died. Back in the present, she watches Askel walk away and silently confronts the possibility that he gave her that deadly scroll knowingly. She demands to know why he would have done such a thing. Before any answer comes, the convoy moves deeper into the wasteland with the royals and their attendants still exposed. Inside the carriage, the princes realize Linnell was the one who arranged for Askel to take this assignment. That revelation makes the 4th prince suspect a hidden scheme behind Askel's presence. The princess agrees that assigning someone as capable as Askel to them is suspicious rather than reassuring. Knowing Linnell's nature, she warns the others to stay alert if they want to survive. The tension spikes as the party senses that something is wrong. Alice suddenly rushes in and reveals the truth. They have walked into an ambush. She urgently orders the royals to evacuate at once. A special monster named Entark appears and attacks, confirming that the trap was real and far beyond an ordinary frontier threat. The princes are left reeling in shock as the ambush begins in earnest. A colossal earth dragon erupts onto the battlefield, instantly turning the chaos into a far greater disaster. From inside the carriage, one of the escorts realizes in shock that a special monster has appeared when it should have been impossible. The dragon crashes through the fighting and scatters soldiers as it charges straight into the area around the royal party. The escorts abandon the carriage and rush to move the princesses before the monster reaches them. The carriage is nearly crushed as the group scrambles away beneath the dragon's looming body. A blue defensive barrier flares up at the last second, shielding them from being flattened. Their protector holds the barrier in place and orders the others to keep running, while someone realizes the attack has reached the rear of the battlefield. As panic spreads among the troops, the fleeing group struggles to avoid the confusion and stampede around them. The blue-haired knight senses someone approaching the princess and turns toward the new threat. A blonde knight in white steps forward and places himself directly in their path. He presents himself as their protector and urges the princess to come to him, as if offering rescue. Princess Violet immediately sees through it and understands he intends to murder them under cover of the dragon attack. The blue-haired knight recognizes the traitor as Askel and is stunned that he would move openly now. Before he can close in, a wind spell strikes the dragon and briefly diverts its advance. Cecilia calls out and directs Miss Alice to move with them, trying to pull everyone away from Askel at once. As they flee, the blue-haired knight apologizes to Princess Violet for acting without explanation and grabs her to force a retreat. Alice is confused by the sudden withdrawal, but they insist that getting away from this place comes first. The knight explains he sensed murderous intent from Askel the moment he looked at Princess Violet, and no longer trusts the situation. Mid-escape, he senses another danger and abruptly realizes the threat is not behind them alone. He warns that the dragon is still dangerously close and bearing down on them. Askel remains unnervingly calm, showing no concern for the monster closing in. Instead, he unleashes a burst of golden power to intercept the dragon's attack head-on. Seeing that impossible display, the knight falters in disbelief while still urging Alice to hurry away. Askel's counterattack blasts outward and hurls the dragon back through the air. The monster slams into the canyon floor, shaking the ground with the impact. The dragon recovers and lunges again, prompting the nearby soldiers to form ranks and protect the royals. Askel watches with irritation, already treating the dragon as a nuisance rather than a true threat. He glances toward the route the women used to escape and clicks his tongue when he sees they have gained distance. The officers shout for the troops to stop the Antarac from reaching either prince or princess and to restore formation. The dragon gathers a concentrated sphere of violet energy in its jaws, preparing a devastating breath attack. Askel curses the beast for complicating his plan. The dragon releases the massive energy blast toward the clustered soldiers and the fleeing targets beyond them. A voice from above cuts in and orders the attack to back off just before it lands. A radiant sword descends like a meteor, driven by Askel's power, to intercept the blast. The collision detonates in a violent explosion that tears through the battlefield. When the light clears, Askel stands at the center of the impact, and the soldiers rally around him as their shield. The shockwave reaches the fleeing group, forcing Violet and the others to brace as the dragon remains active nearby. Violet looks back, measuring the battlefield and the people around her with growing suspicion. Her expression hardens as she reaches a private conclusion. She suddenly falters, dropping to one knee, and the blue-haired knight rushes to her in alarm. Violet quietly rejects his concern, as if deciding she cannot remain passive any longer. When he asks what is wrong, she keeps her head lowered and gives no honest answer. Instead, Violet reveals a ruthless resolve, making clear she has no intention of dying obediently in someone else's scheme. The knight realizes too late that something is terribly wrong. Cecilia appears behind him and drives a blade into his back, betraying him at point-blank range. As he staggers, he can only stare in disbelief and call her name. Alice is equally stunned, unable to understand why Cecilia would turn on them. Cecilia rips the weapon free and lets the wounded knight collapse to the ground. Standing beside Violet, Cecilia identifies herself as Askelvert's younger sister and addresses Alice by name, confirming the betrayal was deliberate. Violet explains she had suspected something was wrong ever since Linnell showed no grief over her lover's involvement, and now the hidden conspiracy has fully surfaced. The wounded blue-haired knight accuses the princess of trying to have her eliminated in the chaos by making others do the killing for her. The princess rejects the accusation and insists she only acted in self-defense. The knight tries to frame everything as a misunderstanding and claims she only meant to protect someone, but the princess cuts her off. With open contempt, the princess reveals she already knew the knight and Linuel were dangerous threats and had no intention of dying to them. The knight demands that if the princess has any justification left, she should say it now. Instead, the princess coldly prepares a teleport scroll and tells her any excuses can be saved for the little time she has left. She activates the spell without concern, implying Linuel may still be alive somewhere else. As the magic takes hold, the princess leaves behind the possibility that Linuel survived, turning that uncertainty into one last torment. A teleportation pillar engulfs the princess while the knight lies stranded and injured on the battlefield. Unable to accept the betrayal, the knight convinces herself Cecilia would never willingly turn on her. Even as blood pours from her wound, she clings to the belief that some spell or outside force must explain what happened. Tears and pain mix together, as she refuses to believe Cecilia betrayed her by choice. Her denial breaks when she senses a new threat closing in. Monstrous wolves emerge from the wasteland and begin surrounding her. Realizing panic will kill her faster than her wound, she forces herself to regain control. Hemmed in by monsters, she resolves that she cannot die here and must survive. She rises with her sword, determined to stay alive long enough to confront Cecilia and learn why this happened. Calling on the source of life, she gathers water magic into her hand despite her injuries. The wolves charge, trying to finish her before she can cast. She unleashes Unine's spear, blasting through the attackers in a burst of water and blood. Meanwhile, the princess's teleport spell deposits her safely inside Violet's safe house. Back in safety, the princess relaxes immediately, satisfied to be out of danger. She drops onto the bed as if the whole matter is already beneath her concern. Treating the attempted murder as an unpleasant chore, she remarks on how distasteful it was while her attendant answers deferentially. The attendant remains quiet, reading the princess's mood before speaking further. A brief memory surfaces of the night and Linuel together in calmer times, underscoring what is being destroyed. The recollection snaps away as the present accusation lands. The princess demands to know why her attendant let the knight live. She reminds her that the order was to kill the knight on the spot, not leave the job unfinished. The attendant answers that the knight will die soon anyway. She explains that the monsters left behind in that place will finish what she did not. On the battlefield, the knight keeps fighting through exhaustion, cutting down the beasts one after another while gasping for breath. She drives her sword down with sheer will, forcing the last of the immediate attackers back. For a moment the area falls quiet, and she tells herself the worst is over and that she needs to get back. But as she thinks about reporting that Princess Violet tried to kill her, she realizes no one may believe such a claim. She decides to postpone that problem and focus first on escaping alive. Her retreat halts when she senses something far more dangerous ahead. Towering salamanders of high rank appear, replacing the wolves with a far deadlier threat. Cornered and weakening, she desperately searches for any way to survive. The salamanders advance with overwhelming force, leaving her almost no room to act. She tries to think under pressure, but fear and blood loss are closing in. One giant salamander looms over her, its flaming maw promising instant death. She realizes in despair that she cannot come up with a solution in time. The monster roars and commits to the kill. At the last instant, a new swordsman bursts in with a technique called Fog Sword, Rushing Fog Storm. The attack carves across the salamander's flaming head and interrupts its assault. Stunned, the knight looks up and recognizes that someone has intervened. Another salamander still bears down on her, showing the danger is not over yet. The newcomer grabs her and apologizes as he pulls her out of the monster's path. He carries her clear just as the salamander's fiery strike crashes into the ground where she had been standing. As the burning beasts rampage through the lava field, a blonde knight drags the blue-haired woman to safety while the heat and destruction close in around them. The woman suddenly connects the situation to Brian and fears he may be allied with the masked figure behind the chaos. One of the flaming monsters surges forward, making it clear the attack is about to reach them. Its fiery charge tears through the battlefield, spreading more destruction across the molten ground. The blast races past the rock formations, forcing the survivors to cling to what little cover they have. Pinned behind a stone outcrop, the knight begs her to stay put a little longer while the danger passes. He warns that another strike is imminent, bracing for the monsters to hit their position. Before the beasts can reach them, a dark-clad young man suddenly appears beside them, and the woman recognizes Cyan. The monsters hesitate and turn their attention away, as if something has disrupted their frenzy. Cyan mocks the creature's erratic behavior, immediately noticing that their pattern has broken down. A fierce female fighter named Kiram charges in and angrily demands to know why the beasts are scattering instead of staying on target. The knight is delighted by her arrival and urges Cyan to finish things while she keeps the pressure on. The woman is caught off guard, realizing Cyan has stepped into the crisis at exactly the right moment. Cyan launches a technique called Thick Fog Third Form, Fog's Descent, dropping into the middle of the monster's formation. He follows it with Void Sphere, gathering a dense mass of dark energy in his hand. The beasts roar in alarm as they sense the threat bearing down on them. Cyan activates Division, splitting his attack into multiple strikes. The first impact slams into a monster's body with crushing force. The barrage continues, smashing through more of the pack before they can recover. A storm of void spheres rains across the battlefield, wiping out the surrounding monsters in rapid succession. When the assault ends, the immediate area falls quiet except for the hiss of lava and drifting debris. With the beasts gone, the knight helps the woman move out from cover into the open ruins. Surveying the aftermath, she admits she had already begun to suspect the truth behind the masked enemy. Facing Cyan directly, she says the person behind the mask was someone she knew all too well. The weight of that realization hits hard, and the tension between them turns personal. She steadies herself and prepares to reveal what she has finally understood. Cyan addresses Kiram with relief, glad he arrived before matters became even worse. As the woman is treated, the truth comes out. Cecilia had been acting as Princess Violet's spy. The woman bitterly blames herself for missing it until now, feeling foolish for being deceived so completely. She confesses that even while speaking about preserving the family's legacy, she failed to see how deeply that ideal had been twisted. Cyan tells her the blame does not rest on her alone, but on Cecilia, Princess Violet, and the forces manipulating them. He adds Askel's name to that list, making clear he sees him as central to what happened. Shaken, she presses Cyan to say whether he believes Askel deliberately set all of this in motion. Cyan answers that her father gave the order, but he is convinced Askel was the one who pushed him toward it. Unable to accept it, she asks why anyone would go that far. Cyan explains that Askel wanted the family's will to continue through himself, no matter the cost. She repeats that phrase in disbelief, as its true meaning begins to sink in. Then the horror becomes clear to her. Askel was willing to have his own sister killed for that inheritance. The shock aggravates her condition, and Cyan catches her as pain from her injury overwhelms her. While supporting her, Cyan asks if she is truly certain about Askel, and she answers that she knows exactly what kind of man he is. Even so, she is unsettled that Cyan sensed the truth too, because something about Askel has always felt unnaturally wrong. Cyan quietly notes that her father and the others never perceived it, suggesting Askel possesses something hidden that he does not. She recalls the earlier battle and says it felt as though an unseen force had intervened around Askel. In her memory, that invisible power shielded Askel from a lethal strike. Cyan recognizes the description immediately and focuses on the implication. He remembers the exact instant he thought he had finally reached Askel. At the moment his demonic sword should have connected, something intangible blocked him. The memory confirms that the blow was stopped by a force neither visible nor ordinary. He realizes that power was strong enough to deflect even the demonic sword itself. From that, Cyan concludes there is only one possible explanation. Cyan urges that they must warn her father at once, but the young man insists the Emperor will never believe them. She argues that he might listen if they stand before him together. He refuses, apologizing and warning that if they do that, the entire order of the Knights of Light could turn against them. That possibility leaves Cyan shaken as she realizes the accusation reaches far beyond one man. He recalls that in his previous life, Askel stood at the center of public adoration. To the people, Askel was loved and trusted like a savior. Even he had once shared that faith, because no one around Askel ever seemed to doubt him. Looking back, he now sees that Askel had been elevated into something like a sacred figure, and yet he came to understand that anyone widely trusted will also have unseen enemies. His father died, and the Emperor Lindell pursued only his own ambition. Boris, who sought only truth, also placed complete trust in Askel. That trust was absolute, without even the smallest suspicion. Even in the final moments of his past life, while raging at the betrayal, one question kept haunting him. He needed to know why he had ever trusted Askel in the first place. The answer he reached was that Askel, heir to Lindell's authority, had been accepted as the world's destined savior. Before that truth can be discussed further, a dragon-like threat descends and the guards rush to shield the princes. The monster crashes into the battlefield with overwhelming force. The princes panic and bicker as the impact throws the escort into chaos. A sudden counterattack cuts through the destruction before the beast can finish its strike. One prince realizes Askel has stepped in to confront the monster directly. Askel calmly orders the creature to keep its distance. The beast answers with a violent surge of dark power and charges anyway. Askel raises a holy shield, invoking judgment as he prepares to stop it. The monster fires a concentrated blast of purple energy straight at him. While the princes still squabble in the background, Askel remains composed in the path of the attack. He answers with a massive radiant barrier, expanding his defense into a towering wall. The dark beam slams into the golden shield and tears across the ground. The attack keeps drilling forward, trying to break through by sheer force. Its power erupts around the soldiers, forcing everyone nearby to recoil in terror. Dark spikes engulf the area, threatening to swallow Askel and anyone behind him. For a moment, even the monster seems startled by what meets its assault. Askel's light bursts through the darkness and shatters the attack from within. He drives his power upward in a decisive counterstrike. A spear of holy light pierces straight through the monster's head. The beast reels as the blow tears through it. With a final radiant eruption, the dragon collapses and the danger is broken. Askel lowers his hand and immediately checks whether everyone survived. The soldiers erupt in praise, convinced that Askel has saved them and stands far above the dragon. One prince eagerly promises to report Askel's heroism to their father. Askel receives the praise in silence. Then he answers with perfect humility, framing his intervention as service to the royal family. Watching this, Cyan is shaken by the thought that even someone like Askel could truly be the chosen savior of Lindell. The young man explains that Lindell only needed a savior, regardless of what kind of person filled that role. Once a man is declared chosen by a god, denying him becomes sacrilege and people begin creating a faith around him. Cyan struggles to reconcile that with the god she has believed in all her life. Still troubled, she asks how he could possibly know all of this. He refuses to explain for now, deciding inwardly that he cannot let her become more involved. Instead of pressing him, Cyan takes his hand and tells him she trusts him enough to wait. She asks only that he tell her someday and not carry this burden alone. Moved by her faith, he finally softens and agrees. A purple-haired woman gratefully thanks Brian for healing her, and he brushes it off awkwardly. That light moment turns tense when the black-haired young man looms behind her with a dark, possessive intensity that unsettles Brian. When asked what she will do next, she makes clear she has a more urgent matter to settle first. She decides to find Cecilia, determined to learn why she was betrayed. The young man offers to help her pursue Cecilia, forcing her to consider his usefulness. He argues Cecilia cannot have gotten far, implying he already has a way to track or catch her. Elsewhere, the story shifts to Violet's hidden refuge. Inside, a pink-haired knight senses danger and alerts the blonde woman with her that someone has arrived. She realizes the approaching mana is unfamiliar, which means an unknown intruder has found the hideout. The blonde woman is stunned because she believed only she knew of this place. Before they can react further, something tears into the room from outside with violent force. A sword crashes through the wall in a burst of power, striking close enough to throw the room into panic. The blonde woman screams as the attack confirms the hideout has been breached. The knight immediately recognizes the weapon and understands who must be behind the assault. She identifies it as Miss Alice's sword, linking the attack to the person she feared. Back at the earlier battlefield, someone examines the ground for lingering evidence. A blonde knight detects residue from a magic scroll and concludes Cecilia escaped by teleportation. He orders his men to search the surrounding area for shelter, reasoning the fugitive may have reappeared nearby. One subordinate worries about Princess Violet's safety, revealing that her whereabouts are tied to the search. The blonde knight withholds judgment and decides they will confirm Violet's condition themselves. He splits the force, sending others to guard the prince while his search party moves out. At the safe house, the pink-haired knight bursts outside at full speed to intercept the intruder herself. As she charges, she realizes the overwhelming mana and bloodlust she sensed earlier did not belong to a monster but to a boy. That mismatch troubles her, because someone so young should not carry such killing intent. She quickly corrects herself and suspects the true threat may be someone accompanying him. Refusing to be caught off guard, she activates Windwalker to maximize her speed. She launches into a rapid aerial rush, intent on overwhelming the enemy before they can act. But the hooded intruder meets her approach with calm precision, his glowing eyes fixed on her as her blade closes in. He slips past the strike at the last instant, leaving her attack to carve through empty space. The miss shocks her, because she expected her speed to be decisive. She halts and demands to know who he is, noting that even the elite verts do not move like this. The hooded young man offers no answer, only a silent, threatening stare. Instead of pressing for his name, she tests a more urgent suspicion and asks whether he was the one who saved Miss Alice with that thrown sword. His silence effectively confirms he is connected to Alice, even if he refuses to explain himself. Taking that as enough, she decides to force a response through combat. With a predatory grin, she invokes Windwalker again and commits fully to the fight. Her next burst of speed slams into the ground and sends cutting wind through the area. She surrounds him with intersecting wind blades, trying to trap him in a net of unavoidable attacks. The barrage closes from every direction, turning the battlefield into a cage of slicing currents. Yet he threads through the openings with impossible timing, never losing composure. He continues evading at point-blank range, treating her fastest techniques as if they were predictable. She admits to herself that only a handful of knights in the order can rival her speed, and he is somehow keeping up. Unwilling to be outpaced, she pushes harder rather than letting his rhythm control the fight. Even then, he slips away again, appearing where she does not expect and breaking her momentum. The repeated evasions finally shake her confidence as she realizes this is no fluke. She reaches the alarming conclusion that he may actually be faster than she is. What unsettles her even more is that he has dominated the exchange without drawing a weapon. Her wind attacks keep lashing through the trees and ground, but none of them pin him down. Frustrated and determined not to be belittled, she gathers more power for a stronger finishing move. She unleashes Sharp Storm in a furious, electrified strike, escalating the duel into a far deadlier clash. A massive surge of blue-white power tears down into the battlefield, violently announcing a new attack. The blast detonates through the canyon with enough force to hurl debris and bodies aside. When the shock clears, the ruined pass is left split open, with one battered survivor stranded at its center. A hooded figure steps forward and calmly gathers a dark purple spell in one hand, showing complete control of the situation. The injured pink-haired woman realizes too late that another lethal strike is coming. The masked attacker invokes Void Sphere, preparing a concentrated void spell to finish her. The spell shifts into absorption, turning into a focus beam meant to consume its target outright. That purple ray slams down through the rubble and engulfs the woman where she lies. She screams as the void energy tears through her, confirming the attack is devastating rather than merely restraining. The impact erupts across the canyon and leaves her crushed in the aftermath. With the fight already decided, someone approaches her at an unhurried pace. Broken and unable to rise, she bitterly accepts that she has lost completely. Coughing blood, she admits she never imagined dying in such a miserable place. As the hooded figure closes in like an executioner, she asks for at least some answer before the end. Since she expects to die anyway, she begs to know whether Miss Alice is still alive. Instead of answering directly, the hooded figure is more interested in why she seems oddly calm about dying. The figure points out that she does not look relieved at all. What she had really expected was torment, as if this death should have been punishment. The wounded woman agrees and calls her fate deserved retribution for what she did. But the next voice that challenges that idea is instantly familiar enough to shock her. Alice appears in person with a knight beside her, proving she is alive and confronting the dying woman directly. Alice demands to know why she betrayed her. The pink-haired woman's first response is relief and gratitude that Alice survived. Alice rejects that reaction and furiously insists on the truth behind the deception. Faced with Alice's anger, the woman finally breaks down and begins to explain. She starts with her past. Her hometown was a small village that vanished in a monster attack. She had been the only survivor, left hiding in the ruins and close to death. Then rescuers discovered her among the wreckage. They reassured the terrified child that the monsters had been defeated and she was safe now. Under royal orders, the knights took her in and treated her as someone worth saving. She remembers that rescue as a miracle that came just before she would have died. The one who gave her shelter afterward was Princess Violet, and that kindness became a debt she never forgot. Years later, she believed she had finally found a way to repay that debt. That led her into the Vert household, where she was placed close to them to await Violet's instructions. There, she also came to know Alice personally. Looking back, she now says she regrets that choice. She believes she should never have left, because getting close to Alice only made her betrayal worse. In her guilt, she thinks it would have been better if she had simply died in her ruined village. What destroyed any remaining hesitation was Violet's order to kill Alice that very day because she considered her a threat. Back in the present, Alice struggles to understand why Violet would see her that way. The explanation is political. Violet feared the Verts because of their closeness to First Prince Luenel and suspected they stood on his side. According to the confession, Violet's paranoia deepened under pressure until she trusted only her own judgment. The dying woman contrasts that with Alice, realizing too late that she served the wrong person. She apologizes because Alice trusted her to the very end, and she knows she betrayed that trust completely. Before the exchange can settle, the hooded figure abruptly cuts her off. The figure reveals himself as Cyan and rejects the idea that her betrayal can be excused as mere manipulation or helplessness. Alice is stunned to learn the masked attacker was Cyan, while the knight tries to slow him down before he acts. Cyan ignores the plea and summons a red, lethal weapon, making clear he intends to pass judgment himself. The wounded woman accepts his decision without resistance and acknowledges his authority. Alice's companion urgently restrains her and asks for more time, trying to stop Cyan from ending the matter immediately. A desperate voice urges the others to trust Master Cyan for the moment, jolting the blonde man into alarm. Before anyone can settle the situation, a black-haired intruder lunges into action with violent speed. Cyan tries to stop what is happening, but her warning comes too late. The attacker smashes through the target with overwhelming force. The impact tears apart the room and sends debris flying. A blonde woman in the room is startled by the sudden breach and demands to know who has entered. She immediately realizes Cecilia is missing and curses the timing, understanding a larger problem has begun. A new arrival steps in and calmly announces that he has found her. She is shaken that this man managed to locate her hiding place at all. The blonde knight identifies himself as her escort, addressing her with formal respect while making his presence feel like a threat. She bluntly notes that he looks more ready to execute her than protect her, and calls out his audacity. He admits he had intended to kill her. He explains that his original plan was to let both her and another prince die at a monster's hands. She realizes he is holding her responsible for what happened and that he has come to collect the price. Refusing to wait for judgment, she attacks first with a concealed weapon and a divine technique. Her strike destroys his weapon in a burst of fire. He remains composed and reveals he is still fully in the fight. She mocks his persistence but probes whether he truly means to carry his murderous intent through. He gives her no clear answer, keeping her off balance as he advances. Noticing the blade he now carries, she recognizes it as Alice's sword. He demands to know where his sister is, and she answers with cruel satisfaction that she had her killed. He absorbs the claim without breaking, while she tries to justify it as a precaution in case his sister was allied with Lionel. Seeing no immediate rage from him, she taunts him and asks whether he intends to avenge his sister too. Instead of taking the bait, he says he is reconsidering his entire course of action. That answer unsettles her more than anger would have. He wrenches the sword free and remarks on how calm she remains despite her danger. As he closes the distance, he agrees that eliminating suspicious pieces is a sensible move. He admits he is genuinely surprised, because unlike Prince Lionel, she acts decisively when threatened. Her confidence falters as she realizes he does not seem driven by family loyalty at all and cannot read what he truly wants. He reveals that the original scheme was doomed from the beginning and that he intends to report its failure to Prince Lionel. Then he makes his real offer. He wants her to join his own plan instead. She immediately assumes that would mean serving Lionel's side. He denies that outright and claims he and Lionel are merely using each other. When she questions that story, he says her belief is irrelevant because Lionel is only one component of what he is building. She tests the idea by asking if he means to seize the empire for himself. He says rulership does not matter to him and turns the question back on what outcome she thinks he seeks. His answer is extreme. He wants to eradicate evil from the world entirely. She can only respond with disbelief, unsure whether he is insane, sincere, or both. He leaves even that uncertain, refusing to let his true nature be neatly defined. Then his attention snaps elsewhere as he senses a nearby presence he identifies as genuine evil. A violent disturbance erupts through the wall, interrupting their standoff. He feels an ominous mana unlike anything he has encountered before, so intense it sends a chill through him. As purple power tears through the structure, he realizes the presence carries not just malice but bloodlust. A dark orb of destructive energy bursts into the room, forcing both of them into immediate survival mode. They are swept aside together as the strange power floods the chamber, and even she is left stunned by what has appeared. Within the swirling darkness, a single red light forms like an eye or a targeting point. The knight locks onto it at once, recognizing an enemy far beyond the room's earlier intrigue. A red beam crashes down from the vortex with catastrophic force. Facing the new threat directly, he demands to know its identity. The being answers that it is the evil he has been searching for, and perhaps the end he has been moving toward as well. A masked attacker opens the fight with fog sword, 8 fluttering petals, filling the area with a storm of red slashes aimed at the blonde knight protecting the woman behind him. The barrage tears into the ground around them, and the woman cries out as the attack closes in. The knight catches a crucial detail in the assault and realizes the enemy's technique is more dangerous than it first appeared. He immediately casts the Xi, throwing up a barrier as the woman recoils from the sudden impact. The shield absorbs a violent blast, but the force still devastates the area around them. Shaken, the woman realizes her safe house is being destroyed in the middle of the attack. A direct hit obliterates what remains of the shelter, confirming the attacker is deliberately targeting more than just the knight. The destruction escalates into a full explosion, leaving the woman exposed and terrified. The knight rushes back through the rain to stand between her and the attacker, and she anxiously checks that Sir Askel is still standing. Askel steadies himself and concludes the enemy has no intention of stopping, then prepares a stronger countermeasure with adamant. The masked man answers by forming a dense red sphere of power, building pressure for another strike before Askel can finish. Askel invokes Ascalon, channeling a radiant attack through his weapon in a direct attempt to break the enemy's offense. A pillar of holy light crashes into the red sphere and splits it apart. The enemy's magic is forced open, carving a path straight through the attack zone. Watching the masked man recover inside the shattered spell, Askel realizes with alarm that his opponent can also use spatial magic. The attacker lunges out of the collapsing energy with a crimson blade, trying to close the distance before Askel can capitalize. Askel meets the charge with a burst of golden force, intercepting the strike head-on. The clash overwhelms the masked man's body with pain, and he screams as the counterattack tears through him. In that instant, the attacker senses something unexpected in Askel's power, and is visibly thrown off. Askel blasts him away, forcing the masked man back across the ruined ground. Askel judges that this is no ordinary assassin, while the woman behind him is stunned by how serious the threat has become. Even so, Askel hardens his resolve and decides he will win this fight. The woman, still shaken on the bed amid the rain and wreckage, can only brace herself and watch what happens next. The masked man drops to one knee and calls out to Kirim, revealing that the backlash from Askel's strike has badly hurt him. His cursed blade seems to answer, and he describes the sensation as if his entire body were being ripped apart. He concludes that this agony must be caused by Askel's power, and the discovery frustrates him. Askel presses the advantage and taunts him for hesitating after boasting that he would be Askel's end. He openly invites another attack, confident enough to challenge the assassin to come at him directly. But the masked man admits to himself that, despite wanting Askel dead, the knight's power makes him feel sick enough to retreat. Having now seen what Askel can do, he decides continuing the fight would be too risky. Instead of pressing the duel, he suddenly turns his attention to the woman behind Askel. She spots bloody belongings and a sword she recognizes as Cecilia's, and panic replaces her fear. When she demands to know what he did to Cecilia, the masked man coldly answers that he purified her. Askel understands the euphemism at once and tells the woman that Cecilia is dead. Realizing murder was the attacker's true objective, Askel demands to know who sent him. The masked man identifies himself as one of the Mist, a group that exists to purge those they deem unworthy of reason. Askel recognizes the name and realizes that organization has become active again. Before he can force more answers, the assassin dissolves into red mist and vanishes from the battlefield. Askel immediately suspects the mist may be the hidden force that has been obstructing his plans all along. The last traces of the assassin's red haze disappear into the rain, leaving only the aftermath behind. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a quiet rocky waterfall under clear daylight, far from the ruined battlefield. A dark-haired woman comes to in pain, clutching her head and realizing she had been close to death. A young man named Cyan checks on her, and she admits the pain she felt was unlike anything she had ever experienced. She concludes that they cannot even touch their enemy directly, and the problem is more complicated than she expected. Cyan tells her there may still be a solution. He reveals Duran Dark's elemental stone, the purity of gods, and says that although it is only a hypothesis, it may let them fight the enemy. As he raises the artifact, the woman urgently tries to stop him. She realizes he brought it for this purpose and warns that using it could kill him. Another woman arrives and calls out to Cyan as she sees the tense exchange over the stone. Cyan acknowledges the danger but insists this is the only path left to them. A blue-haired woman resolves to move forward for the sake of the people she still has to protect. A hooded young woman hears that vow and understands it as a refusal to repeat an old failure. Watching from above, Cyan senses that the woman has awakened unusual strength, enough to rival his own level. Before parting, the blue-haired woman hands the hooded girl something important. The item is revealed to be Marion's token, a keepsake with real use rather than just sentiment. She explains that the spirit realm is sealed off, but this token should let the girl enter Fruina anyway. The blue-haired woman sends her off with a warning to stay safe, and the girl is shaken by the unexpected kindness. The hooded girl gratefully accepts the help and apologizes for what happened before. The blue-haired woman makes clear that gratitude does not mean forgiveness, and orders her not to come before her again. Accepting that boundary, the girl quietly leaves without protest. The blue-haired woman watches her go, still unsettled but firm in her decision. From a cliff above, Cyan's demonic companion questions why he is allowing the girl to leave alive. Cyan rejects the suggestion, saying he already killed her once in his previous life. Looking back on that past, he concludes that killing her had never truly been necessary. He remembers finding her utterly broken after everything had collapsed around her. Her ruin had come from the guilt of causing her sister's death, so this time, he tells himself he has reduced that burden and given her a chance to recover. A memory confirms that even she understood the weight of what he had done and addressed him with wary respect. That memory turns violent as Cyan strikes without hesitation. Someone tries to stop him, but the intervention comes too late. His blow lands on the white-haired girl. The impact shatters the ornament she wore, marking the finality of the attack. Back in the present, Cyan coldly reflects that she already died once, and that he has effectively taken payment for that life. He had left her hidden away until the right moment, making her wonder whether he could somehow see the future. She came to believe he had spared her because he expected she would someday be able to make amends. In her heart, she vows that if that chance comes, she will repay Cyan with her life if necessary. The demonic sword spirit abruptly shifts the mood by teasing Cyan for looking weak and unwell. She pokes at him and bluntly asks if he is actually dying. The blue-haired woman recognizes the spirit as Kirim, startling Cyan. Kirim confirms the girl has been sent away, and Cyan credits the blue-haired woman for making that possible. The blue-haired woman thanks him for saving her, and is introduced to the bizarre reality that his weapon is a talking demon. She wonders whether she and Kirim can get along, but Kirim brushes the concern aside. Seeing how familiar they seem, the blue-haired woman guesses Kirim might be a friendly demonic sword and notes her closeness to Cyan. Kirim denies any affection and describes their bond as a master-subject relationship, leaving the woman confused. Then Kirim possessively clarifies that Cyan's body belongs to her, and warns the woman not to interfere. The blue-haired woman immediately drops the idea of friendship, realizing Kirim is anything but nice. The scene shifts to Lewin Academy, where another thread of the story begins. Dean Kindle reads a letter from Alice claiming she has finally found answers to the doubts that have been troubling her. In the letter, Alice says she has chosen to leave the Knights of Light because they have strayed from their true purpose. She argues that the Order is protecting the wrong people and has lost sight of justice. She adds that the corruption runs through the household itself, and that even her father is being drawn into it. Alice promises to visit soon because there is something important she needs to discuss in person. She says the matter concerns her brother Askel and Prince Luenel, and that she will explain everything when they meet. Kindle, saddened but unsurprised, agrees to look after Cyan until then and reflects that both families are in turmoil. He notes that Alice is still driven by concern for her younger brother, and decides he will honor that request. Their private moment ends when Boris arrives, and Kindle turns to him. Kindle casually asks how academy life is treating him, and Boris answers that he is settling in little by little. But the dean did not summon him for small talk and reveals he has a specific question in mind. He directly asks why Boris never mentioned that he was working for Prince Luenel, his own grandson. Boris answers with a calm smile, insisting he was not hiding it because it has nothing to do with his official work at the academy. An older man presses his visitor for the real reason behind the meeting, and the answer comes plainly: the visitor is searching for someone. He immediately narrows the matter down by asking whether that target has already been found. The visitor confirms that the search is likely over. Instead of indulging the obvious tension, the seated man abruptly shuts down the performance and forces the conversation into seriousness. He warns that if the visitor truly came for the child being sought, then any reckless move will be met without mercy. Rather than backing down, the visitor accepts the warning with a knowing smile and addresses him with familiar respect, revealing this was a test of boundaries. Away from that meeting, the observer reflects that the reaction was stronger than expected. While sending out a report, he concludes that Cyan must be protected by influential connections and grows more intrigued by the boy. He treats the matter as fresh intelligence worth recording and preparing to act on. A magical messenger appears and demands to know what he intends to do next. The spirit warns that if another human becomes involved, the situation around the mist will become much harder to control, but he assures that he already understands. The warning continues. Kareem is unlike the spirit because he has a physical body and can intervene directly. He answers that the simplest solution is to sever Cyan's support network first, and the spirit approves the plan. As he takes responsibility for handling it, another woman arrives in response to his summons. Boris greets Ms. Sarika politely, but makes clear he called her because he wants information, not courtesy. He asks specifically about Cyan, catching Sarika off guard with the directness of the question. She explains that Cyan rarely leaves his dorm or attends class, yet his ability is undeniable. Half impressed and half amused, she suggests he may simply be a born genius and probes why Boris cares so much. Boris admits Cyan first drew his attention on his own merits. Then he reveals the real concern. He is now interested in the people surrounding Cyan as well, which immediately puts Sarika on edge. Realizing the danger in his focus, Sarika prepares to invoke the power of the black fog. The shift in her eyes shows that she has committed to attacking before he can press further. She launches forward, gathering dark power into motion. Boris reacts at once, throwing up a defense as her strike comes in. Sarika escalates by unleashing a monstrous hound formed from black-red fog and ravenous jaws. The summoned hellhound surges out as a direct killing move. Boris is forced back as the beast's many maws and eyes fill the battlefield. The attack expands into a chaotic barrage, turning the area into a lethal trap of crossing force. Sarika follows by drawing deeper on the black fog god's power instead of stopping at a single summon. She opens a fog domain, transforming the surroundings into a realm shaped by her authority. Boris is impressed rather than frightened, realizing she can create an entirely separate space. He understands that this domain is how the mana of the mist is kept from spilling into the normal world. Sarika tells him that since he has uncovered too much, she can no longer let him leave alive. She openly declares that if he wants death, she is prepared to deliver it herself. Boris answers by raising a spellbook and calmly insisting that defeating him will not be easy. Sarika mocks his confidence and challenges how long it will survive once the fight truly begins. The confrontation widens as Boris faces Sarika and multiple hooded figures within the shattered domain. Sarika formally names him and declares that his purification is about to begin, framing the battle as judgment. Boris responds by opening his grimoire and embracing the fight instead of retreating. With a grin, he makes clear he intends to take on all of them at once. Elsewhere, a quiet domestic scene is interrupted when a horned girl recognizes her father's return before anyone else can react. He steps through a red portal back home with a knight beside him, announcing simply that he has returned. The girl immediately throws herself at him, knocking into him with all the force of pent-up affection. At the same time, the knight is met with a much more practical welcome when he is begged for food. As father and daughter collapse into an awkward embrace, he notices how much she has grown and gently asks whether she has been doing well. She happily says she has, proudly adding that she has followed his instructions and stayed with Sarika. He is relieved to see she has been holding herself together, crediting Sarika's training for that stability. That thought brings back the image of a beast-like breakdown he clearly still fears. He remembers entrusting Sarika with training Nana to control those violent episodes because he cannot allow another banquet of blood. Looking over the aftermath of Sarika's brutal training, he realizes just how harsh the Hall Master's methods must be. A warning hangs over Saria as her instincts start to seize up and something in front of her begins to stir. The corrupted force erupts violently, confirming the threat is already active. Elsewhere, the group briefly relaxes as one report says Saria skipped training because she had other plans. That immediately raises suspicion about what she intended to do instead. The woman on the sofa reveals she sent Saria to purify Boris Guy. She explains that Boris is present as an instructor under a false identity, and Saria should be able to reach him because she is one too. The boy objects that Eri would never have allowed that if she knew what Saria was walking into. The woman counters that if he knows about the scripture, then Saria and Mist should be capable of handling the situation. His reaction gives away that he recognizes her Thkria, exposing knowledge he had kept hidden. Pressed on why he concealed it, he can only admit he did not think it mattered. He drops the argument, and decides there is no time to rest, preparing to go after Saria himself. He insists Boris's bloodline is the real danger, and hurriedly entrusts Emily and Nana to Brian while he leaves. That abrupt handoff catches Brian and the maid in the middle of eating, leaving them confused. Brian casually admits he is just hungry and even offers to tag along, but the urgency of the situation makes that impossible. The boy refuses and goes only with Kiram, noting that Brian is strangely the first normal person who can stomach Emily's cooking. Brian takes the praise in stride and asks if his role is simply to wait behind. Nana panics at being left behind and protests that her father is already departing. He reassures her that staying is safer because the place he is going could become dangerous. Before leaving, he tells the others he will handle the matter directly, and leaves Emily and Nana under Brian's protection. At the battlefield, Saria is knocked down as the enemy's pressure keeps mounting around her. She forces herself back up, disgusted by the man she is facing and increasingly certain he is vile. Around her, civilians move like puppets, showing that the corruption has spread far beyond a single opponent. Seeing the blood-soaked devastation, she realizes the massacre itself may also be his work. She judges that the marionettes are weaker than the sea creatures from the banquet, but their numbers and coordination make them dangerous. Her enemy opens a glowing book and mocks her as if she is already tiring. He advances through the chaos, treating the current assault as only the beginning of a larger execution. With dark power gathering in his hand, he promises he still has stronger attacks in reserve. Saria catches the shift in danger an instant before the next strike lands. She is forced into evasive movement as multiple marionettes dive at her from all sides. Even while retreating, she keeps cutting through attackers to avoid being boxed in. She answers with Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, sending slashing lines through the crowd. Without pausing, she expands the technique into Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals, carving a wider net through the battlefield. She follows with Secret Technique, Bloodthirst Wave, unleashing a stronger burst to break the encirclement. But in the middle of her offense, a sudden counterattack slips through and catches her off guard. Golden strikes rain down across the area, turning every possible opening into another trap. As she runs, Saria realizes the enemy keeps covering his own vulnerabilities with advanced spells while the marionettes pressure her relentlessly. One puppet lunges from behind just as she tries to reposition. Another cuts across her path, proving they are coordinating to herd her rather than merely swarm her. Their attacks force her into a narrow line of escape. When the next wave converges, she understands they are reading her movements in advance. The enemy activates puppeteering, Nidstang, tightening his control over the marionettes. The puppets begin detonating with violent bursts of stored power instead of simply attacking physically. Saria finally grasps the true nature of the threat as the battlefield lights up around her. Explosions chain outward among the controlled bodies, turning the entire area into a killing field. Blasted through the air, she realizes each marionette contains a huge reserve of mana and is far more dangerous than it first appeared. Before she can recover, more red-eyed puppets close in from every direction. They erupt one after another, surrounding her in overlapping explosions. The barrage hurls Saria downward, leaving her suspended between impact and collapse. Watching from behind his book, the enemy decides this is the moment to finish her. He invokes Warhammer as Saria, bloodied and cornered, braces for the final blow. A blazing golden weapon crashes down from above and slams into the ruined ground with overwhelming force. The impact leaves behind a radiant hammer-like divine armament embedded in the rubble, still burning with power. A composed man approaches the battlefield and treats the chaos as a solved problem rather than a threat. As he studies his book, he realizes the key to his opponent's technique and calmly announces his understanding. He identifies the woman's marionettes as the real subject of his analysis, drawing everyone's attention to her method. He explains that these puppets are abnormal because they can track an enemy through mana rather than acting like ordinary constructs. He further concludes that the glowing spellbook in his hand is the source that governs and empowers those marionettes. Though wounded and cornered, the woman confirms his insight and recognizes the object as a divine armament overflowing with mana. Pleased to have his deductions validated, he praises her skill while making it clear he still holds the advantage. Then his tone turns mocking as he challenges her to prove that all her knowledge can actually change the outcome. He activates Imaginarium, and black magic erupts from the ground to seize and choke the nearby puppets. The marionettes falter under the attack, their movements disrupted as the spell tears through them. Floating above the fight, he presses the attack and tells her resistance is pointless now that her puppets are failing. A blade-like strike drops toward the ground, signaling her answer before he can finish claiming victory. Refusing to surrender, the woman releases a surge of violet power and rises back into the fight with renewed resolve. She triggers a secret technique, focusing everything into a dangerous last move. Her power floods across the battlefield in a dark purple wave that races outward from her position. From that surge she summons a massive familiar, Greedy Mammon, a monstrous beast that bursts into the enemy ranks. The man is visibly shaken that she can still produce a technique of that scale in her condition. He realizes the mana around her has vanished completely, meaning she somehow cast the familiar without leaving any trace to follow. The summoned beast roars to life, fully committed to the attack. Her allies recognize the familiar and are stunned by what she has unleashed. Greedy Mammon charges through the battlefield, scattering the marionettes and tearing apart the enemy formation. Its rampage continues in a blur of crushing force, smashing through anything in its path. The beast corners the man's side and drives the pressure directly onto him and his remaining forces. As the familiar mauls the puppets, she bitterly mocks him for ruining the marionettes he worked so hard to create. Watching the destruction, he admits her talent is extraordinary even while trying to stay composed. He argues that her triumph is temporary because she has exhausted all her mana and should no longer be able to cast even a basic spell. Certain that he has found her limit, he smiles and prepares to end the fight. He opens his divine spellbook and declares that her choice to keep fighting has sealed her defeat. Before he can capitalize, the ground erupts beside him from a sudden close-range attack. She appears at his back in an instant and taunts him for talking so much in the middle of a duel. He reflexively throws up a protection spell, barely intercepting her strike. Even with the barrier saving him, he is rattled because he never saw her movement at all. She answers his confusion with a bloody grin, proving she can still fight lethally without relying on mana. He unleashes a barrage of magical blasts around her, trying to overwhelm her with sheer volume. The explosions tear through the area, but she keeps advancing through the bombardment. She closes the distance from above with twin blades ready, turning his ranged assault into a melee crisis. Her attack breaks through his space and drives him off balance before he can reset his casting. At point-blank range, she declares checkmate and commits to the finishing blow. The impact sends him flying and crashes him hard across the battlefield. He struggles up coughing, badly hurt and no longer in control of the exchange. Before he can recover, she is already on him again, denying him any breathing room. She seizes him and hurls him violently into a wall, keeping the pressure relentless. Pinned and grabbed by the throat, he realizes in panic that she is not even giving him time to chant. She holds a blade to him at close range while he desperately reaches for another option with one hand. Unable to cast normally, he switches to a spell that requires no chanting and activates mind through a green magic circle. She notices the trap too late and understands that he has found a way to counter her rush. The planted spell detonates beneath them in a violent green explosion that blasts both fighters apart. While still airborne, he immediately follows up by summoning multiple golden judgment spears to finish her before she can recover. A white-haired woman is violently hurled across the battlefield, already wounded and struggling to recover. Above her, a robed man unleashes a barrage of golden magic weapons, pressing the attack before she can regain control. The rain of summoned blades crashes down around her, turning the assault into a near-certain kill. Even as blood runs down her face, she forces herself conscious and refuses to collapse. She suddenly closes the distance and collides with the caster midair, catching him off guard. Realizing she has broken through his offense, he tenses as the fight shifts into close quarters. Their clash detonates into a violent burst of power that blasts the ground apart. When the dust settles, the man is left crouched and shaken, while the exchange pauses for a breath. He tries to end the confrontation for now, addressing Boris as if withdrawing from the field. But before he can disengage, the woman dives at him again, only to be stopped by a golden defensive armament surrounding him. She realizes his divine barrier can block even her direct strike, and the failed attack frustrates her. He admits they underestimated her, having mistaken her for an ordinary follower of Ecker. Facing him again across the glowing barrier, she prepares for another attempt despite the disadvantage. He judges that the black blood running from her wound marks her as either an executive or a returner, and concludes she is too dangerous to confront carelessly in his current state. That deduction catches her off guard and forces her to reassess what he knows. He openly identifies her as one of the black blood kin. She realizes the bloodline she thought had been erased in this era still has survivors. He bitterly explains that his own black blood is why he has always tried to avoid being injured and exposed. He reveals that the black blood kin were the ones who first created the marionettes and spread the tainted blood. The revelation lets her connect him to the massacre, and she names Boris Ruhelm as the one responsible. He casually admits she has figured him out, lamenting only that it will make it harder for him to keep operating here. Furious, she cuts off his smugness and lunges to stop him from escaping. He raises his spellbook again, preparing another defensive retreat while promising they will meet again. She rejects that outcome and swears she will not let him leave alive. To break through his protection, she calls forth a monstrous familiar behind her and drives the attack harder. The beast slams into the golden barrier, but the shield still holds under the impact. Boris is irritated that she still has this familiar to support her. He remembers the creature from before and recognizes it as a persistent complication. At the same time, he notes that the familiar has already consumed all of her puppet sacrifices, limiting what she can still use. She keeps striking at the barrier, but begins to realize brute force alone will not break it. She concludes that without his spellbook in play, she might have had a real chance to kill him. Then she senses a disturbance in the dimension itself, and realizes someone else has entered. A red streak tears through the space, making her suspect Boris as an accomplice. Instead, she recognizes the newcomer as Sion. Boris is alarmed that Sion has appeared at exactly the worst possible moment. Sion commits immediately, drawing his weapon and diving straight into the barrier. His strike meets her power at the same point, combining their attacks against Boris's defense. The joint impact finally shatters the golden protection in a violent explosion of light and force. The broken fragments scatter across the ground, marking the collapse of Boris's safeguard. Before the advantage can be seized, a black-haired woman arrives and coldly remarks on the scene as if she has been expecting this. She addresses her Takria directly, making clear that her target is not Boris but the white-haired woman. Amid the drifting remains of the barrier, her Takria demands to know how she was found here. The newcomer answers that she simply trusted her instincts. As she walks closer, she makes clear that what guided her was not reason but scent. She accuses her Takria of hypocrisy and says people like her give off a foul stench. Her Takria reminds her that she had already been warned. With rising hostility, her Takria declares that the woman chose the wrong side. The accusation makes the newcomer tense as her Takria moves to act. Her Takria invokes the top god's authority, Seraphim, and unleashes a massive winged power over the battlefield. At the same time, Boris's spellbook surges again, its eye-like sigil opening as another layer of magic activates. Eru unleashes a blinding divine attack, driving sacred symbols and force straight at Cyan and his ally. The blast slams through the area with crushing power, tearing up the ground as it surges forward. Cyan barely holds inside a golden barrier while the impact keeps grinding against them. Hearthcrea realizes the situation is turning disastrous and tries to reposition immediately. Seeing Cyan still trapped at the center of it, she calls out to him in alarm. From her view, Eru continues pouring overwhelming authority into the attack, refusing to let up. Even Eru is shaken that Cyan is enduring the authority of a top god instead of being erased by it. He concludes Cyan must be using more than the demon sword's ordinary power to survive this. Recognizing Eru by name, Cyan accuses him of hiding something far more dangerous than expected. Another ally moves to join Hearthcrea, ready to help finish Cyan before he can recover. That ally warns that the true owner of the demon sword is right in front of them and insists Cyan must be eliminated at once. Boris tries to press the attack, but a warning cuts in that they are nowhere near strong enough for this fight. The warning comes too late as Boris commits himself and charges in anyway. Eren notices the sudden shift just as the clash breaks out at close range. Cyan intercepts Boris's strike head-on, shocking him by meeting it directly instead of collapsing. With the demon sword in hand, Cyan drives through the opening and turns the exchange in his favor. He breaks past Hearthcrea's protection and wounds Boris, proving their defensive line can be breached. Hearthcrea is horrified that Cyan shattered her barrier and realizes this child is far more dangerous than they judged. She recalls the black sun-like fog tied to Cyan Vert and understands what kind of ominous force he represents. Reasoning that Cyan should still be vulnerable while her barrier remains active, she tries to pin him down before that changes. But Cyan's mana erupts violently, and the sheer force convinces Hearthcrea that he cannot be contained for long. Knowing disaster is imminent, she decides she has to act before the battle spirals beyond control. She launches herself into the fray with dark power, trying to stop Cyan's momentum. Black-red energy engulfs the clash as the two forces collide at point-blank range. Cyan answers by invoking Fog Sword, unshakable roots of a great tree, escalating the fight with inane technique. He forces more power through the blade, pushing past the pressure bearing down on him. The technique manifests as a monstrous hellhound that crashes into the sacred barrier and shocks his enemies. The impact tears across the battlefield and breaks their footing. In the confusion, Hearthcrea uses a secret unified demonic human form and physically seizes Cyan to pull him out. Cyan is stunned to realize the one rescuing him is the very hall master he had been fighting beside. A final burst detonates behind them as they escape the center of the attack. Hearthcrea carries Cyan clear of the blast while enduring the strain of the retreat herself. A pillar of divine force crashes down where they had been moments earlier, confirming how close they came to death. Watching from a distance, Hearthcrea admits their enemies broke through her fog domain and attributes it to the power of a god's weapon. She concludes the purification has failed because Cyan escaped with her. Once they are clear, Cyan demands to know why she interfered, and she snaps back that she just saved his life. He flatly corrects her, insisting he was the one who saved her instead. Her irritation flares at his attitude, but he ignores it and checks on Kirim through the demon's sword. Kirim weakly answers that it is going to sleep for a while, exhausted by what it just endured. Cyan realizes Hearthcrea must have felt the sword's pain directly through their connection, yet she still managed to withstand it. He decides that when the real battle begins, he may have no choice but to rely on that hidden power despite the cost. The scene shifts to Brno, a commercial city near Lewin, where a new meeting is about to unfold. In the crowd, someone notices a familiar figure's arrival and reacts with surprise. A hooded observer admits there had been doubts that this person would actually come. Those doubts vanish when the visitor appears in person, confirming the summons was answered. Inside a quiet cafe, the visitor remarks that it has been a long time since leaving the academy and admits the invitation was unexpected. The academy representative notes that the visitor almost never leaves the school grounds, making the trip unusual in itself. The visitor explains that the letter forced the issue because the situation sounded serious enough to demand attention. The representative asks whether this urgency is tied to the visitor's decision to leave the night order, though they had expected such independence eventually. The visitor dismisses household politics as secondary and says the real concern is Askell and Linnell, who posed the larger problem. Over tea, a blue-haired woman cautiously asks an old hooded elder what he knows about Askell. The elder admits he knows enough, and she presses him to judge what would happen if Askell became head of the household. She lays out the stakes herself. Askell would inherit the Empire's strongest military force and command countless gifted followers of the Knights of Light. The elder adds that even his own grandson Linnell would likely stand beside Askell, making that rise even more dangerous. That confirms her fears, so she demands the elder's honest view as Askell's grandfather. Instead of defending Askell, the elder recalls that Cyan once asked him to choose between the Empire's prosperity and his family's honor. He now feels Cyan understood the future better than he did, because he failed to grasp what the others were preparing. His words shock her, and she asks if he truly means Cyan foresaw this. The elder rises and warns her to leave the Empire for a time, even though he cannot fully explain how certain he is. He predicts a major calamity is about to strike the Empire and admits he can only try to limit the damage. The warning lands hard, and she is left reeling at the scale of the coming disaster. The elder finally names the threat. He believes a coup is forming, with internal conflict moving toward a seizure of the throne. Elsewhere in the commercial city of Brno, a pink-haired girl arrives in high spirits, thrilled by the unfamiliar sights around her. Her excitement spills out as she points at market goods and loudly marvels at the strange fruit. She keeps going by openly calling nearby non-human strange people, immediately offending the rough-looking trio she points at. Her armored guardian hurriedly apologizes and tries to defuse the confrontation before it turns ugly. A woman with them scolds the girl for pointing at strangers, while the insulted group continues glaring from behind. The guardian reminds them they must stay inconspicuous on the way to the safe house and pass as an ordinary family. He suddenly notices something important and freezes mid-thought. Realizing where he needs to go, he abruptly runs off, leaving the others confused as the girl calls after him. The woman chases after him, but the pink-haired girl lingers, distracted by something else. As the crowd moves on, the girl quietly slips away in another direction without anyone stopping her. Back at the building, the blue-haired woman stands by an open window, still processing the elder's warning. His words echo in her mind. The Empire may be on the verge of a coup and a struggle for the throne. She realizes with alarm that Askell and Linnell may already be involved, and wonders how Dean Kundal and Cyan learned of it first. That tense reflection is interrupted by someone arriving at the room. A familiar voice calls for Miss Alice, startling her out of her thoughts. She turns to find Emily and Brian at the door, surprised and relieved to see them again. As they greet each other, Alice learns they are living with Cyan at the academy because he still relies on them. That explanation leaves Alice awkwardly imagining Cyan sharing the academy with two women and even the demonic sword. Emily explains that Cyan had urgent business and sent the three of them ahead instead. Before Alice can make sense of that, the pink-haired girl suddenly darts out of sight inside the building. Brian panics when he realizes the child has vanished, and Alice immediately understands someone else came with them. He blames himself for losing track of her after only a moment. The group drops the reunion at once and rushes out to find her. Alice joins the search without hesitation, deciding that anyone important to Cyan matters to her as well. The search leads them to Brno's harbor as evening falls over the city. At the docks, two shady men open a large cargo hold and prepare for departure. They report that the ship is ready to leave and look forward to the profitable job. As they head off to inform their captain, the missing girl is already standing nearby on the pier. The men recognize her as the child who pointed at them earlier and wonder why she is alone. Rather than frightened, she stands her ground with unusual determination. The pair approach her casually and ask where her parents are, testing how easy she will be to manipulate. She points past them instead, drawing their attention toward the ship. She claims she smells something familiar from that direction, which immediately piques the elf's interest. The wolfman sees an easy opportunity and privately decides she will be profitable prey. His partner shares the same predatory amusement. They lure her in by saying the ship is full of delicious food, and she fixates on the mention of candy. The elf plays along, though he doubts someone her age should be fooled so easily. But the girl lights up with childlike greed at the promise of sweets, making herself look even easier to exploit. Two traffickers play nice and offer candy for free, trying to lure the little girl in. Her guardian immediately warns her that strangers who offer treats are dangerous, especially if they try to lead her somewhere dark and closed off. She eagerly repeats the lesson, showing she has taken his warning to heart. When the men try to draw her toward the bait, she fixates on the promised candy and follows the setup anyway. One of the kidnappers smugly reveals a stash inside, certain the trap has worked. Her guardian keeps protesting, stressing that she must never enter such a place just because someone tells her to. Believing she is foolish enough to fall for it, the man heads inside with confidence. The door is shut behind her, sealing the trap. The kidnappers celebrate their luck, treating her capture like easy profit. Inside, the girl wanders through the dim holding area, puzzled by the silence. Instead of candy, she notices barred cells and starts questioning what this place really is. She discovers imprisoned children and realizes this is a cage for captives, not a storeroom. That revelation makes her understand she was deceived. She tearfully admits she was tricked, apologizing to her guardian for ignoring his warning. As she steadies herself, she begins to think rather than panic. A familiar scent reaches her, and she recognizes it as the same smell she noticed earlier. Following that clue, she moves deeper into the prison. She tracks the smell to a covered cage and identifies it as the source. When she pulls it back, she finds the one giving off that scent. It is a chained red knoll pup, a rare high-rank monster, and to her it is simply the source of the delicious smell. Instead of fearing it, she reaches out gently. Her affection instantly disarms the pup, turning its aggression into confusion. She asks how it ended up trapped there and offers to free it, and the pup responds eagerly. She forces the bars apart and opens the cage without hesitation. As the pup comes out, she politely addresses the others nearby, already thinking beyond just one rescue. The imprisoned children beg to be released too, confirming the scale of the trafficking operation. She smiles with sudden resolve, no longer just a victim but someone about to act. With the pup beside her, she heads out to confront the people responsible. Outside, the traffickers report to their superiors at the harbor, where a giant Knoll champion and merchant leaders are preparing to depart with their human cargo. Their leader, CEO Tolino of the Red Knoll Merchant Union, is ready to leave port now that the shipment is secured. His subordinate confirms they are once again profiting by selling people. They explain that a rival merchant group has collapsed after Morris disappeared, leaving them freer to dominate the trade. Tolino boasts that with fewer competitors and a gray association that pays more for younger children, this haul will make them even richer. One subordinate voices unease, sensing trouble before they can absorb the rival union too. His concern is brushed aside and mocked, though he decides he should stay alert anyway. Tolino remains confident because he has a powerful Knoll champion guarding him. That confidence is shattered when a violent blast destroys the ship they were about to use. As everyone reels and demands to know who attacked them, the girl steps into view. She condemns them as bad adults, her anger no longer restrained. Power surges from her as draconic traits emerge, and she declares that she will not forgive them. The traffickers are stunned to realize the child they trapped is a draconic human. She points at them and openly accuses them all of being liars and child traffickers. One kidnapper snaps at being singled out and lashes back in anger. He and the Wolfman rush her, threatening brutal retaliation. She drops the first attacker with a single punch to the face. Her next strike floors the Wolfman just as easily. She continues through the remaining thug without slowing, overwhelming him in the same charge. Moments later she stands over the unconscious men, having crushed the ambush by herself. Tolino, amused rather than frightened, orders his forces to capture her alive, seeing her as a valuable prize. She suddenly senses a new threat approaching and turns her attention toward it. A chained wolf-like beast, its eyes burning red, strains against its restraints and prepares to attack. A small horned girl drops into the ruined area below, placing herself directly in the monster's path. The beast crashes down with overwhelming force, blasting apart the ground where it strikes. Watching from behind, a furious noble orders his pet to keep the girl alive. He berates the beast for risking damage to the valuable product he once preserved. The girl casually stops a massive falling slab with one hand, showing strength far beyond what anyone expected. Realizing something is off, she studies the beast more closely instead of panicking. Up close, she notices the restraint on the creature and begins to understand what has been done to it. The beast swings a huge block as armed fighters rush in, turning the scene into a chaotic melee. The girl slides low across the ground, evading the attack and repositioning with practiced speed. From safety, the noble rages that his monster should have crushed a mere child by now. He pours more mana into the beast, forcing it to overpower her through direct control. Driven into a frenzy, the beast raises its weapon for a killing blow. The girl answers with a concentrated burst of purple power, meeting the attack head-on. Her strike hits the restraint itself, aiming not at the beast but at what is controlling it. The impact sends the giant creature hurtling back toward the noble's platform. The noble realizes too late that the beast is flying straight at him and panics. The girl follows through and slams the beast into the structure, wrecking the area around its master. Elsewhere in town, people begin running toward the disturbance as the battle shock reaches them. Citizens and guards look toward the smoke and fire, alarmed by the sudden destruction. A guard senses a surge of mana from the source of the chaos and pinpoints where it came from. He leads a group to the scene at once, knowing they are already late. Buried in rubble, the noble curses the girl and vows revenge despite his injuries. He desperately orders the beast to kill her before she can finish exposing his scheme. But as he tries to command it again, he realizes the shackles binding it have failed. The broken restraint confirms the girl has severed his control over the creature. Freed at last, the beast erupts with its own red aura and turns its rage on the man who enslaved it. The noble freezes as the monster looms over him, now seeing him as the true target. The girl stands by while the noble's hired brute is struck down in the dust and screams. The beast's fury settles into wary confusion as it looks around without the controller's influence. The girl approaches calmly, no longer treating it as an enemy. From the beast's side, she appears small and harmless, inviting it to lower its guard. She keeps her expression steady, choosing gentleness over force. The beast hesitates, startled by her lack of fear and hostility. Then she presents a lost pup and cheerfully reveals that she found its child, guessing correctly that the beast is the mother. The pup barks excitedly, and the mother's aggression breaks under the shock of reunion. With the pup now perched on its shoulder, the mother leaves peacefully, and the girl sends them off with satisfaction. The victory immediately turns bittersweet for the girl as she starts missing her own father. Before she can dwell on it, rescued townspeople arrive and thank her for saving them. Children and survivors emerge from hiding behind the wreckage, confirming she protected them all. She pauses to consider what to do with the people left in her care. She calls over the former captors and enforcers, putting them on the spot. Pointing at the rescued civilians, she orders the culprits to take responsibility and escort everyone home safely. To make sure they obey, she bluntly threatens to eat them if they refuse. Terrified into submission, they instantly accept her authority and promise to comply. Under her watch, the shaken group leads the survivors away from the ruined site. Left behind, the girl proudly tells herself that Nana saved everyone and hopes her father will acknowledge it. Her composure breaks into a childlike plea as she insists she behaved well this time and begs for praise. A large hand pats her head, giving her exactly the approval she wanted. She lights up and turns to her father in delight, thrilled that he found her and heard of Nana's good deed. A horned girl radiating dark power reflects that Nana would have been hard to identify amid the widespread mana disturbances. Because Nana was the only one absent from the safe house, her guardian quickly realizes she has gone missing. He decides to track her down no matter where she is, already preparing to punish the others for letting this happen. When he finds her, he is stunned by the sheer amount of mana pouring off her and recognizes how extraordinary she is. Their reunion is interrupted when Brian and his sister arrive in a rush and call for the young master. Brian blurts out his relief that Nana is safe, admitting he feared something terrible had happened to her. Under pressure, Brian immediately realizes he is in trouble and braces himself. The young master forces him to admit he mishandled the situation and makes him acknowledge his mistake. A woman then identifies Nana as the person they had been searching for. Nana learns that the mysterious person of interest was believed to be a draconic human, while the others scramble to avoid being dragged into the fallout. Elsewhere in Ushif Empire's capital, attention shifts to the Quazel estate. Someone hurries inside, responding to an unexpected summons. The heir is alarmed that his father has come in person after always remaining at the academy, sensing something serious is wrong. He enters to find the old duke waiting with the household assembled, making the visit feel like a reckoning. The son is shaken to hear his father calmly asked to speak after so many years apart. In private, the former duke reminds him that he relinquished his title a decade ago and has not interfered in the estate since. But he makes clear that the estate's payments to the imperial family have become intolerably excessive. The son is forced to hear what he already knows but has avoided confronting. The old duke points to the empress's family as the source of the yearly financial drain. The son justifies it as political necessity, fearing their standing will collapse and their influence over the throne will vanish if he stops paying. He goes further and argues that Linnell should become emperor, revealing how deeply he has tied the family's future to that ambition. That claim finally provokes the old duke into cutting him off. The father bluntly questions whether Linnell has any qualities worthy of an emperor at all. The son dismisses merit entirely, insisting that bloodline alone matters as long as the ruler comes from the Quazel family. The old duke condemns that thinking by comparing it to the earlier sacrifice of the son's sister in marriage to the emperor. Refusing to debate further, he issues a direct order to end all support for Linnell. The son protests desperately as his father rises to leave. When asked where he is going, the old duke reveals he is heading straight to the palace. The scene then moves to the Velia's Vert estate as the political struggle widens. There, a blonde noble receives word that the owner of the demonic sword has been found. Though frustrated that his schemes keep collapsing, he immediately starts recalculating how to avoid being ruined again. He judges that Alec leaving the knighthood unexpectedly may still benefit him, since it strengthens his own claim to inherit the dukedom. Even so, he cannot forget the resentment in another man's eyes and suspects that hidden knowledge may threaten him. The uncertainty gnaws at him as he tries to think through the danger. A teleportation spell suddenly appears before him, interrupting his thoughts. From it emerges a man in a monstrous black blood form, his body warped by demonic power. The intruder identifies himself as Boris Lelm and formally presents himself to Sir Askelvecht. Askel is more irritated than frightened and demands an explanation for both the visit and Boris's grotesque appearance. Boris apologizes for showing this form, making clear that it is not how he intended to meet him. Askel cuts to the point and asks who forced Boris into this state, noting that he should have been at Lewin Academy. Boris answers that Askel's brother Cyan is the one who drove him to this condition. Hearing Cyan's name instantly sharpens Askel's attention. Boris explains that despite his ruin, he still managed to accomplish what he came for. He reveals a mana orb taken from the demonic sword's owner during the banquet of the dukedom. With manic satisfaction, Boris announces that he has identified who that owner is. Askel pieces the implications together at once. He realizes Cyan is the true owner of the demonic sword and the hidden force that has been disrupting his plans. That revelation makes Askel understand why his previous moves kept failing without him seeing the cause. Boris admits he tried to eliminate Cyan himself but lacked the power, so he has come to hand the matter over. Askel accepts the challenge, recalling that he has fought Cyan before and deciding that, difficult or not, he can finish him. A blonde retainer is told the moment has not come yet, and when he presses for an explanation, the answer is that their enemy is too well protected to move against now. The masked figure explains that the followers of the Black Fog are with the target, making any direct attempt too difficult to control. When the blonde man asks whether there is another plan, he is ordered to trust the prophecy and follow it instead. That prophecy points to a solution. The Saintesses will eventually unite under the wielder of a sacred weapon, so they must find the holy sword, Duran Dark. The mention of that sword shocks a nearby servant, who immediately realizes the information is too important to keep to himself. He decides to report everything to young Master Cyan at once, and tries to slip away before anyone notices. He is caught instantly, and the lurking threat makes clear it had already suspected him. Before he can escape, the dark figure seizes him by the throat and crushes his attempt to flee. The attacker coldly reminds him that he serves Sir Askel and demands to know who he intended to betray them to. Askel arrives and reveals he had already grown suspicious of the servant's behavior, leaving the man terrified that he has been exposed from both sides. Askel's anger hardens as he realizes he has been deceived until now by Kellen's hidden loyalties. Elsewhere, Linov searches through books in the library and confirms that the answer she wants is not in the ordinary texts around her. She recalls that the ancient texts she found in the laboratory used the same strange language as the law books she discovered before, giving her a crucial connection. She regrets being forcibly expelled from that hidden place before she could investigate further and learn what the text truly meant. From what she has pieced together, only 2 books in the world are written in that language. Those 2 are the divine scriptures and the demonic scriptures, which makes it deeply suspicious that something resembling a divine text was hidden in Boris's lab. Even so, she has found nothing that explains how either book is actually used or what its contents are meant to do. She concludes that her only remaining lead may be the Garum Association's archive of forbidden texts. Just before someone calls her name, Princess Violet appears, cheerful and familiar enough to complain that Linov was so absorbed in thought she did not notice her arrival. Linov turns from her research and politely asks what brought Violet to the library. Flustered, Violet admits she really came to ask whether Linov has seen Cyan lately, because she herself has only been spending time in the library. Linov teasingly asks whether she misses him, and Violet denies it far too quickly to be convincing. Violet insists she was only puzzled by Cyan's sudden absence from school, and Linov reassures her that he will return in time. That certainty unsettles Violet enough to make her demand how Linov can be so sure. Linov simply says she knows, because Cyan has always been the sort to come back when it matters. Violet falls silent, left to weigh Linov's quiet confidence against her own worry. Their conversation is interrupted when Leximus rushes in with urgent news from the palace. Violet takes the letter from him and, despite acting unimpressed, is told to read it immediately because it is important. When Leximus realizes she has already opened it, he protests that she was not supposed to do that, but still urges her to finish reading. Recognizing her father's handwriting, Violet understands the message is official and serious. The letter announces that, in light of the strong ties between the Vert family and the palace, an engagement has been decided. The arrangement binds the 5th princess, Akin Severus, to Cyan Vert with the promise of a future marriage, leaving Violet stunned. At the palace, medicine is prepared for the ailing emperor as someone thanks Violet for tending to him. In Emperor Dian's bedroom, Violet dutifully insists that caring for him is only natural because she is his daughter. She tries to comfort him by calling his illness an ordinary cold and begs him to recover soon because it pains her to see him suffer. The emperor begins to reassure Violet, but his weakened state makes the exchange feel fragile. Their moment is interrupted by the arrival of Kindle Gazelle, who formally offers his respects to the emperor. Violet politely greets him and credits his help for the emperor's recent improvement. Sensing the visit concerns matters beyond her, Violet excuses herself so the 2 men can speak privately. Once alone with the emperor, Kindle remarks that Violet has matured greatly, though the emperor is too strained to indulge small talk. Seeing the emperor's condition up close, Kindle is alarmed by how badly his health has declined. The emperor apologizes for receiving such an important guest while bedridden, blaming his poor health for the indignity. Kindle brushes aside the apology and presses him on when his condition became this severe. The emperor explains that what first seemed like a simple cold has only worsened, with no sign of recovery. Kindle realizes the illness is far more serious than he expected and regrets not coming sooner. The emperor accepts that this visit must concern something grave, since Kindle only seeks him out when the empire faces disaster. He bluntly reminds Kindle that he never comes without a crisis hanging over the throne. Breathing heavily, the emperor asks whether this new danger concerns Luniel. Kindle admits the emperor has already guessed the heart of it, and that the matter is even more serious than he first believed. To answer, he begins conjuring a glowing sphere of magic and tells the emperor not to worry, implying he has come with a way to address the threat. A gravely ill king swears he will keep one troublesome figure under control for as long as he lives. His advisor senses immense mana around him, but realizes that power is dangerously unstable. As the king struggles in bed, the advisor notes that more than his appearance has changed and rushes to hear his concern. The king admits there is something else weighing on him besides his own condition. He asks for news of Princess Erin and how she is faring at the academy. The advisor reassures him that Erin is excelling and is growing into a worthy princess. Hearing that, the king lets go of one worry and is told there is no need to fear for her future. Remembering Erin as a difficult child, he is relieved to learn she has matured well. The advisor explains that her growth began after meeting Cyan a few years earlier. Believing Cyan will remain by Erin's side, the king decides they should be married. He expects surprise only to find his advisor completely unfazed by the proposal. The advisor reveals he had already guessed this plan when Cyan was placed in the royal dorms. But when asked for his opinion, he bluntly declares Cyan a terrible match. The king is left stunned by the outright rejection. The advisor begins listing Cyan's failings, starting with his constant truancy and lack of study. He erupts into a full condemnation, calling Cyan the worst student he has seen in 50 years of teaching. The king is shaken enough to wonder if he has badly misjudged the boy. Yet the advisor immediately adds that Cyan is also one of the most gifted children he has ever taught. He argues that as long as Cyan stays beside Erin, no one will be able to harm her. That assurance eases the king, who presses to hear what danger still troubles him. The king finally names his true fear: bloodshed among his own children. Outside that private discussion, a silver-haired prince waits while two women approach through the palace hall. A blonde noblewoman calls out to Violet, drawing his attention. She points out that Violet had just been with their father and grandfather and demands to know why a certain man was there. Violet refuses to explain and tells her to ask the man herself, brushing off her attempt to keep him talking. She stops him with a sharp step, refusing to let the matter drop. Her irritation breaks through as she openly calls him insufferable. Violet snaps back, asking if she is trying to start a fight. She denies wanting a fight and instead mocks him for pretending not to understand her accusation. The taunt enrages Violet, and he demands to know what she really means. He lunges in fury and grabs her by the throat. Even pinned, she stays cold and implies he already knows exactly what she is about to say. She whispers the accusation that shatters him. He once tried to kill all of his siblings. Violet violently rejects the claim as baseless slander and throws her away. He storms off, warning her to watch her tongue until he can confront the man she mentioned himself. As he leaves, panic replaces anger and he wonders who exposed his secret and how much she truly knows. Left behind, the woman watches him go with a knowing smile, convinced he is hiding something. Elsewhere at the academy, Erin explodes in embarrassment over the sudden decision to marry her to Cyan. Her friend coolly suggests she can simply refuse if she dislikes it. Erin admits she does not hate the idea and even sees the political benefit, but resents not being consulted. Before the thought can settle, someone slams down dramatically nearby. Leximus bursts in and loudly declares his wholehearted support for the marriage. He insists his support comes from having witnessed Erin's past heartbreak. Carried away, he proclaims the match to be fate, or even divine will. He grandly urges Erin to claim Cyan as if celebrating a destined union. The outburst is cut short when a stern student enters and demands to know why Leximus is shouting in the library. The newcomer reminds him that the library is a place for quiet reading, not theatrics. Leximus tries to defend himself by claiming the princess is distressed too, dragging Erin into the scolding. Instead of arguing, the stern student grabs Leximus by the collar. A moment later, Leximus is hurled away, leaving the others staring after him in confusion. In the library, Cyan notices two suspiciously relevant books and points them out to Luna. When he teasingly asks whether she likes Erin, Luna shuts the idea down immediately. Cyan internally dismisses the possibility, seeing Erin as mentally much older while Luna is still just a child. He rejects the match outright and drops the thought. Luna abruptly moves on, leaving Cyan confused by the sudden shift. With a sly smile, she redirects attention to the stack of books she has gathered. She explains that she has been searching the scriptures for clues, and Cyan realizes she has been digging through a lot of material. Luna reveals that the strange book from the instructor's lab is written in an ancient language, so she came looking for anything related to it. Cyan tells her ordinary scripture books will not help and that anything useful about Hearthkria's holy scriptures would be hidden in the archive of forbidden texts. He then singles out one particular book and asks whether she has checked it. Luna opens it and finds it is merely Chronicles of the Swordsman Fenelon, which looks more like a travel diary than sacred material. Cyan points her to a specific passage instead of the title. The passage mentions a mountain full of trees of sand, and Cyan connects it to the place where demons defeated in the God-Demon War are said to sleep. But the wording is too unusual for him to identify the location, so he asks Luna if she recognizes which mountain it could mean. Luna admits she does not know and presses him on why this matters to the Holy Scriptures at all. Cyan finally reveals his real aim. He is not after the Holy Scriptures themselves but the demonic scriptures, hoping they can be used to counter the holy ones. That confession alarms Luna, because knowledge of both the holy and demonic scriptures should be restricted to a tiny inner circle of the Garam Association. Choosing caution, she claims ignorance and refuses to say more. Cyan accepts it for now, says he will contact her if he learns anything, and leaves the matter hanging. He walks away through the library while Luna remains behind, watching him go. Once he is gone, Luna realizes Lamella has been nearby the whole time, hidden among the shelves. Lamella apologizes and explains she was ordered never to leave Luna alone. Luna understands that the guard is really there to monitor her, then demands answers from where Lamella is hiding. She tests Lamella by naming her Thkria and Lemiharum and asking how many in the Garum Association would even recognize those names. Lamella admits almost no one would, says even speaking them is forbidden, and cannot explain how Cyan knows them. Luna immediately asks Lamella to fetch books from the archive of forbidden texts. Lamella panics, warning that doing anything so direct could get her killed and enrage Mr. Rygans. Luna coldly pressures her anyway, noting that even a tiny hint would be enough to provoke Rygans and insisting she needs to know what Cyan knows. Cornered, Lamella wilts under the threat. She reluctantly agrees, and Luna lets the matter rest for the moment. Left alone with the travel record, Luna decides she can question Cyan later about how he learned such forbidden information. For now, she concludes that getting closer to him matters more, because he is clearly hiding something important. Elsewhere, Cyan keeps turning over the phrase mountain full of trees of sand and regrets that Luna could not identify it. As he walks the corridor lost in thought, another student notices his distracted state and stops him. The boy offers a talk, grandly presenting himself as someone fit to counsel Cyan. He doubles down on the act, calling Cyan his friend and volunteering to be his advisor. Cyan can only wonder whether the boy has finally lost his mind. He brushes the offer aside and keeps moving, too preoccupied to indulge the performance. The other boy protests and insists he really could help. Cyan initially dismisses that idea, assuming the loudmouthed student is all brawn and no insight. Then a thought stops him when he remembers the boy comes from a desert region. Cyan asks whether he has ever heard the phrase mountain full of trees of sand. He adds the name Lemiharum, hoping that will trigger recognition. That name immediately catches the boy's attention, and Cyan realizes he may have stumbled onto something real. The boy, Seth Chaharak, excitedly confirms he knows Lemiharum and reveals that this was the first opponent ever to make him taste defeat. He begins recounting how he met that figure in some nameless ruins. At the time, Seth was only 6, traveling to grow stronger despite lacking both strength and experience. To the child Seth, the being he encountered was a monstrous terror beyond anything he could face. He knew instantly that victory was impossible against that overwhelming enemy. After losing consciousness, Seth awoke expecting death but discovered he had somehow been left alive. He reflects that fleeing in disgrace once felt humiliating, but that desperate choice is the reason he survived to reach this point. Back in the present, he complains that Lemiharum is less a book than an ordeal, and his companion grimly agrees. As he thinks it over, he realizes he may have no choice but to visit the place described there, even if he clearly does not want to. He asks where the ruins are, and learns that while the exact site is unknown, they lie somewhere in a region called Nordali. The old name clicks in his mind when he remembers Nordali means a mountain full of trees of sand, effectively a desert. That realization makes him immediately ask to be taken to those ruins if they travel to Nordali together. His companion is stunned by the sudden invitation, then overjoyed by the idea of going on an adventure with a friend. That excitement triggers a memory of his childhood, when he ran crying to his mother because other children kept abandoning him. As a small prince, he had tearfully insisted he had done nothing wrong this time, yet still ended up alone again. His mother comforted him and tried to soothe the hurt he could not hide. She promised that one day someone would stay by his side because they truly liked him. She encouraged him to keep training, assuring him that if he worked hard enough, he would eventually find a friend to share adventures with. Remembering that promise, he becomes emotional and rushes off to prepare at once, convinced that day has finally come. His reckless dash turns into chaos as he barrels through the corridor without watching where he is going. He smashes straight through a wall, leaving the others staring in disbelief at the damage. The protagonist can only wonder why the prince is so absurdly excited. Nearby, a silver-haired girl watches the commotion in silence, her attention fixed on him. A new arrival announces himself at the door, interrupting the aftermath. A servant brings a palace letter, and another maid realizes too late that she has already peeked at it. He scolds her for reading his mail again, while she apologizes and insists curiosity got the better of her. When he checks the letter, he is blindsided by the announcement that he is to be married. His shock only deepens when the staff excitedly reveal the bride is Princess Erin. That name makes him recall the silver-haired girl's earlier question, and he recognizes this engagement as another problem he does not need. Rather than deal with it now, he decides to postpone the issue and focus on leaving. He changes quickly and steels himself for departure. Wrapped for travel, he announces that he will be gone for a while and entrusts Nana's care to the household. Nana cheerfully tells him not to worry about her, acting as if his departure is no big deal. She immediately asks whether his marriage means she will finally get a mother, and he shuts that fantasy down without hesitation. The servants protest that defying an imperial marriage order is dangerous and will upset Princess Erin. He explains that his real plan is far too dangerous for anyone tied to him, since failure could leave him hunted for life or executed for offending the empire. Because of that, He refuses to drag Aaron into the fallout and leaves despite their concern. The door closes behind him, leaving the staff in uneasy silence. The maid pities him and blames Askell as the true source of the trouble surrounding him. The butler reassures her that they will do everything they can to protect their young master. The two resolve to support him as best they can while he is away. But Nana suddenly pipes up with unsettling enthusiasm from behind them. They start to answer her casually, not yet realizing anything is wrong. Then both of them freeze as they sense something ominous in Nana's voice and presence. When they turn, Nana appears transformed into a horned, glowing-eyed figure wrapped in dark energy, revealing a far more dangerous nature than they expected. Meanwhile, far away in the southeastern desert of Nordali, the journey begins across endless sand. Traveling on a flying carpet-like artifact, the prince proudly explains that this Alamat let them cross in a single day. The protagonist asks whether his companion actually knows where they are headed, and gets a carefree answer that inspires little confidence. The prince boasts that he remembers enough, saying they only need to pass through a dust storm to reach the place. That casual explanation immediately puts the protagonist on alert. The desert around them suddenly rides with unnatural red-black currents, turning the storm into something sinister. He realizes at once that this is no ordinary dust storm. Even as the prince laughs it off as normal for Sparnia, the violent storm engulfs them and tears them from control. The protagonist can only stare, baffled by how wrong this situation feels. When awareness returns, bright daylight and a bird overhead make him wonder if he blacked out during the ordeal. He finds himself on the sand with the storm behind them, and the prince calls out happily, relieved that they seem to have survived and that his friend is awake. A confident prince brushes off the hardship of the journey, only for his hidden companion to snap back at his carefree attitude. As they cross the desert, the prince insists they are close to their destination despite his companion's exhaustion. The younger traveler suddenly senses something ahead and realizes they are not approaching an empty ruin. They spot a massive ancient site in the distance, and the prince confirms this is the place he was seeking. The prince boasts that almost no one else has ever reached these ruins, which makes his companion doubt that claim even more. When pressed, the prince notices the warning in his companion's tone and asks whether someone is already there. The hidden boy confirms he can feel several sources of mana, meaning others arrived before them. Elsewhere at the entrance, a group dismounts and prepares to investigate the ruins on foot. Their caravan halts outside the structure as the party advances cautiously toward the sealed entrance. Their leader warns everyone that the interior is unknown and orders them to stay alert. The group obeys and begins opening the monumental doors guarded by towering statues. From hiding, the prince and his companion observe the newcomers and try to identify who they are. Before the hidden pair can finish assessing the situation, the prince abruptly abandons stealth and charges in. He announces himself by diving straight at the opposing leader, turning a covert observation into an open confrontation. His attack crashes down with enough force to shatter the ground, but the target evades it. The prince is amused that his strike was dodged, while the white-haired leader demands to know who dared attack him. Watching this reckless entrance, the hidden boy can only wonder whether the prince has lost his mind. The prince grandly identifies himself as Prince Seth of Sparnia and demands the strangers explain their presence. He also reveals he did not come alone and loudly points out Cyan Vert's hiding place, betraying his companion without hesitation. The enemy leader immediately reacts to Cyan's name and checks whether that second intruder is truly nearby. Cyan resigns himself to the situation, irritated that Seth has dragged him into the conflict. The white-haired man recognizes both intruders by name, and decides their reasons no longer matter because he intends to drive them away. He begins channeling lightning mana and warns them to leave this place and never return. He unleashes a technique called Volt Section, surrounding himself with crackling blue power. The lightning user hurls himself at Seth in a fast, descending strike. The attack detonates against Seth with explosive force, turning the clash into a direct magical assault. Even as the strike lands, the attacker is startled that this supposedly troublesome prince is not as easy to overwhelm as expected. Seth counters with sand molding and disrupts the lightning technique itself, shocking his opponent by stopping the magic mid-assault. He immediately follows with reverse, converting the opening into a brutal counterattack. The white-haired man is struck hard and sent reeling before he can recover. The force of Seth's counter blasts through the stonework behind him, scattering debris across the entrance. Shaken, the attacker realizes Seth has interfered with his mana directly and admits he underestimated the intruders. He senses something else is wrong and pauses, suddenly distracted by a new presence. Seth realizes his hit missed its true mark and complains that the result was disappointing. Enraged, the white-haired man calls for his subordinates, but Seth's smugness only makes the failure sting more. Before the order can be carried out, one subordinate is already being restrained by Cyan, leaving the leader stunned at how quickly the hidden boy moved. Humiliated and furious, the white-haired man surges with lightning again and prepares to retaliate. He expands his power in all directions and declares that he cannot forgive this insult. A calm voice cuts through the escalation and halts him instantly. Both Cyan and the white-haired man recognize the authority in that voice at once. Even Seth is caught off guard by the sudden interruption. Two women arrive, and Cyan immediately recognizes the blue-haired one as Lunev. Lunev claims Seth and Cyan as her own people and orders the white-haired man, Karen Keynes, to lower his weapon. Karen obeys at once, kneeling and apologizing for attacking those under her protection. He explains that he did not know the intruders were connected to her and begs forgiveness. Lunav accepts the apology, ending the confrontation with a single word. With the danger over, she checks on Cyan, and he asks how she managed to find him here. She gives a teasingly absurd answer about recognizing his scent, leaving Cyan speechless while Seth silently suffers through the awkwardness. Karen watches this exchange with a tense, unsettled expression, clearly still processing what just happened. The scene then shifts to a new setting, where someone raises the subject of polymorph, hinting at the next development. The group discusses Nana's growth, concluding she is nearly mature enough to become a dragon and that the process should soon be perfected. They note that dragons usually rely on their dragon forms, but Nana is unusual because she has never fully grown into one. That assumption is immediately overturned by the revelation that Nana actually has taken full dragon form before. The man who knows this hesitates to explain because he fears Nana's anger, and the conversation abruptly shifts to the missing Cyan. Pressed for an answer, he nervously admits he does not know where Cyan is and apologizes for letting him skip class again. The others can only scold him for making excuses for Cyan, knowing Cyan ignores discipline anyway. Before the complaint can continue, a sudden disturbance at the door interrupts them. As they recover, they bitterly agree that someone keeps covering for Cyan no matter what he does. Elsewhere at sunset, a new dispute begins over a proposal to enter the ruins together. A white-haired mage rejects the idea outright, insisting it is far too dangerous for Miss Lunav despite the others' confidence in their strength. Lunav argues that no one has ever returned alive from this place, but that danger is exactly why they should cooperate. Her companions back her up, stressing that they are all elite adventurers and begging her to trust that this attempt will be different. An awkward interruption cuts into the argument as someone asks to speak. A bandana-wearing adventurer claims he has personally entered the ruins and returned alive. The white-haired mage dismisses that claim as impossible and mocks him as too weak to have survived. The man insists he is telling the truth and offers to guide them, warning that lizardmen were waiting right at the entrance. That warning unsettles Cyan, because advanced monsters at the entrance make no sense. He realizes why a moment later, the original entrance was destroyed earlier, so something has changed. A lizard man suddenly forces its way out through the rubble, proving the threat has already reached them. Cyan immediately recognizes the danger and orders everyone to prepare for battle. More monsters emerge from the darkness with hostile intent. A full wave of lizard men pours out of the ruins, turning the gathering into an ambush. Lunav's blonde companion moves to shield her, determined to keep her safe. The white-haired mage rallies the others, and the party launches into combat. His lightning spell tears through the charging lizard men and drops several at once. Another fighter follows with a sweeping slash that cuts through the front line. Lunav freezes a cluster of enemies, but she realizes their attacks are not reducing the horde fast enough. The monsters keep surging forward in overwhelming numbers, threatening to swamp the group. Cyan calmly gathers dark mana, and Lunav senses at once that the power he is using is extraordinary. He condenses that mana into a dense void sphere in his hands. Then he multiplies the sphere into many projectiles and sends them into the mass of lizardmen. The barrage detonates through the horde, annihilating monsters across the battlefield in an instant. The others stare in shock as Cyan wipes out even the strongest enemies at once. With the battlefield suddenly cleared, they grasp just how overwhelming Cyan's power really is. The strongest among them fall silent, forced to reassess him. One of them demands an explanation, but Cyan only looks back blankly, as if he does not understand why they are surprised. The bandana-wearing man complains that Cyan stole his chance to prove himself, while Cyan tells him to focus on guiding them instead. Still grumbling, the man leads the group down into the ruins. Inside, Lunav concludes this place is no ordinary ruin, because a site with defenses like that must be something far more dangerous. They arrive before a sealed inner door, and Cyan identifies the structure for what it truly is, a mana-made dungeon. The party advances deeper as debris settles around them, pressing on toward the sealed chamber. The door bears inscriptions and damage marks, but it remains firmly shut. Even after examining it, they confirm the barrier will not budge. When removal magic is suggested, one mage admits he has never seen this kind of barrier before and cannot dispel it. The white-haired mage decides brute force worked on the entrance, so he orders everyone aside and prepares to blast the door open. His lightning crashes into the barrier, but the seal absorbs the attack instead of breaking. He realizes too late that the door is protected by a mana seal, and another man laughs at how foolish that approach was. Already irritated with Cyan, the white-haired mage snaps and tells him to open it himself if he can. Cyan places his hand on the inscribed door and quietly activates the seal. The barrier responds at once, the door is unlocking and beginning to open under Cyan's touch. An older man loses his temper at a reckless youth and vows to kill him for his insolence. That threat is interrupted when a monstrous growl announces danger at the gate. A veteran immediately treats the attack like an opportunity, claiming the monster for himself while his companion hangs back. He charges in eagerly, only to realize the creature is far stronger than he expected. Even so, he answers with a blazing strike of his own. His attack detonates with enough force to blast through the enemy and drive the group deeper into the dungeon. Inside, they discover the ruins are not guarded by monsters alone but by lethal traps hidden throughout the passage. Worse, a strange being made of unfamiliar, concentrated mana appears among the hazards. They learn that every gate in these ruins responds only to Seth, making him the key to advancing. When fire flares from the ruins, someone realizes the place is reacting directly to Seth's blood. By the campfire, Lunav explains that the Chaharkans built the ruins, leaving Seth frustrated that she kept such a crucial fact from him. She insists she only uncovered that truth later in a forbidden archive and asks him to trust her. Trying to reassure him, she admits she would not lie to someone she cares about. Seth dismisses that confession as irrational and unconvincing, embarrassing her and turning the moment awkward. Recovering herself, Lunav reveals that the Garam Association has long been searching for both the divine and demonic scriptures. She explains that many believed the divine armor would help the Garam kingdom prosper, but for her grandfather, that pursuit was really a doctrine of conquest meant to let the Ushif Empire dominate the continent. Lunav rejects that ambition outright and sees only corruption in such power. Seth agrees, convinced that power like that only kills the people around its wielder. Lunav then presses him on why he wants the demonic scriptures at all. Seth answers with dark honesty. Rather than let others use that power for their schemes, he wants to seize control of it himself. His blunt, dangerous confidence leaves Lunav speechless and flustered. After a pause, she decides she will help him. She clarifies that she wants to help him obtain the book, offering herself willingly despite the risk. Seth is caught off guard by her sudden loyalty. He shuts the moment down by telling Lunav to sleep, while she admits she simply wanted to stay with him longer. Unable to deal with that, Seth gets up to leave, prompting her startled reaction. As he walks away, he scolds himself for confiding in a child and reminds himself that Lunav is only 12. Left alone, Lunav blushes and calls him an idiot under her breath. Elsewhere, a cloaked observer watches the camp from a distance, suggesting their group is being monitored. The expedition reaches the final sealed door, and someone announces that this is the last one. As the gate opens, the leader remarks that it has been a long time since he last stood here. The group steps through and finds others already gathered inside, forcing an abrupt halt. At the center of the chamber, a dark blue mass hovers under a shaft of light, and they identify it as Lemmiharem. A warning to be careful confuses Seth, who still does not understand what they are facing. Looking closer, he realizes the object is far too distorted to be an ordinary book. One ally moves to pull back if things turn dangerous, but Seth urges everyone to wait and watch first. Before they can decide, the blue mass begins to writhe and transform. Lunav senses overwhelming mana and shouts a warning. The thing erupts into the shape of a skull-faced beast wrapped in dark energy. As the monster's body keeps changing, the chamber itself darkens with its presence, and the group braces for battle. The creature crashes down violently, completing its monstrous emergence. Its power tears the surroundings apart and isolates everyone inside a separate realm. Seth immediately understands that this is no ordinary monster but something tied to a far greater threat. He suspects they are looking at the true form of the demonic scriptures, Lemmiharem itself. The giant beast attacks at once, forcing a white-haired fighter to evade under crushing pressure. Even while retreating, that fighter recognizes the creature's enormous scale and questions whether this is really the scripture they sought. He answers the doubt by activating Volt Detection and launching a surge of blue power. The attack slams into the beast in a massive burst of energy. The monster reels from the hit, and the battle for the demonic scripture truly begins. The demonic beast shrugs off the attack, making it clear their current offense is not enough. Refusing to let the others fight alone, 3 allies combine their powers for a stronger counterattack. They unleash an elemental fusion technique, concentrating their magic into a single rolling blast. The fused beam tears across the battlefield and drives straight into the monster. The hit lands hard enough to make the beast roar as the explosion engulfs it. The creature crashes down under the impact, seemingly overwhelmed for the moment. Seeing it fall, one of the fighters believes they have finally brought it down. Miss Lunav immediately moves to keep the monster pinned, committing her ice magic to stop it from escaping. Her freezing spell locks onto the beast and halts its movement. She calls for Lamella to strike while the opening lasts. Lamella launches herself forward along the ice, turning the restraint into an attack route. As the beast looks up and roars, she descends to finish it at close range. She answers with Nova Bringer, pouring radiant force into a decisive blow. The attack slams into the creature with explosive force and appears to connect cleanly, but Lamella instantly senses something is wrong before she can celebrate. The monster retaliates from range, blasting her away and breaking the momentum of the assault. Still standing, the beast reveals that their combined attack failed to finish it. Another fighter joins them with Sand Stump, whipping up a cutting sand assault around the target. Golden arcs of sand hammer the monster from multiple angles and keep the pressure on. He challenges Lemmiharem directly, declaring that he intends to end their fight here. His sandstorm intensifies into a towering vortex meant to grind the enemy down. Miss Lunav realizes Lamella has been thrown clear and calls out in alarm. Lamella reassures her that she is hurt but still able to continue. Relieved that Lamella survived, Miss Lunav starts to believe the battle may still be winnable. Even so, she cannot shake the feeling that the situation is about to turn against them. That fear proves justified as the golden storm surges violently out of control. The beast stands at the center of the maelstrom, showing it has undone the sand magic instead of being trapped by it. Miss Lunev realizes the monster can unravel its opponent's spells, making it far more dangerous than they thought. The creature lunges back into melee, roaring as it bears down on the sand fighter. He refuses to back off and prepares Grit Cannon for a direct clash. At the same time, the black-haired mage steps forward, gathering a darker power of his own. He forms a void sphere and activates Obsession, aiming a precise counter at the monster. The void attack slices through the battlefield and catches the beast before it can press its advantage. The strike drives the creature into the ground with overwhelming ease. The sudden victory leaves even his allies stunned by how effortlessly he handled the threat. Watching from the side, one fighter is shaken by the display and starts to wonder whether the real monster is the one who saved them. His unease deepens as others rush over, because having someone that frightening on Miss Lunev's side feels deeply unsettling. He snaps at them to stop fussing over him and focus on protecting Miss Lunev instead. The scolded subordinates are left confused, unsure what they did wrong. The fallen beast appears reduced to nothing but a skull, as if the danger has finally passed. With the separate realm gone and the fight seemingly over, they turn to the real objective and ask where the demonic scripture is. Before they can move on, blue flames erupt from the skull and reignite the threat. The black-haired mage immediately realizes the battle is not over after all. A violent surge of blue power bursts from the remains and tears up the ground around them. The sand fighter curses as he understands the enemy is reviving again. The blue flames expand into massive twisting torrents that rip through the chamber like living cyclones. Miss Lunev urgently calls for Cyan and Seth as the others try to pull her back from the danger. Their commander orders everyone to retreat before the raging blue vortex sweeps them away. Amid the spiraling flames, the black-haired mage braces himself to respond while the room is torn apart around him. As debris collapses and purple energy flashes below, Miss Lunev cries out for Cyan while the renewed chaos swallows the scene. A massive blue-flamed force erupts from the rubble, and someone declares that Lunev has already arrived too late. Lunev's ally fears Cyan could not have survived an attack of that scale, despite his talent. Lunev refuses to accept that, insisting Cyan is still alive. She orders Lamella to help clear the debris even as the other woman hesitates. Lunev asks for trust instead of explanation, staying firm despite the doubt around her. Lamella reveals she can still sense Cyan through their connection, confirming he survived. Elsewhere, a strange realm of towering waterfalls comes into view. Cyan realizes he has been pulled into another realm. He finds a revived Balrog waiting there under the moonlit sky. The creature's return is worse than before, its mana far beyond what it had earlier. As Cyan regains himself, he recognizes the monster has come back to life. He suddenly notices something important about his own condition. Looking at his burned body, he understands he failed to evade the earlier strike. He concludes the 9th star spell should have been too much for a student like him to endure. Instead of relief, he is irritated that the attack still was not enough to finish him. The Balrog swells with blue fire and prepares to crush him again. Cyan dismisses the threat and draws on his red blade. Realizing his body can now keep up, he decides to fight on his own terms. The Balrog lunges first with overwhelming force. Cyan meets it with a vicious grin, warning that it has caught him in a very bad mood. He bursts forward so fast the ground shatters behind him. Their clash explodes across the battlefield as Cyan cuts through the monster's assault. He drives in through the pressure, enduring the strain to stay on the attack. Using Rushing Fog Storm, he carves the Balrog repeatedly in a rapid cross-slashing barrage. Without slowing, he raises his sword for another sequence. His serial attack continues, layering more red strikes across the demon's body. The Balrog roars through the damage, still standing. To Cyan's surprise, the monster speaks and acknowledges him as the first human ever to reach this place. Cyan is caught off guard that it can talk, but the Balrog immediately predicts his defeat. The creature explains that killing it is difficult. It reveals the reason: it can regenerate without end. Confident in that immortality, the Balrog prepares to tear Cyan apart. Before it can finish, something new appears beside it and interrupts the moment. A swarm of purple void spheres suddenly engulfs the Balrog. Cyan reacts at once, turning his blade toward the opening. He launches upward fog, cutting up through the barrage to exploit the distraction. But the strike hits a hidden blue core instead of ending the monster. Cyan realizes that core is the key to the Balrog's survival. The Balrog laughs off the attack, insisting it will keep regenerating anyway. It boasts that Cyan will be the one to tire first. Rather than be discouraged, Cyan welcomes that challenge. He answers that he enjoys this kind of fight and is ready to keep cutting forever if necessary. For the first time, the Balrog is visibly shaken by his resolve. Back outside, Lunev unleashes God's Stinger at the ruins. Lamella follows with Aqua Blast to break through as well. Their spells slam into the obstruction but fail to open a path. They realize their magic is accomplishing nothing and that they could remain stuck like this indefinitely. Lamella concludes a barrier is protecting the ruins and admits that without Seth they have no way to overcome it. At that moment, someone approaches and answers Lunev's need. Karen arrives safely, and Lunev is relieved to see him unharmed. As the ruins threaten to collapse, the white-haired man begs the girl to flee, but she refuses to abandon the place. He presses her to run before everything comes down, unable to understand why she would stay. She reveals that Cyan is trapped beneath the rubble and makes clear that anyone unwilling to help should leave. When he insists Cyan must already be dead under that debris, she rejects that conclusion and clings to his survival. Her devotion finally snaps his restraint, and he demands to know why Cyan matters more to her than everyone else. He accuses her of not caring about the rest of them at all, while she answers his outrage with cold silence. Pointing to the fallen around them, he reminds her that others died right in front of him. Shaken and furious, he asks whether she means to let those deaths become meaningless. He abruptly turns his grief into a confession, offering to escort her out, and claiming he has loved her far longer than Cyan ever could. She cuts him down at once, saying that if she were to care for anyone, it would never be a man like him. Humiliated, he lashes out with manic insistence that she should choose him instead. She dismisses him as delusional, saying Cyan would be a better match than he is and that his obsession is revolting. That rejection only makes him laugh, as if he has decided shame no longer matters. He declares that even if she hates him, he will still take her by force. When he moves on her, Lamella steps in to block him and warns that he has gone too far. He turns on Lamella immediately and orders her not to interfere. As Lamella braces herself, Luna calls out to her, but the white-haired man has already chosen her as his first target. He seizes Lamella with crackling power and coldly boasts that erasing her would be effortless. Lamella is engulfed in a violent electric attack and screams as he overwhelms her. After dropping her, he calmly prepares to deal with Luna next. With Lamella down, he savors the moment and tells Luna they are finally alone. Before he can advance, a new voice orders him to stop, interrupting his control of the scene. Startled, he realizes there may be another survivor and demands that the hidden speaker reveal themselves. The unseen presence answers from the darkness, accepting the challenge but promising punishment in return. A sinister figure wreathed in red-black energy emerges and vows that he will pay for his arrogance. Elsewhere, Cyan regains consciousness in a strange glowing place, disoriented and unsure where he is. He sits up in confusion, trying to understand why he has ended up there at all. Remembering only that he was struck down by Limehar's attack, he starts to fear he may have died. A woman answers that he is not dead yet, cutting through his panic. She introduces herself as Jaharkanzer and greets him like someone she has known for a very long time. Cyan cannot place her and demands to know who she is and why she speaks as if they share a past. She explains that too much time has passed for him to remember, but claims she once saved him when he was dying. Without dwelling on that mystery, she says her real interest now is the boy traveling with him. Before Cyan can object, she takes hold of him and announces that she must borrow his body once more. He is jolted by the realization that the presence called Muff is about to possess him again. Back in the ruins, Cyan's body changes as glowing cracks and unnatural light spread across him. One eye opens with an inhuman focus, confirming that something else is now looking out through him. The possessed Cyan unleashes a sword technique that tears into the monstrous foe in a storm of slashes. The red-black enemy counters with another fog-based strike, refusing to be overwhelmed. Their techniques collide head-on in a violent cross-point of power. As the clash continues, the monster notices the same marble-like core inside itself that has troubled it before. Deciding that core is the true problem, it forms a void sphere to destroy it from within. The creature tries to stop the attack too late, and the sphere triggers an internal collapse. Its body splits apart under the force of the absorption and disintegration. The monster is blasted away, screaming as its form breaks down. Even while crumbling, it cannot comprehend how a human could defeat it. Its remains surge upward in a final violent burst before losing all cohesion. When the destruction settles, the cloaked victor stands alone before the cascading blue-lit backdrop. Among what is left behind, he finds only a fragment of demonic scripture instead of the prize he expected. Disappointed, he concludes the journey was wasted and notes that Kiram would have recognized the truth immediately if she were conscious. After pushing herself too far in the fight against Boris, the girl fell into an indefinite sleep. In the strange space left behind after its creator vanished, the boy realizes he is somehow still trapped there. A murderous presence suddenly manifests behind him, identifying itself as bloodthirsty. Before he can react, the entity slams down nearby with overwhelming force. The boy is startled into recognizing the attacker as Seth. He immediately realizes this is not the Seth he knew, because the man's nature and power feel completely different. Elsewhere, a black and red corrupted figure steps in, claiming he had not intended to interfere. He confronts a white-haired man and demands to know why he is trying to harm the sleeping child. The girl coldly warns that if his excuse is inadequate, she will kill him. The corrupted being accepts that threat and answers with open hostility of his own. The white-haired man feels a pressure far beyond what he faced earlier, and reaches for his weapon. Recognizing the intruder, he is shocked to realize the real Lemaharam has appeared. Lemaharam presses him for an immediate answer. The man tries to justify himself by saying he only restrained the girl because of her condition. Lemaharam dismisses the explanation as irritating nonsense. When the man moves, he is abruptly caught off guard by Lemaharam's speed. A violent strike tears through him before he can defend himself. Lemaharam treats the counterattack as proof that the man has no honest answer. He mocks the man's manners even as he continues the interrogation. The white-haired man is suddenly slashed and left reeling in pain. The girl watches in alarm as he collapses in front of her. He barely has time to register what is happening before the assault continues. Lemmaharam drives him through the room with brutal force. Pinning him into the shattered floor, Lemmaharam demands a proper response instead of resistance. As the man writhes in agony, Lemmaharam asks if that scream is supposed to count as an answer. He unleashes Corrupted One's power, Giganticia, and ridicules the man's weakness. The victim is battered senseless, bloodied and unable to withstand the attack. The power detonates through the chamber, and leaves the man utterly overwhelmed. Standing over the wreckage, Lemmaharam smugly asks for gratitude. Terrified, the girl obediently thanks him, and he notices how frightened she is. She gathers herself enough to ask if he is really Lemmaharam, and he confirms it. She then asks what he intends to do with her, but he says he is only observing her. That answer unsettles her, and she cannot tell what he is really thinking. After studying her more closely, Lemmaharam decides he understands something important. He points to her body and says her unusual constitution is the key. He explains that she carries traces of heart cores, and that unlike the similar property he once gave to another person, this one feels no revulsion toward her. He reveals that while trapped in the world tree's darkness, he sensed a familiar presence from her, leading her to connect his words to Cyan. Confirming that Cyan is the person he means, Lemmaharam notes that she seems close to him. Her concern immediately shifts to Cyan's safety, and Lemmaharam says Cyan is likely still alive because the owner of this ruined building was after him. He adds that Cyan may be better off dead than in that owner's hands, prompting the girl to identify that enemy as Lamella. She then admits it is already too late, because Lamella inflicted a fatal wound that healing magic cannot fix. Accepting that burden as her own responsibility, she resolves to carry the memory of this day until she dies. Lemmaharam tells her there is still a way and asks whether she is willing to help him. He offers to share that method, but only if she agrees to his condition. Back in the frozen space, the boy launches himself forward to meet the threat head-on. Golden power erupts around him as he counters the corrupted Seth's attack. He forces his way through the clash, straining to keep up with the monster's speed and strength. Their blows collide in a violent explosion that tears across the battlefield. As he fights, the boy bitterly realizes that the prince he once dismissed has become monstrously powerful. Watching the devastation, he concludes that Seth has already surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. The black-haired fighter drives forward in a burst of speed, forcing the battle into close quarters. As he trades blows, he realizes his opponent's mana and physical strength have both risen sharply. The white-haired man answers with a crushing punch, showing he can overpower him head-on. The hit knocks the young fighter back and leaves him coughing as he struggles to keep up. His opponent enjoys the opening and makes it clear he has him cornered. He keeps pressing with a relentless combination, refusing to let the younger man recover. The black-haired fighter is driven across the ground while the white-haired man attacks from range with explosive force. A violent strike slams into the terrain, tearing up the battlefield around them. The young fighter skids and braces himself with his red blade, barely staying upright under the pressure. He realizes the enemy is not giving him even a moment to breathe, and that merely deflecting the attacks is already pushing him to his limit. When he looks up, he finds the man now attacking from above as well, and hears that he has lasted longer than anyone else. The white-haired man drops the pretense and reveals his real goal. He wants Lemmaharam, the heir. That revelation shocks the young fighter, who realizes this enemy already knows who he is. The attacker invokes the power of the sand god, Apophis, and raises a massive sand assault. At that critical moment, another presence stirs awake, annoyed at being dragged from sleep. The black-haired fighter recognizes Kiram's return as power surges through his weapon. Using the Black Fog's power, Void's vigilance, he counters the divine assault with a sudden strike. Kiram fully wakes and casually greets him, treating the life-or-death battle like an interruption to a nap. A dark-haired woman appears as well, irritated and exhausted, saying she is always tired no matter how much she sleeps. The white-haired man identifies her as Baruvi and notes that they last met during the God-Demon War. She immediately rebukes him for possessing a human and behaving so freely after serving her master. He identifies himself as the sand god, Sablam, points to his mark, and says the human body belongs to a tribe that serves him, so he sees no issue in using it. Sablam mocks her for being jealous that he borrowed her master's vessel, leaving both younger humans disturbed by how personal the exchange sounds. The black-haired fighter questions why the sand god would be protecting the demonic scriptures at all. Sablam explains that the shrine was originally built by his followers, and that he took Lemmaharam in after the God-Demon War. He adds that the shrine exists to keep the divine armor from being misused, then turns the interrogation back on them. Sablam directly demands to know why the young fighter is trying to take Lemmaharam. The answer is blunt: he needs the demonic scripture because there is someone he intends to kill. When Sablam asks if that is all, the young man makes his resolve clear by saying that if blocked, he would even kill a god. That fearless answer makes Sablam burst into laughter, while Baruvi can only stare at him in disbelief. The young fighter insists he means it, and Sablam becomes delighted by the ambition of someone willing to challenge even a supreme god. Amused and intrigued, Sablam decides to watch his story unfold through the body he is using. The young man objects that taking over someone else's body so casually is too much, especially when the body's owner cannot even speak for himself. Sablam dismisses the concern, promising he will only borrow the body for now and that its owner will not die while he is present. That reassurance makes the young fighter realize this arrangement may actually save the host from the cold death he once suffered. With that settled, Sablum proposes they move on, catching the young man off guard. Without warning, the ground erupts and a circular shock tears open the floor beneath them. As the terrain surges upward, the young fighter realizes the entire floor is shifting under Sablum's control. He is swallowed by the collapsing passage and falls through the broken structure. As he drops, Sablum parts from the air with a casual farewell. The fall ends in a lower chamber as rubble crashes down around him and Sablum lands below. The young fighter regains himself, calls out to Cyan, and announces that he has returned. The possessed man is confused about why he is there and where Lemmaharam went, while the young fighter notes that Cyan has returned as well. Before he can sort it out, Lunav arrives supporting the weakened Cyan. Lunav is relieved to see him alive, and Cyan admits he had been genuinely worried about him. He answers dryly that they should be more worried about themselves, drawing attention to the damage around them. They discover a heavily damaged chamber that should have been protected by Sablum's power, making the destruction deeply suspicious. The young fighter concludes that Lemmaharam must have caused it. He then notices that the scriptures have been found, and learns that only Lamella and one other survived after he vanished while many other things happened in his absence. Realizing the situation has worsened, he tells Cyan they need to leave immediately, prompting a stunned demand for an explanation. A shirtless man clutches his head as a voice warns him that this place is about to collapse, the warning pounding through his mind. When he demands to know why no one else hears it, the black-haired boy realizes the message must be coming from Sablum. As debris begins to break loose, the boy connects the crisis to Lunia's demonic scriptures and concludes that Sablum, owner of the ruins, has arrived in Seth. With the ceiling cracking apart, he understands the ruins no longer need to preserve their current form and are starting to come apart. Seeing the danger become immediate, the white-haired girl gathers power and orders everyone to come close. She announces that she will teleport the group out before the collapse buries them. Ignoring doubts about the distance and the difficulty of the spell, she insists there is no time to explain and forces the rescue forward. The black-haired boy is stunned to realize she is attempting a far more advanced form of teleportation than expected. He recognizes the technique as a fourth-star spell, confirming she is risking a level of magic far beyond ordinary emergency escape. As the structure gives way around them, the shirtless man panics and shouts that everything is falling. The white-haired girl completes the cast and triggers spatial transfer. The chamber collapses in a storm of stone just as the spell takes effect. Far away in the desert, the ruined site erupts and settles into open-air wreckage. The story then shifts to Cyan's dorm room at Lewin Academy. Now safely back in school life, the black-haired boy admires his altered appearance with quiet satisfaction. Looking himself over in the mirror, he decides the disguise is a success. Pleased that his horns, wings, and tail are gone, he proudly declares himself a perfect stand-in for Papa. With his disguise complete, he decides it is finally time to put his plan into action. His sudden appearance in class shocks the students, who wonder why Cyan Vert is there at all. The room buzzes as everyone struggles to process that Cyan has actually shown up for class. He revels in the attention, convinced that by living as Papa for a day he is fulfilling a long-held dream. Watching the lecture with sparkling admiration, he imagines Papa as a beloved teacher surrounded by students and friends. His fantasy grows so exaggerated that he pictures the instructor as an inspiring academic star. Not everyone shares the mood, and one girl watches him in uneasy silence from nearby. The white-haired girl is jolted by the sight and can hardly believe the student in class is really young Master Cyan. Meanwhile, he notices her attention and feels he ought to speak with her. She steels herself to confront him about their engagement, clearly treating the matter with serious urgency. Oblivious to the danger of that conversation, he happily heads through the academy, delighted that no one has seen through his impersonation. His confidence only grows as he basks in the success of blending in among the students. Elsewhere, a horned girl gazes into the academy from outside and reflects that she is finally seeing the world Papa lives in. Still excited, he decides to keep exploring other classes, until a purple-haired instructor abruptly intercepts him. The moment he recognizes Instructor Sarika, panic hits, and he worries that Nana will never approve of him roaming around like this. He immediately realizes he has been caught. Sarika coldly reminds him that the dean is absent and implies that if he had been discovered by someone else, the consequences would have been disastrous for her. Overwhelmed by how frightening she is, he breaks down and apologizes through tears. Before the situation can worsen, someone approaches from the hallway and interrupts them. It is the white-haired girl, who has worked up the courage to seek Cyan out and ask for a private talk. Seeing an opening, he instantly decides to use her arrival as his escape route. He grabs her hand before anyone can stop him. Then he drags her away at full speed, declaring that they are going to her room. She is left flustered by the sudden turn, while an onlooker blushes and jumps to scandalous conclusions about what that means. The story cuts back to the desert ruins under a harsh open sky. A glowing teleportation circle suddenly forms on the sand. The white-haired mage emerges first, dropping to the ground as the strain of the spell catches up with her. The black-haired boy and the shirtless man arrive with her, all of them barely making it through alive. Even after their arrival, chunks of stone continue to spill through the transfer, showing how close the collapse was. The teleportation column finally disperses amid dust, debris, and lingering magical light. For a moment the survivors can only stand in silhouette through the settling haze, confirming they escaped the destruction. The black-haired boy asks if they are really out, while the shirtless man, still coughing, admits he thought he was finished. Looking over the exhausted group gathered around the fading magic circle, he realizes the white-haired girl truly succeeded in pulling off the impossible rescue. Lanavi emerges after the crisis, and Seth is relieved that her plan worked while noting how much more capable she has become. The group thanks Lanavi for saving them, but she urges them to recover first and head to a nearby village. When Seth is asked where they are, he recognizes the place immediately and realizes they have arrived somewhere tied to his past. He identifies the city as Nordali, a settlement of outsiders that he knows well. Before the group can settle in, someone from the village confronts Seth and demands to know why he has returned. An elderly man named Barnath appears with villagers behind him, and his presence clearly carries old history with Seth. Seth greets the old man warmly, but Barnath recoils in fear and begs him not to come any closer. Seth is stunned to learn that 6 years have passed since he left. The villagers make clear that those 6 years were spent painfully rebuilding their lives after what he did. Barnath desperately pleads with Seth to leave and not destroy the hard-won peace of the village again. Seth, confused by the hostility, is pushed to remember the boy standing there as proof of his past actions. Barnath reveals that the young man is Agap, his son, and Seth still does not understand why that matters. The villagers remind Seth that as a child he beat Agap badly enough to break his front teeth during a fight. Seth dismisses it as childish roughhousing, only to hear that Agap is still unmarried because of the damage. The accusations continue as they recall that Seth also wrecked the village well. They add that he smashed walls and buildings throughout the settlement for no good reason. Seth casually admits he destroyed things because they were in his way, which only confirms how impossible he used to be. Watching this unfold, the others realize Seth was infamous here as a disaster of a prince, and any hope of resting peacefully vanishes. The villagers unite to bar his entry and beg him to turn back for good. Instead of accepting that rejection, Seth begins drawing on power, unwilling to let himself be shut out. Lanavi and Cyan immediately recognize the danger, and Cyan is already tired of Seth causing another scene. Empowered by glowing markings, Seth declares that he cannot ignore how badly the villagers are treating Agap. Barnath is baffled, unable to follow what Seth thinks he is defending. Seth grandly invokes his identity as the one who crossed the desert and brought storms to the world, as if that proves his authority. A radiant female figure manifests through his power and demands that the village accept Agap with honor. Lanavi realizes in alarm that the sand goddess Sabulum has taken hold of Seth. Cyan dryly sums up the situation as a ridiculous pairing of a foolish prince and an attention-seeking goddess. Seth stands wrapped in divine energy, still facing the village as the absurd standoff hangs in place. He excitedly turns to the others, eager for confirmation that they also heard the goddess speaking through him. Cyan matter-of-factly tells him that, thanks to that intervention, they will now be staying in the village after all. The villagers instantly prostrate themselves and beg Sabulum's forgiveness, reversing their refusal the moment they believe the goddess is present. Elsewhere, a servant opens a set of doors while feeling that something fortunate is about to happen. She cheerfully sends Princess Erin in to spend time with young Master Cyan. Erin sits beside Cyan in overwhelming embarrassment, panicking internally over being alone with him. Cyan tries to make conversation by saying he is glad their strict instructor is intimidating, which only flusters Erin more. That awkward comment jolts her into sudden alarm. When their hands touch, Erin completely loses composure and cries out. She turns bright red and trembles under Cyan's concern, looking as if she might collapse from nerves. Cyan checks her forehead for a fever, but the contact only leaves her more stunned. Unable to handle the intimacy, Erin bolts away while Cyan tries to stop her. She halts at a distance and forces herself to face him instead of fleeing outright. Erin scolds herself for nearly running, reminding herself that they are engaged and she has to act properly. Cyan, not understanding her turmoil, simply urges her to say whatever she needs to say. Gathering her courage, Erin blurts out that she means their engagement and demands to know what he truly thinks of it. Cyan answers with immediate approval, catching her completely off guard. He explains that he likes her, so he also likes the engagement that ties them together. Erin can barely believe what she just heard and asks if he really means it. Cyan happily confirms it, even comparing his feelings for her to something he loves deeply, leaving no doubt about his sincerity. Erin is overwhelmed by the realization that Cyan genuinely likes her, something she never thought possible. As she looks at him in the warm silence, Erin finally begins to admit to herself that she truly likes Cyan too. Erin hesitates as she addresses Cyan, sensing something is off. Her suspicion sharpens when she notices the supposed Cyan has a tail, exposing a flaw in the disguise. At the same time, a carriage approaches the academy under a dark and uneasy sky. An elderly dean returns and immediately feels how unfamiliar the academy has become during his absence. As he nears the gates, he wonders whether a dragon or some other intruder has infiltrated the school. Back inside, Erin confronts the imposter with sudden certainty. She identifies the girl as Nana using polymorph magic rather than Cyan herself. Nana panics and apologizes, but Erin reassures her that she is not angry. Relieved, Nana nearly trusts that she is safe until Erin jokingly threatens to report what she said. Aaron immediately takes the threat back when Nana is terrified by how intense she becomes. The mood softens, and Aaron admits Nana's deception helped her realize something important. She agrees to explain only after Nana promises to keep it secret. To prove the point, Aaron asks Nana to transform into Cyan again, and Nana complies. Nana takes Cyan's form and proudly presents the disguise for Aaron's approval. Seeing the imitation confirms Aaron's feelings instead of confusing them. Blushing, Aaron confesses that the person she likes is Cyan. The confession leaves Nana stunned into silence. Aaron goes on to admit that her feelings began the day they first met, even though she believes she has only burdened Cyan. She explains that she has been trying to become better for Cyan's sake. Fighting through tears, Aaron begs Cyan not to vanish without a word and asks to remain by his side. The moment she finishes, she desperately orders Nana never to repeat any of this to the real Cyan. Before the embarrassment can settle, Nana senses a dangerous presence approaching and warns Aaron. The threat proves overwhelming enough that Nana's eyes change as she recognizes real danger. A student tries to block the visitor at the door, insisting the princess cannot be disturbed. The returning dean refuses to be denied entry to his own academy, and demands the boy move aside. The student still pleads for a delay, offering to carry any urgent message himself. The dean dismisses the request and acts at once. He blasts the student aside with magic and forces his way in. He follows with another spell to breach the room completely. The intrusion shocks Aaron, who demands an explanation from Dean Kunal. Aaron tries to protect Nana by claiming she is in the middle of a private conversation with her fiancé and ordering the dean to leave. Kunal refuses, declaring that the person beside her is not Cyan. His accusation lands instantly, and Nana realizes the disguise has been seen through. Nana drops the pretense and moves to act. The room erupts as the clash with the dean tears through the walls and furniture. Knowing they cannot beat him, Nana tells Aaron to run. Aaron hesitates but understands the urgency. Kunal has no intention of letting either of them escape. Nana bolts for the window as the only possible route out. She smashes through the glass to break free. The fight spills outside as Nana and the dean crash out of the room. Enraged, Kunal condemns the intruder for sneaking into his academy and vows punishment. He seizes Nana by the throat before she can get away. Then he unleashes a Holy Lance spell at point-blank range. Nana screams as the attack strikes. Elsewhere in the academy, the violent impact is loud enough to draw immediate attention. A maid realizes the noise is no storm at all, meaning something disastrous has happened. A nearby man senses an immense surge of mana and learns Nana is missing from the room. He instantly concludes the disturbance must involve Nana and rushes out to find her. Driven by alarm, he sprints toward the source of the chaos. On a storm-lashed night, a confrontation begins outside the academy. An elderly mage launches a barrage of magic with practiced confidence. The black-haired boy slips through the assault and tears up the ground to counterattack. The old man recognizes the spell as advanced earth and gravity dragon magic and is intrigued that such a rare power exists. The boy drives his power into the earth to force a direct opening. He suddenly senses something dangerous and realizes the exchange is not going as planned. His landing turns heavy and painful, showing the strain is already catching up to him. A huge stone pillar erupts upward beneath him, turning his own momentum into a trap. The old mage blasts the pillar apart before the boy can regain control. Catching on quickly, the old man concludes the boy carries some divine presence within him. The boy is smashed into stone, but the old man presses him with questions instead of finishing him. Puzzled that someone neither fully human nor dragon still refuses to strike back, the old man demands an explanation. He wonders whether the boy is holding back out of arrogance, or because he is waiting for something. The boy finally reveals his reason. He believes the old man is not truly evil, and Nana only attacks bad people. When asked how he can be so sure, he says he can smell that truth on the man. He explains that his teacher taught him Nana uses her power only to punish the wicked. The old man dismisses that claim and demands to know what kind of teacher filled his head with such ideas. As he prepares another spell, he condemns the academy for allowing such a being to exist there. That insult finally breaks the boy's restraint, and he fiercely defends Nana's character. His anger erupts into a violent purple transformation as he clings to his father's assurance that Nana is good. The old mage answers with a named spell, firing a massive beam meant to crush him outright. The boy dodges through the destruction, but the blast tears apart the courtyard around him. Refusing to let him escape, the old man keeps the pressure on. He sweeps another beam across the ground to cut off every route. The boy charges straight into the attack instead of retreating. He catches the spell with his bare hands, but he knows his body cannot endure that much longer. The beam detonates around him, overwhelming his defense and blasting him back. As he reels, the old man closes in and reaches for his head to finish the fight at close range. He brings down another heavy technique with crushing force. The impact leaves the boy helpless and on the verge of collapse. Watching from inside, a girl realizes that if this continues, Nana will die through the bond they share. She tries to break through the sealed window, but a barrier stops her completely. A nearby student explains that the Chancellor himself cast the barrier, making it impossible for her to force open. Desperate, she calls for Instructor Sirika. Another student immediately agrees they need Sirika's help. The girl insists Sirika might show mercy because she is close to Sion. Sirika arrives on her own before anyone can summon her. She enters with authority, already aware that the situation has become dangerous and public. A male student panics over how many witnesses are present. He decides to lock down the area to contain the fallout. Sirika orders him to seal the room and let no one in, and he obeys at once. Turning to the barrier, she confirms it is anchored to the Chancellor and asks whether there is any way through it. She answers her own question. Against the Chancellor's barrier, ordinary methods will not work. The students brace themselves when she says the only remaining option will be extreme. Sirika unveils a forbidden method called secret technique, demon unification, and warns them to forget what they are about to witness. With one eye turning inhuman, she makes clear that seeing this without accepting the risk could get them killed. Outside, Nana's power surges around the boy at last, and the old man notes that she has finally become obedient. For the first time, the old mage is genuinely startled by what is emerging. The truth becomes clear. Nana's real form is not a monster, but a battered little girl, making the old man recoil at the idea that he has been fighting a child. Before he can process it, the girl unleashes Fog Blade, rising fog, and strikes from above. In the middle of a rain-soaked confrontation, a powerful figure lands and blocks the violence before it can continue. Sirika steps between the Chancellor and the injured child, apologizing for the intrusion but insisting the girl be spared. The Chancellor recognizes Sirika despite her altered appearance, and immediately demands to know what claim she has over the child. Sirika declares the girl her student and takes full responsibility for whatever has happened. The battered girl, Nana, barely conscious, realizes her teacher has come for her. The Chancellor rejects Sirika's plea as too serious for a simple promise and orders her to move aside. Sirika refuses, choosing to oppose him even while apologizing for what that means. Nana, terrified and desperate, throws herself into the moment to insist she is not wicked and beg for Sirika's safety. Her plea hits the Chancellor hard enough to stop his advance and leave him in troubled silence. Crying in the rain, Nana begs him not to condemn Sirika because of her. The child's tears stir an old memory in the Chancellor, softening his resolve. Instead of pressing the attack, he turns away and quietly remarks on the rain, signaling that his judgment has changed. He orders that Nana be treated as badly injured and tells Sirika to follow him to his office. Sirika is stunned that he is letting them go at all. She hurries after him with Nana, grateful for the reprieve. The Chancellor cuts off her thanks and warns that her responsibility for the incident is still far from settled. Elsewhere, someone is abruptly dressed and prepared by unseen hands. The bewildered young man realizes he has been outfitted in royal ceremonial garb and has no idea why. He is thrust before a celebrating crowd that believes a goddess has descended into Prince Seth's body. As confetti falls and the crowd exults, he is left staring in disbelief at the role forced onto him. The people treat the event as proof of the prince's greatness and celebrate as if a long-awaited miracle has arrived. Their chants for Prince Seth and Sabulum make clear that the city has already accepted the spectacle as truth. Unable to endure the farce, he erupts in anger and tries to reject the entire performance. From a nearby vantage point, another young man watches the chaos and dryly notes what a festival it has become. His floating companion admits she cannot understand what Sabulum is planning. When he asks what she means, she clarifies that Sabulum's motives are what trouble her. She suspects Sabulum is keeping close watch on the prince's vessel but cannot yet see the reason. The young man reasons that gods should no longer be able to interfere directly in the human realm, especially outside their temples. His companion warns that the prince's body changes the situation and that another hidden observer is watching them as well. That warning is answered when Cyan suddenly appears at his side. Cyan, flustered but direct, asks if he was waiting for her, and he tells her he needed to speak with her. Her first concern is Lamella, and he reassures her that the wounded woman has stabilized. Lamella is shown resting peacefully, her injuries already healed far beyond what should have been possible. He realizes Cyan now commands both long-distance teleportation and advanced healing, and he acknowledges how much she has improved. Cyan understands that his real reason for calling her was not praise but a question she has been expecting. She reveals the answer herself by producing the Lemetharium and admitting she obtained the forbidden artifact. Meanwhile, in Dean Kundal's office, Sirika stands before the Chancellor as he agrees to hear her out. He asks how Cyan managed to bring a draconic human into the academy, catching Sirika off guard with how much he already knows. He explains that Nana's ability to survive his attacks proved she was no ordinary child but a draconic human of exceptional strength. When Sirika asks what he intends to do, he says he will speak to the boy connected to this matter and predicts exactly how that conversation will go. He mockingly imagines the boy charming his way into permission with a grin and false innocence. Sirika tries to shield the boy by offering to bear full responsibility as his instructor, but the Chancellor cuts her off. He asks whether she is prepared to resign over this, forcing her to confront the cost of protecting them. He recalls how the world has already judged her power as ominous and dangerous, yet he contrasts that with the compassion she showed in the rain. What stays with him is not her feared nature but the fact that she risked herself to protect someone weaker. He tells her that being associated with mist matters less to him than whether a person lives honestly rather than hypocritically. Sirika is shaken to hear such understanding from him. The Chancellor then reveals the deeper reason for his leniency. He believes the Empire is approaching a grave crisis that cannot be prevented. As Sirika absorbs that warning, he places a steadying hand on her shoulder. He entrusts her with a future duty, telling her to fulfill her role within the academy when that dangerous time finally arrives. An old man decides he has to leave at once, and his urgency makes his companion fear that some grave danger is approaching. Shaken, she realizes he is moving to carry out some duty and panics over what that means for the future. At the threshold, the old man pauses as if a thought has just come to him. He quietly asks what the injured child is like, revealing a sudden personal interest in her. The night and the full moon frame the stillness before he goes to see her. The girl lies unconscious in bed, badly hurt and breathing weakly. Standing over her, the old man is struck by remorse and addresses her as if apologizing to someone dear. A memory surfaces of a grieving woman begging forgiveness while denying her own longing for the dead mother in front of a child. That memory makes him realize the girl has reminded him of Diana. Moved by the resemblance, he gently touches the sleeping girl's forehead. His thoughts turn fully to Diana, and he admits he misses his daughter deeply, especially now. Elsewhere that night, a blue-haired girl offers an item to a black-haired boy, assuming he needs it more than she does. He refuses the concern, insisting he does not need it and telling her not to worry about him. She presses him, suspecting he plans to take the item to the Garum Association, and he firmly denies it. A dark presence around him warns that no one should try to take it unless they want to die by his hand. Unfazed, the girl changes course and tells him she is heading to the academy. She leaves him with the option of returning later with Seth, while he continues on alone. Watching him go by himself again, she sighs, and the lurking entity notes how much she cares about him. She admits that she does, then asks the entity what he is trying to do, but it can only say it senses something dangerous about him. Even without answers, she resolves to help him no matter what, and the entity accepts that choice. It agrees to support her as long as she remains under its control, addressing her by her full title as Lunar Ravenger. When she objects to being called Lam, the tension breaks with a simple explanation that her full name is too long. In another place, a swordsman continues training alone, driving his blade through repeated practice strikes. The purple-haired woman overseeing him acknowledges his effort and talent, but he blames himself for still being too weak. He rejects self-pity and vows to become useful to the young master. A sinister armored figure suddenly manifests nearby, interrupting the training and drawing his attention. The intruder identifies himself as Quan Vert and immediately demands to know where Cyan is. The swordsman, alarmed by the man's ominous presence, tells him the young master is not there and asks who he is. Quan ignores the question, produces a Guardian Knight artifact, and orders the swordsman to hand Cyan over. The artifact unfolds into a barrier, and the swordsman realizes he is trapped inside it with the attacker. Quan lunges first, insisting again that Cyan be given to him. The swordsman meets the assault head-on instead of retreating. Their blades collide violently as Quan presses with overwhelming force. Refusing to be brushed aside, the swordsman turns the exchange into a counterattack. He drives Quan back with a clean retaliatory strike. The clash tears up the ground inside the barrier, showing how destructive the fight has become. Quan recovers instantly and surges back in with even more brutal momentum. The swordsman braces and tracks the next attack, refusing to lose focus. Quan's red energy arcs slam into him in a relentless follow-up. The barrage continues, battering him across the enclosed space. As he struggles to keep up, the swordsman realizes his opponent may not even be human, while Quan repeats that Cyan belongs to him. Even under crushing pressure, the swordsman forces his blade up to resist. With a desperate shout, he lands a heavy blow that finally staggers Quan. Quan is knocked aside, his advance broken for the moment. Wounded but still standing, the swordsman begins to recognize who this enemy might be. Quan confirms the name Kellen and renews his demand for young Master Cyan. Meanwhile, Cyan calmly adjusts his academy uniform, preparing to leave as if nothing around him can hurry him. He announces that he is going now, while the dark spirit complains that he intends to go by himself. Cyan decides Luna can return with Seth once Lamella recovers, since he has nothing more to do there. The spirit warns that Luna will be upset by being left behind, but Cyan proceeds anyway. A dark voice tries to convince the boy that no one truly cares about him, and that he is destined to be alone. He rejects that emotional attack, insisting he dislikes children and does not mind solitude, even as the taunting presence keeps pressing him. In the middle of a crimson magic field, he suddenly notices something is wrong with Kellen's condition. The sight unsettles him, and he realizes the situation has changed in a way he does not understand. Brian, already wounded and catching his breath, follows the boy's concern and tries to make sense of Kellen's strange state. Kellen's body is visibly overtaken by a violent corruption, confirming that whatever stands before them is no longer normal. Brian urgently warns his master that Kellen is no longer himself, and that the threat has become far more dangerous. The transformed Kellen lunges with monstrous speed, forcing the boy to react instantly. The creature identifies the boy as Master Kian and attacks with clear murderous intent. Under pressure, the boy moves to counter while bitterly noting he cannot catch a break. He commits to a sword technique, focusing sharply as his eyes flare with power. His fog sword erupts into a rushing storm of slashes that engulfs the charging enemy. The attack tears through Kellen and hurls him back, ending the immediate assault. Brian is stunned that the boy defeated Kellen so quickly and realizes he had badly underestimated him. That realization cuts deeper when Brian wonders if, despite his loyalty, he has only been a burden to the young master. The boy notices Brian's wound and checks on him, while Brian quickly reassures him that he can still continue. The boy tells Brian to hold the line in his absence, and makes clear he intends to handle what comes next himself. Brian is caught off guard by that order and can only stare after him. Kellen, dying and barely conscious, calls out to his young master one last time. The boy stands over him and confirms he is still awake, while Kellen weakly begs him to be careful. With his last strength, Kellen reveals that Askell and Boris have already located the Holy Sword. The news alarms the boy because it happened much earlier than in his previous life, proving events are becoming harder to predict. As Kellen fades, the boy tells him to rest, accepting the warning but not wasting the moment. He concludes that Kellen had been turned into a marionette, and that tracing the controller is no longer necessary. When Brian asks what happened, the boy examines the remains of the corruption and points to the cause. He identifies the object as the Seal of Reversal, a dark artifact still pulsing with malignant energy. He recalls that this ancient dark magic does not attack directly but twists a victim's shadow personality against them. That memory leads to a harsher truth. Boris should have been killed earlier, because this cycle of harm will continue while he lives. The boy hardens his resolve, gripping the artifact as he decides he will not repeat the failures of his past life. He remembers the earlier disaster and swears he will not allow history to unfold the same way again. His determination sharpens into a direct conclusion that Boris must be eliminated as soon as possible. He abruptly tells Brian to prepare to leave, giving no room for argument. Looking back at the academy, he decides the time has come to leave it behind. Elsewhere, in the Temple of Lumendal, Askell approaches a veiled woman who has clearly been expecting him. She greets him formally, revealing that she summoned him for this meeting. Askell recognizes her old identity as Nephrodite Iris, signaling a past connection between them. She notes that name belongs to an earlier chapter of her life, and says she is now known as a saintess. When Askell asks whether Prince Luenel is involved, she dismisses the idea and makes clear this meeting is her own affair. She immediately pivots to gossip about Princess Violet, implying the rumors around her are true. Askell ignores the bait and instead brings up the revelations he has received. She mocks his seriousness, finding his straightforward approach dull. Askell shares the clue he learned. The Holy Sword lies on a hill where the Guardian's scenery can be seen, and the hint clearly strikes him as meaningful. She interprets that phrase as referring to the continent's guardians and explains that this is exactly why she wanted to see him. Believing Askell knows better than anyone where the estate's hill offers the clearest view, she proposes a plan. Askell is thrown off when she closes the distance, unsure why she is suddenly acting so intimately. She tells him that Lumendal's love is never simple, framing her closeness as part of a deeper truth. Later, the Seal of Reversal is placed before an elder as evidence, and he asks whether the boy recognizes it. The elder confirms the artifact's identity, while the boy begins explaining that he found it at the academy that day. Before he can finish, the elder explodes in anger and accuses him of getting mixed up in dark magic again. The boy protests that it was not his doing, then turns the accusation back by demanding to know whether the elder also intended to keep a dragon hidden. The boy immediately realizes the dean has seen through him. The dean warns that his patience is gone and threatens to throw him out if he keeps acting recklessly. The boy accepts the rebuke without resistance, which catches the dean off guard. He explains that as long as he remains in the academy, even worse dangers are coming. The dean finds his obedience unusual and presses him to explain what is driving him. The boy reveals a sealed stone tied to a reversal mark and says its owner is among those behind the banquet of blood. He resolves that he has to be the one to stop that person before more people around him are harmed. Sensing the intensity of that resolve, the dean recognizes a dangerous bloodthirst in him and wonders what kind of life produced such anger. Instead of dismissing him, the dean decides to explain the stone's significance. He identifies it as a day's stone, a relic once tied to the blood tribe and their ability to create twisted monsters. He adds that rumors place surviving examples in the capital's slums, making the threat more immediate than it seemed. The boy is startled that the dean is sharing this much with him and questions his motive. The dean snaps that the boy is being foolish and tells him to stop trying to carry everything alone. He warns that the long piece is breaking down, and if that piece collapses, the academy will fall with it. The dean makes clear that the boy must do his part, while he himself handles his own responsibilities. As the meeting ends, the dean offers one last piece of advice. He tells the boy that life as someone else's tool brings nothing good, no matter what trials or fate await. That warning resonates with the boy because it matches the misery of his own past. Leaving the office, he wonders if the dean's words were meant as guidance for this new life. In the hallway, Instructor Sarika stops him as he is about to leave. She bluntly confirms that he intends to kill Boris, and reveals she overheard enough to know what is happening. He admits she heard part of it, and she notes Boris was bound to become a target sooner or later anyway. When he asks if she will join him, she refuses despite clearly being tempted. She explains that now the dean knows her secret, she has to remain and properly play her role as an instructor. The boy asks whether the dean discovered her true identity, and she concludes he probably understood it all along. Even his familiar spirit agrees that the dean is not someone they can afford to underestimate. Sarika decides the dean is acting with a plan, leaves Boris to the boy, and passes along a message meant to be delivered to him. That message is simple and vicious: Boris can go to hell. The boy accepts the task with dark satisfaction and vows to make Boris's end even worse than that. Elsewhere, at a field in the Vert Duchy, a buried site opens and reveals ancient ruins. A blond man is thrilled to discover that the legendary holy sword was hidden near the estate. With a white-haired woman beside him, he marvels that the sword looks just like the legends describe. He calls upon Durand Dark, expecting the holy power tied to the sword to answer him. The woman is uneasy that the sword is embedded so strangely, though she still hopes it will work out. Instead of a blessing, the man senses the god of light and his master reacting in alarm. A violent force suddenly lashes out from the sword. The blast drops him to his knees, and the woman rushes to him in shock. Before she can help, a furious presence speaks through her and demands to know why it was ignored for so long. The spirit fully takes hold, raging that the man is too late and an idiot. It accuses him of neglect and insists that he, as a mere mortal, cannot control it. The man realizes the spiritual form of Durand Dark is not the majestic figure he expected but a childlike girl. Possessed by that spirit, the girl blames everything on the man who failed her. The man panics over how that person could have found out, and wonders if he was born with prophetic power. The woman hosting the spirit is left shaken by the outburst and the implications. The spirit drops all restraint and decides anger matters more than dignity. It reveals the real cause of its humiliation: the owner of the demonic sword stole its power. Enraged beyond reason, it demands that the heir of light recover what was taken. Back at Lewin Academy, the story returns to the aftermath of the recent battle. The boy sits beside an injured girl in bed, relieved that she survived without suffering worse harm. Remembering that she endured a clash against the continent's strongest mage, he is stunned that she lived through it at all. As the pink-haired girl lies unconscious, her caretaker blames himself and apologizes for no longer being needed now that she has grown strong enough. The young master refuses that self-condemnation and instead calls out how painfully hard the man is on himself. Brian admits he feels unworthy of remaining at his master's side as a knight. Rather than comfort him, the young master gives him a blunt answer: become worthy. With that settled, he decides to leave immediately for another destination, and Brian turns to practical support by preparing for the trip. He explains there is a place on the outskirts of Lewin, and orders Brian to brief Hall Master Sarika while he goes ahead alone. When Brian realizes he is being left behind, the young master makes clear he will rejoin them later and keeps moving. Brian quickly accepts the task and throws himself into helping however he can. Before leaving, the young master quietly acknowledges that the girl's growth owes much to Nana, though what comes next lies beyond Nana's abilities. He unexpectedly praises Brian for everything he has done, catching the knight off guard. Then he departs at once, leaving Brian scrambling to answer before the door closes behind him. A maid rushes in with a packed lunch for him, trying to offer one last bit of care before he goes. She arrives too late, her effort literally fizzling in her hand as he has already vanished. Left behind with Brian, she grumbles about his haste while he can only watch in silence. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a ruined site scarred by destruction. At Nordali's ancient ruins, robed investigators confirm to Mr. Rygens that this was Karen's final location. Rygens reflects that Karen died with grand ambitions unfulfilled and treats the death as a waste. To learn more, he uses a ritual artifact to summon the dead and demand that the spirit reveal itself. The spell tears open the air with swirling blue force as the summoning takes hold. A spectral figure answers the call and manifests before them. When questioned, the spirit reveals that the demonic scripture vanished together with Miss Lunev. That revelation shocks Rygens, who had not expected Lunev to have been here at all. The spirit adds that Cyan Vert was searching for the demonic scripture and that Lunev was assisting him. Rygens is stunned enough to demand confirmation, unable to reconcile Lunev with that betrayal. The surrounding robed followers are equally shaken, struggling to understand why she would do such a thing. Rygens abruptly shuts down their panic and orders everyone else to leave. As the others withdraw, the summoned dead remains suspended in the ritual's blue current. Once alone, Rygens reveals his true concern and angrily demands that Lunev be brought to him. The scene moves to the underground pathways of Exosilum, where another operation is underway. A rabbit-eared woman pressures Pahel to hurry, but the beast-man calmly continues working with the purple mana stones at his own pace. Their white-haired companion notes how overwhelming the mana is and doubts any ordinary human could survive exposure to it. Pahel explains that only certain creatures can endure mana stones and reminds them that this deadly property is why the city fell. The rabbit-eared woman dismisses the lecture and urges him to use his hands instead of his mouth because Boris is waiting. The white-haired man mocks her bossy attitude, but the exchange is cut short before it can go further. A hooded assassin suddenly appears behind him with a crimson blade, turning the banter into an ambush. The strike lands instantly, and the rabbit-eared woman realizes too late that Toby has been killed. The hooded intruder stands over the body, offering no explanation as the survivors demand to know who he is. The rabbit-eared woman answers with force, igniting her arm and launching a rapid flame attack. A blazing fireball surges toward the assassin with enough force to fill the corridor. He cuts straight through the magic instead of evading it, splitting the attack apart. That impossible counter shocks her, and she warns Kiara not to underestimate him. Pahel moves in as well, joining the fight while the attacker keeps advancing. The hooded man finally reveals his technique, drawing on a red-edged art called Fog Sword. He follows with rushing Fog Storm, a flurry of slashes that tears through both opponents before they can recover. When the assault ends, both defenders are down and the assassin remains standing over the wreckage. He steps on the fallen rabbit-eared woman and coldly asks where Boris is, making clear this attack was an interrogation from the start. With killing intent rising around him, he presses the demand and identifies Boris as his real target. Even pinned and injured, the woman recognizes the name behind the attack and realizes the assassin is the notorious Cyan Vert. That recognition gives him all the opening he needs as her eye widens in alarm. He ends the exchange with pure explosion, blasting the area apart in a violent detonation. Lunav suddenly senses something is wrong and reacts to the name Cyan with alarm. In Nordali, when her companions ask what disturbed her, she hides her concern and brushes it off. The conversation resumes, with the others taking her silence as permission to continue their explanation. A man proudly presents his family heirloom, a relic passed down through generations of the Chaharkan line. He reveals the relic called the Erwat, treating it as proof of his family's prestige. He explains that the Erwat can carry them to the academy almost instantly and offers them a ride. Lunav's group declines the favor because they already possess a similar means of travel. Their blonde companion clarifies that Lunav belongs to the Garam Association, implying rare artifacts are nothing unusual for her. The Garam Association is known for hoarding uncommon relics, so an item like the Erwat would barely stand out there. As Lunav and her companion settle onto their own flying carpet, the man realizes they truly do not need his help. He launches off alone, leaving the others behind as he speeds into the sky. At the same time, Lunav's urgency spikes and she decides she cannot afford any delay. Unable to explain her intuition, she rushes forward because she is convinced something has happened to Cyan. Elsewhere in Exilum, a violent explosion tears through the settlement. A cloaked young man observes that someone used a dangerously self-destructive explosive spell. His floating companion warns that the many mana stones scattered around will keep feeding the flames unless someone intervenes. The young man casts Air Void to contain the disaster. His spell tears through the burning crystal formations and rubble. The force drives upward through the wreckage, clearing a path and disrupting the fire's spread. When his companion doubts his sudden kindness, he tells it to look more carefully at what happened below. From the crater, he realizes the people at the center are gone rather than simply buried. His companion suggests they may have been incinerated, but he rejects that as impossible and so little time. Reading the signs in the wreckage, he concludes the survivors fled in one direction. Since he had assumed only one woman survived, he decides to investigate the unexpected escapees himself. He is caught off guard when someone identifies him as a human child. The beast folk survivors, frightened and angry, demand that the human leave immediately. His companion is baffled that they resent the person who just saved them from the fire. He understands the hostility at once. They do not hate his actions, only his presence as a human. The story of the place comes into focus as a once peaceful village is recalled. That peace ended when a demonic dragon invaded, though the hero Lixid eventually slew it. The victory only deepened the tragedy, because the dragon's decaying corpse produced mana stones and poisoned the aftermath. The stones released such overwhelming mana that all of Exilum became barren and unlivable. Rumors say that exposure to this mana gave rise to beast folk, who now remain there mining the stones. Those beast folk live under constant human contempt, so they drive intruders away with open bitterness. The floating spirit angrily considers killing them for their ingratitude, but the young man refuses to escalate and chooses to leave. Under the survivor's watchful eyes, he withdraws from the ruined area without retaliating. Attention shifts to a crate of harvested mana stones, revealing that the survivors managed to salvage at least that much. A rabbit-eared woman vents her frustration, blaming the entire disaster on the human boy. The others calm her by pointing out that they still gained something from the ordeal. A white-haired man adds that without Boris's strength, they all would have died to Cyan. That admission shocks a cloaked woman, who realizes her companions were injured because of her situation. Overcome with guilt, she apologizes and recognizes that Cyan has tracked them down here as well. The rabbit-eared woman immediately rejects her apology and insists the blame belongs to Cyan alone. She reminds everyone that Cyan attacked them first and started the conflict. Even the injured white-haired man admits Cyan is frighteningly skilled, realizing it fully only after losing his head in the fight. The cloaked woman regrets involving them, but the rabbit-eared woman refuses to let her shoulder that burden alone. She explains that they owe this woman their lives after the money she sent kept them from starving, so helping now is their chance to repay that debt. Moved by their loyalty, the cloaked woman accepts their support but begs them not to overextend themselves. The group offers the recovered mana stones as compensation and vengeance alike, and she decides the amount will be enough. Drawing on the stones and her ominous power, she resolves to complete a ritual that she hopes will protect all of them. A cache of purple crystals is dumped out, releasing ominous energy as preparations begin. A cloaked man orders the ritual to be opened, committing everyone to a dangerous plan. He activates a magical device, flooding the room with blinding golden power. The spell circle erupts around him, and the ritual surges into motion. As the caster urges Boris to hurry, he senses Hearthcree arriving before they are ready. A red, mask-like force manifests above the ritual, confirming the threat is already upon them. Elsewhere, A rabbit-eared girl notices a disturbance as chaos breaks out nearby. She realizes something hostile is lurking in the darkness and calls it out. A red-black beast drops toward her, turning suspicion into immediate danger. Before it can strike, a dark-haired fighter intercepts the attack and drives the creature back. The beast recognizes him, refuses to be tricked again, and identifies him as Cyan Vert. Cyan presses the advantage and demands to know how these enemies are still alive. The monster answers with brute force, lunging in a furious counterattack. Their clash tears through the area in a violent explosion of impact and debris. The ritual caster realizes the others can only delay Mr. Cyan, and concludes this ritual is their only chance to defeat him. Boris's monstrous power swells amid fire and red-black energy as the transformation deepens. The caster pushes Boris to awaken the Leviathan, forcing the ritual toward its true objective. At Lewin Academy's royal dormitory, the story shifts to a quieter hallway where two students arrive. A boy cautiously addresses the white-haired girl with royal respect, unsure of her mood. She insists she absolutely cannot go see Cyan, trying to hide how much she cares. When teased about that obvious excuse, she flares up in embarrassment and indignation. Her anger breaks when she realizes the situation may be more serious than she thought. The boy reminds her they came to check on Nana, and she quickly latches onto that justification. But a sudden realization stops her cold. At Cyan's room, Lunav and Princess Erin are already there, asking why she has come. They confirm they were also looking for Cyan, but reveal that he is not in his room. The princess immediately senses that this is not a normal absence, and demands an explanation. Lunav admits she only just noticed that Cyan's room has been completely emptied out. While someone tries to reassure them that he always returns, the princess rejects that comfort and feels this time is different. Lunav confirms her fear by saying Cyan's scent is entirely gone, as if he may never come back. The princess is stunned, only half grasping the meaning while being overwhelmed by Lunav's certainty. The larger boy blames himself, convinced Cyan's disappearance is somehow his fault. He confesses that he pushed Cyan too hard because he only wanted to be his friend. The group forces itself past guilt and starts asking where Cyan might have gone. The princess takes charge, ordering a search of the academy while insisting on helping herself. Lunav decides to check Garam for any news, and Erin entrusts that lead to her. As they split up, the princess vows to gather information through the palace and places her hopes on Lunav. Lunav warns that finding him will not be easy, and when pressed, she reveals why. She explains that Cyan has erased his traces so completely that even she cannot track him. Even so, the princess breaks into a run, driven by a growing sense of dread. She becomes convinced that Cyan is not just missing, but on the verge of disappearing from their lives entirely. Refusing to accept that, she resolves to find him before he is truly gone. The scene cuts back to a violent blast outside, where the battle has escalated into destruction. Amid the dust, Cyan and the rabbit-eared girl face a towering beast and realize the fight has taken another turn. The monster, still burning with cursed energy, bitterly asks whether they can even see it as alive rather than as a monster. Cyan dismisses them as puppets and cannot understand how they possess independent will. The beast answers with resentment, insisting that humans can never understand their existence. It argues that humans know nothing about what it means to live as a monster. The rabbit-eared girl listens as the creature broadens that accusation into the suffering of all their kind. It reveals that Boris turned their divine curse into a blessing, explaining the loyalty and conviction behind their rebellion. With the last of the luggage delivered, the group settles into a safe house near Lewin and prepares for the young master they are supposed to meet. Brian is praised for handling the move, but the others are still relying on Sarika's word that the young master will join them later. Even so, doubt lingers as they confirm that the missing young master is the one they came here for. Brian can only repeat that Sarika told them to trust him and wait. The girl admits she has a bad feeling, and Nana's low spirits make the unease harder to ignore. It becomes clear Nana is hurt because the man she cares about came and left again while she was asleep. Brian falls silent as he realizes he cannot fix the real problem. He decides that if he cannot change what happened, he will at least do what little he can for Nana, so he approaches her gently, trying to draw her out of her sadness. Nana blurts out her fear that her father left because she caused trouble, revealing how personally she has taken his absence. Brian reassures her that none of this was her fault. He promises that if they wait patiently, her father will come back, and Nana reluctantly accepts that hope. Her mood lifts enough for her to call her father an idiot and ask Brian to scold him when he returns, and Brian awkwardly plays along. Elsewhere, the missing man is already in a violent fight, lunging in with his blade before his enemies can settle the pace. He opens with Beast Talon and knocks one attacker down in a single sweeping strike. A white-haired rabbit-eared opponent immediately counters by unleashing Bind, sending red energy whipping through the battlefield. The attack tears across the ground, trying to trap or cut him off mid-movement. He reads the timing instantly and realizes the enemy expects him to be helpless in the air. The rabbit fighter follows that setup with fire bursts, turning the trap into a point-blank explosion. A wall of flame surges toward him, meant to finish him before he can recover. Instead of panicking, he meets the attack with predatory confidence as his sword aura flares to life. The rabbit fighter is stunned to see sword aura appear from someone so young. The swordsman cuts through the fire itself, blowing open the attack and forcing his enemies to face him again. That display shatters the rabbit fighter's assumptions about what should be possible. He realizes in disbelief that the boy in front of him is a sword master. Even the beast-like ally is shaken by how badly they misjudged their target. Still, the rabbit fighter refuses to back down and orders everyone to swarm him at once. They decide his only chance of failure is a blind spot, so they rush him from multiple directions and try to deny any counterattack. The swordsman sees through the plan immediately and notes that all of them are repeating the same pattern without realizing it. He recognizes that their shared rhythm exposes a weakness they cannot see. Using thick fog 8th form, assault, he turns their encirclement against them with a burst of sweeping slashes. One attacker is cut badly before the group can even adjust. The rabbit fighter barely registers the counter before the swordsman is already inside his guard. A follow-up strike detonates against the ground and drives the rabbit fighter back. Forcing himself to recover, the rabbit fighter launches flame shower to overwhelm him with repeated blasts. The swordsman answers by forming a void sphere, a strange purple mass in his hand. The sphere devours the incoming magic instead of being destroyed by it, leaving the rabbit fighter horrified that his flames are being consumed. As the enemy panics, a hulking beast man crashes down from above to crush the swordsman outright. The impact slams into the ground, but it fails to end the fight. With thick fog 7th form, detection, the swordsman tracks the battlefield through the chaos even when his enemies think they have landed a hit. He immediately retaliates with fog sword, rushing fog storm, carving through the attackers in a rapid sequence before they can regroup. The rabbit fighter cries out as the assault tears through him. Even while pressing the advantage, the swordsman is hit by another surge of pain in his head, threatening to disrupt his control. He forces his weapon steady despite the sudden weakness. The rabbit fighter tries one more desperate technique, fog sword, rising fog, to break the momentum. But the exchange ends with the enemy side scattered and broken around a crater, their defeat effectively decided. The swordsman recognizes that what separates them is not a small edge but an overwhelming gulf in power. One of the battered enemies admits they cannot beat him and calls him a monster. He coldly dismisses complaints from foes who can survive decapitation, making it clear he never saw them as normal opponents. And when they question why he attacked if he was not trying to defeat them, he reveals that victory was never the point of this confrontation. The beast-like conspirator reveals that their earlier moves were only meant to buy time. The ground begins to quake violently, signaling that the ritual has reached its final stage. The black-haired fighter notices the disturbance and realizes something far worse is happening. A massive eruption confirms it. The ritual is completing in a catastrophic way. He rushes forward, recognizing that Boris had been hiding a larger scheme all along. What emerges is not a simple resurrection but the revival of an ancient skeletal dragon. Its enormous body tears through the earth, spreading destruction as it rises. The dragon fully breaks free, proving the enemy has unleashed a disaster beyond expectations. Seeing the demonic blade again, Boris reacts with interest, aware of how dangerous it could become if uncontrolled. The young fighter steels himself and vows not to let the sword run wild again. Boris declares that the purification of the buried dragon is beginning, treating the monster as the centerpiece of his plan. With manic satisfaction, he revels in how perfectly events are unfolding for him. The Beastman warns that it is already too late to stop what has been set in motion. He frames their uprising as revenge on a world that abandoned them and promises total destruction followed by reconstruction. As monstrous power gathers overhead, he proclaims this the start of a revolution no one can stop. The black-haired fighter suddenly senses immediate danger. Kiara catches it too and urgently warns everyone to move. The dragon attacks from above with overwhelming force, blasting the area apart. In the aftermath, Kiara is left reeling, unable to understand why this happened. The swordsman realizes the ritual did more than consume one victim. It used sacrifices to increase the dragon's mana. That revelation raises the darker question of what those sacrifices were meant to achieve. Boris calmly answers that the deaths were likely meant to restore the damaged divine scriptures. Kiara demands an explanation, furious that Boris has gone far beyond whatever plan they once shared. Boris dismisses the loss as acceptable, insisting the outcome serves a greater purpose. He even pretends to mourn it, but his glee makes clear he sees the tragedy as useful. Kiara calls out his hypocrisy, refusing to believe his false regret. Above them, the dragon's looming presence forces the others to confront the scale of the monster Boris has awakened. Panic spreads among the onlookers as they realize the dragon has noticed them. When the dragon begins charging a breath attack, the crowd understands they are about to be annihilated. Boris seizes the moment, turning the dragon's power into judgment against the Exclam and declaring that their debts are due. The dragon aims its attack toward the fleeing group, leaving them almost no chance to escape. Kiara desperately tries to stop Boris before he lets the massacre happen. She fires a burst of flame to interrupt the attack and buy the others a moment. Boris mocks her effort as pathetic, disappointed that she would oppose him now. He twists the knife further by reminding her of their former bond and treating her resistance as betrayal. Kiara answers with pure hatred, condemning him and promising to meet him in hell. Boris retaliates through the dragon's power, crushing her with a violent surge. He is briefly caught off guard when another force interferes with the dragon's attack. The black-haired fighter successfully blocks the ancient dragon's breath, earning Boris's surprised respect. Drawing on a void technique, he gathers the attack's energy into a concentrated sphere instead of letting it hit. Boris immediately counters by unleashing a massive red wave, intent on overwhelming that defense. The two powers collide, tearing through the battlefield as the pressure escalates. Inside the storm of power, the swordsman stays focused and prepares a counterstrike. He bursts through with Fog's sword, dance of black blood, turning defense into a sudden offensive charge. The unexpected move shocks Boris, who had not anticipated the swordsman breaking through his assault. The attack slices across the dragon's body, proving the counter has landed cleanly. The impact drives through with enough force to stagger the massive creature. Boris realizes the truth. That demonic blade is not acting like an ordinary weapon at all. He concludes that the swordsman is reshaping the sword through his own power and launches a first form technique in response. A storm of slashing strikes rains down, carrying the battle into a direct clash between Boris's unleashed power and the swordsman's transformed blade. A technique called Flashing Rain begins as a human fighter launches a rapid assault against a skeletal dragon-like leviathan at sunset. He drives in with a blood-red blade, closing the distance in a violent downward strike. The attack continues as fast a barrage of slashes exploding across the monster's body. The leviathan reels, its long neck whipped by the force of the blows. It roars in pain and fury as the cuts keep landing. The creature's massive body starts collapsing toward the town below, threatening to crush everything nearby. The civilians realize too late that they cannot escape the falling leviathan's path. To save them, the swordsman unleashes Fog's sword, 8 fluttering petals, sending a web of strikes upward to intercept the danger. A cat-eared woman shields a child as blood and debris rain down around them. The survivors stare in shock that a human is the one standing between them and death. They recognize that he has awakened the leviathan, while he turns his attention to something more urgent. His expression hardens as he rejects concern for bystanders and focuses entirely on the battle. He declares that everyone present will become offerings for the ritual, revealing a ruthless purpose behind the fight. Even as one of the townsfolk urges everyone to flee, the human remains fixed on his objective. He escalates with Ragnarok, gathering overwhelming red power into a destructive attack. Bracing himself, he chains that force into another fog sword technique. Strengthened rising fog erupts upward in a colossal surge aimed at finishing the leviathan. Someone hidden nearby is stunned, realizing the strike is not going as expected. The leviathan survives long enough to answer with another enraged roar and counter-pressure. The battlefield becomes a chaotic clash of red force, monster fury, and scattered fighters caught in the shockwaves. A heavy impact slams into the ground, signaling a sudden interruption in the exchange. A masked figure crashes into the fight and confronts the human at close range, shocking the observer. The human recognizes Boris and reveals he has been waiting a long time for this reunion. He promises Boris will not survive this encounter, and Boris is visibly shaken by the hatred behind it. The human invokes Black Fog's power, Arc Adamant, condensing a massive sphere of destructive energy around Boris. Boris is caught under the crushing attack and can only scream as it closes in. The energy swells into a dome over the ruined area, trapping the target beneath overwhelming force. It detonates into the ground in a devastating blast that tears apart the battlefield. Elsewhere, a small shadowy familiar senses the result and realizes it has finally found Cyan. In a separate room, a blue-haired girl asks the familiar whether it knows Cyan's location. The familiar points to a place on the map and confirms Cyan is there. She is pleased to have a lead, though puzzled that he would be in what is basically an abandoned slum. The familiar admits it is unsure, but says the place may be tied to an ancient dragon it once knew, though it needs to see it directly to confirm. The mention of an ancient dragon startles her, but the familiar downplays it as something far less threatening than Cyan. Before she can act, armed visitors from the Garam Association arrive and summon Miss Lunev. Sensing trouble, the familiar lunges for a book or map as if trying to stop events from moving forward. A blonde knight named Lamella enters, and Lunev is told the association's people have barged in unexpectedly. The hooded envoys insist the association president has called for Lunev and that she must come with them. Lamella distrusts the summons and quietly urges Lunev to escape while she stalls them. Lunev is confused that Lamella would help her when she seemed aligned with her grandfather. Lamella reminds her that Lunev once saved her life, and says she is simply acting according to a knight's honor. Lunev accepts her help with gratitude and asks Lamella to pass a message to Princess Erin. The envoys press again for Lunev to leave, forcing the moment to end. Lamella agrees to relay the message as soon as she can, giving Lunev one last reassurance. Lunev goes with the association's people, already suspecting this is connected to what happened at the ruins. As she leaves, she resolves that if Cyan is involved, she must reach him before he does anything reckless. Back at the battlefield, the dust settles over shattered stone and the Leviathan's broken remains. Cyan stands amid the aftermath and calmly confirms to his floating companion that Boris is dead. Looking over the ruined crater, he believes the conflict is finally over. That certainty breaks when an unseen voice blames everything on the human, making Cyan realize someone else is still there. Witnesses explain that the chaos began only after a newly arrived human appeared among them. They accuse that human of endangering a woman and child as well, and the crowd drives him away in fear and anger. As the hooded figure leaves, a violent companion urges him to kill the witnesses, but he suppresses that impulse. He deliberately spares them despite the risk of being recognized, deciding that being seen will serve his purposes better. Walking off through the ruined street, he reveals that this exposure means he will not have to wait much longer. Elsewhere, a white-haired man learns that Boris has been killed and is instantly consumed by fury. He crushes the report in his hand and vents his contempt at Boris for dying so uselessly. He rages that he saved Boris from ruin and raised him up, only for Boris to die while chasing his own ambitions. Before he can stew any longer, Askel arrives, answering the summons the white-haired man had been making. Askel enters calmly and asks what is needed. The white-haired man blurts out that Boris is dead and Exilium is effectively destroyed, but Askel is already aware. That indifference infuriates him, especially when Askel says he had other urgent matters to handle first. He cannot believe anything could have taken priority over this disaster and lashes out at Askel's judgment. Askel cuts through the outrage by saying he already knows who is responsible. That claim stops the tirade cold and forces the white-haired man to listen. Askel orders preparations for an immediate trip to the Lewin Academy. When pressed for an explanation, he refuses to argue further and says he will explain on the way. The white-haired man follows, irritated by how completely Askel is directing him. Privately, he resents feeling as though Askel has him on a leash. Meanwhile, in a cave, a battered figure staggers forward while dark, writhing power clings to his body. He collapses beside burning books, his body and the black-red force around him both unstable. The fallen tomes continue to burn, suggesting that whatever ritual or plan brought him here has gone wrong. Even in pain, he laughs and realizes they were fortunate to get this far. He admits that reviving Boris failed and regards that failure as a disgrace. Still, he notes that if events had unfolded properly, Boris's power could also have restored his own ruined body. From the blood and fire, Boris's presence begins to reform enough to answer him. The speaker reassures Boris, saying a far greater source of mana now stands right in front of him. That source reveals itself as a monstrous divine being, and Boris is left in terrified disbelief at what has appeared. By the time the carriage reaches the outskirts of ruin, the confrontation has shifted into a hunt for the truth. Inside the carriage, the white-haired man demands to know who at Ruin Academy Askel is targeting. Askel explains that they are cooperating with Chancellor Kundal to deal with matters involving the white-haired man's brother, Stan Vert. He then drops the real accusation: the child who killed Boris was Stan. Askel adds that Stan possesses the demon blade and is tied to the secret assassination group Mist. The white-haired man is stunned and presses him to confirm such an outrageous claim. Askel says this matches the information Boris had uncovered before sacrificing himself, including that Stan had been sabotaging them all along. The pieces finally click for the white-haired man, and he realizes Stan has been manipulating events from the shadows. Askel says the royal palace has already approved Stan's execution and that the same order should be sent to Ruin Academy. When asked on what grounds, he argues that Stan's hidden identity as the head of a demonic assassination organization and his role in the Exilium incident are more than enough. The white-haired man, though shaken, sees the logic and concludes that Stan can be framed as the cause of everything. Askel admits it pains him to turn his blade on his own brother, but insists Stan must die for the peace and justice of the realm. He hardens that resolve by declaring Stan's death both his fate and the will of the God of Light. At Ruin Academy, a door opens on a separate reckoning already underway. A young girl arrives with escorts and asks to be taken to Ruin, addressing the elder inside as her grandfather. The old man notes her unusual willingness to come, and she reminds him that he was the one who summoned her. She makes clear that she is speaking to him as family rather than as council head and demands an honest answer. She asks whether he truly met Stan Vert at the Novelli ruins and whether he helped Stan summon a demon there. The old man denies knowing what she means, trying to brush the accusation aside. She immediately sees through the lie and accuses him of covering for Stan. As her pressure rises, dark energy floods the room and turns the exchange into an open magical standoff. Even under that threat, she warns him that he is only making himself look guilty and will not be heard if he keeps hiding behind excuses. An elder praises Luna's growth and reminds her she is meant to lead the Garden Council someday. He immediately hardens his stance, insisting she cast aside emotion as violent force tears through the room. Luna finally snaps under his pressure and declares she has had enough. She openly rejects her grandfather's control and refuses to be swayed by him any longer. With that resolve, she breaks through the magic restraining her and blasts free. Her grandfather is stunned that she managed to nullify his power. Luna stands her ground and warns that no matter what he does, he will get nothing from her. The old man acknowledges her determination but coldly says it will only bring her suffering. Luna realizes too late that he had prepared trap magic in advance. The hidden spell activates and launches binding attacks across the room. She is caught mid-movement as the trap wraps around her before she can escape. Her grandfather advances, promising to erase even her memory of regret. Bound and cornered, Luna asks if he intends to kill her. He answers that he cannot kill a future council leader, but reveals a darker method instead. Luna recognizes the Tria symbol and realizes he plans to use mind-destroying magic on her. He confirms it, declaring that he will wipe away what he sees as her useless memories. As his hand reaches for her, he insists resistance is meaningless. He tries to force her back into the obedient granddaughter he once cherished. Elsewhere, someone checks a door and finds no sign of the people they are looking for. At Sion's dorm, Runo confirms that Xian and his entourage have already disappeared. He asks for magical tracking, and his companion detects only a faint trace that seems to have been deliberately erased. She concludes the culprit must be highly skilled, likely one of the Black Mounds, and vows to identify them. Runo abandons the idea of questioning Xian directly since that route is no longer possible. His companion scolds him for brooding over her, then apologizes when she realizes she has overstepped. Runo orders the investigation expanded, tells her to search for his younger sibling, and decides he will handle the rest himself. In another room, a tense hand moves over documents as a new political thread begins to surface. An older patriarch reflects grimly that events have taken a troubling turn. A younger man arrives to confront him, carrying clear hostility. He addresses the elder as grandfather, but the greeting is edged with accusation rather than respect. The elder asks why he has come, already sensing the confrontation ahead. The younger man presses him, reading disapproval in his gaze and forcing the issue into the open. He accuses the elder of secretly backing House Gizel and working behind his father's and grandfather's backs. The elder does not deny his involvement, and says he has only acted to prevent Runo from taking the throne by bloodshed. That answer only enrages the younger man, who hears the same cold pragmatism he despises in his father. He lists rival claimants and allies around the succession struggle, arguing that dangerous enemies are already circling the crown. He insists those rivals would never yield the throne peacefully, and would use any means necessary to seize it. The elder rebukes him, asking whether he is really worried about something he has not even secured yet. He warns that once greed and ambition take root, people start believing they deserve what belongs to others and try to snatch it away. Calling the throne the peace his father fought to obtain, the elder orders him not to ruin that hard-won stability. The younger man mocks that appeal to peace, arguing the elder has no right to preach after helping raise the very people who threaten their line. The elder abruptly changes course and asks where Xian Vert is right now. The younger man pushes further, implying the elder may be shielding Xian despite his crimes. Before the argument can continue, Erin arrives and asks for Runo. She explains she came to ask about Xian's whereabouts, while privately wondering why this prince is here. The younger prince lashes out at her, telling her to leave because he refuses to stop the confrontation. The elder cuts in and reveals that Princess Erin had arranged to meet him before the prince arrived. That humiliates the prince, who explodes at being placed beneath a lesser-ranked royal. The elder coolly replies that an arrangement is still an arrangement, and tells him to show consideration befitting a prince. The prince turns back in outrage, unable to accept being checked in front of Erin. Then Erin delivers urgent news: Xian Vert's dorm has been found completely empty. A high-ranking official warns that Xian has become a threat serious enough to endanger the Empire's peace. He presses the Chancellor and the young princess for Xian's whereabouts, making clear that cooperation is now a political demand. The princess refuses to accept the accusation and demands to know why Xian is being branded an enemy. The official explains that Xian's involvement in the banquet massacre and the exilium disaster has been exposed, with testimony already piling up against him. When the Chancellor confirms that the Imperial Palace has sent the same notice, the charge gains official weight. Despite the princess's disbelief, the official announces that Xian has been declared wanted across the Empire and warns her to stay out of the matter. Left reeling, she clings to her faith in Xian and insists the accusation must be false. News of Xian's warrant spreads quickly through the city, drawing a crowd around the public notice board. Rumors immediately grow worse, with people claiming he turned exilium into a hellscape after the bloodshed at the banquet. As townspeople recognize him as House Vert's youngest son and the survivor of the Devil Dragon incident, fear and suspicion replace any former admiration. Someone tears down one of the wanted posters, as if claiming the story for themselves. A hooded figure reveals that the poster was a forgery meant to provoke Eshel and asks a small demonic companion whether the bait worked. Grinning, Xian confirms that Eshel will come after him personally, exactly as he intended. Far away in Frena's snowy plains, the story shifts to Cecilia's training ground. Cecilia races through the snow with urgency, driven by alarming news. She pushes herself hard across the frozen field, desperate to reach Alice. Spotting her in the distance, Cecilia calls out for Alice at once. Alice turns in surprise and asks why Cecilia is in such a rush. Cecilia thrusts the poster forward and begs Alice to see what has happened. Alice is stunned to see Xian accused as the culprit behind the banquet massacre, and immediately rejects the claim. Cecilia explains she found the notice while on patrol and asks what they should do. Alice realizes Xian must have anticipated this kind of trap when he told her to leave, which makes the situation feel even more deliberate. Instead of chasing after him, Alice decides they should continue training. She trusts Xian to handle the crisis himself, and concludes that her priority is becoming strong enough to matter when the time comes. Her resolve sharpens into a single purpose: she will grow stronger so she can truly help Xian. Marion recognizes that determination and answers by unleashing her power to resume Alice's harsh training. Seeing Alice's resolve, Marion orders the training to continue without hesitation. Alice accepts immediately, and recommits herself under Marion's guidance. Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl is racked by violent demonic energy as the force consuming her surges out of control. An older man overseeing the ordeal coldly tells her that resisting only makes the pain worse. She fights back anyway, refusing to surrender what matters most to her. Memories of Cyan flood her mind, showing that her attachment to him is the core of her resistance. In agony, she screams that she will not let Cyan be taken from her. The old man dismisses her defiance and vows to erase Cyan from her completely. Before he can finish, a new red power begins to interfere with the ritual. The old man is caught off guard as the space around him shifts into something beyond his control. He realizes too late that he has been dragged into another realm, where an unseen presence challenges his intrusion. Feeling the overwhelming mana there, he understands he has stepped into a far more dangerous power than expected. A colossal demonic entity identifies itself as the demonic scriptures, Lemmiharmal, and confronts him like prey. The old man is shaken by the revelation that Luna possessed the demonic scriptures all along. Lemmiharmal crushes him with contempt and turns his own search for truth into a death sentence. The attack leaves him coughing blood and screaming as his control collapses. Back in the real room, his body buckles under the backlash. The demonic energy binding the girl begins to unravel and release its hold. Freed from the worst of it, she falls back in pain but regains herself. As the old man drops to his knees amid the wreckage, she realizes Lem must have intervened. Lem answers from above his head, making it clear he saw through the scheme. He accuses the old man of planning this from the beginning and exposes the ritual as a deliberate trap. Relieved and grateful, the girl thanks Lem and decides they need to hurry to Cyan. As she slips out with Lem hidden above her, a nearby cloaked figure notices movement and is left confused. A small shadow creature interrupts a group in white robes by urgently asking for Miss Lunev. The creature snaps at someone for staring instead of responding, making clear the matter is urgent. At a safe house outside Lewin, alarm spreads as someone rushes in with news that something has gone wrong. The crisis centers on a wanted notice bearing the young master's face. At first the others think the resemblance is harmless, until they are forced to look closer. They realize with shock that he has truly been declared wanted. A report follows that knights are flooding the streets and actively searching for the young master. His allies immediately conclude that he has been framed. One of the men reacts by rushing to the door, ready to confront the danger outside. The others panic when they see him drawing his sword to go out. He insists he owes his life to the young master, and means to repay that debt by protecting him. The pink-haired girl refuses to stay behind and prepares to fight as well the moment the door opens. Their reckless resolve only makes the others more nervous as the pounding at the door continues. A frightened girl finally volunteers to open the door while the others brace for an attack. When the door cracks open, an impatient voice from outside demands to know what took so long. The young master appears in disguise and immediately hushes her before she can expose him. She throws herself at him in relief, while the others freeze in disbelief at his sudden return. The room erupts with recognition as his companions realize he is really there. Relief overwhelms them, and they rush him at once, clinging to him and to each other. He dryly notes that this kind of emotional reunion is not really for him. Once everyone settles, his friends demand an explanation for why the Empire is hunting him. He refuses to explain, leaving them stunned while one girl keeps happily clinging to him. Instead, he focuses on the practical danger. As long as he is wanted, the safe house is no longer secure. He warns that Askel possesses the holy sword, and if its power is used, this hideout will eventually be found. To avoid bringing disaster on them, he opens a portal and decides to disappear into his other dimension for a while. Privately, he recognizes the scale of the threat now facing him. The entire empire is about to turn against him. Brian drops to one knee and begins a formal oath before letting him go. He vows that his loyalty has never wavered and that he will use all his strength to protect the young master's path. The young master brushes off the dramatic pledge, but his companions still urge Brian to hurry and finish seeing him off. After they leave through the portal, he is left alone in the quiet room as it closes behind them. His fiery companion immediately celebrates that the clingy distractions are gone and assumes he can act freely now. The young master corrects it with a grin, saying there is finally real work to do. The creature perks up at once, thrilled by the prospect. He steels himself with frustration and resolve, slamming a fist down as he commits to his next move. Elsewhere at Lewin Academy, an older man is found collapsed on the floor. He bitterly realizes he was wrong about who held the demonic scriptures and that Lunev had them all along. A surviving subordinate rushes in to check on him, and he immediately asks why no one else returned. The subordinate apologizes and admits that Miss Lunev defeated all the others. The scale of the defeat is shown by the bodies of white-robed fighters being hurled aside amid wreckage. Though injured and humiliated, the old man admits Lunev outplayed them and asks what should be done next. He decides that if Lunev truly has the demonic scriptures, he must cross Lewin again and seize them from her. That night, Imperial forces continue their search through the city with torches and patrols. The hunt is interrupted when a voice calls down to the soldiers from above. The young master reveals himself on a high ledge and openly acknowledges that they are all there to capture him. The soldiers stare up in confusion, struggling to believe their target has appeared so boldly. He taunts them with glowing eyes, daring them to catch him and mocking them as fools. Back at the academy, the emptiness of the place underscores how much has changed. An empty classroom becomes a reminder of the friend who used to be there and is now painfully absent. One student sinks into despair, wondering if Cyan is never coming back. A memory of happier days with Cyan makes the loss hit even harder, leaving behind the ache of being abandoned after everything they shared. Seth bitterly wonders if he should just give up on school altogether. Before he can sink further into that thought, someone rushes toward him at full speed. Luna finds him out of breath and urgently calls him by name. She reveals she has located Cyan and immediately demands that Seth come with her. Seth is stunned that she actually tracks Cyan down, though he is briefly distracted by the strange creature riding on her head. The creature cuts in, insisting they move now and grandly identifying itself as the successor of the Sand God. Instead of questioning that claim, Seth is momentarily disarmed by how adorable he finds it. Luna refuses to waste another second and physically drags Seth into motion. She forces the pace, declaring that hesitation is a luxury and promising a faster route. That shortcut turns out to be a reckless crash straight through a wall as she barrels ahead laughing. As they plunge through the opening, the little god spirit takes charge of getting them safely down. It unleashes its power and transforms into a large shadowy mount. The creature catches them mid-fall and carries them away while warning them to hold on. Elsewhere, a training dummy is struck, marking a quieter scene in the courtyard. A white-haired girl practices with a sword while a boy sits nearby, watching her mood darken. She has just learned that Cyan is an exoscillum and that Lunav left to tell her before being taken away by Mr. Kydance. A maid advises that, for now, she should seek Dean Kundal's help, then excuses herself. The girl refuses to follow, saying she has other matters to handle, and the maid reluctantly lets her be. After Lamella leaves, even worse news reaches the girl. She is told that Cyan is supposedly the culprit behind the banquet of blood. The accusation is tied to horrifying bloodshed and murder. It goes further, claiming Cyan was also responsible for destroying Exoscillum. On top of that, he is said to belong to the Mist, a group made up of Black Fog's followers. The girl is crushed that she failed to see any of this and blames herself for being foolish. When the boy asks why she is not going after them, she admits she sees no point. She had trained for this moment only to stand beside Cyan. Now she feels that all of that effort has become meaningless. She imagines Cyan drifting farther and farther away into a darkness she cannot reach. That helpless distance makes her despise her own weakness and uselessness. An older man arrives and challenges how much of those accusations she truly believes. Dean Kundal presses her to decide whether she really thinks Cyan committed those crimes and joined evil of his own will. She answers that she cannot believe Cyan would ever do something like that. Remembering how often Cyan protected and supported her, she clings to that trust. Those memories harden into certainty that he is not the kind of person being described. Kundal tells her that if she believes that, they need to move quickly. He offers his hand and warns that there is no time to waste if they want to help Cyan. She steadies herself, ready to act instead of despairing. Meanwhile, Cyan is already fighting through armed pursuers in the streets. He drops one attacker with a brutal strike. Another soldier is thrown aside as Cyan keeps cutting a path forward. Calmly in control, Cyan invites all of them to attack together. He leaps through the crowd and crushes more opponents before they can pin him down. His foot lands above one soldier's head, showing how completely he has outmaneuvered them. From above, Cyan mocks their predictability and asks whether no stronger fighters are available. A new voice answers his taunt and draws his attention. A commander named Redbeck steps forward with reinforcements, declaring Cyan's escape is over. Redbeck boasts of his elite status, flaunting top-tier stamina and mana as proof he can end this himself. He charges in, vowing to wipe the arrogance off Cyan's face. Redbeck unleashes his ultimate attack, Dragon Spear, in a blazing burst of power. His soldiers celebrate the move, convinced the pursuit is finally about to end. A fire mage opens the clash by unleashing a sweeping inferno meant to erase the enemy in flames. As the attack surges forward, one of the defenders warns everyone to flee before they are caught in it. The black-haired intruder charges straight into the blaze instead of retreating, treating the attack as no threat at all. He pierces through the heart of the fire with a single overwhelming strike. The attacker realizes too late that his strongest move has been completely broken through. The blast continues past him, and the onlookers recognize that even Mr. Redbeck has been taken down. His body is hurled back hard enough to smash into the wall, leaving the surrounding soldiers stunned. The watching troops can barely process that their apparent champion was defeated so effortlessly. Seeing their best fighter fall, the intruder coldly asks if that was truly the strongest they had. With red-black power rising around him, he decides the battle is no longer worth his attention and prepares to move on. He declares that he is about to open the gates to hell, making clear that something far worse is coming. The soldiers are shaken enough to mutter a desperate prayer as panic spreads. Elsewhere in the city, a distant magical eruption draws attention, and mounted forces immediately turn toward it. One rider senses exactly where the disturbance is and rushes toward it at full speed. Cyan resolves to catch up and refuses to let that ally face the danger alone. Back on the streets, commanders scramble to send reinforcements and redirect troops to another square. Hidden nearby, the intruder watches the confusion with satisfaction, noting that Kiram is keeping everyone occupied. He uses the chaos and a captured woman as cover, deciding this manipulation is proving useful. With the defenders distracted, he heads for the base, confident his accomplice should already be there. On the way, Cyan burns with anger at Askelvert, condemning him as a hypocrite. Before Cyan can continue, a sudden burst of violet magic slams into him from above. He narrowly avoids the attack as the rooftop around him is torn apart by the blast. An older man calmly praises Cyan's reflexes, revealing himself as the one who ambushed him. Cyan immediately recognizes that this is no random attacker. The elder introduces himself as someone Cyan may not know personally, but who has long known Cyan. He identifies Cyan by name, and reveals himself as Iron's Rainweaver, president of the Garum Association. Cyan cuts past the formalities and demands to know why the Garum Association is interfering in Ushif's affairs. Rainweaver enjoys Cyan's bluntness and signals that he is willing to answer directly. He remarks that Cyan resembles his father in that same straightforward way, which only hardens Cyan's impatience. Then he abruptly states his real purpose. He wants Cyan to marry his granddaughter Linnea. The proposal is so absurd that Cyan can only stare in blank disbelief. He struggles to understand how such a demand could possibly follow from the situation. Rainweaver explains that Cyan has repeatedly damaged Garum's interests by stopping their smuggling operations. He adds that Cyan also disrupted their excavation plans, and by severing their ties to the dragons, Cyan has become the source of all their recent losses. Yet Rainweaver cheerfully admits another motive. His granddaughter is fond of Cyan, which leaves Cyan even more baffled. He turns the proposal into an ultimatum, ordering Cyan to join both the family and the Garum Association. Rainweaver makes it clear this is not a negotiation and that Cyan is not being offered a choice. Cyan rejects him immediately and without hesitation. He mocks the idea that an organization led by a so-called 9-star great sage cannot even establish itself properly. Then he bluntly concludes that Garum must be propped up by Linnea's power and refuses to let that stand. Rainweaver accepts the insult with chilling calm, as if Cyan's answer has only confirmed his next move. He raises a hand and begins casting a large-scale spell. Mages appear across the rooftops around Cyan, completing a trap as Rainweaver starts to pronounce judgment. Rainweaver vows that if Cyan will not belong to Garum, then no one else will have him either. At the Brno estate, the focus shifts to the political fallout as an urgent report arrives. A furious noble cannot accept that a mere boy defeated all the palace knights. An aide tries to calm the outburst and warns that the defeat itself is no longer the only crisis. They report that Garum Association members suddenly ambushed the kingdom's knights and that fighting is already underway. The noble is left stunned that Garum has openly moved against them, with no clear explanation for why. A white-haired schemer is pleased that events are unfolding as intended. He immediately orders the people around him to slaughter everyone present. He justifies the attack as retaliation for the Grain Kingdom sending its Knights of Light into demon territory. The nearby soldiers are alarmed, realizing those knights are already deployed at the demon front. He mocks their confusion and reveals he had already arranged for those forces to be redirected here. Outside, a column of knights advances toward the estate, confirming his preparations. Others protest that his command amounts to openly declaring war on the Grain Kingdom. Princess Erin arrives with a young envoy, confronting the white-haired man before he can proceed. He is stunned to see Erin appear at all, especially with this girl beside her. Erin accuses him of once again trying to obstruct her. The girl presents a royal decree stating that the king has ordered the Lewin Academy to aid Erin in finding her fiancé. The man erupts in anger, identified as Erin Severus. He challenges the decree's legitimacy, but the girl insists she can prove it. An elder confirms that the king truly ordered support for Princess Erin because of his worsening condition, though the order mentioned nothing about Erin Severus's private mobilization. That omission leaves Erin Severus exposed and shaken. The elder presses him to explain why he moved troops and seems intent on provoking war with the Grain Kingdom. Unable to answer cleanly, Erin Severus can only seethe. Cornered, he tries to turn the room against Erin by claiming she is allied with the real culprit. A barrier suddenly erupts and blasts several people back, throwing the hall into chaos. Erin Severus lashes out in frustration as his position collapses around him. The elder steps in with overwhelming force and shuts Linnell down before she can escalate further. He demands to know why Erin Severus is now trying to fight him as well. Erin Severus breaks down, insisting he is the elder's grandson and begging to know why he keeps being stopped. The elder makes clear that he refuses to watch his grandson destroy himself any further. As the confrontation peaks, someone warns that the true target is escaping. A teleportation circle flares to life, opening a route out. Erin Severus apologizes weakly for the chaos, but the escape is already underway and someone curses the failure. The fleeing group vanishes from the estate in a burst of light. They reappear in the outskirts of Brunnery, where the elder says they should be harder to find because the lord's estate is far away. The young envoy studies the decree and bluntly concludes that it is forged. Rather than argue, the elder tells her to move, and she follows despite her suspicion. As they go, she asks why he is helping her at all. He admits he is simply curious about what future awaits someone as troublesome as her. Elsewhere that night, a violent clash sends bodies flying under the moon. One combatant is hurled through the wall of a nearby building by the force of the fight. A monstrous demonic beast manifests behind two figures as they land, signaling a new threat entering the scene. A blue-haired girl notices the strange power and realizes something is wrong with the person beside her. The blonde young man greets the newcomer as an ally, assuming he recognizes a friend. But the black-haired, red-eyed figure is actually holding a victim by the throat and responds with unsettling calm. The blue-haired girl immediately realizes this is not Cyan. She tries to stop Seth before he approaches the imposter any further. She directly confronts the stranger, demanding to know who he is and where the real Cyan has gone. The imposter smirks and notes that her demonic scriptures let her see through the disguise. He says they know Cyan, but this is their first time meeting him in his true identity. He reveals himself as the demonic sword Karam and introduces himself in a female form. Seth blurts out the absurdity of Cyan turning into a woman, while Karam remarks that the timing works out well. Karam unleashes a surge of purple power, saying the plan has just become more interesting. The blue-haired girl recognizes the pressure immediately as the grandfather's mana. Karam decides that if the old man is already on the move, she will take them straight to him. She summons a massive demonic mount and orders them to climb on. A woman is impressed that a halfling managed more than expected, treating his performance as noteworthy rather than trivial. A lurking demonic presence bristles at that praise, its hostility surfacing immediately. Elsewhere, guards rushing through the city hear a blast ahead and realize the disturbance is coming from their destination. They suspect the culprits may be the people they are chasing, but can only press on and confirm it in person. The pursuing force arrives and halts, bracing for what they are about to face. Nearby soldiers feel the ground shake and fear the battle is escalating beyond control. Their alarm turns to panic when a monstrous shadow appears overhead. The creature dives into view, confirming that the chaos now involves something far worse than ordinary fugitives. At the same time, a surge of purple power erupts into the sky, drawing attention from across the area. A blonde commander identifies the target as Stian Vert, the younger brother and declared traitor of House Vert. He rallies a formation of knights by framing the coming attack as a holy duty to purge evil. With his sword raised as a symbol, he orders them to follow the light into battle. He formally declares the subjugation of Stian Vert has begun. The knights answer with disciplined obedience, accepting the order without hesitation. Their response swells into collective zeal as they commit themselves to the crusade. The blonde commander then addresses a savior figure, making clear he expects stolen power to be returned. The savior agrees, insisting that reclaiming that power is necessary for the mission to succeed. Among the gathered knights, some quietly suspect the commander is using the mission as cover to kill his own brother, which fits House Vert's reputation. One knight warns the others to lower their voices, but gossip is already spreading through the ranks. The rumor hardens into a darker fear that this battle will not end cleanly in a single city. When challenged, the doubters admit they think the conflict could keep growing far beyond its original purpose. They worry the war could drag in neighboring powers and spiral into a continental disaster. Others reject that as impossible, yet the unease remains because even the strange allies accompanying them feel wrong. Those suspicious allies radiate such sinister energy that the knights instinctively distrust them. Meanwhile, in the fighting itself, a young man is smashed through masonry by a relentless opponent. The attacker drives him along the wall with brute force, showing no sign of slowing down. Watching allies are shaken that the enemy never seems to tire, and may not even be human anymore. The black-haired fighter, wreathed in demonic power, openly mocks them and invites anyone fast enough to try stopping him. An older subordinate fumes that the boy is humiliating his elders by treating the battle like a game. The black-haired fighter coolly admits he now understands why Lilnav was drawn to his opponent. Above him, an elderly mage appears within a magic circle and decides the only answer is to kill everyone nearby if that is what it takes. He begins casting a high-level annihilation spell, calling down a meteor. The people below realize too late what is happening and panic as they are told to run from a 9-star catastrophe. The blazing mass descends while the caster taunts them to survive it if they can. The black-haired fighter notices the mage is willing to sacrifice his own side as collateral, and dryly concludes that explains the man's character. The meteor slams into the city in a massive explosion, engulfing buildings in fire. Survivors scatter in terror, convinced they will die unless they can find cover immediately. In the midst of the panic, a small hooded figure fixates on finding a friend instead of fleeing. A muscular young man named Set Shaharkin steps in, judges that there are too many enemies for the child to reach that friend alone, and takes control of the situation. He cuts through the panic with a single command and orders the child to move. The child hesitates in fear as the destruction rains down around them. Set answers by unleashing a sweeping burst of force that tears through the falling danger. He clears a safe path through the blast and urges the child to hurry after him. Elsewhere, two girls arrive amid swirling dark energy and spot Senior Stian directly ahead. They find the impact site strangely quiet, but the silence feels temporary rather than reassuring. The elderly mage confirms that instinct, insisting the battle cannot be over yet. The crater suddenly ruptures from within, proving someone survived the meteor. A violent column of energy bursts upward through the molten wreckage. From inside the crater, the black-haired fighter launches a counterattack and invokes Sphere of Nothingness, Sever. He follows it with Rift, surrounding himself with dark void-like orbs as he prepares to tear back through his enemies. A cloaked elder unveils a swelling sphere of purple destruction, filling the battlefield with a power meant to erase everything around it. He praises the feat with delighted admiration, revealing that he recognizes exactly what kind of forbidden force has been brought forth. The young man senses the danger immediately, and realizes this is no ordinary attack. The elder steps forward with confidence, driving the attack as if he has complete control of the situation. The young man drops low and braces himself, preparing to evade rather than meet the power head-on. Displaying a glowing rosary, the elder explains that the artifact contains a calamity called Oblivion, a force of total annihilation. The young man quickly concludes that his enemy already secured the artifact he had been investigating and confirms the man's identity and backing. The rosary's power is emphasized as the source that lets the elder wield destruction on this scale. To press his advantage, the elder summons a towering soul reaper and treats the battle like entertainment. A familiar voice cuts in and stops him, and the young man is stunned to hear someone address the elder as grandfather. The newcomer claims the demon he seeks is already in his possession and challenges the elder to face him instead. A blue-haired girl steps in to protect the young man, declaring him under her authority while the elder's monstrous summon looms behind them. At the same time, the young man draws out a red demonic blade called Kairam, urged on by the sense that another important presence is closing in. He commits to moving forward, trusting the sword's warning that the one he has been waiting for is near. His excitement turns sharp and predatory as he realizes the awaited figure has finally arrived. The white-haired ally reveals he heard the same news through his own companion and insists the young man was falsely accused. Casting off restraint and charging himself with power, that ally tells the others to leave the next move to him. The young man, caught off guard by this sudden initiative, can only wish everyone luck as the group shifts into motion. The white-haired ally launches away first, leaving the blue-haired girl momentarily baffled by his abrupt departure. Her irritation shows when he fails to explain himself, while he remains oblivious to why she is annoyed. Watching from the side, the demonic sword recognizes the young man as the heir of the god of black fog and judges him far from ordinary. The elder refuses to let anyone escape and moves to intercept, still relying on the rosary and soul reaper to dominate the field. He swings to cut off their retreat, determined to keep them trapped in his reach. The blue-haired girl answers with a restraining technique, activating a hidden seed she had prepared for this exact moment. The spell erupts inside the elder's head, shocking him as the attack bypasses his outward defenses. Forced into agony, he loses control and screams as the restraint takes hold. His rosary slips from his grasp, severing his immediate hold over the artifact's power. The young man uses the opening at once, dashing past with the soul reaper trailing behind him instead of the elder. Collapsed and furious, the elder demands to know how the restraining seed was planted in his mind. The blue-haired girl reveals she placed it there when she entered his consciousness earlier, proving she had prepared this countermeasure in advance. She coldly tells him he should never have touched what belonged to her, making clear this punishment is personal as well as tactical. Even under restraint, the elder refuses to yield and vows that their rebellion will cost them dearly. The demonic sword answers his defiance with contempt, convinced the old man has underestimated its resolve. It presents itself as the true power the elder has been seeking, promising to show him the reality of that strength. Elsewhere, a masked woman rushes back toward the city as the wider conflict begins to spill into the streets. She arrives to find patrol knights already returning, surprising them with how quickly she has reappeared. One frightened guard cries for help as the young man suddenly attacks from behind with his red blade. Using a fog sword technique, he cuts through the patrol in a fast, brutal opening strike. The surviving knights recognize Cyan Vert and are shaken that a mere 13-year-old has already brought down a patrol team. Warnings ring out for everyone to stay alert as he charges straight into them without hesitation. They realize too late that his weapon is demonic, making him far more dangerous than they expected. The knights rally around their order's honor and rush him together in an attempt to overwhelm him by numbers. He answers with another fog sword art, unleashing a storm of serial slashes that tears through their formation. Seeing him still advancing, the knights call for stronger magic to stop him before he gets any farther. A holy caster invokes Lumindal's arm, summoning a massive radiant hand to crush him from above. The divine strike slams into the ground with explosive force, blasting apart the street. For a moment the knights think the attack succeeded, only for the young man to appear behind one of them with murderous speed. Another caster desperately fires back, trying to catch him before he can continue the slaughter. A bolt of perfect thunder is launched directly at him as a last-second counterattack. Instead of stopping him, the lightning is turned back into the caster, who is struck by his own attack in a sudden reversal. A dark, red-eyed figure descends with violent force, announcing the arrival of a dangerous new player. The impact detonates across the city rooftop, sending a shockwave through the night. The intruder lands amid rubble and black-red energy, immediately claiming control of the battlefield. He reveals he has come specifically for Cyan, treating this meeting as the long-awaited moment he has been waiting for. Before he can settle in, a blonde holy knight unleashes the god of light's power through sun carriage and attacks at full strength from the start. The holy assault crashes down in a sweeping arc, showing the knight intends to overwhelm the enemy instantly. The strike tears through the rooftop in a pillar of light and force. The explosion blooms outward, smashing apart the ground where the enemy stood. But the demonic fighter counters through the blast, meeting the holy attack head-on with red power. Feeling Kiram's pain through their connection, he realizes a frontal clash with the holy sword was a reckless choice. The backlash surges through him as the holy force drives into his body. He coughs blood, paying the price for that direct collision. The pain drops him to the ground, writhing as the damage tears through him. Seeing him collapsed, the Holy Knight mocks him for failing to live up to the threat he posed. She dismisses his grand ambitions, saying he should have stayed content with the power he had already stolen. Her contempt falters when she notices something strange about him. Instead of breaking, he starts laughing at her appearance, turning the humiliation back on her and provoking her anger. Even while bleeding, he grabs at her collar and demands to know what she plans to do with the power she took from him. Her outrage only makes him laugh harder, and the exchange turns bizarrely intimate and hostile at once. He accepts her accusation that he was tamed, but only as a setup for a darker point. Looking at her now, he says the cost was worth it, implying that what happened to him gave him exactly the opening he wanted. That answer rattles her, and she demands to know how he was able to predict her location before she arrived. He refuses to explain and tells her to simply enjoy what is happening, deepening the sense that she has walked into his trap. With a vicious grin, he proposes a wager. If she can break him first, she wins. He releases demonic sword manifestation, covering himself in violent black-red power and transforming the fight. The Holy Knight immediately senses the battlefield shift as his presence becomes far more dangerous. Their weapons collide again, but this time the demonic force hits with a different level of pressure. The clash erupts into a massive shockwave that tears across the rooftop. To her shock, the power of the Holy Sword is broken apart, proving his manifested demonic blade can now damage what should have dominated him. He follows with Dance of Black Blood, First Form, Nirvana of Repentance, pressing the advantage with a named demonic technique. Even so, she tells herself that a god cast out from grace still cannot surpass the greatest god, trying to steady her resolve. He mocks that confidence, pointing out how absurd it was to think a demonic sword could ever truly lose to the Holy Sword. Then he reveals the real reason she is at a disadvantage, and she realizes too late what he means. He shows that he has seized the other half of the Holy Sword she had been seeking and dares her to take it back. The stolen half is visibly fused into his demonic form, confirming that he has turned her objective into his weapon. She lunges in alarm, trying to reclaim it before he can exploit it further. He refuses to surrender it, almost tauntingly, while her urgency turns frantic. Driven into a corner, she vows to bring down the entire city if that is what it takes to stop him. He brushes off the threat and warns that she is underestimating just how strong she has become. She answers by invoking Holy Sword manifestation, drawing out a towering surge of sacred power. He recognizes the scale of that holy power and urgently moves to avoid being caught in it. She channels the God of Light's power into Horizon, preparing a decisive finishing strike. The attack erupts in a sweeping torrent of light that carves across the rooftop. The blast catches him and hurls him away, tearing through his transformed body. Her beam continues forward like a blazing lance, ripping through the cityscape. It plows on through buildings and stone, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. When the light passes, he forces himself back up from the shattered ground instead of falling. The remnants of her attack still burn overhead, showing how overwhelming the strike was. She declares that this is the Holy Sword's true power, and warns that he has only seen half of it because he is still bound to her. He answers by demanding the return of his missing half and names her directly as Durian Dark, making clear that their conflict is also a struggle over divided power and identity. Sion, already battered and burning with demonic power, braces as Kairam closes in with another blinding assault. Kiram's strike crashes down before Sion can recover, driving him back under overwhelming force. A barrage called Rain of Flash descends, filling the battlefield with relentless holy attacks. Kairam follows with Wild Strike, chaining the assault so tightly that Sion has no room to counter. Sion realizes the pressure is working and clicks his tongue as the gap between them widens. The exchange turns into a violent clash of red demonic energy against Kiram's radiant power, with Sion still being forced onto defense. Kairam keeps cutting through every opening, his momentum building as Sion struggles to keep up. The storm of impacts continues, and Sion is battered from multiple directions before he can stabilize. Even while his body starts failing, Sion refuses to yield and decides he can endure a little longer if it lets him finish this. He hardens his resolve, swearing that even if he falls here, he will drag the man responsible down with him. But he immediately recognizes that this determination alone is only a desperate front against the reality of the fight. That vow reminds him of a previous life, when he first met the Demon King and saw the same fatal resolve in another doomed battle. In that memory, his master chose death over surrender and entrusted revenge to the end. The image of Kairam from that day resurfaces as the source of that irreversible loss. Sion remembers that Kairam was taken from him then, and the old grief sharpens his hatred now. Refusing to relive that tragedy, Sion decides he must survive long enough to create a real opening. He starts evading instead of trading blows, trying to conserve what remains of his demon blade while searching for a chance. Kairam sees through the tactic at once and calmly points out that Sion's weapon is nearing its limit. He presses the advantage, noting that Sion is no longer even attempting to meet his attacks head-on. With cruel confidence, Kairam taunts him and frames the fight as a contest to see which brother breaks first. The scale of their clash becomes so extreme that nearby soldiers realize ordinary people cannot intervene at all. One knight hesitates and asks whether they are expected to join despite that. Another force arrives wrapped in sinister red-black energy, signaling that new players are entering the battlefield. The watching knight is unnerved when the newcomers speak without moving and the very air around them feels corrupted. Those dark-armored figures launch themselves into the fight, moving with unnatural speed. Kram answers their approach with a devastating holy blow that smashes into the ground and the enemies around Sion. Sion barely blocks the aftermath, shocked by how much pressure Kram can still produce. He retaliates by opening a rift, summoning spheres of void-like power into the battlefield. The purple singularities spread around the combatants, turning the terrain itself into a trap. Sion realizes these marionette-like reinforcements were prepared in advance by Boris, confirming this battlefield was planned carefully. As the puppets swarm, he understands there are now too many threats moving at once for Kram to control everything. Even so, Kram cuts through the chaos and lands another crushing hit on Sion. He smugly asks whether Sion still intends to resist when there is supposedly no hope left for him. Sion answers with open contempt, mocking Kram's confidence as nothing more than bluffing from the older brother. Kram responds by forming a far greater holy construct, gathering enough power to end the fight decisively. As the weapon takes shape, Sion throws the insult back at him and refuses to be intimidated. Kram commits to the finishing move, invoking the Holy Spear of Ruin to wipe out Sion and everything around him. Flaming lances rain down across the battlefield, trapping Sion amid a descending execution. Far away, the flash of that attack is visible through a window, drawing attention from those monitoring the battle. Inside, observers acknowledge that the young Master Eshel is exceptional if he can push that monster this far. But the white-haired commander judges the current weapon insufficient and identifies a siege-class arsenal as the proper answer. Determined not to repeat a past failure, he orders that greater force be prepared immediately in case Lord Eshel is endangered. His subordinate accepts the command and rushes off to carry it out at once. A massive divine device begins activating, its magic circle and energy output confirming the escalation. Before the battle can continue that far, a new voice interrupts and proposes ending things here. The speaker reveals himself as a masked blue-haired youth holding a sinister grimoire, questioning the point of prolonging the fight. He then drops a revelation meant to shatter Sion, identifying himself as Sion's complete loss and his grandfather. The old man on the ground can only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to process what he is hearing. The newcomer casually declares that he has already finished dealing with this side of the battlefield as he stands over a fallen body. Nearby, a shirtless white-haired fighter surveys the defeated figures and dismisses them all as far too weak. A blue-haired girl reveals that a divine relic has been hidden inside her, not because she was weak, but because she was chosen as a vessel. The white-haired young man realizes the woman who had been helping him was secretly among the Garam Council all along. The pair thank the hooded ally, while she notes she never expected to find them hiding among the council members. Ramila appears and apologizes for failing to step in sooner. The blue-haired girl reassures her that the timing was perfect, since her help made it possible to subdue the Garam Council members at once. Their brief relief breaks when a sudden surge of power erupts overhead. They realize the magic arsenal, a massive wartime weapon, is being activated. The blue-haired girl immediately understands the enemy came prepared to kill Sion no matter what it took. Above them, robed figures complete the activation of the giant spell formation. One of the conspirators welcomes the chance to erase everything that has humiliated him. His hatred sharpens into open vengeance against everyone who mocked him. As the weapon's light gathers, attention turns to Prince Runo. Someone concludes that Runo can no longer be protected from what is coming. Runo rises into the air in a blaze of divine light, forcing everyone below to recoil. Witnesses are stunned that a magic arsenal is being used at such a moment. The weapon fires a devastating beam meant to decide the battle instantly. Sion steps forward and invokes Border of God to meet the attack head-on. His counterforce collides with the beam and drives the impact back upward. The backlash tears through the structure around them, blasting the building apart. As the magic arsenal collapses, the conspirators panic that their trump card has been destroyed. Even while the ruin falls, hostile puppets keep attacking and try to stop the others from escaping. One attacker snarls that they should be guarding the prince instead of fleeing. A white-haired princess intervenes and declares this an order from the 5th princess of the Yusef Empire, demanding they stand down. Sion, still wreathed in divine power, turns his attention toward the new authority entering the conflict. He recognizes that Chancellor Kundal is the one controlling the puppet soldiers through Eshel. Kundal accepts that the truth is now obvious. He goes further, accusing both Eshel and Runel of carrying the tainted blood of Balto. As his control begins to falter, he addresses Chancellor Kundal directly. Sion condemns Kundal for daring to oppose what he calls the will of God. He strikes through the puppet network, disrupting Kundal's hold over it. Kundal is shocked to find his magic completely nullified. Sion follows with God's stinger, driving a divine attack down onto the battlefield. Eshel rushes toward Kundal, demanding to know why he came here at all. Sion coldly tells her she is only getting in the way and should leave if she does not want to die. Eshel refuses, insisting that protecting her people matters more than his insults, and even reminds him that he is her fiancé whether he likes it or not. Sion deadpans that he never accepted that arrangement, while she tries to justify it as an imperial order. Facing Runo, Eshel declares that if he has truly bewitched Sion, she will save him as well. Runo answers by unveiling Halobringer, the ultimate authority of the God of Light. Xian recognizes it at once as the supreme power Renendel was said to wield, a force capable of killing even gods. He remembers that same power once cutting down even his former self. Eshel tries to stop the attack before it is unleashed. Ronald dismisses her plea and declares that the will of God cannot be denied. The pressure of the attack hits Eshel before she can react. Xian grabs her and yanks her out of the strike's path at the last instant. Instead of panicking, Xian smiles, because this is the exact moment he had been waiting for Ronald to use that authority. Ronald notices the smile and realizes too late that Xian is after something. Xian reaches for a glowing object at the heart of the divine power. He seizes and smashes the source before Ronald can stop him. The divine attack collapses violently back through Ronald's body. Ronald screams as the backlash tears into him and the balance of the fight suddenly shifts. A sudden blast strikes amid the chaos, signaling that the battle has already turned violent. An old mage holds off the endless demonic attackers, grimly recognizing that they keep coming no matter how many fall. He understands that defeating them outright is impossible for now, so his only goal is to stall them. In the middle of that defense, he senses a violent disturbance in mana and realizes something abnormal is happening elsewhere. He turns toward a distant pillar of power and tries to understand what kind of catastrophe is unfolding there. The surge intensifies into a scream-filled eruption, as if someone is being consumed by the force they awakened. A young man stands at the center of the blast while another fighter watches, unable to make sense of the transformation in progress. A dark presence reveals that the young man is seizing a power that should never have been his, blaming another for driving him to this desperate act. What he is attempting is compared to igniting a fire inside a wave, an absurd violation of how power is supposed to work. The observer concludes that the boy lacks both the sacred and demonic qualifications needed to survive this, and should die from the attempt. Fearing that the situation will become far worse if the transformation completes, he decides the boy must be eliminated before another enemy arrives. He commits himself to stopping it, even if someone keeps obstructing him to the very end. Princess Erin appears in his path and makes it clear that he will not reach the boy while she is still standing. Though shaken, Erin refuses to retreat because abandoning this place would mean losing Xian. At the same time, demonic beasts close in fast, adding immediate physical danger to the standoff. The old mage notices a child cutting through the swarm with alarming force, drawing his attention away from the larger clash. Lun of Rain River arrives with allies and urgently begs the senior mages to help her reach Xian at once. With no time for explanations, the old mage unleashes Reverse Wave to clear a path through the battlefield. His spell tears open the enemy formation and carves out a route toward the center of the crisis. But a shadowy demon lunges in to intercept, refusing to let them advance unchallenged. The battlefield erupts again as attacks collide and bodies are thrown aside in the scramble to break through. One of the demons is smashed down hard, showing that the rescuers are forcing their way forward. More enemies are blasted apart as the push continues through the burning melee. A demon realizes too late that a stronger strike is already upon it. Ramila fires a devastating crit cannon and blows through the attackers in one decisive burst. Lunav recognizes both Set and Ramila, relieved that reinforcements have reached them. Set and Ramila take over the fight against the lesser demons and order Lunav to go straight to Xian with Lady Erin. Lunav accepts, entrusting Erin to the others as she runs toward her friend. She urges Rem to hurry because Xian's mana is fading fast, suggesting he is nearing collapse. A warning comes too late as the target is already directly ahead, buried inside the raging explosion. Lunav spots Erin caught in the blaze and realizes the princess is in immediate danger. She then sees Xian himself, twisted by strain and on the verge of breaking under the power consuming him. Someone desperately orders Erin to be stopped, demanding to know why she would interfere at this moment. Another fighter is stunned by a deeper revelation and asks why the demon tome is present here at all. Rem charges forward atop a demonic beast, trying to force a way through the chaos by brute speed. A blazing counterattack slams into him and knocks his advance off course. Even injured, Erin calls out to Xian, refusing to let go of him. Lunav pleads with Rem to save Xian quickly, fearing they are moments away from losing him. A dark familiar races ahead and realizes Xian must have knowingly pushed himself into this doomed state. It suspects he did it on purpose because he had foreseen that Lunav and the others would come for him. Lunav, overwhelmed and in tears, is forced to confront the possibility that Xian planned this sacrifice in advance. With no time left to hesitate, the familiar invokes the pledge of the old god and gathers power for a final intervention. A sinister eye opens within the darkness, signaling that an ancient force has answered. The name Danu surfaces with that awakening, confirming the identity of the power now involved. That force crashes into the battlefield in a violent descent, striking near the center of the eruption. The blonde fighter recognizes the phenomenon at once, and is shaken by what it means. He is immediately driven into a brutal clash, barely managing to meet the incoming attack. He retaliates with a sweeping counterblow, trying to cut through the red surge before it overwhelms him. Frustrated, he realizes the demon tome Remharam is here too, which means the situation is even more dangerous than expected. He concludes that this place may actually work to their advantage, because here they can fight without outside interference. Kram opens the subspace and unleashes a light shrouding fog, declaring that he will settle things with his older brother here. His brother braces himself, realizing Kram now wields the stolen power of Estel, one of the supreme god's beasts. As Eren and Lunav lie injured nearby, Keiram is pressed to choose his next move and resolves to kill the brother he despises. A shadowy presence warns him that revenge is no longer the only issue, because the curse consuming him has reached a dangerous stage. The warning becomes specific: the brand in Keiram's chest will bring consequences worse than death if he keeps going. Even the demon tied to him realizes this disaster may have been engineered from the beginning and bitterly questions its master. Elsewhere, a young man predicts that causing trouble will draw Lunav out and identifies her as the girl linked to the demon tome. He orders that if she appears she is to be brought to him, while making clear he wants no blame for the chaos that follows. The floating familiar doubts Lunav will come at all and challenges his confidence. He answers with smug certainty that Lunav will come because she is fixated on him. Back at the battlefield, someone entrusts Lunav and Princess Eren to the demon tome, but the familiar insists that protection is unnecessary. A new presence arrives on the battlefield, signaling that the situation is about to shift. The Dark Force exults that the long-awaited prophecy has finally begun to come true. Keiram immediately launches himself at his brother with murderous intent. The prophecy's voice mocks the defenders as mere pawns of the gods struggling in vain. The brothers collide head-on, their powers crashing together in a violent exchange. Keiram taunts his brother, pointing out that something about him has changed. That remark unsettles the older brother, who suddenly senses that the fight is no longer following expectations. Keiram presses the advantage and warns that not even a follower of the Supreme God will be able to save his brother now. His brother answers with a powerful glare-based slash, trying to cut Keiram down before the corruption deepens. A nearby knight watches the strange turn of events and struggles to understand what is happening. At the same time, the surrounding monsters begin to fail, losing even their ability to regenerate. The observers realize the creatures have abruptly lost their connection to whatever had been sustaining them. They conclude that the source of that power has vanished, explaining the sudden collapse. The Chancellor arrives and dismisses the crisis as manageable, calling it a relief that the two young nobles survived. He then pivots to school discipline, praising Princess Set while noting that her friends have earned punishment for leaving during the exam period. The punishment is revealed to be a 2-month suspension, leaving one of the boys stunned and blamed for keeping reckless company. As they speak, the subspace remains overhead, and they can do little but wait and assume it is tied to the disturbance. The unstable sphere begins to shift again, hinting that the battle inside is forcing a new change. The Chancellor notices the movement at once and realizes something unexpected is emerging. Princess Eren and Lunav are suddenly expelled from the subspace and thrown back into the real world. The others rush to them, and the Chancellor confirms that despite the violent ejection, their lives are not in danger. He uses resurrection magic to stabilize Eren, and concludes that both girls were forcefully repelled from the subspace. That means Stain is still inside, leaving everyone unsure what is truly happening within the sealed space. Inside, the older brother is shocked to find himself actually wounded. He cannot understand why he is bleeding, and an ally warns him that his opponent has become far more dangerous. The truth is revealed: Keiram is now consuming the light itself, and underestimating him any longer will be fatal. Keiram revels in his brother's disbelief and mocks him for still trying to act composed. Drunk on overwhelming power, Keiram admits he feels an urge to destroy everything around him. Instead of resisting that impulse, he is urged to indulge it and unleash the full extent of his desire for destruction. Keiram transforms further, taking on the second form of dance of the Black Lifeblood, the Reaper. His brother answers by invoking Halobringer, preparing a decisive strike of holy light. Keiram counters with Fogblade, Miss Rupture, bringing his side down in a brutal opposing attack. Their powers slam into the ground in a massive red explosion that tears through the battlefield. The clash continues at close range, Dark Reaper energy grinding against radiant wings and haloed light. Believing light must prevail, the older brother declares that darkness cannot defeat it and moves in to end the fight. Keiram slips through the assault, his black lifeblood twisting around the holy strike instead of being overwhelmed by it. With a confident grin, he reveals a new technique: Demon Blade Incarnation. He catches his brother completely off guard, mocking him for never imagining this outcome was possible. Keiram finishes the exchange with Fog Blade, Halo, carving through the light and drawing a scream from his brother. Kira realizes her opponent has surpassed what should have been possible with his power and bitterly credits Durandok for making it happen. A blonde man, overwhelmed and desperate, cries out for Kira as the battle turns catastrophic. The white-haired fighter descends in a storm of red-black power, treating his enemy's suffering as a fitting end. Eshel, already burning and battered, is forced to hear that his pain is being savored rather than merely inflicted. His attacker declares that their cursed bond will end here and drives the assault straight at Eshel. She unleashes Fog Blade, Rising Fog Consecutive Strike, flooding the battlefield with a sweeping barrage of demonic force. The attack crashes into Eshel head-on, detonating in a blinding clash that leaves no room to evade. As he is hurled down amid blood and debris, Eshel clings to the belief that he was meant to become a savior. That conviction comes from his mother, who raised him to believe he had received divine revelation before birth. She taught him that this revelation made him specially blessed with exceptional gifts and talents. But that same mother was branded a witch and murdered in front of him by a violent mob. The killers were later arrested and publicly executed, But punishment alone never satisfied what that loss created in him. He remembers his father's fury that day, personally beheading the culprits in a rage he had never shown before. Even so, Eshel decided evil had to be eradicated at its source rather than merely punished after the fact. He came to define that source as the poor, and those born with what he saw as inferior blood. In his mind, such people were inherently vulnerable to corruption and destined to fall into evil. He convinced himself they would eventually threaten the privileged, just as he believed such people had taken his mother from him. But in the middle of this certainty, a realization strikes him as the present battle forces him to reassess everything. Facing a demon blade unity user of overwhelming power, Eshel finally sees himself as the inferior one. His opponent answers with God Eater, pushing the attack beyond simple victory into annihilation. Their powers collide in a violent red rupture that tears through the battlefield. The impact erupts upward and then slams back down as Rahuga, devastating the ground around them. Eshel is swallowed by the explosion, his scream confirming the strike has broken through him completely. The blast continues to rip across the terrain, leaving ruin in its wake. When the force settles, the winged victor stands above the wreckage and tells the fallen Eshel there is still one thing to ask him. He points out that Eshel always behaved as if he alone understood destiny, even though the other man found the holy sword and demon blade first and sabotaged plans like the Banquet of Blood and the Deprichard scheme. Eshel, impaled and burning, can only admit that he had never understood what kind of emotion drove his enemy so far. The dark-haired man is shaken by the question, as if being forced to name a feeling he has long acted on without fully facing. The answer comes back that if Eshel felt it, he should understand it as the resentment of someone whose path he tried to block. Dying, Eshel realizes too late that he dismissed that resentment because he saw his rival as an insignificant child of a mere maid. The dark-haired man admits he has hated Eshel ever since childhood, when he first saw the cruelty in the way Eshel thought. Eshel gives a faint, bitter laugh and questions whether they were ever truly close enough for that hatred to matter. The reply reaches back to a gentler memory. Even if Eshel had once given him a reason to live, he was also the one who turned that life into misery. Accepting both truths, the dark-haired man declares that their ill-fated relationship ends here and now. Before that ending can settle, Kira interrupts and warns that the matter is not over yet. She calls down Xian Vert and reveals that Eshel has spent enough time absorbing her power to become a new threat. Now transformed and burning with unstable force, Eshel is condemned for his mistake and told that the pain he caused will soon return to him as hellish punishment. The dark-haired man senses the change immediately as the power in his chest reacts, and his eyes flare in alarm. A grim memory or prophecy surfaces. In the end, black fog swallowed the light. Elsewhere, a little girl named Nana hears that her father is in danger and becomes desperate to go to him. A hooded figure is enraged that Nana ignores direct orders and compares her stubbornness to her master's. When a red portal opens and unfamiliar allies appear, the hooded figure is thrown off and realizes someone has sent reinforcements unexpectedly. Nana tries to force her way past the escorts, insisting her father needs help, while the observer notes that one escort is strong enough to handle trained fighters with ease. She keeps struggling and shouting that she has to go, too frightened for obedience to matter. One of the escorts explains they were sent by her master out of concern and asks her to wait a little longer. When Nana still refuses, a stern purple-haired woman steps in and shuts her down with a single command. The command instantly drops Nana into place, stunning the man who had been trying and failing to restrain her. The purple-haired woman coolly notes that the black fog swallowing the light means the crisis she expected is finally happening, while the hooded watcher fumes at being ignored. Taking control of the situation, she orders the others to stay with Nana while she goes to retrieve Xian herself. The holy sword answers with a sudden burst of radiant light, signaling that another decisive move is about to begin. A blazing force tears through the sky, signaling that the battle has reached a catastrophic turn. Kiran realizes the subspace has been destroyed, and the collapse throws everyone into immediate danger. As he is forced back into spiritual form by an overwhelming holy power, he understands just how far beyond him this enemy is. The strain and humiliation push him into fury as he realizes he cannot hold his current state. Unable to endure the damage any longer, he orders Kiran to retreat for now while the brand binding him begins to fail. Above them, the heavens split with light as something immense descends. That descending mass reveals itself as a colossal holy attack, falling like a divine meteor. Stan braces himself and prepares to meet the incoming strike despite knowing how dangerous it is. The impact devastates the battlefield, blasting apart the ground in a chain of violent explosions. From within the inferno, a night of light emerges through radiant portals, proving the enemy force is still pressing forward. Stan recognizes the scale of what is coming and understands that this threat is far beyond a normal clash. A hand of light seizes the descending power and shapes it into a weapon, showing complete control over the battlefield. An entire host of titans of light manifests behind the holy warrior, turning the fight into hopeless annihilation. Xian stirs just enough to register the disaster unfolding around her. As the titans attack, Stan throws himself into the chaos to protect her before the assault can crush them both. He is blasted away in the attempt, and Xian realizes too late that he is being torn from her reach. Her cry for Stan becomes the last desperate link between them before he disappears from her life. Later, Xian remembers that moment as the end of Stan's presence, when he vanished along with the Titans of Light. In the aftermath, Prince Runel and the elf leader behind the manhunt operation go into hiding, leaving the political fallout unresolved. The Knights of Light are suppressed by elite Imperial forces, including Sir Yoken, and what might have become rebellion is contained. The cost of that containment weighs heavily on those who survived to witness it. Brenyu, once a thriving city of trade and ports, is reduced to a vast crater and ash. Xian awakens from recovery with the memory of that loss still fresh. She finds herself in the Imperial Palace, where Reshmus confirms she has been brought to safety and that Lady Lunev has also recovered. Still disoriented, she learns where she is and that events have already moved on without her. Her first concern is Stan, but Reshmus can only tell her that he vanished along with Ruinel and Lord El. The news crushes her, and she blames herself for failing to protect him in the end. Reshmus breaks down as well, regretting that he did not go after her when it mattered. Xian steadies him despite her own grief, then asks about the matters she had previously sent him to investigate. He confirms he looked into it, and brings worse news. The Emperor's condition is far more serious than expected. The Emperor lies bedridden and failing, his body showing no sign of recovery. At his bedside, Duke Wallace apologizes for arriving too late to prevent what happened. He explains that he had been consumed by crises on multiple fronts, with his first son leading the knights independently, and his youngest already becoming ruler of another land. He insists that only duty kept him from coming sooner, and that otherwise he would have begged forgiveness with his life. Sir Yoken rejects that self-condemnation and reminds him that even a father cannot be everywhere for every child. Wallace reflects bitterly that Eshel and Xian were shaped by different tragedies from the start, with Xian losing her mother and child to illness. He recalls raising the children under constant pressure to preserve the house before they were old enough to choose their own paths. In the end, those paths diverged completely. Eshel chased glory, while Stan pursued his own growth. Wallace frames the ruin around them as the consequence of those choices, however painful that judgment may be. With Brenyu destroyed and House Legacy near collapse, the family itself now stands on the edge of extinction. He asks whether there has been any trace of Ellis, still trying to account for the scattered remnants of his bloodline. Yoken reports that Ellis was last seen near the northern border before disappearing entirely. When the subject turns to young Krantz, Wallace cuts it short, unwilling to dwell on him. Yoken reports only that the boy has withdrawn into religion and apparently become a monk, which Wallace accepts without comment. Their audience is interrupted by Princess Violet, who formally thanks Wallace and Yoken for what they have done for the Empire. She arrives carrying medicine for her father, presenting herself as a dutiful daughter trying to help. Yet even as she hopes it will improve his condition, the strange purple aura around the bottle suggests something deeply unnatural. She sets the medicine down with practiced composure, and Wallace notes the earnestness of her effort. Violet answers modestly that preparing medicine for her father is only her natural duty, as his child. Behind that calm devotion, she admits the situation is too chaotic to promise more than a small hope that this remedy might still work. The Emperor lies weak and sweating, already close to death. A prince dismisses the attendants and presents himself as dutiful, making sure he is left alone with the Emperor. Once the room is cleared, the princess remains behind the closed doors, watching in silence. The Emperor is given medicine as if he is being cared for, while his daughter reassures him that the Empire will be handled. Her tenderness is exposed as a lie when she secretly channels a sinister power into the treatment, and sends her father into an eternal sleep. She reveals she has already dealt with her elder brother Runiel as well, moving ahead with a full purge of the succession. Elsewhere, Runiel claws his way out from beneath collapsed stone, barely alive. He drags himself free from the rubble, wounded but not dead. Seeing Brenyu in flames, he realizes he has been abandoned amid a massacre, and rages at the betrayal. Humiliation stings him even more, because the enemy had dismissed him as someone not worth finishing off. As soldiers search the ruins for survivors, Runiel is discovered before he can escape notice. The second princess arrives at the scene and coldly notes that he is harder to kill than expected. Runiel recognizes Violet, and demands to know why she has come personally. She mocks him for ruining the Empire and frames herself as the one forced to clean up his failures. Runiel tries to reassert authority by ordering her to take him back to the palace for treatment. Violet makes it clear that his expectations no longer matter, leaving him confused for a fatal moment. She explains that instead of recovering his body, she intends to leave Brenyu carrying his corpse. Runiel reaches for his sword in outrage, but the trap has already closed around him. Violet calmly changes the sentence from death to disappearance, deciding even his remains will be denied to the world. Realizing his sister has truly turned on him, Runiel erupts in fury and curses her by name. The guards strike at once, cutting him down before he can resist. His death is carried out swiftly and without honor, erased amid the chaos. Later, suspicion turns to the medicine the second princess used on the Emperor. A senior noble agrees it is suspicious and presses for a careful assessment. The bottle and its aura are identified as resembling Merkin's blessing, an elixir tied to demonic power. The investigator adds that he sensed the same bizarre mana only in the demon realm, strengthening the case against the princess. He orders the matter reported no matter how busy the front becomes, especially because Princess Erin may be in danger. His subordinate accepts the command, and they move to act on it. In the aftermath of the Brenyu disaster, The empire begins rebuilding while mourning an enormous loss of life. Runiel and the young Master Eshel are declared missing, and rumors spread across the empire. What people remember most is that both had fought Sion Vert, who had gone mad with a dark power. The battle is remembered as a catastrophic clash between Sion and heavenly forces. Witnesses recount Eshel Vert desperately invoking the wings of heaven. They also remember the demon Sion striking him down. The story hardens into legend. Eshel died beneath the wrath of the heavens and the titans of light. With the emperor worsening and the empire unstable, the second princess begins ruling as regent. To the public, her rise appears justified by her past humanitarian reputation and apparent competence. But someone who knows the truth chooses not to record it, deciding silence is safer. She keeps quiet for one reason only, to protect Sion Vert. In her heart, she refuses to accept the official story, believing her fiancé Sion is still alive. 3 years later at Riven Academy, Erin is called forward to choose her path. She selects a magic tome, committing herself to the study of magic. The ceremony blesses her future and formally sends her onward. She receives her graduation certificate from instructor Sirika. Erin is declared graduated from Riven Academy and vows to become a light worthy of the school. Afterward, Chancellor Kundal's office discusses how unexpected it is that Princess Erin chose a magic tome. Kundal reflects that 3 years have passed since the day Erin first received the blessing of light. When the Titans of Light are mentioned, Erin connects them to the beings that attacked Sion back then. Kundal clarifies that those envoys of light are called Nephilim, divine messengers sent to the human realm. That revelation shocks Erin, because if a god intervened directly against Sion, she cannot understand why. A divine being reflects that it does not know why it took interest in Sion, seeing him as neither Nephilim nor ordinary human, but as something with almost no precedent. At the academy, Lunav learns that Princess Erin chose to remain there after graduation to continue her investigation, and he wonders what could drive her that far. The answer given is simple. Erin is doing it because of Sion, prompting concern over how Sion is holding up. As the conversation shifts outside, footsteps signal people approaching to continue the matter in person. Erin and her companion greet Lunav formally, surprised to finally run into him. Lunav welcomes them with easy familiarity and offers his congratulations on graduating. He explains that he has been hard to find because he has been juggling academy duties while also maintaining the Garum Council. Erin asks after the recovering council head, and Lunav says the man is improving even though his internal injuries still have not fully healed. When Lunav notes that Erin must have been worried too, she flatly denies any concern. Lunav privately reveals the truth behind her indifference. After being humiliated by that elder, she is satisfied that he suffered for it. He then turns the conversation back to the real issue by asking how the search for Sion is going. Erin admits she has made little progress beyond learning that the Titans of Light are Nephilim, but she refuses to give up. Lunav encourages her, though his unsettling enthusiasm makes it clear he has his own intention to reach Sion first. He drops the pretense and openly declares that he will find Sion before she does. Erin takes that as a challenge and steels herself, refusing to lose. Her companion quickly tries to smooth things over by proposing they all work together to find Sion. From inside the academy, the old master watches this rivalry unfold in silence. His grave expression suggests he understands the danger surrounding Sion better than any of them. Elsewhere, a god directly condemns Sion for crossing beyond the limits of a mortal. The deity denies Sion any right to remain in the world and commands him to struggle pointlessly against divine judgment. Badly wounded but still defiant, Sion forces himself up and prepares to keep fighting. The god presses him with overwhelming power, convinced that no human can endure such punishment. Sion answers by driving himself forward through the devastation instead of yielding. He closes the distance and lands a direct strike on the armored divine body. Even while reeling, Sion realizes the blow did far less damage than he hoped. The god immediately retaliates with crushing force. Sion twists in midair and counters with his red blade, trying to carve through the opening. His follow-up slash tears across the god, but the exchange still fails to turn the battle. Sion unleashes Sphere of Nothingness, Rift, adding spatial power to his assault. The god shrugs it off and declares that mortal techniques are useless against the true god. With that claim, the deity batters Sion again to prove the gap between them. Sion is driven into the ground, stunned by the relentless pressure. Before the god can finish him, a new ally bursts in and tells Sion not to fear. The newcomer starts to announce his arrival with theatrical confidence. Instead of a grand entrance, he drops a massive kick straight into the battlefield. The impact detonates the ground and interrupts the god's momentum. He follows by erecting a barrier, shielding the area from the divine assault. Even the god is shaken, sensing an overwhelming aura in this mysterious power. The newcomer realizes the danger is too great to leave Erin and Lunav exposed and decides he must hold the line himself. More divine soldiers gather around, turning the battlefield into a full encirclement. One of them hesitates as the newcomer's presence disrupts their certainty. He tears into the enemy ranks at close range, breaking their formation before they can regroup. Only after striking does he casually remember to introduce himself to Sion. Sion, bloodied but alert, is told that his rescuer is Savilim, the god of sand. Savilim erupts in fury at the enemy for laying hands on the child he cherishes and threatens them with death. He answers that rage with a sweeping sandstorm attack that smashes through the divine troops. Invoking the authority of the god of sand Apophis, Savulum overwhelms the battlefield and drives the enemy back. Confident in his superiority, Savulum tells the opposing god that the outcome is already decided and promises to crush them before leaving with Sion. Still wary, Sion asks why Savulum is helping him and what benefit he expects in return. Savulum dismisses the idea of profit and says Sion only needs to remember the promise he once made. The masked woman coldly confirms that even a god can be killed, and the white-haired elder backs her with absolute certainty. Hearing that, the young man realizes they truly intend to murder the heir despite his divine status. When he hesitates, the enemy takes it as weakness and launches a direct assault, ordering him to leave if he understands the danger. He immediately sees the real problem. He cannot hold off all of these haloed enemies alone while protecting the heir. The attackers press in from above and all sides, forcing him into a losing defensive position. At that critical moment, the pink-haired child unleashes power and screams for them not to hurt her father. The young man is stunned to realize Nana has entered the fight. Her burst of purple force tears into the battlefield and interrupts the enemy advance. The shockwave knocks one of the armored assailants down and breaks their formation. Nana rushes in beside him, ignoring his order to stay back because she refuses to keep waiting while he suffers alone. She insists that she will help save him too and rejects his habit of carrying everything by himself. He is thrown off by her sudden fierceness, half irritated and half bewildered by how bold she has become. A purple-haired woman arrives with armed followers, revealing that their leader sent Nana and teasing the young man for being so troublesome. Without wasting time, she orders her subordinates to protect the heir, and they move at once. Her people clash with the haloed attackers, buying space and turning the battle into a direct melee. She assures the wounded young man that her fighters can handle the enemy, while noting he is in no condition to move. He silently admits she is right and that he cannot fool her about how badly hurt he is. His body is nearly useless, and with Kairam also unconscious, he knows he has become dead weight. Seeing that, the purple-haired woman orders Nana to pick him up. He is jolted by the command and the sudden reversal of roles. As enemies close in again, she drags the situation back under control and bluntly tells him to retreat if he has no better plan. She then orders Nana to open a subspace gate for Lord Air so they can extract him immediately. Elsewhere, a white-haired elder notices the portal opening in the distance. He realizes the target has been taken away in moments, and turns his attention to the remaining titans. The old man is caught off guard by how quickly the rescue succeeded. Before he can respond, the summoned titans begin vanishing as well, stripping his side of its overwhelming force. He concludes that once Stan disappeared, the supposed Nephilim threat was exposed as a fabrication. He further reasons that the child carries some kind of mark tied to the Empire, which is why he had to be brought into the outside world. That suspicion leads into a political reckoning at the Yuzif Empire's Grand Conference, where the child is framed as a traitor's legacy and a stain on the throne. While the nation is in chaos, the region gathers the nobles and demands they address this problem before anything else. Princess Violet smoothly redirects the meeting, announcing that she will first introduce the imperial mage she has selected during her regency. The room assumes she means Lord Kundal returning to office, though they note he has been focused on the academy instead. Violet says her grandfather would have been ideal, but circumstances made that impossible. In private, the white-haired elder had already refused to be used for her ambitions, agreeing only to stay out of her way if she left Stan and the princess alone. She challenged that refusal as abandonment during an imperial crisis, but he would not bend. He repeated his condition plainly. He would ignore her schemes as long as those two children were untouched. Violet accepted that she could not move him and began looking for another tool. Now she reveals that a suitable replacement has appeared just in time, shocking the council. One noble blurts out that the candidate was supposed to be dead. Violet answers with satisfaction that he survived John Vertel and presents him as the best possible choice. The newcomer steps forward and introduces himself as Boris Ruwelm, formally greeting Violet and the assembled guests. A closer look hints that something about Boris is not entirely normal. Violet praises him as an 8-star mage whose ability rivals even an imperial mage. But when Boris addresses her as Princess Violet, she is visibly shaken by the implication. She suddenly perceives a radiant, winged presence looming behind Boris and realizes there is something hidden attached to him. The vision rattles her enough that the room notices her lapse. She questions what she just saw, unsure whether it was real. Others remain confused, while Boris stands there as if nothing unusual happened. Violet quickly recovers, masks her alarm, and claims she merely mistook him because he has changed. Boris calmly accepts the explanation and places himself under her authority, letting the political game proceed. In a quiet room, someone reflects with contempt that humans are easy to deceive. A white-haired man dismisses the standards used to judge him, insisting his true worth far exceeds what others can measure. He considers the body he now inhabits, and notes that its black blood lineage gives it unusual resilience. Even so, he mocks the body's former owner with a trace of pity for how desperately that boy struggled to survive. A second presence cuts in, accusing him of hypocrisy for sparing this host while consuming Eshel. The woman silences him and declares that reclaiming her original power through this body was the best outcome available. The man, Duranark, protests that she has changed and warns that her recklessness could get them both killed. Ignoring his panic, she turns to a relic and says their failed prophecy still left them enough to begin restoring their strength. The artifact responds, suggesting it can still be used. When Durandok presses her for the next move, she admits she is still weighing their options. She narrows the choice down to a difficult decision that even surprises him. She must either eliminate the one who scattered the fire or summon that person to her instead. Elsewhere, a blade-like force slams down into a sealed chamber and tears open the stillness. A hooded figure halts the clash inside a vast archive-like space, stopping the fight before it goes further. The wounded young man realizes 3 years have passed for him here and that the perception distortion cast over this place is finally breaking down. The hooded being warns that once he leaves this subspace, it will collapse completely within days. The young man, already trying to escape, bitterly summarizes that he has effectively been trapped in this place for years. As red energy weapons strike the floor around him, the confrontation remains tense rather than resolved. The hooded figure asks what he plans to do after escaping and whether his pursuers will simply find him again. He answers that if necessary he will kill the supreme god, Remendel. A floating companion immediately undercuts his bravado by reminding him he still cannot defeat the exiled god. The hooded figure agrees and points out that the young man has failed to overcome him for the entire 3-year span. He explains that the enemies from the young man's previous life were all monstrous beings of overwhelming power. Against foes on the level of the exiled god, raw strength alone will never be enough. Forced to take the advice seriously, the young man asks whether the hooded figure has an actual plan. The answer is yes. An ancient incantation will reveal the path he should follow. The hooded figure begins the ritual by hurling red power into a stone surface. More strikes follow in a strange cadence as he tests the omen rather than attacking outright. When the result proves unclear, he admits the process is harder than it looked. Even while fumbling through it, he insists the oracle will arrive soon and boasts with absurd confidence. Fed up, the young man decides to leave and use his restored mana manipulation to force his own way out. His power shoots upward and pierces the boundary of the subspace. At that exact moment, the hooded figure triumphantly declares that the oracle has finally been delivered. But the sign appears away from him, leaving him staring in confusion as the young man's escape succeeds. In the outside world, a purple-haired woman walks through a corridor toward a private room. She recalls being entrusted with Princess Erin, who has spent the last 3 years shut away collecting ancient books. Though told to watch over Erin, she knows she cannot simply ignore the princess if her goal truly concerns Sion. Inside, Erin hears the visitor and cautiously recognizes Instructor Sirika. She opens the door only slightly, having become deeply withdrawn, and greets Sirika with guarded politeness. Sirika explains that Reshmus is absent on another task and asks why Erin has secluded herself so completely. She offers help and gently points out that Erin has been obsessively gathering old texts. Erin thanks her but insists she intends to handle this matter alone. Sirika sees through her immediately, naming Sion as the reason and saying Erin does not have to bear this by herself. After a tense pause, Erin relents and invites her in. Sirika enters a room buried in books, and Erin apologizes for the disorder caused by her search. Sirika suddenly notices a familiar symbol among Erin's materials. Erin explains that she found it while researching the forgotten state of the land and that it always appears in records about the Titans of Light. When Erin asks if she has ever seen the mark before, Sirika hastily denies it despite recognizing it on Sion's body. Realizing Erin has uncovered far more than expected, Sirika points her toward a particularly important book. That text identifies the Titans of Light seen in Brandas in the Nephilim, the children or sentries of the supreme god Remendel. Erin questions why beings like that targeted Sion and wonders whether it was really divine punishment. She pushes further and asks whether the attack was tied instead to the mist Sion had been connected to. Erin reasons that if Heir of the Black Fog was involved, then Sion may have hidden himself with the fog rather than being judged by the divine. The purple-haired woman is impressed by Erin's deduction, though she admits she had not thought it through that far. Erin is disappointed she does not actually know more and challenges why she assumed Erin had insight into Sion. Erin reveals the real reason. She sensed from the woman's expression that her closeness to Sion was personal. That accusation catches the woman completely off guard. Flustered, she denies any romantic jealousy and insists Sion is far too young for her. Erin outwardly drops the matter, but privately decides to keep watching her for now. The woman, now irritated, resolves to take her frustration out on Sion the next time she sees him. Far away in the frozen lands, attention turns to a sacred tree as doubt rises over whether the world can survive what is coming. The fear is that if the Black Fog Lord and his forces vanish, the tree's light may fade with them. Lunev is left wondering whether anyone could endure a world change that drastically. At the same time, Sion rushes through a building with purpose. He returns to Sirika's laboratory and notes how much the place has changed since his last visit. The room stirs memories of his first life, when Sirika had cared for him in small, ordinary ways. That nostalgia is cut short when Sirika suddenly attacks from behind. Sion immediately realizes she erased her presence so completely that only Sirika could have done it. He evades her opening strike, confirming her identity without doubt. Sirika presses in with burning force and mocks him for underestimating her. Sion takes the assault in stride, treating it as a familiar reunion rather than a real surprise. Their greeting turns into a full brawl that tears through the laboratory. Sirika declares she wants to see how much he has grown over the last 3 years. Sion braces himself against the floor to recover his footing and answer her challenge. He accepts the test and counters with force of his own. Sion unleashes Sphere of Nothingness, opening a rift in the middle of the fight. The laboratory is flooded with violent purple distortions as the attack erupts around them. Sirika cuts through the chaos and keeps advancing despite the destruction. From above, she accuses Sion of returning only to wreck everything in sight. She warns him that if he came back to her laboratory, he should have expected retaliation. Sion answers with a brutal strike, making it clear he does not intend to lose this exchange easily. Their powers collide head-on, turning the room into a storm of impact and energy. Elsewhere, Lunav senses the disturbance and immediately realizes Sion must have arrived. In her dorm, she and her demon tome both recognize that his return has finally happened after years apart. The tome notes how long it has been for humans, while Lunav is overwhelmed that the day she waited for is here. She breaks into delighted excitement at the thought of seeing Sion again. Even the tome, while loyal, admits Lunav's intensity can be unsettling. At the same time, official business continues elsewhere as someone writes at a desk. In Quindle's office, irritation spreads over the trouble Sion is causing the moment he arrives. Quindle confirms Sion Vert has returned and remarks that peace is likely over for a while. Back in the ruined laboratory, Sirika acknowledges Sion's growth while lamenting that he has demolished the place. The purple-haired woman arrives to find Sion injured and Sirika annoyed, and she protests that Sion only fought back after being attacked first. Still confused, she asks what happened and whether Air would really approve of this chaos. Sion explains that he is acting on his own will, and that Air's perception manipulation left his brand inactive for about a day. When the woman hears he has been wandering freely during that time, she is stunned by what that implies. Sion casually apologizes and says he simply needed to blow off steam after being locked up constantly. Before the argument can continue, a sudden flash appears in a mirror-like surface inside the room. A massive burst of light erupts outside over the academy, startling everyone. The woman grabs Sion in panic and demands to know why he would trigger something like that. Realizing the danger, she urgently orders him to go back at once. Convinced he has found a way out, the young man reaches for the red portal and believes he can simply return. Before he can escape, the purple-haired woman violently kicks him away from the gate in furious betrayal. The portal collapses behind them, leaving the room in chaos and cutting off his immediate retreat. Outside, a sudden burst of light erupts over the city, signaling a major magical disturbance. The flare spreads across the sky like a shockwave, making the event impossible to ignore. The hooded god angrily warns that reckless behavior will ruin the academy if the giants return. At the same time, the woman keeps beating the young man while the god demands they stop disgracing his domain. She snaps that all of this happened because he let someone named Stan go, making him the target of her blame. Her anger spills into another hard strike, driving home that she is not finished punishing him. Reduced to the floor, he can only complain bitterly that the god is being cruel. Even so, the woman regains her composure enough to focus on the one useful conclusion they have reached. The young man explains that as long as the mark exists, he cannot remain outside for more than a day and cannot travel far from this place. The discussion shifts from blame to examination as they move in closer to assess what the mark really means. The woman concludes the mark likely grants heightened perception manipulation and that its effect lasting a full day is tied to his status as the supreme god's branded servant. She also notices he has physically matured, teasing that he now looks like a grown man. That flirtation immediately earns her a blow from the jealous fire spirit, who refuses to let her get away with it. The spirit insists the hit was deserved, while the young man can only stare in weary confusion at her possessiveness. Ignoring the bickering, the hooded god orders him to accept a prophecy and pay attention. The god directs him to go to Furina, the frozen lands, and seek a prophet waiting there. The young man rejects the grandiose delivery, unimpressed because he already witnessed the god's theatrics. His dismissal is answered with a sudden magical strike that tears into his chest and shuts him up. As the woman realizes the brand's energy has vanished, the attack reveals the god can alter or suppress its effects at will. The god explains that although the young man lacked the physique for this perception power 3 years ago, he now barely meets the minimum to use it. He adds that in about 2 weeks the young man will become truly strong, though reaching Furina while bound by the mark would normally take too long. Marking him again, the god warns that death will start hunting him once more in 2 weeks, so the deadline is absolute. He commands him to change his fate within that time and find the prophet before it is too late. The young man finally recognizes that the god is terrifying when serious, and not just an idiot to mock. Even so, both he and the woman are irritated by the god's smug authority. The god, pleased with himself, openly basks in how impressive he thinks he is. The scene shifts to the eastern district of Ruin, where the next step of the mission begins. 2 academy guards complain about being sent away from home to work in this remote region. The older one reminds his partner that this assignment serves Garam Academy and is not optional. He explains that ever since the past war, this place has been so isolated that almost no one comes here. Because Garam lacks a broad magic network, they must keep this route from falling into the hands of rival Yusif's forces. Their conversation is cut short when they sense an intruder approaching the secured entrance. A masked figure steps forward and directly asks whether a warp gate is hidden there. The older guard is stunned that a stranger could know such a secret at all. Realizing the intruder is dangerous, he orders the younger guard to draw his sword. Confident in his own strength, the older guard decides to crush the trespasser himself. The masked intruder calmly recognizes the attack coming and shows no concern. In an instant, the older guard is smashed to the ground and the doorway is taken. As the fire spirit marvels that the academy possesses a warp gate, the intruder identifies it as a magic device used by Region's rankers and admits this is his first time seeing one. Knowing he must reach Frena within 2 weeks, he decides he has no choice but to use the dangerous device. He activates the mechanism by placing his hand on its control surface. While the spirit excitedly realizes these are man-emitting magical machines, he notes that such technology did not exist 3 centuries ago. The device reveals its operating principle. A power source releases mana, and rune-based circuitry completes the spell structure. The spirit grudgingly admires human ingenuity as the warp gate begins to respond. A system prompt asks for a destination, and he chooses the northern end of Frena. The gate accepts the command and completes the destination setting. With the route locked in, the warp gate begins opening a passage to northern Frena. As they inspect the magical doorway they just used, the masked man realizes it no longer feels like the same passage. His floating companion explains that the original door has shut and another route has opened in its place. When he activates it, the gate flares wide and drags them into a new destination. They emerge into a snowy land, and the companion recognizes it as Frena. The man steps out into the cold without hesitation and orders the spirit to keep up. When asked if this is his first time there, the spirit insists it has been to Frena before. It clarifies that it never came by this route, making the man suspect its former master may have brought it here. The spirit reluctantly confirms that possibility, which deepens his suspicion about what happened to that previous master. He starts wondering whether the spirit's former master met some kind of trouble here. Before he can press further, the spirit catches a new danger nearby. Both of them detect fresh blood close at hand. Instead of retreating, the man welcomes the chance for action and readies his blade. Elsewhere, 2 subordinates report through a projection that an intruder forced their way through the warp gate, and one of them can only bow in failure. The projected superior is intrigued that someone could overcome the Thunder King of the Garum Council. A wounded witness admits he could not identify the attacker clearly because the intruder hid behind a mask and hood. Even so, the witness is certain the intruder carried the unmistakable aura of Mist, the assassination organization. The superior demands a more useful clue and asks what scent the intruder left behind. The question catches the subordinate off guard. Pressed again, he admits he failed to notice any scent in the chaos. He does at least report that the warp gate was linked to Frena's northern region, the Frozen Lands. The superior decides to investigate personally and orders the men to keep guarding the gate. With a knowing smile, the superior reveals a likely identity for the intruder. In the Frozen Lands, the masked man advances deeper into the mountains. He soon finds a battlefield already settled in death, with bodies scattered across the snow. Seeing both holy knights and white elves among the dead, he realizes 2 unlikely factions have clashed. He judges that the true cause of the battle lies farther ahead and follows the trail. Ignoring the spirit's warning, he enters a cave the corpses seem to point toward. Inside, he notes that the cavern is strangely bright. As they move through crystalline passages, the spirit warns that the place is easy to get lost in. He quickly finds that warning justified. Despite walking straight ahead, he somehow ends up back at the entrance and senses no mana guiding the distortion. He concludes the cave is under a curse, something plausible in elven territory. To test that theory, he decides to probe the walls directly. He hurls a stone to trigger the hidden mechanism of the cave. The sound reveals a concealed point, confirming that something is hidden nearby. He locates a purple sigil in the rock and remarks that he only knows this trick because of knowledge from a previous life. Certain he has found the seal, he unleashes Fog Blade, Fog Waterfall to break through it. The attack tears through the cave in a violent red surge. The hidden barrier splits apart under the strike. As the false path collapses, a true route opens beyond the broken seal. He recognizes the revealed stairway as the real path and senses faint mana ahead. That mana feels strange until he identifies it as the divine tree. When the spirit asks what that means, he explains it is a tree whose roots hold the past and whose leaves hold the future. They arrive before the radiant tree itself, which he describes as the place where everything in the world is recorded. At the tree, a white-haired girl realizes the barrier protecting the place has finally been broken and assumes the guardians outside have fallen. Accepting what that means, she takes up a glowing blue dagger. She steels herself to die for what she believes is everyone's sake, convinced there is no other choice. Just as she moves to stab herself, something strikes and stops the attempt. The masked man interrupts before she can go through with it. He demands to know why she was trying to destroy this place, and tells her to answer before he kills her. A small elf girl hiding by the divine tree is suddenly addressed as an elf brat, jolting her out of hiding. A masked intruder notices movement as the child scrambles behind a stone altar, unsure whether she has been discovered. He rushes in immediately, closing the distance before she can escape. When he corners her with a red glowing blade, the girl realizes she has no idea how to handle a threat like this. Instead of striking, he grabs her hand, choosing restraint over violence. The girl suddenly blurts out that he is about to die soon, insisting she truly saw it. The masked man is thrown off by her claim of mental resonance, and by the fact that she somehow knows his identity. She introduces herself as Haskia, prophet of the divine tree, and demands to know why he came to this sacred place, and whether prophecy led him here. He connects her words to the rumors that humans were hunting a prophet with the power of foresight. Realizing she can truly see the future, he understands why so many would want to seize her. Outside the cave, the aftermath of a massacre shows that the guards at the entrance have already been slaughtered. Guard Knight Mian Harcelis reports that the first squad is dead and assumes the church should now be secure. As his men inspect the blood-soaked scene, confidence gives way to unease. The dead include both enemies and allies mixed together, making the slaughter feel wrong rather than straightforward. Mian concludes that at least one survivor must still be somewhere nearby. A saintess arrives, and Mian shifts from suspicion to formal attention. She calmly frames the mission as divine will and assures him that Lumindal will see it through. Mian answers that his faith is intact and that his earlier reaction was only disgust at the bloodshed. The saintess warns that the task ahead may be difficult but tells him to leave the rest to her while he worries about his own safety. She advances with complete confidence, convinced that with Lumindal at her side nothing here can threaten her. Mid-sentence, she senses something wrong with the cave's protective barrier. When Mian asks what happened, she realizes someone has already broken through the barrier. Because the barrier was elven rune sorcery beyond human ability to destroy, she deduces that a non-human is already inside. She decides to move at once, determined not to let anyone else take the profit. As the church group heads deeper in, an elf hidden nearby is ordered to stay behind and watches them go. Left alone, that elf clutches himself in distress, as if bracing for what is coming. Inside, the masked intruder continues leading Haskia by the hand away from the altar. Haskia realizes that the elves who died protecting the entrance were killed because of someone like her and is crushed by the guilt. Still holding his hand, she apologizes as if she sees herself as the cause of the bloodshed. The masked man questions why she insists on talking while holding his hand, but she timidly agrees when challenged. Haskia explains that her foresight comes from a curse called Divine Tree's Silence, which took away her voice in exchange for prophetic sight. He finally understands that her strange communication is the result of that burden, though the revelation is a lot to absorb. Embarrassed, Haskia tells him he can let go if it bothers him, while he admits the situation is awkward. Before they can settle it, violent knocking and crackling force announce that someone is breaking in. Haskia immediately recognizes the intruder as the woman who chased her here, and the masked man prepares for a fight. The saintess enters wrapped in ominous power, no longer pretending this is a simple recovery mission. Haskia identifies her as the one who ordered her subordinates to kill the elves guarding the entrance. The saintess offers a hollow apology, claiming she never meant for the elves to be harmed. Her true thoughts reveal the apology as a lie, since she only cares about taking the profit and eliminating any obstacle. The masked man steps in front of Haskia and makes it clear that if anyone is claiming her, he has priority. The saintess formally introduces herself as Nephrodite Iris, a saintess of Lumindal. She treats meeting Cyan Vert here as a glorious coincidence, revealing that she knows exactly who he is. That recognition shocks him, because his identity was supposed to remain hidden. Seeing the danger escalate, he moves first to stop her before she can act. He lunges with his red blade, testing how dangerous Nephrodite really is. Nephrodite meets his hostility with amusement, and activates a marked power in her hand. Cyan is startled by the symbol she reveals, recognizing it as something deeply significant. Haskia can only watch in alarm as the clash turns stranger than she expected. When Cyan's blade meets her power, he realizes something abnormal is happening before the fight has properly begun. A seal erupts around them far too early, trapping the battlefield in divine energy, and signaling that this confrontation was prepared in advance. The dark-haired man insists the seal on him is not the source of the black fog and realizes the woman before him bears the same mark. The white-haired woman invokes a being of light and orders it to strip the black fog away. Her summoned emissary immediately launches a divine attack instead of helping him. The blast hurls the man back and leaves him reeling under the force. Watching him get struck, the elf girl cries out in alarm for Mr. Cyan. A hand reaches her shoulder, urging a quick escape from the chaos. The white-haired woman appears behind the elf girl and calmly decides they should stay out of the fight. When the girl turns towards Cyan, she realizes physical contact lets her hear his thoughts or voice clearly. The woman drops her disguise and reveals she is an elf, no longer bothering to hide it. The elf girl is shaken that another elf would harm her own kind and demands to know what she wants. The answer is blunt. The woman wants the girl's prophetic power. Amid the settling dust, Cyan condemns himself as a complete failure. As he struggles back up, he recognizes this place and is unsettled to see it again. A familiar voice mocks him for ending up here with the elf child, and Cyan identifies it as Hastia. He snaps toward the source, suddenly alert to a new presence. A hooded holy knight appears, almost relieved to have found the scene. The knight accuses Cyan of barging in from nowhere and ruining carefully laid plans. Cyan answers with violence, striking before the knight can fully react. The blow crashes down hard enough to shatter the ground beneath the knight. Cyan presses the advantage, determined to drag the knight into a miserable death. Elsewhere in the cavern, the disguised elf woman leads the prophet away and makes it clear the girl is now alone with her. The girl bitterly asks whether her prophecy is so valuable that the woman would murder her own people, warning that taking it will cost her voice. The woman answers that as Lumindel's tool she will sacrifice anything to be useful, even if it means the girl must die. She dismisses the protest with a cruel smile, treating the girl's outrage as something cute and irrelevant. The prophet fires back that this is not a threat but an unavoidable prophecy. She insists she is only stating the future she has seen and promises the woman will witness it soon. A sudden scream from deeper in the cavern interrupts them both. The woman immediately runs toward the disturbance. They find a wounded armored man warning the saintess not to come any closer. The prophet and her companion rush forward, trying to understand what has happened. The answer arrives in the form of a powerful spear technique called Holy Stroke. Its wielder, Mian Harcelis, dives into battle with overwhelming force. His target is a massive white elf warrior who meets the attack head-on. The elf slams down and tears up the frozen ground with raw physical power. Chunks of earth rise under his control, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. Mian's descending strike collides with the upheaved terrain instead of the elf's body. The impact explodes through the stone, but the elf has successfully blocked the attack by lifting the ground. Watching this, Cyan realizes he has just seen something that should have been impossible. He understands the elf manipulated the earth at the exact instant before the holy strike landed. That precision leaves Cyan wondering whether such a feat can even be real. Mian lands, introduces himself, and asks the elf warrior for his name. The elf refuses, saying there is no point introducing himself to someone who is about to die, which Cyan finds needlessly rude. Cyan reflects that elves are known for archery and magic, not for producing a warrior built for close combat like this one. Mian points out that the technique used to stop Holy Stroke did not look like ordinary magic. Cyan nevertheless concludes that it had to be magic, even though he sensed no mana at all. The elf confirms it was magic, while Cyan is distracted by the odd detail that the elf's ears are drooping. Cyan admits he did not think elves could use magic that way and asks the prophet if she knows who this man is. She identifies him as Garnian, a white elf who cannot use conventional magic but is considered the finest warrior of his tribe. She recalls hearing of a white elf living alone in the eastern valleys and is stunned that it was Garnian all along. Garnian turns his attention to the prophet and demands that she hand over the one with prophecy, implying he may be behind the larger crisis. A white-haired elf girl introduces herself as Garzina, a messenger of God, but the white-haired brute cuts her off and makes clear he only intends to kill her. A nearby ally warns Saintis against confronting him head-on because the threat is far beyond what she can handle. Instead of retreating, Garzina draws a blade and seizes a smaller companion as leverage. She threatens that killing her will also kill the child she is holding, forcing the others to hesitate. The brute dismisses the hostage threat and strikes at her anyway, shocking her. He catches her weapon barehanded and snaps the steel with raw strength, proving her resistance is meaningless. His impossible display leaves both women realizing they are facing a monster beyond normal limits. The brute reminds Garzina of his earlier promise that she was going to die. That threat finally breaks through her composure and turns her confidence into fear. He presses her further, mocking her for freezing instead of fleeing while she still can. Garzina recoils, abandoning the confrontation. She bolts from the battlefield, claiming she will fetch reinforcements and leaves Sir Mian to resolve the crisis. Her retreat makes Mian's companion openly question whether she is just running because she is terrified. Mian bitterly agrees, recognizing her excuse for reinforcements as cowardice even while trying not to dwell on it. Before the situation can settle, a new presence arrives and declares that no reinforcements are necessary. The newcomer introduces himself as Mian Hercules, famed as the strongest spearman of the Knights of Light and a warrior who has always wanted to test himself against the White Devil. He makes his entrance mounted and fully armed, carrying himself like a champion certain of victory. He grandly adds that he is also Duke Villiard Vert and captain of the Knights of Light, only to be interrupted mid-introduction by a sudden attack. The White Devil slams into him with overwhelming force before he can finish speaking. Mian is sent reeling and coughing blood, furious that his dramatic entrance was cut short so easily. The impact tears across the snowy ground, showing how completely the White Devil controls the pace of battle. The brute calmly halts the fleeing Garzina, refusing to let her escape. Watching Mian get overwhelmed, Garzina realizes he is no match at all and panics at the kind of monster they have provoked. In her panic, she runs straight into a black-haired man and clings to him in startled relief. She recognizes him as Cyan and is visibly relieved to have found him. Cyan plants himself firmly, immediately taking in the battlefield. He dryly asks why she is in such a rush, while she blurts out his name in desperation. Garzina urgently demands to know what happened to the Nephilim, the Watchmen of God, and whether Cyan defeated it. A massive armored remnant nearby hints at the aftermath of that fight. Cyan bluntly rejects her assumptions, insisting that thing was never a real Nephilim. His claim stuns Garzina, who cannot accept that the divine being she relied on might have been fake. Cyan explains that, compared with the other Nephilim he has fought, this one was absurdly weak. He points out that its armor broke too easily and, unlike the real ones, it could not regenerate. Recalling the fight, he concludes that whatever she summoned was a poor imitation rather than a true divine monster. Garzina insists that cannot be true because the power was given to her by Lumendal, so the possibility of a fake shakes her faith. Even Cyan's companion can tell Garzina has no real understanding of the power she was using. Garzina erupts in anger, calling the doubt an insult to God and warning that if she invokes that power again it will be used once more. Before she can act on that threat, Cyan knocks her down and cuts off her outburst. He dismisses her preaching as noise and decides she can be interrogated later, once the immediate danger is handled. As he turns away, something makes him pause. He realizes he has overlooked the small girl Hastia, who runs to him without hesitation. Hastia tearfully tells Cyan she was terrified for him after seeing the giant earlier, and is simply grateful he survived. Cyan warns her the danger is not over just as the white-haired brute rushes in from behind. The attack closes in at lethal speed. Cyan instantly shifts from calm to command, ordering the attacker to back off. He meets the charge head-on while shielding Hastia, stopping the blow instead of being overwhelmed. For the first time, the brute is surprised to find his advance being forced back. The clash blasts the ground apart around them, and Hastia cries out for Cyan as the shockwave erupts. Holding Hastia safely in one arm, Cyan notes that he blocked the attack with pure strength and demands to know who this new enemy is. The white-haired warrior steps forward through the dark aura around him and answers with a demand, "Hand over the woman, human." In the frozen village, a small white-haired girl throws herself in front of a towering guardian to stop him from attacking Cyan Vert. She insists Cyan Vert is not an enemy, forcing the confrontation to pause as she shields him with her own body. The guardian catches the name Cyan Vert and immediately links it to Vert, as if recognizing a bloodline or family connection. Cyan realizes the guardian may be referring to the child and wonders whether she is connected to the person he knows. A memory surfaces of the girl as a child, happily drawing herself beside a dark-haired boy, confirming she is Alice. At the same time, a distant water-like vision suggests another presence is aware of this connection and starts piecing together that Alice may be the one being discussed. That unseen observer turns with sudden attention, as if the mention of Alice has immediate importance. Later, inside the village, the elder approaches Alice and acknowledges that she protected the prophet. Alice formally thanks the villagers while Cyan and the guardian stand behind her as her protectors. The elder introduces himself as Alfuris and welcomes the outsiders into the White Elves' village. He offers them shelter and rest, trying to smooth over the tension of their arrival. Cyan, however, is too uneasy to relax, especially with Alice clinging tightly to his hand. Even as a mocking spirit teases him, Cyan wonders how he is supposed to handle Alice's attachment. Alice bluntly reveals that she needs to speak with him privately and asks if her holding on to him bothers him that much. The guardian takes offense on her behalf and treats Cyan's discomfort as disrespect. Cyan is startled to learn the guardian can somehow understand Alice without even touching her. The guardian explains that he is not like ordinary people because he was blessed by the prophet. Alfuris cuts off the brewing argument and ushers everyone inside before the greeting turns into a fight. He admits the village's reception may feel rough, but says even he is trying to welcome them despite the strain. Alfuris explains that outsiders almost never come here, asking them to understand the villagers' unease. Cyan accepts that much, but immediately presses him about what they intend to do with the saintess. Alfuris answers that before anything else, he wants to ask her why she betrayed her own kind. The question hangs over the sealed chamber where the saintess is being kept under guard. Inside, the imprisoned saintess waits alone in a vast dark hall, isolated and silent. Alfuris enters and declares that he has finally come face to face with the saintess. He says he has many questions, but the first thing he needs to understand concerns Cyan Vert. Alfuris demands to know who Cyan Vert really is and why she treated him as an enemy. The saintess stays silent, but her expression shows the question has struck a nerve. Elsewhere at sunset, Cyan grows increasingly uneasy, sensing that something about this meeting is wrong. The spirit hovering over him voices the same concern and questions whether letting Alfuris and the saintess meet was a mistake. Cyan argues that the saintess was once the central figure of the Knights of Light, and that her own people deserve to hear her first. But the spirit presses harder, insisting the situation feels dangerously off. The warning triggers a memory of a black-haired woman accusing Cyan that the thing inside the armor he killed was not what it seemed. He recalls the corpse-like remains and the black substance within the armor, evidence that the enemy had been some kind of vessel. That memory makes Cyan realize the current situation may hide the same kind of deception. He remembers the suspicion clearly now. The armor had contained remnants of the ancient giants, not a simple puppet. Cyan jolts upright in alarm as the implication finally clicks into place. He starts to connect the dots and fears he now understands what is about to happen. The spirit seizes on his reaction, pointing out that Cyan has finally recognized the danger. Back in the chamber, Alfuris repeats the rumor that Cyan is the Black Fog, the one tied to Lumendal's downfall. He identifies Cyan as the successor who defeated Lumendal and wonders if that revelation explains everything. The saintess admits she once believed the voice guiding her was Lumendal's, but she no longer thinks that is true. Now she is certain of something else, and that certainty changes the meaning of everything she has done. Before she can explain, the guardian erupts in anger, blaming her for leading countless white elves to their deaths. Elfurus instead fixates on her claimed name, saying no white elf bears the name Nephroquite and demanding the truth. Pressed to reveal herself, the saintess begins to answer with her real name. But the moment she is about to speak, a terrifying revelation hits her, and she recognizes the true identity behind the deception, the prophet. Her sudden horror unsettles Elfurus and the Guardian, who can only see that she has gone deathly pale. At that same instant, the Guardian is overtaken by a murderous command directed at Elfurus. The hidden order becomes clear as the saintess realizes too late that the target is the prophet himself, and the Guardian's strike is already underway. A flaming skeletal giant crashes into the hall, and begins tearing through the sanctuary with explosive force. Its impact blasts apart the interior, forcing the defenders into a desperate retreat. A beastman warrior grabs the injured saintess and sprints through the collapsing chamber. He throws himself forward through dust and debris, trying to outrun the destruction. Behind him, the burning giant bears down on them like a relentless pursuer. The monster reveals itself fully as an ancient, fire-wreathed skull-headed giant. The beastman snaps himself out of his shock and focuses on saving the elves of the village first. The floor and walls continue splitting apart, proving the whole structure is giving way. Realizing how bad it is, he curses and braces for the worst. The giant's advance makes it clear the sanctuary is collapsing under its weight and power. Elsewhere inside, terrified elves look up as rubble starts raining down on them. The beastman leaps in and physically catches a massive falling section before it crushes them. Holding the debris back with sheer strength, he orders everyone to flee while he buys them time. An elf urges the others to hurry, knowing his strength will not hold out for long. The giant suddenly calls out for the prophet, revealing that person is its true target. It searches the ruined sanctuary for the prophet's location and prepares to destroy everything to find them. As the giant charges another blast, it vows to level the entire place if necessary. Before it can fire, a red slash cuts across its face and interrupts the attack. A swordsman unleashes 8 fluttering petals, carving through the giant in a rapid, precise assault. He lands from the strike calm and controlled, having seized the battle in an instant. A young elf girl senses the upheaval and turns in alarm, unable to understand what is happening. She realizes this is no ordinary earthquake but the surge of overwhelming mana. Looking down from above, she begins to understand the source of that power. She sees the ancient giant below and is horrified that Circeon has been reduced to such a false monstrosity. The black-haired hunter arrives over the giant's ruined remains, remarking that he came just in time and dismissing the summon as worthless. He senses the saintess is still alive despite being faint, and concludes that forcing a summon in such a cramped place was a reckless move. Looking over the devastated sanctuary, he wonders why she was so desperate to obtain the prophet. He concludes that anyone willing to sacrifice herself and go this far must be acting under someone else's influence. He approaches the fallen saintess and decides to question her directly about the mastermind. Standing over her, he orders her to wake up, already certain she is not dead. She opens her eye, recognizes Sion, and realizes who has come for her. He demands the name of the one who gave her the fake giant, threatening a harsher death if she lies. Instead of answering immediately, she reveals that Nephrodite Iris was only a human alias, and that her true name is Neria, a white elf. Sion dismisses the unnecessary preamble, wanting the truth rather than her biography. Neria explains that a century ago she too was chosen as a candidate to become the prophet. She recalls being selected by the divine tree and devoting herself completely to that sacred path. But despite her devotion, she ultimately failed to receive the authority that would make her prophet. She admits that at the time she was proud and believed no one desired the role more than she did. That frustration finally broke her, and she cast aside the flower crown that symbolized her calling. She abandoned the frozen lands, wandered the world, and paid dearly for what followed. Her bitterness deepened after repeated betrayal, enslavement, and escape. Eventually she encountered a group of armored men who claimed to serve the holy knights and the god they worshipped. They told her the prophecy had been wrong, and after receiving a so-called blessing she became their saintess instead. Sion cuts through the story and exposes the core of it. She was manipulated by people who wanted to fabricate an eternal divine miracle by exploiting a long-lived elf. He presses harder, saying the real issue is the voice she heard behind all of this. With a hand on her head, he states that voice was neither an oracle nor any true revelation, forcing the hidden speaker into the open. He directly calls out Boris, declaring that he knows the listener is there and demanding he show himself. Neria's vacant eyes and trembling expression show that something inside her is responding to the summons. A hooded figure finally manifests through her and praises Sion before identifying himself as Black Fog, Sion Vert. The intruder then coldly reveals that Boris is already dead and that the being speaking through her is far older than him. Sion presses for an explanation, trying to understand what the other side truly means. The white-haired woman answers like a parting threat, promising they will meet again and that she will be waiting for him. The vision or encounter breaks violently, leaving her coughing blood and reeling from the backlash. Sion finds her collapsed in the ruined hall and rushes to her side as the aftermath settles. A grim voice concludes that someone has died, while Sion is left wondering what ancient force or event he has just brushed against. As Sion suspects there may be a person behind this mystery, his companion notices his focus and asks whether he has realized something. Before he can explain, movement from outside interrupts the moment. Hastia suddenly throws herself onto Sion in relief, overjoyed that he survived. Clinging to him, she admits she feared something terrible had happened and has no intention of letting go quickly. Their reunion is interrupted when members of her kin arrive and acknowledge that Sion has saved them yet again. The elders formally thank him on behalf of the tribe, treating his help as a debt they must remember. Hastia warmly praises both Sion and the elder, reassured that the two people she relies on most were able to protect her people. The elder downplays his role, but Sion is struck by something in Hastia's words. He asks how she could so naturally understand his actions and intentions. Hastia explains that to her, Sion is her guardian, which makes his role feel obvious. She describes the old custom: a prophet is protected by a chosen warrior called a guardian, guided by the blessing of foresight. Sion realizes that this blessing is supposed to show the guardian the path they must follow. Though he says he never agreed to such a role, Hastia immediately accepts his hesitation as confirmation that he will become her guardian. The elder sharply objects, insisting Sion has no right to decide so lightly when the prophet's choice is what matters. He warns that becoming a guardian is not something a human can simply claim on impulse. Sion falls silent, weighing the challenge behind those words. The elder decides to settle it directly and orders Sion to follow him, while another elder accepts that his stubbornness will not be argued away. Hastia urges Sion to go along with it, even if she finds the elder exhausting. They leave the hall and head into the frozen wilderness at sunrise. At Lake Ser, a sacred training ground tied to the blessing of foresight, the elder brings Sion to the place where guardians are tested. He states the rule with brutal simplicity: if Sion wants the role, he must defeat him. Sion accepts without hesitation, confident that the outcome would favor him under any conditions. The elder answers that confidence with the warning not to underestimate him. He opens the trial with explosive force, tearing up the frozen ground. The elder launches himself into close combat, attacking with overwhelming physical power. Sion stabilizes himself instantly, planting a hand and recovering his footing amid the shattered ice. He counters at once and drives a hard strike into the elder's body. The blow lands cleanly enough to make the elder cough out in pain. Sion is surprised that the elder endured the hit so well, realizing this will not be easy. The elder retaliates with a crushing downward attack meant to end the exchange by force. His impact blasts a crater into the ground, showing strength far beyond an ordinary warrior. But Sion has already slipped away, leaving the elder stunned that he dodged in time. From above, Sion turns the opening into an aerial attack before the elder can fully recover. Power gathers around Sion's fist as he commits to a decisive strike. At the last instant he pulls the punch just off target, grazing instead of killing. Even the restrained blow detonates against the ground with terrifying force. The elder realizes Sion missed on purpose and understands that the human was holding back. Shaken, he concludes that Sion's attack power has already surpassed human limits. Looking at the devastation, he wonders if Sion is already strong enough to threaten even a godlike being. Sion makes the point plainly: whatever a guardian is supposed to be, he has already become more than a mere substitute. Hastia begins the formal rite, invoking the sacred blessing of the divine tree to name Sion Vert as the guardian of the prophet. The ceremony resonates through the sanctuary as the divine tree responds, filling the space with visible signs of the blessing. Sion waits for some dramatic change, but instead notices only that he still cannot hear Hastia because her voice remains blocked from him. Hastia calls out to him again, checking whether the bond has finally opened his hearing to her. When Sion confirms that he can hear her now, Hastia happily declares that he is officially her guardian from this moment on. The man humors the self-proclaimed prophet and tests her by asking for tomorrow's weather. She is caught completely off guard by the sudden demand. When he repeats the question, she can only admit she has no idea. He immediately concludes that her supposed foresight is nothing special. Flustered, she blurts out a vague forecast, which only convinces him she is making things up. He explains that becoming her guardian was just a consequence of her relentless pleading, not proof that he trusts her claims. Desperate to recover, she insists a divine revelation has just come to her and declares that his path will soon become clear. He dismisses that as more improvisation, but she clings to him and begs him to believe her. She adds one concrete detail: the prophecy mentioned a family member from long ago. That clue makes him think of Lady Ellis. An elf confirms he knows her well, and the man presses for her current whereabouts. The elf recalls that after she left for the temple of Lady Aquinas, all contact with her ceased. The man clarifies that this temple belongs to the goddess of water, and the elf confirms it. That answer triggers his memory of a place tied to water, where he had once sensed a hidden presence and learned the location of an old temple. The prophet triumphantly takes credit for being right, while he focuses on confirming whether the elf knows the temple's location. She realizes too late that he has already pieced things together without her help. He bluntly writes her off as useless and leaves her reeling. As he turns away, his demonic companion appears, already aware of the temple and demanding to know how he figured it out. He tells the spirit to follow quietly, ignoring the confusion of the others. Privately, he suspects Kyriam knows where the temple is and wonders why she is volunteering information so easily. He excuses himself and departs, while the elf politely sees him off and the prophet watches him go. She hesitates for a moment, clearly deciding whether to let him leave alone. In the end, he heads out across the snowy ground toward the hidden site. With the circular ruin visible ahead, he questions the spirit's confidence, and she mocks him for doubting her. He notices a magical reaction beginning around the structure. He realizes the place is protected by a camouflage spell that activates from a certain distance. Reaching the entrance area, he recognizes it as another temple like the one where he was once trapped, though far larger. He tests the mechanism by placing a hand on the icy stone, wondering if it opens the same way. His touch sends power through the ground and cracks the sealed surface apart. The hidden structure begins to split open under the surge of magic. As the seal breaks, an ornate doorway emerges from beneath the disguise. The full entrance rises into view, glowing with water-themed magic. He dryly notes that this temple is much fancier than the last, irritating his companion. Before he can enter, the prophet comes running after him and calls for him to wait. Panting, she insists that as his guardian's charge she has to stay with him, and admits she also came to verify something herself. The spirit immediately seizes on that, and assumes the girl is joining them. Without warning, the spirit manifests in a threatening humanoid form and looms over the prophet, furious at the idea. The prophet freezes in fear as she realizes this terrifying woman is the true form of the demon blade. One look at the spirit's predatory grin confirms just how dangerous she is. The man cuts off the confrontation, tells the two of them to stop, and decides to enter first. Both the spirit and the prophet protest at once and rush after him. All three pass through the open doorway into the temple. Inside, the man quickly realizes the interior is a maze. As they move through branching halls and countless chambers, he questions the purpose of so many rooms. The prophet claims the waterways will guide them to the right place, and the man remains skeptical. She doubles down on her authority as a prophet, while he reminds her she could not even predict the weather. Their bickering leaves the spirit baffled by whatever strange dynamic they have developed. Following the water deeper inside, they arrive at a vast chamber dominated by a waterfall and a pool below. The man notes that they still have not found Lady Ellis despite reaching the heart of the temple, while the prophet is overwhelmed by the scale of the place. Looking down at a lower platform in the water, he identifies what seems to be the true entrance ahead, and the prophet immediately asks how they are supposed to reach it. Before dealing with anything else, Cyan insists the real problem in the ruins has to be handled first. The white-haired girl suddenly senses something dangerous approaching. A battle-hungry woman steps forward, pleased that she has finally found something worth fighting. The waters in the ruins erupt around a central relic as something massive begins to rise. A giant serpent bursts through the torrent, revealing itself as the threat hidden beneath the ruins. The creature turns toward the intruders while Cyan and his companions brace for the encounter. The serpent opens its jaws in a furious roar, claiming the chamber with sheer force. It rears up over the group, making clear that they are facing the ruins' guardian. As Cyan identifies it as the relic serpent, the others realize this is no ordinary monster. The dark-haired fighter immediately claims the serpent as her prey, eager to prove herself. She dismisses any concern and draws on demonic power to arm herself. Confident the fight will be quick, she charges in with her weapon fully manifested. For a brief moment, the chamber stills before the clash begins. The serpent answers with a violent surge of water meant to crush her advance. She slips past the attack as the serpent's huge body crashes through the hall. Mocking its size and sluggishness, she turns the battle into a test of speed. She unleashes Fog Sword, Yahello, and carves through one of the serpent's tails. With one tail severed, she takes pride in landing the first real blow. The serpent screams in pain as her strike tears through it. She follows with a storm of slashes that rake across the guardian's body. When the serpent crashes down, she is almost disappointed by how easily it seemed to fall. But the serpent recognizes her weapon at once and identifies it as the demonic sword Kirim. It condemns her as a defiler, and denounces the presence of such a heretical blade in the goddess's ruins. Cyan cuts in by pinning the serpent down and forcing its attention onto his own question. Ignoring the fighter's protest over stealing her kill, he asks whether the guardian has seen a human woman pass through. The serpent refuses at first, insisting it owes him nothing. Cyan answers that refusal with more pain, making it clear he can keep forcing the issue. Under pressure, the serpent admits that one human did come through recently, and Cyan presses for her purpose. The guardian panics and claims it truly does not know why she came, even as Cyan prepares to continue. Watching this, the white-haired girl is astonished by how effortlessly Cyan has overpowered the relic serpent. She admires him, while Cyan coldly tells the serpent to endure a little longer because he knows it is not finished yet. A new voice interrupts, ordering Cyan to stop tormenting the guardian. A woman wreathed in water appears atop the serpent and demands to know how he found this hidden place. She declares that ordinary humans should never have known of these ruins and demands to know who revealed them. The white-haired girl recognizes the newcomer as Marion, and Cyan repeats the name as he turns to face her. Instead of surprise, Cyan reacts with knowing satisfaction, as if this meeting confirms a suspicion. Water coils around Marion as she descends with calm authority. Marion states that this is her first time seeing Cyan in person. Cyan counters that although they have not met directly, she has seen him before and clearly knows who he is. He identifies her as Frunia's elemental dragon. He recalls that such dragons are ancient beings who command spirits and natural forces like masters. He remembers entering Frunia in a past life while searching for Kirim and being driven out by that very power. Marion orders him to leave, warning that what he seeks is not here. Cyan reflects that he never expected to encounter her again under these circumstances. He greets Marion like an old acquaintance, while his companion nervously follows his lead. At his side, Kirim begins to pulse and stir with ominous intent. Cyan notices the sword's reaction and realizes Kirim is responding to Marion. The blade forces itself into motion and tells Cyan to listen because it is finally ready to explain why it brought him here. Kirim reveals its demand without hesitation. Cyan must kill Marion, claiming that only then can he avoid repeating his past failure. Shaken by the revelation that Kirim and Marion already know each other, Cyan demands an explanation before he acts. A white-haired woman stops the others from interfering, insisting the agitated target will only listen to her and that she will calm him herself. She reaches out with a deliberate gesture, trying to take control of the confrontation. The black-haired man braces under crushing pressure while still gripping his demonic sword, and the smaller companion fears for him. The woman dismisses his resistance as pointless, but he refuses to be patronized. He snaps back that her attention should be on the demonic blade in his hand, not on belittling him. Her confidence falters as she realizes an ordinary human should not be enduring this much divine force. The elf girl hurriedly begs Marion to forgive him, explaining that he came only to search for Alice. The name Alice immediately catches Marion off guard. At once, the oppressive force vanishes, confirming that Alice matters enough to change Marion's attitude. Marion demands to know his connection to Alice, and he reveals that Alice is his sister and asks whether she is here. Marion admits Alice had been there, but says she already left long ago. When he presses for a reason, Marion can offer no explanation for Alice's visit. She explains that this temple is Aquani's sacred source of divine water and bluntly tells him to leave if he came for Alice. With Alice gone, he accepts there is no reason to remain. The elf girl is stunned that he would leave so easily, but he sees no value in staying. Before going, he asks one last question about the connection between Marion and his demonic sword. Marion refuses to explain directly and tells him to ask Alice himself. He decides that Alice is the only one who can answer any of this, while the others note how unusually quiet the sword has been. He departs at once, carrying the exhausted elf girl with him as they rush out of the temple. The elf girl ends up slung over his shoulder, too drained to keep up on her own. He pauses for one last look back, silently weighing the strange encounter he is leaving behind. Then he disappears from the sanctuary with the elf girl, leaving Marion alone by the waters. Marion reflects that she had considered this possibility, but did not truly expect Cyan Vert to come in person. Watching him leave, she concludes he is far from ordinary. Another figure approaches, and Marion remarks that he has grown considerably. A blue-haired woman arrives and admits she is relieved she avoided meeting him directly. Marion points out that this fear comes from the promise she once made not to face him again until she became much stronger, and the woman admits she had only burdened him before. Marion answers that quiet confession with a knowing smile. She reminds the woman that the promise was already broken anyway. Marion reveals she knew the woman was nearby all along and suspects she only hid because she was not ready to face him before he left. Even as Cyan departs, Marion predicts that the two of them will meet again very soon. Elsewhere, the blue-haired woman steps barefoot into the sacred water to begin a trial. She kneels before the towering image of Lady Aquanis and formally prays to the Mother of all water. She declares that she has prepared herself to accept Aquanis' power and begs for an answer to her plea. The temple responds as divine water surges around her. Marion observes that the woman is enduring the ordeal remarkably well for a human. A relic serpent agrees, noting that in only a few months she has nearly become capable of fully receiving the goddess's power. The serpent explains that the temple's water is the distilled essence of the water goddess bestowed upon the human realm. If the woman can truly accept that energy, she could inherit the goddess's authority and become her incarnation. But the serpent warns that no matter how much help she receives, a human body may never withstand such power for long. Marion says she understands and only wants to remain beside the woman for as long as possible, then asks the serpent something else. She asks whether the demonic blade from earlier had any prior connection to the woman undergoing the trial. Marion concludes that, at most, they were merely acquainted. She then reveals the deeper truth: she killed that child's former master. That confession leads to the thought that the sword's hostility may stem from its bond with the dragon tied to that past. The blade's stubborn nature is shown through a memory of it violently lashing out at the elf girl. In a lighter scene, Cyan catches the elf girl sneaking into his room and demands to know why she is there. She insists she was only checking that he was safe because her foresight showed his future, while he dismisses her concern as meddling. He dryly mocks her so-called foresight by asking for tomorrow's weather, leaving her flustered. Still unconvinced, he sarcastically calls her reliable and sends her off to sleep, treating her like a child who needs a nap. A witness insists he truly saw a vision of Cyan's imminent future, shaken by what it implied. That future appears to be a divine execution, with Cyan facing a towering holy figure wreathed in overwhelming power. Elsewhere, a hooded godlike being calmly sips tea as if the crisis were already under control. He treats the situation with detached composure, claiming such calm is part of divine dignity. A purple-haired subordinate resents his relaxed attitude, but he turns her complaint into a lesson about what being a god means. She reveals she placed perception manipulation on Cyan's brand, yet warns that because he is already running late, the situation could spiral at once. When the god questions her distrust of Xian, she admits she still cannot fully trust him, and he decides to prove her fears unnecessary. His promise to prove it leaves her startled and unsure what he intends. He declares he will show that the 3 years spent with Xian were meaningful, then activates a blood-linked measure. Far away in the snow, Xian continues on foot, apparently ready to leave the region behind. He reflects that leaving empty-handed feels anticlimactic after coming so far. He reminds himself he only came to search for a prophet, and cannot afford to drag more people into his fight. A white-haired woman stops him and asks whether he is truly leaving, catching him off guard. She identifies herself as the elemental dragon assigned to send him away, though she frames it almost like a farewell. Xian answers lightly that he has no intention of causing more trouble, and will leave quietly. She notes with some relief that he is more reasonable than his demon blade, though she had been prepared to expel him by force. Her mention of the demon blade makes Xian immediately focus on how she knows about it. She suggests he ask the blade directly, implying the two of them are estranged and should reconcile soon. When he presses for an explanation, she only says she needs that demon blade urgently. Before he can make sense of it, pain erupts through his body as the brand reacts. A burst of light confirms the spell cast on him is failing, and Xian realizes the perception manipulation has already begun to break. Clutching himself, he understands the concealment on him has been dispelled. The dragon turns toward him under the brightening sky and declares that this means his end has arrived. Xian instantly realizes Air is responsible for the timing and curses him for it. Back at Air's side, the god's body convulses from the backlash or strain of what he has done. The subordinate catches on that Air has interfered again and angrily accuses him of practically trying to get his own Air killed. Air dismisses her panic, insisting Xian will not die because his opponent is only a sentinel of the god. He explains his certainty comes from having trained that boy himself for 3 years, leaving her to question what makes him so sure. Air answers that the oracle already decided the outcome, trusting fate to carry Xian through. On the battlefield, Xian launches the first strike instead of waiting to be judged. The sentinel meets him head-on with holy force, and their clash detonates across the snow. Xian grits through the exchange, frustrated that Kram still refuses to fully emerge and wondering whether the blade is holding back because it has not accepted him. The armored sentinel presses the attack with relentless divine blows. Its next impact tears through the ground and forces Xian to keep moving under crushing pressure. Xian counters with named techniques, driving a storm of mist and slashing force into the sentinel. He follows by diving through the opening with a red, spiraling strike aimed at the core of its defense. Closing to point-blank range, he tries to force Kiram's power through the blade despite the weapon's resistance. The collision explodes outward, showing that even his strongest push still cannot break the sentinel cleanly. He lands and pivots away from another devastating counter, barely keeping the exchange under control. Xian realizes that without Kiram's full power, he cannot properly pierce the sentinel's armor. The sentinel looms over him like an impossible wall, seemingly too much for any human to overcome. Xian rejects that judgment outright, insisting the limit only applies if he remains merely human. Watching from behind, the dragon recognizes that he has finally understood something crucial. She sees that he has grasped the existence of a wall no ordinary human can cross, and that he may be preparing to surpass it. Now convinced of what he intends, she wonders what the heir of the black fog will choose to do next. Xian raises Kram high, no longer trying to fight within ordinary limits. The dragon is startled as she realizes he is about to do something extreme. Xian decides that if a human cannot surpass that wall, then he must stop clinging to being human. With a dangerous grin, he offers Kram exactly what it has wanted all along, and invites the blade to take him completely. The dragon is shocked by the implication that Xian intends to hand his own body over to the demon blade. A violent red-black surge erupts as the battle reaches a dangerous new peak. Elsewhere, a young elf girl jolts awake from sleep as if struck by a sudden omen. She immediately realizes the disturbance is connected to Sir Xian. That realization twists into alarm when she senses the one out there is no longer truly Sir Xian. On the battlefield, armored giants close in while the transformed man stands at the center of the chaos. His face confirms it. He has embraced a demonic power and is enjoying it. He tears through one of the giants with overwhelming speed and force. The enemy is smashed into the ground before it can recover. As dark energy pulses through his chest, he can hardly believe this body can wield such strength. The remaining giants hesitate, already being outmatched. He admits this power should have been impossible for him to handle, yet now he can. He bitterly credits someone else for making that possible. The elf girl runs barefoot into the night, desperate to reach the fight. Breathless but determined, she pushes herself onward. Her thoughts return to a lesson beneath the divine tree. Prophets do not choose fate, they only perceive the path granted by the tree. She had then realized that this meant Garnian found his path because of that blessing too. The 11th prophet, Frisia, explained that the blessing merely reveals a path to those who strive toward it. As a child, Asta had admired prophets for seeming able to tell people what future awaited them. Frisia corrected her gently, saying prophecy is a burden and far from all-seeing. Young Asta had been shocked to learn there were people whose futures even a prophet could not read. Frisia explained that those tied to excommunicated beings or powers inherited from dead gods fall outside prophetic sight. She added that a prophet also cannot read the future of someone deeply bound to such a person, warning Asta to choose any future guardian carefully. Child Asta had laughed it off, insisting she was not a prophet yet, and would never pick someone like that as her guardian. Now, running through the dusk, she condemns her younger self for saying exactly that. She remembers fleeing because of a nameless anxiety, only now understanding it was leading her towards Cyan. When she spots the battle ahead, she realizes she has found him with terrifying ease. Recognizing the giants from her vision, she understands the disaster she foresaw is happening now and resolves to stop it. Before she can rush in, a voice warns her that helping them will only get her killed. She turns and recognizes Marion, stunned to find her here. Marion explains that these giants are agents of the God of Light, sent by his nephew to kill Cyan Vert before he can break the seal. She reveals that Cyan surrendered his body to a demonic sword so he could cross that destined threshold. But if he defeats the nephew, Marion says Cyan will pass beyond control, which is why she intends to stop him first. Asta reaches out anyway, insisting she still has to help before it is too late. Marion stops her and calls the impulse foolish, reminding her that even with the goddess of water at her side, she is not fit to enter that clash. She makes clear that this is a struggle between divine powers, far beyond Asta's strength. Marion presses harder, warning that interfering could destroy not only Asta's future but the lives of her friends and family. Faced with that threat, Asta's resolve falters and her reaching hand falls short. Marion accepts the retreat, and tells her that standing back is the correct choice. Asta swallows her anger and fear as Marion concludes that all they can do is watch. Meanwhile, Cyan keeps carving through the giants in a storm of red-black slashes. He cuts down another foe and notes that only one remains. When the last giant tries to strike from above, he dismisses the attempt as painfully obvious. He unleashes Black Fog's power through a name technique. The attack condenses into a violent arc of demonic force and launches forward. The crimson-black blade wave rips across the battlefield toward the final giant. It punches straight through the giant's core in a single devastating hit. The last enemy is blasted upward and finished, leaving Cyan alone amid the wreckage. Standing over the aftermath, he taunts the fallen enemy's father for sending something too weak to beat him. With the battle decided, he turns his attention to the unfinished matter still waiting nearby. A fresh impact crashes down around Marion and Asta, signaling that the danger has now shifted directly onto them. A horned, white-haired guardian closes in on the battlefield with cold resolve. A pale young fighter dismisses the enemy's attack as reckless and prepares a watery counter. Before the strike can land cleanly, a surge of blue power crashes into the clash and interrupts it. The guardian orders an outsider to get away because this battle does not concern her, but the newcomer refuses to be silenced. She insists she must speak directly to the demonic sword. Hearing that voice, the guardian suddenly realizes the speaker may be Aquanis. The demonic force inside the sword's wielder reacts violently as water closes around him. The entity recognizes the intruding voice as the elf child. Aquanis appears and firmly halts Kirim's rampage. When Kirim demands to know why Aquanis is here, Aquanis tells her that digging into the past will change nothing. Kirim refuses to back down and warns Aquanis not to interfere, insisting she has her own reasons. Aquanis sees that Kirim is consumed by fury and reassures the sword that its owner will survive this time. She envelopes Kirim in water and promises to guide her out of this rage. As the spell takes hold, Kirim's anger gives way to a stunned, inward silence. Elsewhere, Cyan wakes beneath a sacred tree to Hastia's relieved greeting. Disoriented, he learns he collapsed during the fight with the giants and Marion carried him to safety. When he asks how long he was unconscious, Hastia tells him it has been about half a day. Cyan remembers surrendering his body to Kirim but nothing that happened afterward. Checking the sword, he realizes Kirim has fallen dormant again. Hastia tests whether Cyan is truly himself by asking for a simple proof only he would answer. Satisfied, she confirms his identity, while Cyan decides he has no reason to remain there. He starts to leave, but Hastia hesitates as if gathering courage. She asks if she can come with him. Nearby, the elves absorb a report about what happened overnight. They admit they sensed a disturbance but are shocked to learn Nephilim was involved. Marion assures them the crisis is over and that the protective sorcery around the child has also been restored. One elder argues that such a dangerous being should have been eliminated at once. Marion answers that Cyan is already leaving Fruna, so the elves need not fear him further. Even so, she privately wonders why Aquanis intervened and concludes the problem should end once the troublesome child is gone. That uneasy calm is broken by a sudden ominous presence descending on Fruna. Marion senses it first, and is jolted into alarm. She warns the others that something has entered their land. Marion launches upward to confront the intruder before it reaches the others. Recognizing the threat, she realizes Fruna itself is in danger. Outside in the snow, a hooded stranger approaches the elven domain with purpose. The intruder calmly surveys the area instead of hiding. He confirms he has found the right place because he can sense Cyan here. Marion blocks his path and notes that he is the second human to trespass there recently. When he tries to press forward, she cuts off the attempt without repeating herself. She orders him to leave immediately, condemning the ominous energy and the demonic tome he carries. The stranger answers with mocking politeness and says he will depart once he finds the person he wants. Marion realizes he is searching for a human and wonders if he means the one she suspects. That possibility makes the intruder pause and reconsider what Cyan may have revealed. Marion catches his hesitation and questions what he means by scent. He recalls Cyan describing a hidden basement reeking of blood and realizes Cyan may have uncovered something crucial. Marion is thrown off by how quickly the stranger connects the clues. He calls the scent irresistible, while Marion concludes this human is far more dangerous than he first appeared. The stranger declares Marion is already too late to stop what matters. He reveals that the child Cyan has just left Furina. Marion tells him to turn back anyway and forbids him from bringing that profane half-demon tome into their land. The tome itself warns the intruder that Marion is not someone they should challenge. It reveals she is an elemental dragon, a species even higher than an ancient dragon. As Marion withdraws into the sky, the tome is astonished that such a being is still alive. The intruder casually asks the tome whether long life truly means greater knowledge. He presses further, wondering if a human could somehow gain knowledge beyond a normal lifespan. The tome admits there may be a way through necromancy. That answer shocks the intruder and gives him a new lead. He immediately opens a portal and leaves Furina. He arrives in a hidden chamber where Cyan is startled to see him appear. Cyan is amazed he escaped the Nephilims, but the newcomer brushes that aside because he already understands the situation. The tome smugly reminds Cyan it predicted Cyan would return unharmed. Cyan vents his frustration by striking the tome in irritation. Cyan dryly notes the cold around them comes from Furina and mocks how little Cyan's humor has improved. He demands a real explanation for why Cyan dispelled the perception manipulation hiding this place. Cyan admits he simply wanted to see how much Cyan had grown, which only infuriates Cyan more. The tome teases Cyan about how distant he and Kiram have become, and Cyan snaps that this is no time for jokes. The tome finally understands that Cyan's body transfer to Kiram led to the current mess. It concludes Cyan must have fought wildly after giving Kiram control. Cyan blames Cyan for causing it, and asks whether Kiram is merely asleep after remaining unresponsive ever since. The tome says she has shut herself off from the outside and may be dormant for some time, though it senses an unfamiliar energy inside her. It cannot say when she will wake again. The tome assures Cyan he can still use the demon blade, but Cyan remains unsettled by Kiram's condition. Their talk is interrupted when Hastia timidly peeks into the chamber. Cyan asks what Cyan has brought with him, and Cyan casually answers that he brought an elf and wants Cyan to look after her. Cyan is immediately offended at being treated like a caretaker. Hastia nervously tries to greet him anyway. She proudly introduces herself as Hastia, the 12th prophet of the White Elf kin. Cyan dismisses the title outright and scolds her for interrupting her elders. He is baffled that Cyan dragged in a prophet who should have been secluded in the mountains. Cyan explains she can glimpse the future and might be useful, which makes Cyan instantly soften toward her while still berating Cyan. Cyan complains that Cyan keeps dumping troublesome people on him and imagines all the burdens already left behind. He erupts that everyone around him keeps testing his patience and warns Cyan not to add more nuisances. Cyan accepts that the handoff failed and drops the matter. The tome, however, welcomes Hastia with surprising ease, treating the whole inconvenience lightly. In another place, a white-haired chancellor stands before a great statue and reflects on human nature. He sneers that humans are simple creatures who exist only to serve an absolute ruler and obey only when beaten. His contempt hardens into open disgust. Princess Violet confronts him and asks why he insisted they meet in such a place. She reminds him that even as regent he is still answerable to a true princess, and will bear responsibility if this proves pointless. The Chancellor claims he came to mourn the dead with her. Then he reveals that Cyan Vert killed the Saintess. Violet is stunned because the Saintess was supposed to be investigating a ruin in Furina, and the accusation sounds like the beginning of something larger. The Chancellor argues that Cyan Vert's blade and all-consuming wrath will eventually turn toward the empire that cursed his existence. He bluntly says that when that happens, the current authority he will strike is Princess Violet herself. Rather than panic, Violet demands to know what she is expected to do and whether he can tell her where Cyan is. The Chancellor admits he does not know Cyan's location, but says they can still prepare a response. He proposes sending the Empire's finest knights on a ruin expedition and promises to derive a countermeasure from the ruin he found. Violet immediately identifies the place as the Roma ruins. When he asks how she knew, he says another person was already planning to go there and offers to let her accompany that expedition. That other person is Princess Erin, who confirms she has already finished preparing to depart for the Roma ruins. An elder warns Erin that crossing the Roma plateau will make the journey extremely dangerous. Erin refuses to reconsider because she has already resolved herself to go and believes only the ruins can give her what she seeks. The Chancellor admits he does not know how the place connects to her former fiancé, but he does have a book on the plateau that may help. He hands the book over, and Erin gratefully accepts the aid. Though still worried, the elder is brushed aside as Erin insists he has already done enough. He suddenly remembers someone he thinks should accompany her. He calls that person in at once. A young instructor named Sirika appears, having already organized the books Erin will need. Erin is surprised that Reshmus will be joining them, and he seems delighted by the prospect. He cheerfully frames the trip as a reunion with his former students, while Erin remains unimpressed. His enthusiasm only makes Eren feel as though she is being sent on a childish outing. Elsewhere, the hooded intruder broods that he has spent 2 days waiting without receiving a single oracle. Watching the town, he despairs that his chosen guardian has been completely useless. Hastia breaks down, doubting both her own foresight and her worthiness as a prophet. She collapses into self-pity under the weight of that failure. At that moment, the fortune teller notices the distraught child outside and wonders why the reading turned out that way. A furious customer accuses her of giving a false promise of requited love and demands an explanation. The fortune teller coolly replies that he only saw what he wanted to see and warns him not to come closer unless he wants jail. She reminds him her previous reading was accurate and tells him to stop deluding himself and earn more money instead. Defeated, the customer runs off wailing about the unfairness of it all. Hastia slips inside, and the fortune teller notices the child hiding there. Hastia boldly introduces herself by name. She adds that she is the prophet of the White Elf kin and eagerly asks if the fortune teller is a prophet too. The old woman indulges her and claims that she is. She warmly invites Hastia to ask anything, boasting that her cards can reveal everything. Seeing Hastia's distress, she offers to find out who has been troubling her. She promises to look over the whole matter herself. Hastia is instantly captivated and obediently picks a card. The reading begins as the cards spread across the table. The first card tells Hastia she is dissatisfied with her current situation. The fortune teller reads further and says Hastia wants to help someone but has reached her limit. She draws another card and says the root of the problem lies with a specific person. That person is represented by the hermit. The fortune teller explains that the one Hastia wants to help is extremely stubborn, and Hastia immediately recognizes Cyan in that description. Overcome with urgency, Hastia grabs the old woman's hand. She begs to be taught this prophetic method so she can help properly. The request leaves the fortune teller completely bewildered. Back outside, Eren asks Reshmus whether he is truly fine with joining her journey. Reshmus says it is better this way because Instructor Circa's presence may help, especially since she is close to Sion. Eren accepts that explanation, though she suspects the Chancellor assigned Circa mainly to keep watch on her. Reshmus then raises another concern. He reveals that an unidentified person has been tailing Eren for several days and offers to deal with them. Before he can act, the hidden watcher steps out under Eren's command. Reshmus still draws his blade and orders the person to reveal himself properly. The watcher complies and asks that the weapon be lowered. Eren recognizes him as Sir Gale. Gale claims he followed her out of concern, not malice, and asks for forgiveness. Eren immediately rejects the excuse as a lie and states that she knows he serves Princess Violet. Gale laughs off the accusation and praises Eren's sharpness while pretending it is all a misunderstanding. His act ends when Reshmus instantly binds and slams him down with magic before he can keep talking. A red-haired knight moves first, drawing his blade with sudden force. He clashes with another fighter in a burst of power, trying to force his way through. When challenged, he insists the situation is a misunderstanding and demands to speak with Princess Eren. Eren refuses to be cornered, making clear that she alone decides whether he gets an audience, and condemning him for secretly following her. She warns that if he has already reported everything to Princess Violet, only bloodshed can follow. The red-haired man dismisses her threat, trusting his status as an elite knight of light over a newly graduated guard. Confident he cannot lose, he launches a decisive attack. Instead, the young guard intercepts him cleanly and knocks him off balance. The exchange ends with the attacker driven back across the ground. Realizing he has been checked, he withdraws, claiming he was under orders to avoid direct contact. Before he can leave, a hidden strike tears into the young guard from behind. Eren rushes to support the wounded knight, while the red-haired man is told the injury was deliberately non-lethal. Eren promises she will not forget this attack, but the assailant treats the wound as something healing magic can fix. The red-haired man denies personal malice and frames everything as obedience to the imperial family. He adds that resistance is pointless because many eyes are already watching Eren. He openly identifies her as the former fiancée of the Killer Saint, and says imperial surveillance of her is only natural. Having delivered the warning, he leaves Eren with the injured knight. The wounded guard apologizes for failing her, and Eren reassures him that the attacker was beyond what he could handle. The story shifts to explain that Gale Marantz is among the strongest Knights of Light, a man few in the Empire can face directly. Elsewhere, someone approaches with quiet intent. Gale senses the presence and turns toward it. Only after the tension passes does the pain from the earlier clash hit him in full. He admits the young guard actually managed to wound him and that he barely blocked the strike. What unsettles him more is that the guard had been on the verge of releasing a sword aura. Gale concludes that someone is secretly training Princess Eren's knight into a real threat. He decides this discovery is important enough to report. That thought is cut short when he senses danger too late. A masked assailant crashes into him with overwhelming speed and force. Thrown to the ground, Gale realizes an unknown enemy has targeted him. The attacker's presence feels like an imperial assassin, confirming Gale's instincts that this is no ordinary foe. Even without proof, Gale's body tells him he is facing something lethal. His fear sharpens into certainty that this opponent is extraordinarily dangerous. The assassin unleashes Predator of Abyss, summoning a monstrous wolf-like force into the attack. He follows with Fog Blade Flash, a red slash meant to finish Gale instantly. The strike tears across the area in a violent arc. Gale barely survives by throwing up a desperate defense. The impact leaves him smashed into the ground as the assassin calmly addresses him by name. The masked man reveals he knows Gale once served Duke Vert and trained under Jochen, then questions why such a man now works for Victor. Shaken that a stranger knows his past, Gale demands an explanation. The assassin refuses, saying Gale's answers matter more than his own identity. Something in the man's voice and manner makes Gale think he recognizes him. The assassin cuts him off with a threat. Gale's death will depend on how he responds. The masked man then reveals his motive with cold satisfaction. He recalls elite knights from the Garum Kingdom coming after him in the past, tying Gale to that old hunt. He mocks Gale as Victor's obedient hound and accuses him of helping assassinate Count Pyron. With that accusation, he launches Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm and tears through the surrounding knights. As bodies fall, he notes there are too many enemies and wonders where the reinforcements are. The summoned beast mauls another knight, while the assassin keeps control of the battlefield. At last help arrives when a swordsman apologizes to young Master Cyan for being late. The newcomer takes command of the fight, saying they are here to help and urging Cyan to withdraw and rest. A knight realizes the assassin was only bait, and orders everyone to prepare for the real fight. The defenders rush to hold formation, determined not to give the attackers any opening. Amid the chaos, Gale Marantz is introduced as a rare high-ranking knight who can both wield a blade and use summoning spells. His background is traced to Fulcan through his training, marking him as one of that lineage's exceptional disciples. Elsewhere, a red-haired man confronts him directly and demands to know why he abandoned his former side to serve Princess Violet. The man reveals he never expected the youngest lord of House Vert to recognize him, and greets that recognition with mocking respect. Gale cuts through the provocation and insists on a real answer. The other man admits he has studied Gale as well and decides to answer honestly. He confesses that his betrayal was carried out under Duke Vert's orders, leaving Gale shaken that his own father commanded it. The scene shifts to Garum Association headquarters, where another thread of the story picks up. A young woman learns that the situation she is investigating has been going on for about 3 years. Her grandfather, cornered by her questions, grudgingly praises how thoroughly she trapped him. She coldly warns him to keep his hands to himself, and reminds him that she now controls the association. He changes the subject by noting she has just returned from Furina and that the General Assembly should be happening that day. She explains she left her guardian knight Lamela in charge and has already removed the people she thought were his loyalists, though she knows the situation is not that simple. Instead of resisting, the old man laughs and admits he never even taught her how to run the association. His amusement unsettles her, because he seems pleased rather than defeated. Then he reveals that he once tried to arrange a marriage between her and another man, only to be refused. The mention of that marriage proposal stuns her completely. He explains he believed that match could have helped them dominate the continent, but he never managed to persuade the man. She can only stare at him in numb disbelief as he reads her reaction. Dropping the joke, he says he has heard something more important. He knows she has been gathering information on necromancy, and she admits that is exactly why she came. She asks him plainly where she can find books on necromancy. He reminds her that necromancy is forbidden knowledge. He explains that the known books on the subject were burned long ago because people feared how dangerous that magic would become. She presses him anyway, convinced the Garum Association must still have preserved some hidden copies. He warns that necromancy corrupts everyone who touches it, and that every necromancer either lost their mind or died. She rejects the warning and lets dark power gather around her, making clear she is not afraid of that fate. With her eyes glowing, she promises she will not be the one destroyed and demands to know where the books are. The old man reveals he expected exactly that response. He unveils a hidden archive called Forgotten Knowledge, Grimoire, where the vanished books have been secretly stored. She is stunned to learn he has been preserving the very texts society believed were gone. He tells her that despite all her reading, these are books unlike anything she has ever seen. One of the forbidden grimoires is brought forth from the archive's magic. She catches the book in surprise, suddenly holding the knowledge she was seeking. He tells her this is what she came for and admits he had intended to pass the archive on to her eventually. She answers that she would have found a way to reach it even without his help. As he turns away, he warns her not to drown in curiosity the way her father did. He tells her to leave now that she has what she wanted, because he is tired and wants to rest. The story moves to a secret warp facility in the Ushif Empire at sunset. An alarmed subordinate rushes in to report that a problem has returned. The intruder they feared has appeared again. That report immediately puts the facility's leader on edge. Outside, a hooded figure with a glowing visor faces the guards and coolly wonders whether the larger response means they finally understand who he is. The guards identify him as the one who tampered with Garum's warp system and move to attack. He pushes back verbally, accusing them of stealing a warp route that never belonged to them. A woman steps in, amused that he dares talk back. She introduces herself as Annie Murray and makes it clear she does not expect him to be as easy to handle as her brother. As purple power gathers around her hand, she prepares to explain why this confrontation will be different. A blonde mage confidently reveals that her specialty is attacking the mind itself. She launches her spell with the promise that she will destroy her target from the inside out. The masked young man immediately recognizes the attack as mental collapse magic and remains unimpressed. His calm response throws the caster off balance at once. When she enters his mind, she is met not with weakness but with a horrifying inner landscape. Instead of breaking him, she realizes his mind is monstrously abnormal and far more dangerous than expected. The backlash hurls Annie down, and her allies panic as they see her collapse. The masked man's side demands to know what was done to her. A knight orders everyone to stand back and recognizes the masked man as Sir Murray. Their superior arrives, warns the others that this opponent is beyond them, and greets Murray like an old acquaintance. When someone protests, he coldly points out that Annie has already been defeated. Asked whether he will intervene, the superior flatly refuses. His subordinates are left stunned by that answer. Instead of helping, he praises the surrounding knights for their work. He makes it clear he intends to keep using them in the future, and they submit nervously. At that moment, Lunev appears and claims the masked man for herself, threatening to kill everyone if they touch him. Her ferocity shocks the knights, who have never seen her show such emotion before. Taking the opening, Murray activates a warp gate and parts from the scene. Elsewhere, a holographic woman is startled to learn that he has returned. A kneeling subordinate reports that Murray just passed through the Lewin branch's warp gate as ordered. Her first concern is whether he was injured. When the subordinate answers that no one was hurt, she sharply clarifies that she meant Murray himself. Relieved, she learns that he made it through the warp safely. The report adds one more detail. He may not have been alone. A girl was seen chasing after him through the gate. The woman immediately demands to know where he warped to. The destination turns out to be Romar Heights, farther away than expected. In Romar Heights, a wounded red-haired man explains that Princess Erin is heading there under Princess Violet's orders, while he was assigned to watch her and report everything to Duke Vert. When asked why, he says the Duke is trying to uncover the truth behind everything. That truth, he believes, is whether the Emperor's worsening illness is connected to Princess Violet, though he admits there is no proof yet. He warns that with Violet currently holding power, Prince Erin is in the greatest danger. The black-haired listener cannot understand why Murray is so invested in Erin, and hears only that it is because of a promise. That vague answer leaves him fixated on what promise could matter this much. The red-haired man adds that Duke Vert is refusing all requests for knight reinforcements, using a past failure by Askel Vert as his excuse. The listener notes that such obstruction could amount to treason and questions why a man so devoted to the royal family would act that way. The wounded man argues that the Duke's loyalty to the Emperor and responsibility toward his children outweigh everything else. The black-haired man rejects that as mere belief and insists he knows the Duke better after more than a decade beside him on the front lines. Their disagreement ends when he demands the real reason Princess Erin is going to Romar. The answer is that no one knows for sure. What they do know is a rumor that the place she seeks may hold a secret capable of killing a god. That revelation shocks him, and he cannot understand why Erin would want such a thing. The wounded man can only guess that her search somehow has to do with finding him. He reminds him that Erin was once his fiancée and may have truly cared for him. He adds that she has been obsessively gathering information about him and is unlikely to give up. Because of that obsession, he says, he ended up learning about the black-haired man as well. What he learned is that the black-haired man was never the demon blamed for the Empire's crisis, and that Askel Vert and Prince Luenel were the ones trying to seize control. The black-haired man dismisses that truth as useless now that it is too late to clear his name. Even badly injured, the red-haired man promises he will help soon. The black-haired man points out that his ruined arm means he will never wield a sword properly again, and feels guilty for it. The wounded man refuses pity and insists he can still fight with his left hand. Walking away, the black-haired man feels worse seeing that forced optimism and admits he had nearly killed the man out of jealousy over Princess Erin, only now realizing he had overreacted. He suddenly notices that someone has been following him. He calls the hidden watcher out into the open. A small hooded elf girl appears, and he tells her she was far too obvious. She complains that if he knew she was tagging along, he should have just let her come instead of pretending otherwise. He answers that she would have followed him no matter what, especially since she has nowhere else to go. When he asks what she would do without even being able to predict the weather, she proudly claims she can now see everything. To prove it, she dramatically lays out a spread of divination cards. She urges him to pick one and promises to answer any question. He doubts she even knows how to use them, but she insists he choose. Her behavior reminds him of an irritating god, and he wonders if that same figure taught her this trick. Resigned, he finally draws a card. The card shows the knight, which means nothing obvious to him. He asks how that is supposed to tell him where to go. The elf interprets it as a sign that warriors are nearby and that they can find clues there. He dismisses the idea as impossible in such an empty place. A moment later, they discover a building exactly where she predicted. She basks in the success, but he refuses to let her get arrogant over one lucky hit. Even so, he quietly adjusts her hood so it properly hides her features. The sign outside reveals the place to be a mercenary tavern. Inside, he notes that it is crowded with rough-looking fighters. The elf is immediately intimidated by the dangerous atmosphere. The mercenaries stare at them with open interest. He reassures the elf that these men are merely mercenaries. He adds that despite appearances, they should be easy enough to talk to. One bald brute instantly proves otherwise by fixating on the elf's pale skin as something rare. When the man reaches for her, the elf is terrified. The masked man cuts in with force, knocking the threat back and demanding a proper conversation instead. He repeats the demand with enough menace to freeze the room. A white-haired mercenary leader, impressed by his skill, steps forward to engage him. He introduces himself as Rick, guild master of Rusted Sword, and offers a friendly greeting. The masked man answers by putting a blade to Rick's throat, making it clear he wants information, not pleasantries. Rick quickly realizes they are newcomers with no guild affiliation. Sensing opportunity, he invites them to join his guild. The masked man rejects the offer without a second thought. He instead asks how long Rick has been in the area and whether anything strange has happened nearby. Rick, annoyed by his narrow focus, says he has been there about 3 years and asks what kind of strangeness he means. He explains that mutants began appearing in the region 3 years ago, resembling the monsters of Limia Valley. That same crisis drew mercenaries to the area, and the surrounding settlements have suffered heavy losses. The masked man asks whether a nearby ancient site might be connected to all of this. Rick decides the subject is too sensitive for a public room and moves the conversation outside. The three of them leave the tavern together. Once alone, Rick turns serious and demands to know who the masked man really is. He says the hidden face and unusual interest in the site make him suspicious. Rick accuses him of being a spy from the Garum Association. Rather than answer, the masked man strikes first when Rick moves, shielding the elf in the process. He admits he had hoped Rick actually knew something useful. He warns that if Rick has been lying, he will kill him next. Rick finally starts explaining that Romar Heights is naturally barren and inhospitable even to monsters. 3 years ago, however, a strange aura began leaking from the ancient site. After that, the mutants started appearing. As the creatures spread into nearby villages, the damage escalated. The Empire responded by sending soldiers. But Rick claims it is mercenaries like his who are actually protecting the outer regions, not the Empire's holy knights. When asked why the Knights of Light are absent, he says Duke Vert refuses to cooperate with them. Seeing the masked man's interest, Rick offers to guide him directly to the site. He sweetens the offer by saying there will be monsters there whose blood sells well because of its supposed medicinal value. The masked man immediately suspects that this blood may have effects similar to monster blood. Rick laughs instead of giving a straight answer. The masked man cuts off the vulgar sales pitch before the elf can hear more. Afterward, the elf quietly asks whether they can trust Rick. He answers that he trusts no one. He agreed only because Rick can still be useful. Rick returns with his people and notes that they have been waiting for a while. He formally presents the Rusted Sword Guild as a team of dependable specialists. First he introduces Marina, an assassin who specializes in poison. Then he presents Malvek, a giant axeman. He follows with Altz, a flame mage. The elf is overwhelmed as the dangerous group crowds around her. Rick tries to calm her by pretending there is nothing to fear. He insists his people are harmless and trustworthy. The masked man ignores the act and orders Rick to stop talking and lead the way. Rick brings them to a hidden entrance and announces they have arrived. He explains that this tunnel is a shortcut to the site. The group descends, with Rick apologizing for the rough terrain. As soon as they enter deeper darkness, the masked man smells rot, blood, and the unmistakable presence of many corpses. The elf senses something wrong, and he quietly tells Hastia to listen carefully. When she thinks he means psychic resonance, he instead gives a practical warning. If he signals, she must shut out sight and sound at once. He makes clear that disobeying will leave her violently sick. The group continues deeper into the ruin. Rick keeps up the guide act, warning everyone to watch their step because no natural light reaches this far. The masked man notes that the smell of blood is only getting stronger. At last Rick says they have reached the destination. The masked man sees through the setup and asks if Rick's real goal was to throw them into a pit of corpses. Rick drops the pretense and reveals the plan. Only the masked man is meant to die, while the virgin elf will be sold for a high price. Malvek attacks, but the masked man mocks the cliché threat even as he moves to counter. Rick declares that the masked man is already trapped and too late to escape. The masked man calmly answers that he knew all along. He unleashes black fog into the chamber while the elf obeys his earlier warning and shields herself. The mercenaries panic as they realize he can wield the dreaded power of black fog. Hastia stays low and protected while the slaughter begins around her. The masked man releases the full force of black fog, cutting through the ambushers in a storm of red and black. His technique expands into a rushing fog storm that fills the chamber with lethal slashes. Rick desperately orders his people to seize the elf before they are all wiped out. Marina lunges and grabs Hastia, trying to snatch the only leverage left. Hastia, confused but quick, shouts for her attacker to move. The masked man answers with fog sword, rushing fog storm, sending a web of precise killing lines through the space. Marina is struck and thrown aside before she can keep hold of the elf. Rick, now terrified, calls for Altz to cover him as the ambush collapses into chaos. Before he can recover, a razor-thin red slash reaches his face, leaving him stunned at how completely the situation has turned against him. A glowing mace slips from a fighter's grasp as the battle reaches its end. One of the last attackers is cut down in a burst of blood, and Altz realizes their side has collapsed. From the center of the carnage, the masked black fog user leaves only Rick alive and makes it clear the others were expendable. He reveals Rick was always meant to survive because he still has a use for him. Seeing the black fog power up close, Alt suspects the masked man may be the same mysterious figure from rumor. The masked man unleashes a new technique, creation, shadow personality, while wondering if he has already made an enemy of Mist. The strain of the power tears through him as he forces it into being. Soon after, he leads Rick and the white elf deeper into a cave passage. They arrive at the Romar site, and the elf is stunned by its scale. Cyan explains that the place is abandoned now, though it was once a route people regularly used. He says the only thing he knows for certain is the rumor that this place contains a way to kill a god, which makes it worth finding. The temple is identified as one built to worship the gods, and its destruction suggests the other gods may have erased it after one of their own died there. When asked what else he needs, Cyan turns back with another task in mind. Rick eagerly offers himself, almost too enthusiastically, to do whatever Cyan wants. The white elf notes how completely Rick has changed, but Cyan dismisses it since Rick is useful now. Cyan orders Rick to wait at the cave entrance. He refuses to explain further, and instead tells Rick to pose as a guide for anyone else who comes looking for the site. Cyan clarifies the trap. Rick must lead intruders away from the ruins, avoid fighting, and make sure they get lost. Elsewhere, a mug slams down as a furious man vents his rage. The bald thug swears he will never forgive the man who humiliated him. Still seething, he vows to take revenge personally. Someone informs him that Cyan left with the Rusted Sword Guild that morning, but that news does nothing to calm him. He rejects any comfort, insisting revenge matters more than the fact that the guild itself is involved in slave trading. His anger sharpens when he remembers the white elf girl beside Cyan and realizes how valuable she would have been to sell. He bitterly imagines that if Cyan had lowered his guard, both the elf and Cyan's dagger could have become his. A new arrival interrupts and demands every detail about the man with the dagger. The questioner is a long-haired, noble-looking man backed by armed soldiers, immediately overpowering the room. He coldly repeats his demand, making it clear refusal is not an option. The thug starts to protest the disrespect. A heavy bag of gold is dropped in front of him, turning the confrontation into a transaction. Bought over, the thug admits Cyan headed to the Romar site with a child. The silver-haired man concludes the child must be the white elf prophet and offers even more money if the thug leads him there. The thug reacts so fast he knocks his stool aside in his rush to accept. The soldiers move at once, ready to follow their commander's lead. The silver-haired man states that Cyan owes him, and the thug is pleased to help settle that score. Now committed, the thug asks what role he is supposed to play. At Romar Heights, a warp gate activates. A white-haired girl remarks that traveling by warp gate is far faster, while her companion struggles with the cold. She notes that the route was chosen for his convenience, showing she is accommodating him for a reason. A blue-haired young man cheerfully tells her to call on him whenever she needs something and invites her onward. Privately, he reveals his real motive. He has a way to bring Cyan to him. The girl catches the implication and grows wary. Later, the blue-haired youth is told he will be absent from lessons for a while, and the elder immediately guesses it is because of Cyan. The elder explains that Princess Erin also requested to leave early, confirming Cyan's movements are already affecting others. He then challenges the boy's own plans, warning that as the princess's guardian knight he cannot simply abandon his duties for the Garam Association. The boy answers that he has a proposal meant to solve that problem. He offers access to warp gate artifacts through a connection between the Garam Association and the Lewin Association. The elder is startled, realizing the rumors about such technology were true. The boy downplays it as academic exchange within Lewin, then states his real price: complete freedom to go wherever he wants whenever he wants. The elder strokes his beard and seriously considers the deal. A silver-haired woman agrees to cooperate, but only on the condition that the other side accepts a demand of her own. She immediately identifies the person before her as an instructor, showing she has already sized up who holds authority here. As the group travels together, the younger members try to stay on their best behavior under the tense supervision around them. The purple-haired man is inwardly overwhelmed, burdened by the responsibility of keeping the trip from falling apart. An elder bluntly orders him to take charge of the troublesome princess, and Aniclimax as well, piling even more pressure onto him. He accepts it despite resentment, telling himself he has no choice and that enduring this is necessary to protect Nana. With that uneasy arrangement in place, the party continues deeper into the area. While walking, they confirm that at least one of them has studied this place beforehand and can guide the others. Before they can settle in, a stranger stops them and demands to know why they have come. The man warns that they look like sheltered nobles and urges them to leave while he is still offering mercy. He makes the threat explicit by boasting that he shows no leniency even to women. Instead of retreating, the group prepares to fight, with one member casting support magic while another moves to attack. Their boldness amuses the man, who treats them as naive prey rather than real opponents. The purple-haired man suddenly seizes him from behind with dark power, forcing a surrender and taking control of the situation. The others are caught off guard, unsure what he is planning. He reveals that he never intended to trust the stranger and only wanted him alive long enough to use him as a guide. After reading the captive's condition, he concludes the man is not a true threat because he carries no meaningful mana. Once cowed, the captive drops the act and agrees to cooperate, while the group warns him not to try anything. The white-haired girl steps in to question him directly, demanding useful information about where they need to go. He tries to deflect with condescension, claiming the place is dangerous for first-timers and full of strange phenomena. Before he can say more, a monstrous beast crashes into the scene and throws the group into immediate danger. Even while being carried to safety, the elf girl's first complaint is that the creature is hideous, showing how poorly she handles crisis. The attacker is identified as something unlike ordinary demonic beasts or mutants, making the threat more mysterious than expected. As the beast lunges again, the black-haired man orders everyone to move and takes charge of the defense. A burst of force slams into the ground, disrupting the creature's attack. Dark energy engulfs the beast, pinning it down long enough for the party to counter. The others follow through with rapid strikes, cutting into the creature from multiple angles. More monsters gather near the entrance, revealing that the attack is coordinated to trap them inside. One ally responds decisively by driving straight through the swarm, choosing momentum over caution to break the blockade. The elf girl panics as the reckless charge throws her into the middle of the chaos. The group crashes through the mass of winged beasts and forces a path forward. Bodies and rubble scatter as their assault tears the attackers apart and wins them space. The black-haired man finishes one of the creatures with a crimson blade and notes how easily these things die. Once the immediate threat is over, he checks on the elf girl while standing among the corpses. She is shaken and hurt, and he bluntly complains that she has been more burden than help. He turns from her condition to the real problem and starts examining the dead creature to determine what it actually is. From its body and behavior, he rules out both mutants and demonic beasts, since it lacks the mana traces either should have. He inspects the blood more closely, treating the corpse like evidence rather than a battlefield casualty. By tasting it, he confirms the blood is ordinary and contains no mana at all, deepening the mystery. The others are disgusted by his method, but he stays focused on what the clue means. The elf girl recoils and condemns him as a brute, more disturbed by his behavior than by the monsters. He dismisses her outrage and insists that understanding these creatures matters more than preserving her delicate sensibilities. She consults a divination card, and its message tells her that their current route is no longer the important path. She explains that this changes their objective and means they must reconsider the way they entered the ruins. Following that insight, she points out a strange structure in the ruins that may hide the real route forward. He studies the wall and realizes it does not match the visible passage, but it does carry a faint mana circuit. Testing the theory, he channels red energy into the structure to force a reaction. The hidden mechanism answers, and the wall begins to shift under the surge of power. As the passage opens, he understands that the structure was concealing a secret corridor all along. With the false wall fully parted, he and the elf girl move into the newly revealed way deeper inside the ruins. A black-haired man confirms his suspicion, while a white-haired elder fixates on a tarot card that seems to carry an ominous clue. The elder senses that something about the card is deeply wrong, as if it points to a hidden problem no one else has grasped. Someone nearby realizes the younger group still has not understood the truth behind what they are dealing with. A hand reaches for the card, drawing on a sinister power to inspect it more closely. The card is revealed to depict a tower, and its holder dismisses it as a troublesome sign while treating the omen with dark amusement. Elsewhere, a party of young adventurers and their older guide continue through the ruins, beginning to worry that they have been wandering in circles. The guide reassures them that a maze often feels repetitive and argues that the lack of danger may mean they are still on the correct route. His confidence unsettles him, because he starts to fear the others may be questioning whether he can really be trusted. Privately, he decides to stop leading them in circles and instead let them face some danger, hoping that will buy him time and keep suspicion off him. The group suddenly reaches a new area, interrupting his stalling plan. At the entrance to the ruins, they find wreckage, dead monsters, and signs that someone has already forced a way inside. As they advance through blood-stained ground, they realize only a few people should have known this shortcut, making the intrusion suspicious. One possibility is the Imperial Army, but that theory is quickly doubted because the army was not supposed to have entered the ruins yet. The blue-haired youth identifies the intruder as Senior Sion. When pressed on how he knows, he bluntly explains that he can track Sion by scent alone. Convinced they are close, he urges everyone to move faster, leaving the others baffled by his uncanny certainty. Their older companion is shaken that the girl recognized a person instantly by smell, and he begins to see her as far stranger than he expected. A bespectacled teammate points out another route, but the guide explains it is not a side path at all, only the main entrance. He admits their group used a shortcut, and notes that entering through the front would likely have brought them into conflict with the Imperial Army. The bespectacled girl abruptly decides to head toward the main entrance alone and tells the others to continue without her. She refuses to explain herself and hurries off before anyone can stop her. The others are left confused, but the blue-haired youth insists they should keep moving and assumes she has her own objective. The guide notices the path ahead has collapsed and complains that pursuit will now be much harder. The white-haired girl solves the problem immediately by blasting the blockage apart with a powerful explosion spell. The guide is stunned by her strength, while the others brush past his hesitation and press on. As she calmly gathers magic in her hand, he realizes the Imperial Princess is far more dangerous than the rumors ever suggested. Deeper inside, the blue-haired youth finds more monster corpses, confirming that the earlier slaughter continued further in. He suggests the ruins themselves may hold the answer to where these creatures came from. The older guide calls the group over urgently, having found something important ahead. The blue-haired youth pauses, sensing that something about the trail is wrong. He discovers Sion's scent ends at a solid wall, leading him to suspect a hidden passage behind it. That deduction alarms the guide, who panics and insists they are looking in the wrong place. His warning comes too late as a lurking monster bursts out behind him, exposing the danger he failed to reveal. The red-haired boy instantly draws his blade technique, Valkyrie, and charges to intercept. He cuts through the creature in a single decisive strike before it can reach the guide. Without slowing, he chains the attack into another sword art. His follow-up technique finishes the monster completely, ending the ambush almost as soon as it began. The red-haired boy checks on the shaken guide, who can only stammer that the threat was eliminated immediately. The white-haired girl warns everyone not to relax yet, and begins preparing more magic. Her caution proves justified when multiple monsters descend at once, surrounding the party and forcing a larger battle. Outside the ruins, an imperial encampment stands active around the main gate as soldiers carry on their duties. A long-haired newcomer arrives and notes the camp's activity, drawing a startled reaction from a knight who recognizes him as Sir Boris. When asked about the mercenaries with him, Boris presents them as allies who have been helping his journey. He demands to know what happened in his absence, and the soldiers report that an advance party already entered the ruins. Boris reacts violently, seizing a soldier by the throat for acting without waiting for him. He coldly reminds the man that he had given explicit orders to delay entry until his arrival. His anger sharpens as he contemptuously demands to know who led the advance party. The terrified soldier reveals it was Sir Nils, who entered with about 10 men. Boris throws the soldier aside and orders an immediate entry into the ruins. As he moves, Boris is struck by an uneasy sense of déjà vu and wonders what could already be unfolding inside the ruins. A hidden presence in the ruins senses a familiar energy drawing near. Elsewhere in the ruins, someone runs through the dark corridors in urgency. A guard is suddenly struck down from behind by a surge of dark power. A young woman wreathed in violet energy subdues him completely as he begs for help. She remains cold and unreadable, unmoved by his plea. Nearby, Cyan and his white-haired companion halt when they feel the disturbance. The girl admits she is frightened and barely able to keep going, while Cyan snaps at her for coming along if she cannot handle it. She sits down and points out that they seem to be trapped in a repeating route. Realizing they have passed the same statue again and again, Cyan accepts that they are going in circles. He suspects the ruins were rigged with some mechanism meant to trap intruders. Cyan goes further and considers that the owner of the ruins may be deliberately testing or luring them. The ominous statue looms over them as if silently confirming that another will is present here. At the same time, another member of their group finishes off a monster. The pink-haired boy catches his breath and believes that battle is finally over. A white-haired girl arrives through crackling magic, announcing that she has finished her side as well and checking on the others. A blue-haired mage confirms they are safe for the moment, but notices that the guide who had been leading them is gone. That revelation unsettles the group, and they immediately focus on the missing guide. The mage reasons that the guide slipped away during the fighting, though another dismisses him as unimportant and wants to move on. The others object that they still do not know the route through the ruins. The mage reveals a demonic scripture named Lemiharum, which cannot confirm the correct path but can sense a familiar energy ahead. The summoned being startles the others, then greets the white-haired girl like someone it already knows. When she demands an explanation, the mage says they have met before. Lemiharum reminds her that it saw her earlier when she was unconscious, proving the connection is real. The mage tries to formally introduce the tiny demon, but the creature is irritated that they are wasting time. Ignoring their confusion, Lemiharum takes charge and prepares to lead them onward. It unleashes a void flare and blasts straight through the ruins. The attack tears open a new passage by force, smashing through the wall ahead. The group is stunned by the sudden destruction, and even the mage admits he did not expect that method. They conclude that the demon has simply made its own shortcut. Lemiharum orders them to follow the new route, and promises to clear out any monsters in the way. Back at the statue, the chamber begins to shake, alarming Cyan's companion. Cyan realizes the disturbance means Aaron and the others have reached this place as well. As he steadies the frightened girl, she notices writing hidden beneath the statue. Cyan sees that the inscription is in an ancient language he cannot read. The girl somehow hears the inscription's meaning, a command to worship Caligorna, the goddess who rules darkness and death. The statue's eyes ignite, confirming that the name belongs to a real and active power. The statue reacts violently, and a sealed door begins to open with overwhelming force. The white-haired girl is thrown into the upheaval as the chamber transforms around them. Cyan realizes the repeating route was not a trap alone but the key needed to unlock this hidden entrance. They step through and find themselves in an entirely separate space, like another dimension. The new realm resembles a graveyard of towering stone markers, fitting for a death goddess. Standing in the shallow dark water, the girl finds the place deeply unsettling while Cyan dryly says he preferred the darkness. A voice emerges from the water and feathers, mocking the intruders as the same troublesome children from before. Cyan immediately identifies the speaker as the true owner of the temple. The goddess of death, Caligorna, appears in the form of a childlike girl wrapped in black wings and shadow. When she asks his name, Cyan introduces himself as the successor to the so-called idiot god. Caligorna greets him with amused contempt and asks why he has come. Ignoring the insult, Cyan asks the question that brought him here, whether there is a way to kill a god. Rather than taking offense, Caligorna is intrigued by the boldness of the request. She then thanks the white-haired girl for guiding Cyan to her, leaving the girl confused as she realizes she may have been used all along. A winged woman halts the others, insisting she needs to confirm something before anyone moves. Whatever she does catches the white-haired youth completely off guard and throws them into flustered panic. The dark-haired man restrains her and demands to know what she is trying to accomplish. After examining her, she coldly concludes that he has been abandoned by Lumendal as well and pities him for it. She frames that rejection as the reason he is now trying to kill a god, treating his rebellion as the bitterness of someone cast aside. The white-haired youth counters that this is no longer the age of light, because darkness has already driven it into retreat. In their view, killing the god of light would not be a single death but the end of an entire era. The dark-haired man asks if that means the god cannot be killed after all, and the answer comes back that death is only one way for a god to vanish. He and the youth explain that a god can also be erased by being removed from memory and stripped of believers. The winged woman claims she can sever the god from everyone's memories, since a forgotten god loses all power tied to its name. She offers herself as proof, implying she is a god who has already fallen into that state. The dark-haired man admits he once thought divine power required serving a god, but he already possesses the power of the god he despises. Sensing an opening, she urges him to accept her instead and make her the god he follows. She presses the offer physically, trying to force intimacy and submission while asking for his answer. When he refuses to become her follower, she lunges at him outright. Elsewhere in the chaos, Boris finds Nils badly injured among the rubble. Nils can barely speak, and Boris realizes how serious his condition is. A long-haired superior scolds Boris for rushing in and orders him to leave because a demon is still present. Instead of retreating, the superior calls everyone's attention to Nils as an example of what happens when orders are ignored. He reinforces the lesson with cruel contempt, turning Nils' suffering into a warning. To prove his point, he kills Nils on the spot with a blast to the throat. He remains completely unmoved by the murder. The surrounding men are horrified that he just executed his own subordinate. He dismisses Nils as a man who was going to die anyway and says the death merely served as bait. He reveals the real purpose was to create a distraction for a trap. Using that opening, he summons a demonic beast of greed into the chamber. A radiant counterattack answers immediately as someone unleashes Holy Spear. The descending light tears into the monster and obliterates it before it can rampage. But the superior notices a black taint left behind and warns that the danger is not over. His warning proves true when a demon-veiled figure emerges from the darkness and fixes its gaze on them. The white-haired youth invokes a darkness technique and plunges the area into blindness. The superior and his men are thrown into confusion as they suddenly lose sight of everything around them. The hidden attacker begins cutting them down from within the dark. Panic spreads as the men realize the strikes are coming from unseen angles. The superior answers by flooding the room with purifying light to expose the attacker. That illumination reveals the white-haired youth moving in close. One of the men accuses the youth of devouring the demon's power, and the youth answers with a gauntlet strike. The blow crashes down with overwhelming force and smashes through the target. The superior is stunned that the attack is being stopped so casually, as if his opponent can block it with a foot. The youth dismisses the rank and file as irrelevant, and tells them to get out of the way. He follows with 12 Zodiac Strike, carving through the group in a rapid barrage. As he drives forward, he declares that this battle will repay an old debt. The superior mocks him, insisting that no matter how gifted he is, a human's power has limits. He boasts that a mere touch of force should be enough to crush a human like an insect. Before he can act, a shadowy presence manifests behind him and breaks his composure. The youth uses that instant of distraction to rush in and strike past his guard. The superior is driven back across the floor by the impact. The youth reveals the truth. The shadow was never meant to empower him, only to make the enemy believe the situation had changed. Realizing he was deceived, the superior coughs blood in shock. As his divine power fails him, he wonders if Caligorna has finally turned their attention to this fight. A silver-haired fighter demands to know who has ambushed them. The stranger answers with contempt, refusing to identify himself to people he considers beneath notice. A monstrous beast lands heavily, announcing the intruder's arrival by force. Riding the beast into the ruins, the group confirms they have reached the place they were seeking. As they enter, they sense a presence, though it does not feel like a living person. That presence resolves into a robed skeleton seated like a guardian within the ruined chamber. They realize they are facing someone's remains and wonder why a corpse was left in a place like this. Their small familiar explains that believers of the mountain were buried here and that one of the dead was likely stationed to protect the site. The white-haired girl understands that the cave in burying these ruins was probably deliberate, and the familiar agrees. The blue-haired mage proposes waking the dead through necromancy, shocking his companions with how casually he suggests it. Lunav immediately objects, calling necromancy dangerous, while the familiar treats the idea as practical. The mage insists this is their only way to learn about the ruins, but Lunev protests that he should not endanger himself for it. When the familiar mocks her concern as weakness, Lunev hastily denies that she meant it that way. Flustered, she tries to drag Leximus into stopping him too, but he admits he has no authority here. Ignoring the protests, the mage opens a grimoire and begins the necromantic ritual. He calls to the dead through the darkness, and commands the veil between life and death to lift. Something from beyond answers in fury, outraged that anyone dared disturb the dead. The skeleton's eyes ignite as the corpse begins to awaken. Hostile deathly force surges around the reviving remains, threatening to overwhelm the ritual. The familiar warns that the dead man's lingering will is resisting and urges the mage to keep pushing. It adds that once the man fully wakes, the mage should greet him, then casually excuses itself from the backlash. The mage asks if the familiar knew this dead man, but it tells him to save questions for later and focus on the spell. The ritual erupts violently, and Lunev fears he will be hurt if he continues at this pace. Even under the strain, the mage presses on because he believes whatever lies in these ruins could help Cyan. He accepts the danger as worth it, and pointedly asks whether Lunev's feelings for Cyan would not drive her just as far. That blunt comparison leaves Lunev stunned into silence. With a final surge, the skeleton opens its mouth and releases the last burst of deathly power. The chamber fills with necromantic energy as the ritual reaches its climax around them. When the force subsides, the mage collapses from exhaustion and his companions rush to him. Supported by Lunev, he weakly declares the attempt a success, though only for now. The revived skeleton immediately addresses them, asking if they were the ones who awakened him. He says it has been long since he crossed the river of the dead and that he never expected to be summoned back. Calling himself unworthy of returning, he laments that he failed in life and could not even protect a single person's thing. He then asks whether his failure makes them disappointed in him. The mage reassures him that it does not, pointing out that reviving him at all proves the necromancy worked. The skeleton praises that answer but says it contains one serious flaw. He indignantly reveals the flaw himself. He is not an old man at all. The whole group freezes in confusion as the skeleton asks for a mirror. Lunev, deadpan but cooperative, hands him one. The others realize too late that he has not yet seen the ruined state of his own body. The mirror shatters the moment he looks, unable to survive his reaction. Mortified, he retracts his earlier praise and declares that reviving him in such a condition is outright cruel. The mage awkwardly changes the subject by mentioning demonic scripture, and the skeleton immediately recognizes the term Lenhan. When asked if he knows that demonic script, the skeleton confirms that he knows it very well. He introduces himself as Balian Arcania, once the high priest who served the mountain and also the owner of the demonic scriptures. Elsewhere, a new conversation turns to the question of becoming a goddess's believer. A dark-haired man is told that there is little to think about, and is asked whether he has something else he wants instead. He cautiously asks whether joining her is acceptable when he already serves another god. The woman answers that she does not mind sharing for now because she is the one in need at the moment. The exchange closes on the bleak truth that a god without believers is hardly different from a dead god. Cyan commits himself to a dangerous believer's trial, while the dark woman attached to him prepares to test that resolve. She confirms that he has truly chosen this path, clearly pleased that he is stepping into her game. Cyan steels himself, sensing the weight of what is about to happen. A white-haired girl realizes Cyan has been pulled away and cries out for him in alarm. She rushes toward the disturbance, but Cyan has already sunk into a strange pool and vanished. He falls into a crimson void, disoriented but still conscious. As he descends, he realizes he is not alone and feels hostile presences gathering around him. The truth dawns on him almost immediately. He finds himself surrounded by the people he has killed, forced to confront the dead as if they have returned to judge him. Their resentment closes in, blaming him for their ruined lives and insisting his suffering is deserved. One of them, Chanvert, turns that hatred into a curse and revels in seeing Cyan burdened by it. The dark woman presses the attack, implying these accusations are justified and asking whether guilt can break him. She explains that this trial is made from his own memories, and warns that he may not be able to endure them. Cyan rejects the premise entirely instead of accepting remorse on her terms. He gathers cursed power in his hand and chooses a brutal answer. Rather than wrestle with guilt, he decides to erase the memories themselves. He unleashes a sweeping attack through the apparitions, cutting down the dead without hesitation. Cyan declares that if these shades can keep cursing him forever, then he will keep killing them forever as well. His violence tears through the illusion and shatters the trial's hold. With his eyes blazing, he embraces the role of a curse rather than a penitent sinner. Back in the real chamber, the white-haired girl tearfully calls for Cyan, fearing she led him to his death. Overcome with guilt, she apologizes and panics at the thought that she has killed him. A movement in the water interrupts her despair. A dark figure suddenly rises, startling her into a scream. She scrambles back in terror, convinced something monstrous is coming for her. Cyan emerges alive and immediately dismisses her panic as needless theatrics. Dazed but intact, he complains that Caligor turned the ordeal into a parade of corpses for no clear reason. Caligor reveals that the nightmare was a test to see whether Cyan was truly worthy to become his follower. Satisfied by what he saw, Caligor says Cyan displayed oblivion itself and exceeded expectations. He offers Cyan his power and names the inheritance plainly, successor of the Black Fog. Elsewhere, A white-haired mercenary catches his breath after surviving a brutal fight. He admits he nearly died and mocks the women he had expected to flee instead of standing and fighting. Assuming the remaining monsters will keep them occupied, he casually wonders whether his mission is already complete. Relaxing too soon, he starts thinking about heading back and rewarding himself with a drink. A body shifting underfoot makes him pause. He senses something is wrong before he fully understands it. Then he sees the corpses of the town's mercenaries piled together, and realizes the dead are his own side. Before he can process it, a sudden attack catches him off guard. Golden projectiles slam through the chamber, blasting stone apart and driving him back. The assault reveals itself as a storm of glowing feathers embedded with divine force. He recognizes the weapon and is shaken by what it implies. Watching the barrage continue, he suspects the attackers are responsible for the slaughter around him. He identifies one of them as the Academy's instructor, and realizes her presence feels far more dangerous than before. As the battle turns against him, he cannot understand why he is losing despite his confidence in his own divinity. His opponent coldly treats his struggle as an embarrassment, and openly belittles him. The taunt lands hard enough to provoke an angry outburst instead of a comeback. She explains that in this place, strength of divinity decides everything, and the darkness here is amplifying her advantage. With black power and white wings surging around her, she declares that he is now nothing more than prey to this darkness. Deciding the fight has gone on long enough, she moves in to finish him. Her final intent is simple: kill him now so he can never trouble Cyan again. A horned fighter wrapped in purple power warns his opponent not to underestimate him as their clash turns violent at close range. His winged enemy dives in with contempt, treating him as a mere human while pressing the attack. The white-haired opponent realizes too late that the human is matching him and falters in shock. Before he can recover, he is caught off guard by how quickly the counterattack reaches him. The human unleashes Fog Blossom, blooming, driving the strike straight into his target. The technique detonates in a burst of pink and gold force, tearing through the winged foe. Reeling in pain, the white-haired fighter can only stare as the balance of the fight shifts against him. The human stays on him relentlessly, forcing him downward before he can regain control. A final impact blasts the enemy into the stone floor and shatters the chamber around them. As blood spills from his mouth, the defeated fighter cannot accept that a human has overpowered him. His disbelief hardens into humiliation as he realizes he has truly lost to someone he considered beneath him. In desperation, he fires Fog Sword, rushing Fog Storm, sending a web of lethal purple slashes outward. Even while attacking, he thinks only of escape, deciding he has to flee before he is finished. The human answers with Angel Descents, meeting the storm head-on with overwhelming force. He blocks the attack and rebukes his enemy for trying to destroy everything around them just to get away. His counterstrike crashes down like a pillar of light and buries the chamber in another explosion. When the dust settles, the human lands in the rubble, still composed and in control of the fight. He admits he dropped his guard, but now he is prepared to bring the whole place down if that is what it takes. Seeing an opening above, he vows that his enemy will not escape. A sudden sound makes him pause, sensing that something else is wrong. The winged foe lies broken in the debris, but the human's attention shifts away from him. A hand rises from the rubble and presses into the fallen enemy's forehead, as if seizing control of him. The human realizes the man was one of the Empire's military and knights, and that the enemy had been using them like puppets from the beginning. He turns to find civilians and soldiers attacking one another in confusion, and he desperately tries to make them recognize him. Instead of calming down, the crowd only sees him as the guide and fears he has done something to the children. Elsewhere, a blonde captive being swarmed by monsters bitterly complains that the guide is useless and begs for help. Back in the temple, a hooded skeleton confirms he once possessed the demonic scriptures, though much time has passed since then. The group understands that the scriptures point to him, but he warns that Lemharam is still incomplete. When pressed, he explains that the missing half was used to protect this temple. The white-haired girl recalls that the goddess of death was worshipped long ago, and wonders why she has become like this. The skeleton claims she was abandoned once the era of darkness ended and the age of light began, leaving her forgotten. He frames that abandonment as a cruel fate even for a god, using it to justify what comes next. He offers the group a bargain, focusing especially on the blue-haired girl. His proposal is simple: become the goddess's believer, and he will repay that devotion. The blue-haired girl tests the offer by asking whether he would truly grant anything. He agrees and asks what she wants in return. She says she wants the power to protect someone, and promises she will become a believer if he can give her that. The skeleton accepts at once, but says she must first meet the goddess herself. As the room trembles, the others tense up, realizing the bargain is already moving forward. The skeleton casually loses his jaw in the commotion, treating the grotesque moment as a minor inconvenience. The blue-haired girl notices the fallen jaw on the floor. When the skeleton asks for it back, she hands it over without flinching. Reassembled, he produces an old document and declares it the key to reaching the goddess. He passes the text to the blue-haired girl, who immediately recognizes it as ancient language. She says the princess should read it better than she can, while the white-haired girl bristles at being singled out. Reading aloud, the princess reveals that the ritual requires acceptance through the swamp of memories and invokes the mother of death and darkness, Caligorna. The name shocks her, and she realizes they are dealing with a demon rather than a mere forgotten deity. The skeleton confirms Caligorna is the source of evil in the world, creator of demons and monsters. Sensing hesitation, he presses them to decide whether they will still go through with it. Despite the warning, the white-haired girl declares she will become a believer, while her companion urgently tries to stop her. A silver-haired young woman hardens her resolve, deciding that once she gains the full power of the demonic scriptures, she will never again lose what she considers hers. The skeletal mage accepts her determination and turns his attention to the other girl, asking what path she intends to take. The white-haired girl refuses to rely on anyone else and declares that she will solve things by her own means, which earns the skeleton's approval. When he asks her name, she introduces herself as Lunev, and the exchange seems almost cordial. Without warning, the skeleton reaches towards Cyan and abruptly triggers something inside him. Cyan is pulled into a strange inner space, realizing he has been forced into some kind of memory or soul realm. As he drifts there, he senses that what was buried inside him is beginning to surface. He recognizes the scene as a memory from the time he was kidnapped. The memory reveals someone removing the restraint on his heart, confirming that a seal had once been placed on him. The figure carrying out that act comes into focus as someone deeply tied to him. Cyan realizes he was right all along and greets the person with relief. The one before him is indeed Cyan's lost companion, and Cyan is overwhelmed to see him again. Lunev's spirit rushes to Cyan with affection, while Cyan can barely process that she is truly there. His shock turns to alarm as the reunion is suddenly interrupted. Lunev is violently torn away before Cyan can hold on to her. Cyan is thrown back into reality, collapsing as dark residue spills from him. Disoriented, he sees Lunev and Cyan nearby and struggles to understand how they could have appeared here. Lunev immediately rejects the idea that this is a dream, realizing the encounter is real. Cyan demands an explanation for how Lunev reached this place. The shock of recognizing her leaves him convinced that the impossible has happened. The skeleton calmly confirms that Lunev has arrived, while the others rush to her side in confusion. One of Lunev's allies tries to attack the skeleton in anger, only to find his weapon sealed by the skeleton's magic. That failed strike makes it clear the skeleton is controlling the room with ease. He casually corrects them on his title, insists Lunev is only asleep, and tells them not to panic. The silver-haired girl challenges him, accusing him of manipulating Lunev into becoming a believer. The skeleton brushes off the accusation and insists his only concern is that Lunev continue living. He points to Lunev's peaceful state and claims she is happily dreaming of becoming a believer, which unsettles the others even more. The girl objects because the stories portray Caligorna as a cruel goddess, not a benevolent one. She recalls the old tale that Caligorna was condemned by Lumendal as a bringer of darkness and death, making trust in her seem impossible. The skeleton seizes on that accusation and asks what exactly Caligorna's supposed crimes were. He argues that humans once feared and worshipped death itself, and says the accepted history has been distorted. According to him, in the beginning the world was a brutal wasteland where humanity had no civilization and barely survived. People died constantly from weather, hardship, and hunting, with death always close at hand. Moved by that suffering, the being humans called death chose to take pity on them and remove their pain. He reveals that this merciful force was the true origin of goddess Caligorna. In his telling, Caligorna was born as the promise of painless death. Neither of the listeners has ever heard this version of history, and the skeleton mocks how little their education taught them. He continues that as time passed humanity prospered, and once people no longer feared darkness or death, the old reverence faded. The silver-haired girl realizes he is describing the current age as the era of light. That only deepens her confusion, because the line between good and evil now feels far less certain. Sensing her doubt, the skeleton asks why she came here if she no longer knows what is right. He answers for her, suggesting that whatever her confusion, she came because she cannot accept Lumendal. Before the conversation can go further, a violent disturbance shakes the chamber. When they ask what caused it, the skeleton recognizes the presence immediately, and calls it an old friend. He abruptly orders the others to leave, making it clear someone dangerous has arrived and he intends to deal with them himself. As they hesitate, he stops them one last time with a bizarre final remark. In a ridiculous burst of vanity, the skeleton loudly insists on his own handsomeness before departing. A beam of power carries him away, leaving the others in stunned silence. Elsewhere in the middle of Romar Heights, a violent impact explodes into the ground. A winged figure is smashed through the debris, signaling that the new confrontation has already turned brutal. A silver-haired woman crashes down hard into the ruined area, arriving with enough force to shake the ground. As she lies there catching herself, a familiar voice greets her like an old acquaintance returning after a long absence. She looks up and realizes the one standing over her is a skeletal godlike figure she recognizes at once. The skull-face being identifies itself as her Threa and says it has come to settle an old debt. Another dark-winged deity welcomes the newcomer, and immediately wonders whether Valian sent her to become a follower as well. The silver-haired woman confirms Valian sent her, leaving the others startled that his influence continues even after death. The winged god admits Valian's move revived hopes she had already abandoned and restored her interest in what was hers. She explains that the moment Cyan entered her realm, she knew the one meant to follow her had finally appeared. Cyan turns the conversation back on her, asking how she found this place, and noting she was the one who vanished without warning. She reveals that Princess Erin has been staying in the academy instead of returning to the palace because she has been searching for Cyan. Luna abruptly grabs the silver-haired woman's hand and insists Cyan's disappearance was not a choice, but a desperate attempt to escape Lumindo's curse. Luna explains that Cyan came all this way to flee that curse, while the silver-haired woman dryly recognizes Luna as the clingy companion Cyan picked up along the way. Luna bristles at the jab, taking it as a personal insult and blurting out her indignation. The silver-haired woman stays calm, acknowledging that Luna protected Cyan in her absence, and giving her credit for that. That small bit of praise overwhelms Luna, who is thrilled to be recognized for her efforts. Buoyed by the approval, Luna cheerfully introduces herself properly to the woman she now sees as kind. Cyan then asks what Lumindo's curse actually is, admitting he has carried it for some time as the price of defying the Holy Sword's will. She explains that the curse marks him so the Nephilim relentlessly hunt him, and even killing them with the demonic sword does not end the pursuit. Cyan realizes she has been fighting on the front lines alone because there is no obvious way for anyone else to help with his burden. She steps closer and makes him listen, refusing to let him keep carrying everything by himself. With unusual intensity, she tells Cyan he must never bear his burdens alone again because she is now strong enough to help him. Cyan, flustered by her emotion, tries to reduce it to practicality, but she insists that even a little reliance on others matters. Their charged exchange looks intimate enough for the winged god to tease them as a quarreling couple, which both deny in their own way. The god then boasts that she now has 3 followers and invites Cyan to hand over his power if serving her is so enjoyable. Instead, she reveals he already possesses her power because he passed her test the moment he entered her realm. That declaration triggers dark violet energy around Cyan as the power within him responds. She explains that her authority is oblivion, the ability to peer into others' memories, feel what they felt, and even erase those memories. Cyan immediately grasps the implication. If memories can be erased, even a god could be killed by stripping away the self that defines them. He impulsively decides to test that power on Luna, ignoring her panicked attempt to stop him. A swirl of oblivion settles onto Luna's head as the memory-altering power takes hold. Luna collapses, and Cyan matter-of-factly says he erased her memories of Caligorna. The winged god appears at his shoulder, half amused and half offended, asking whether he plans to kill her again, while he insists it was only an experiment. Cyan's concern quickly shifts to Luna's condition, and the god dismisses it as nothing more than a brief nap. As Cyan notices the power feels weaker than before, the god explains that her own strength has diminished. She adds that if she loses more power, oblivion itself will become useless, which is why they need to gather more followers. The silver-haired woman presses for details, asking whether gaining followers will also increase the power available to them. The god confirms it will, and says Cyan's demonic scriptures will grow stronger as well, shocking the woman with how much the god already knows. The god answers that question before it is fully asked, claiming omniscience as a god who can see everything. Before the discussion can continue, a violent surge erupts around the silver-haired woman, as if something has suddenly locked onto her. The entire chasm trembles under the force of the disturbance, startling everyone present. The silver-haired woman realizes the vibration has intensified and that the same nauseating sensation is returning. Cyan understands at once that the divine scriptures are reacting and concludes Boris must be nearby. The winged god confirms his suspicion and coldly declares that this is where they part ways. Cyan senses movement too late and turns in alarm toward the incoming threat. The silver-haired woman is struck before she can defend herself, thrown off balance by the sudden attack. The winged god intercepts the situation, saying she is only borrowing this place and ordering Cyan to leave now that they have dealt with the enemies. She admits the urgency is personal as well, because she has only just gained him and refuses to lose him already. She forcefully drives Cyan and the others out of the area, telling them to trust her and escape. As Cyan is expelled into darkness, a towering hostile figure with immense wings appears before him, making him realize this is the true master of the realm from before he entered it. Reeling from pain and confusion, Cyan understands there are other enemies here too, while Luna remains dazed beside him. A black-haired man tests the white-haired elf's memory, and her confused apology shows she has no clear grasp of what just happened. She recalls only being told to read the statue's inscription, confirming to him that the memory-altering power succeeded. Nearby, Linevi regains consciousness in a daze as others rush to check on her. Her companions are relieved she is awake, but she immediately asks about Cyan instead of herself. When she hears Cyan's name, the white-haired girl is jolted by the realization that he was there and may still be alive. Linevi suppresses further explanation and urges everyone to flee at once because the ruins are about to collapse. As the structure breaks apart, a winged figure descends into the chaos, bringing a new threat into the battle. Velian greets the goddess with bitter satisfaction, seeing this as a long-awaited chance for revenge even after death. The skeletal servant declares that their side has finally gained an opportunity to strike back against those who once trampled them. They launch a dark assault against the radiant divine force, determined to drag the goddess down with them. The goddess dismisses the attack as premature, noting that their counteroffensive has only just begun. A defender of light cuts through the darkness and asserts the old order that light naturally punishes darkness. Velian refuses to yield, drawing on the goddess's power and vowing that this time their resistance will not fail. A white-haired observer realizes Caligorna has awakened and coldly judges that those doomed by fate should have accepted it. Caligorna rejects that fatalism outright and declares open rebellion against the destiny imposed on them. She rises in full power, presenting herself as the vessel of both her own will and the goddess's. With that conviction, she unleashes a devastating wave of oblivion against the forces of light. Someone caught in the attack curses the timing and protests that even allies are being swallowed by the blast. Another voice desperately refuses to lose anything else to this destruction. Amid the engulfing energy, a figure braces in silence as the attack closes in. The wave detonates violently, tearing through the ruins in a massive explosion. Later at Lewin Academy, word has already been sent to the palace about the disaster at the Roma ruins. An elder official warns the princess that accepting blame means taking full responsibility for the ruins' destruction. She accepts that burden without retreat, insisting that as princess she must answer for it and endure whatever punishment follows. The elder yields to her resolve, but his thoughts remain fixed on concern for Violet. Violet hears that the punishment will be severe, yet steels herself and says she is prepared. The meeting ends with her dismissal, leaving the matter formally settled but emotionally unresolved. Once she leaves, the elder remains alone in his office, weighed down by unease. He regrets letting her go and senses that fate has been especially cruel to her. He reflects that although she has the heart of a princess, she lacks the selfishness that might have protected her. Elsewhere, a small dark companion reminds Linevi that she wanted more followers so she could recover her lost power. The companion complains that Caligorna's return should be enough, but Linevi dismisses that as far from sufficient. When asked if she is alright, Linevi hides her exhaustion and claims a little rest will be enough. The companion warns that gathering believers for a forgotten god will be difficult, especially in an age ruled by light. Linevi reveals her plan to go to Hildevay, the place where the Lumendal Cathedral stands. She identifies Hildevay as the first city to worship Lumendal, making it the symbolic center of that faith. Her companion is stunned, because trying to recruit followers in the enemy's stronghold sounds absurd. Linevi agrees it is dangerous, but that is exactly why she sees it as the right place to bring the era of light to an end. She compares the faith to an old thing already full of cracks and decides she will pry those weaknesses open. Certain it can be done, she reassures her companion that helping her will not be wasted effort. She adds that Lumendal's traces may also lead her to Cyan, giving her even more reason to search there thoroughly. Meanwhile, a red-haired trainee continues sword practice with determined force. He drives through the drill with focused intensity, trying to sharpen himself through repetition. A familiar voice interrupts to praise his effort, making him turn in surprise. He recognizes Sir Gale and is shocked to see him back, immediately noticing that Gale has lost an arm. Gale brushes the injury aside as unimportant, but the trainee cannot accept that he is still acting as though nothing has changed. Gale admits he can no longer properly fulfill his duties in this condition, though he tries to make light of it. The trainee snaps at him for joking around, making clear he is too worried and frustrated to indulge that attitude. Gale drops the banter and suddenly lunges, saying he will get straight to the point through action instead. The trainee is caught completely off guard by the abrupt attack. A fierce sparring match begins with the red-haired swordsman driving in hard enough to rattle his younger opponent. The boy realizes the attack feels wrong for the man's usual style, and is thrown off by the unexpected weight and angle of the strike. Before the boy can recover, the swordsman shifts his grip and control of the weapon with deceptive ease. He presses the attack, declaring that he intends to settle the unfinished fight between them here and now. The boy refuses to be pitted for having one arm and commits himself to fighting seriously. He launches into a rapid barrage, filling the arena with aggressive, disciplined strikes. The swordsman immediately recognizes how impressive the boy's movement has become. He judges that the boy's form is polished, and his speed proves how hard he has trained. Then he activates a second stage technique, electricity flaring around his blade as he raises the level of the duel. Even while acknowledging the boy's growth, he notices a decisive weakness. He unleashes a crushing attack that overwhelms the exchange and breaks through the boy's defense. As the stunned boy is caught off guard, the swordsman bluntly points out his bad habit. He explains that the boy's movements are too easy to read, no matter how much effort he has put in. The warning lands as the boy realizes too late that he has been completely figured out. Knowing he cannot stop the next blow, the boy understands he would lose outright if this were real combat. Instead of finishing him with the sword, the swordsman changes course at the last instant and kicks him away. The boy is sent skidding face first across the ground, defeated and humiliated. While the boy struggles to rise, the swordsman taunts him and makes clear he spared him on purpose. The boy, shaken, realizes the gap between them is far wider than he thought. The swordsman praises his effort but warns that training alone will only carry him so far if his fundamentals stay rigid. He concludes that what the boy truly needs is not more effort, but a real teacher. That thought sends him back to an earlier conversation where he was asked to take the boy on himself. A hooded contact reminds him that he has already seen the girl tied to this matter, and presses him to become her instructor. When he questions why him, the answer is that ordinary academy training is nowhere near the level he once reached as one of the Knights of Light's finest. He is told that his own future still holds that greatness, but he hesitates, unsure he can do it. The hooded figure cuts off his reluctance with a threat to expose him to Violet as a spy if he refuses. Resigned, he accepts the role, though he warns them not to expect much from him. The conversation shifts to Boris, and he learns the man survived but is badly injured and in hiding while he recovers. The swordsman is surprised Boris is still alive, and the hooded figure admits the injury was severe enough that his whereabouts remain uncertain. All they know is that Boris has been recovering somewhere inside the palace under heavy restriction. The swordsman drops his cup and decides to stop circling the issue. He directly asks whether Boris's incident and the destruction of the ruins are connected to Princess Erin. The hooded figure confirms the suspicion by warning him to tread carefully. He reveals that extremist followers of light are targeting the princess, zealots from Liminal who twist doctrine into judgment. With that in mind, he decides to go to Princess Erin at once. He is told he is no longer secretly watching her, but instead has been assigned to openly escort her to her new fiancé. That revelation shocks even the hooded informant. The swordsman senses this mission will bring him into contact with the same dangerous man again, but chooses to focus first on helping the boy improve. Returning to the present, he approaches the defeated trainee with a new proposal. He introduces himself as the top elite swordsman of the Knights of Light and offers to mentor him. The boy can hardly believe it, but the swordsman explains he will be staying with him for a while under Princess Violet's orders. Hearing Violet's name leaves the boy even more confused about what is happening. Elsewhere, preparations are underway as Princess Erin's departure is formally acknowledged with a carriage waiting outside. Erin accepts that refusing now would burden others, and the swordsman assures her he will see her safely to her destination. The boy objects and urges her to reconsider, arguing that this journey is only being forced because of what happened at the ruins. He condemns the arrangement as unjust and too cruel to accept. Erin quietly reveals the deeper truth: she is being maneuvered into an engagement. In another room, the man at the center of that engagement rages that it is with the worst possible person. When he demands to know who it is, he is met with a formal answer. The butler identifies the bride-to-be as Princess Erin, confirming the political match that now drives the story forward. A servant reports that Princess Erin has left Lewin and begins preparing for her arrival. Barrett welcomes the news, eager for the reunion that is about to happen. Elsewhere, a dark presence approaches through a hall already steeped in ominous power. A purple-haired woman greets the black-haired young master and remarks that fortune has favored him. She reveals she knows he contacted the goddess of darkness and became a heathen as well. When he demands to know how she knows, she answers that she was at the Romar ruins too. That confirmation makes clear she witnessed the same forbidden encounter firsthand. She explains she had to escort Princess Erin and Lunav there, and learned that Lunav met him. A hidden white-haired observer rebukes him for recklessness despite acknowledging his exceptional ability. The danger is spelled out: carrying the burden of two gods in one body would be overwhelming. Even one god is already enough to put him at risk of losing himself to possession. He accepts the risk anyway, deciding he has no choice but to gamble on the possibility. The woman falls silent, weighing his resolve. She gives in and tells him to handle the matter himself, prompting him to ask what she means. The answer comes from above as the goddess of darkness addresses him as her successor. She announces that she will be staying here for a while and intends to settle in comfortably. Stunned, he can only ask why she is here at all. She cheerfully explains that her temple vanished, so this arrangement lets them see each other more often. He questions whether Era approved this, and she casually says Era gave her his place. When reminded that she was only borrowing it, she dismisses the distinction as meaningless. A shadowy attendant teases him for losing his own seat, while she insists this is merely respect for an elder. She reinforces that claim by pointing out she is older than Eru. Her mood sharpens as she reminds him she is also necessary for killing Luminidol, forcing him to reconsider opposing her. Still amused by his attitude, she says he will understand eventually. Her demand becomes clear: if he wants her help, he must be ready to bring the current era to an end. She adds a practical condition as well: he needs to gather more followers for her. While he doubts he can do that, the purple-haired woman steps in and says she knows a possible candidate. She asks whether he has heard of House Lavaharner, and he recognizes it as a Count household near Sparnia. She identifies the target as that house's youngest son, a dropout she believes is close to their kind. He presses her to explain what that means and whether she knows the man personally. She refuses to elaborate for now, only saying he will understand when he sees him and warning him to hide his identity. She adds that he may recognize several people there, deepening the mystery. The scene shifts as a carriage journey continues toward the eastern frontier. They near Lavian on the eastern border of the Ashi Empire. Inside the carriage, Leximus notices Violet looks unusually worn out and checks on her. Violet claims she is fine, while Leximus blames his harsh training and her lack of sleep. His answer earns him a painful jab that immediately shuts down the excuse. Their red-haired escort laughs and mocks Leximus for pretending exhaustion when he is really sore from training. He boasts that Leximus was beaten badly, though surviving his regimen at all is rare. Leximus is thrown by the sudden praise, and the man reframes his suffering as proof of talent. Violet grows suspicious and asks why he is suddenly acting kind, wondering if this comes from Princess Violet's orders. He denies any personal attachment, and insists he is only a salaried knight with no power to threaten her. Instead, he argues that what awaits could become an opportunity for her. He explains that Lavian sits between the Great Desert and the Sparnia Kingdom, making House Laviharner highly influential because it controls a fortress wall on the border. If Violet can build ties with that family, it would help the Ushi Empire secure the East. He notes that House Laviharner rose in status by protecting those eastern borders. He adds that House Louis Mill played a major role as well by providing substantial financial support. But he warns that the connection between the two houses goes beyond politics and money. He reveals that House Laviharner recently adopted the notorious problem child of House Louis Mill. That adopted son is Barrett Louis Mill, now effectively Barrett Laviharner. A young man's ruin began when he was attacked at Lewin Academy, lost the ability to use mana, and was discarded by his own family. Now his engagement is being treated as a political tool, making him useful only as a pawn in someone else's power struggle. His companion urges him to challenge Princess Violet over it, but he admits he has no leverage against someone far stronger than him. A red-haired knight dismisses his despair and tells him he is acting as if everything is already over. When the boy snaps that the knight knows nothing about his situation, the knight calmly insists that worrying will not change anything. He makes it clear that he understands hopelessness well enough and warns the boy not to give up before his chance arrives. The advice only irritates the boy, but the knight leaves him with one instruction: wait quietly for the right opportunity. Their carriage arrives at the royal residence, shifting the scene from private frustration to formal politics. A butler from the Lovetherin household kneels to receive them on behalf of Princess Erin. The knight is introduced as Frederick, and the boy immediately resents that a servant was sent instead of the princess herself. Still, the group follows the butler inside, entering the palace under strict ceremony. As they walk, Frederick notices something off to the side and pauses. He realizes someone nearby is practicing swordsmanship. The butler dismisses the trainee with quiet contempt, implying the effort is pointless. He goes further, judging the red-haired trainee as talentless and not worth watching. But the exhausted youth refuses to stop, insisting he can keep training. From above, an unseen observer continues watching as the boy struggles through another exchange. That observer is Schütz, standing apart in the shadows and evaluating the scene. He questions why his master chose this unimpressive trainee at all. Even so, he admits the boy's persistence is unusual enough to keep his attention a little longer. By nightfall, the training continues under the moon, showing that the boy has not stopped despite exhaustion. Watching from nearby, Schütz concedes that the trainee's determination is genuine. The battered practice dummy and the boy's ragged breathing show how long and brutally he has pushed himself. Alone in the yard, the red-haired boy keeps drilling his sword swings long after anyone else would have quit. When someone suddenly addresses him, he turns in confusion, not expecting company at this hour. Schütz steps out, praises his effort, and abruptly proposes a duel. To make the challenge more insulting, he says he will fight using only a stick. The boy immediately suspects this is another attack arranged by his brothers and asks whether the stranger came for rank or status. Before he can get an answer, Schütz moves with terrifying speed and forces him to realize the threat is real. A single sweeping strike tears through the yard, proving the stick is more than enough in Schütz's hands. Schütz spares him for the moment, and coldly says survival is the only thing that matters now. He reveals his name as Schütz Lovetherin and tells the boy to focus on not dying. The boy is shaken that this attacker already knows exactly who he is. He quickly understands the gap between them. Schütz can dominate him with a wooden stick, and retreat is impossible. So he chooses the only option left, and resolves to fight desperately rather than die helplessly. Schütz notices the boy's grip and composure, finding his nerve unexpectedly respectable. The boy launches a committed attack, trying to turn courage into momentum before fear can stop him. Schütz meets the charge effortlessly and shatters the attack in mid-exchange. The boy realizes too late that his weapon has been broken. His sword is driven into the ground in pieces, leaving him suddenly disarmed. Schütz follows up immediately, and strikes him hard before he can recover.